Edwards will take a dribble, take a three straight on, no good. Draymond defensive rebound. Leaves it for Paul down the right side, and now McDaniels and Klay Thompson get tangled up, and now Draymond gets in there to hug Gobert away in a headlock, and we've got a scramble. We have security people on the floor, coaches flying all over the place. Klay Thompson gets pulled aside by Chris Paul. Draymond and Gobert get separated. Well, Draymond went after Gobert as if he saw Gobert do something. And Gobert now pointing and gesturing in Draymond's direction. John Murray, Warriors security extraordinaire is over there. Yeah, Klay's
Klay
jersey
needs
is
another
ripped.
jersey.
And here we are, a minute and 43 in.
Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Honest to God, as I say, good morning to everybody getting out their graveyard shift. Good morning to everybody out there getting ready for work. Good morning to the overnight dancers. Business is probably booming for them with the APEC event going on right now. There's a lot of people in town. 3rd Street's blocked off. I had to make some illegal turns and run some red lights downtown because I couldn't get through 3rd Street.
And shout out to police.
Shout out to police.
I'm telling you right now, the city has never been safer.
Yeah, well, it depends where you are. I still wouldn't walk down 3rd Street. I still wouldn't walk down Fillmore Street. I still wouldn't walk by OC Project. So parts of the city is safer. Let's just say that. But you heard Tim Roy right there on the call. And unfortunately, that's going to overshadow what was a great game for Brandin Podziemski, who's going to take some minutes from somebody. And I didn't think that was possible this season. I really didn't. Well, the kid's going to play. And the kid has a pace to him, but we'll get to him. We'll get to Sarge. We'll get to CP3. A minute 43 into the game. You just heard Tim Roy on the call. Klay's getting handsy with Vanderbilt, or McDaniel, excuse me, Jaden McDaniel. I always get them mixed up. Klay initiated it. Let's just be real. Now, did he deserve to be kicked out of the game? No. And then Draymond Green comes over the top. And I get Draymond Green's trying to defend his teammate. I get it. I understand it. But it actually escalated the situation. He had a mean chokehold on Rudy Gobert. Anything above the neck when you're playing basketball, it's a flagrant 2. You foul somebody above the neck, it's a flagrant 2. So what did you think was going to happen when Draymond Green did what he did? And again, he defended his teammate. All respect to him for defending his teammate. However, you can't go above the neck. You can't put somebody in a chokehold. You escalated this situation. And with his reputation, what did you think was going to happen? Did you think that he was just going to get a technical and play the game? That's the second time in 3 games he's gotten kicked out. The league is tired of it. They're tired of it.
In a calendar year. You can – oh, gosh. I know where this is going.
I wanted to call in sick today.
I know.
Because I know exactly what's going to happen.
I know what's going to happen. People are going to irrationally defend something that to me is almost indefensible because we're at the point now with the guy in a calendar year. Each one of these incidences can get wiped away by irrational, nonsensical excuse making. Punching Jordan Poole, stomping on Sabonis's chest, getting ejected the other night, okay, for no reason, and then doing what he did yesterday with Gobert. Now, look, Gobert did put his hands on Klay Thompson. I'm sure if we're going letter of the law, you could sit here and make a case that Gobert should have been thrown out too. There's no doubt about it.
Right.
Here's my thing. The whole thing got oxygen and more firewood being thrown on it by the way he jumped into the melee.
Exactly.
And to me, like when two guys are tussling and tangling, that's the way I would put it. It was like a tussle tangle between Klay and McDaniels, which, again, you want to give him double text, fine. But then Gobert comes in to kind of, again, my interpretation's different. Right. Everything's in the heat of the moment. Everyone views things through their prism. I understand all that. Looked like Gobert was trying to pull Klay out of the ways to separate the two guys, and Draymond just went over the top and was pulling him back. And he's got to understand, with his CVS laundry list receipt, it's a CVS receipt of incidences in his career. Anything he does will be put under the microscope, and you are going to get frame by frame documentation on why he's going to be suspended multiple games.
So this is, and I can already hear Matt Nahigan, my program director, saying, well, don't let him get to you. But this is the stupidity that we're going to have to deal with today. Comcast Business Text Line, 561. The Bay Area has the most unsupportive media ever. Well, let me tell you something, 561. I work for NBC, and I work for 95.7 The Game that supports the Golden State Warriors. I have a Warriors jacket on right now.
We're both.
But I'm going to tell you right now, our job is to not be cheerleaders. Our jobs is to call it like it is. And we will lean towards the home team. I am a homer. I'm going to lean towards a home team, but I'm also going to keep it a buck. This is how I got the 7 years of 95.7 The Game. This is how I've been doing this media thing for a long, long time. And I don't want to hear this stuff about unsupported media. I don't want to hear stuff like you guys are haters, blah, blah, blah. Just look at the situation. I sat there with two NBA players watching that live. I got multiple texts from people all around the world, all around the country, I should say. What is Draymond Green doing? And then, of course, we're going to be biased towards Draymond Green. Look, again, he was protecting his teammate. I'm all good with that. But you got to know when you're Draymond Green, a guy has his back turned, you jumped on his back, and the shots are just not good. The images of him flexing his muscle, and he's tracking Gobert.
But as a Warrior fan...
And not only that, so real quick, Shasky.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You understand the history between Gobert and Draymond Green.
Well, they can't stand each other.
So...
Here's the part where I'm going at. The Bay Area doesn't support Draymond. I'm a Warrior fan. They're in the middle of a 3-game losing streak. Steph Curry's out. They need to win this game. They got to win this game. And losing one of the max players on the team who's supposed to be a leader to win the game. Forget all the antics. I'm trying to win the game.
Literally, 10 minutes before that happened on the pregame show.
Yes.
So they got ejected in minute 43 to the game. Yeah, that's all we want to do. Minute 43 to the game. The previous 10 minutes, if you rewind back to 10 minutes ago, before we go to the crossover with Fitz and Buki, we're literally playing a clip from Sunday night where Draymond Green says we all have to be accountable. We have to be accountable.
I watched that.
And then 10 minutes later, he's getting kicked out of the game. That's what we're talking about. He's got to stay on the floor. And it was funny because I talked to somebody at around 1 o'clock yesterday. And we're talking about everything.
1 in the morning?
1 in the afternoon.
Yeah, okay.
1 p.m. in the afternoon.
I'm trying to
1 p.m. in the afternoon.
Visualize what's going on.
So I kind of just chilling, taking a nap, about to take a nap and get my mind right. And I'm talking to somebody and I say, Steph's not playing today. And I just casually say, watch Draymond Green tonight. Because when Steph doesn't play, things tend to happen with Draymond Green, whether it's a technical, an ejection. And I got a stat here, and I don't know how accurate it is. I'm not laughing, but I was like, watch Draymond. And the minute it happened, I got a text in, you called this stuff. And I was like, no, I wasn't trying to call it. I was just saying, watch it. I didn't think that was going to happen.
My guy put him in the sleeper hold like you would your little brother.
It was UFC 365. I mean, come on, man.
I'm laughing.
What are we doing?
But here's the thing, and I'm being 100%. I know there's going to be a million tough guy in the streets.
This ain't the streets.
Pickup. This is billion-dollar corporation basketball where their legacies are kind of coming to the end. right? Like, you are trying to fight for a good spot in the playoffs of the grand picture of the season, right? The superstar who's carrying the organization, Steph Curry's out. We don't know. Could be out a couple games. Could be out a month.
Now, they said day-to-day last night, so that's cool.
Okay.
Yeah, Steve Kerr said the MRI results were good.
I missed that. I'm gonna
that
be
he's
real.
going to be day-to-day, and it won't be a long absence.
I watched 7 minutes. You threw it to Zena and Festus, and then I said, I can't do any more of this Draymond thing, and I had to turn it off. Because honestly, I'm at the point where I was a year ago, where it's like, dude, can you just play basketball? And that's where I'm at. Like, the star's out. Steph's out. No one's scoring more than 20.
The Tucks are going to write themselves.
No, they're
no.
I
Jay
need you to win.
I know.
Need you to lead. It's not funny.
Jay LaFleur, Jay LaFleur. Here's Draymond. He goes, Dre, let me show you my version of night-night. It's like, the memes are, the baby boy memes. It was hilarious.
I sat at 7th grade basketball practice, and I said to all my guys at 5 o'clock as we were exiting the gym, I want you guys to watch the Warriors tonight. There'll be some good things. There'll be some bad things. I want you to pick out one of each. And I'm sitting there and I'm going, Draymond Green, in his 30s, as an adult, 10 years into the league, is setting that example for everyone out there. And I'm being real. Like, they're not role models. No, they are. And when you're paying a guy $25 million on his 4th contract with the team, with Steph Curry out, that's unbecoming of a leader. You could say, Joe, he had Clay's back. Clay wasn't going to die on the court. They weren't throwing fists. They weren't going to punch. Now, I understand in a melee, things get confusing. What are we talking about? Stop justifying stupid behavior.
Well, if you look at it again, as Draymond Green has Rudy Gobert in the sleeper hold, you could see Steve Kerr saying, let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
Like he was
let him go.
Coming into the living room.
Let him go.
Two brothers were fighting.
Let him go. You know what I'm saying? So look, I have no problem with Draymond Green defending his teammate.
Yeah, you can
But it's
push.
the way you do it. It's the way you do it. The optics. Listen, when you got to realize, when you have a reputation and the league office is onto you.
Bad.
And then here's the problem.
What
people don't even get.
Laughing.
I'm laughing because the memes are hilarious. Let me tell you, after that situation, it was hard for me to focus on the basketball game for about 15 minutes. I just kept saying, I can't believe what just happened.
No one had even scored a bucket.
I know. It was the first time since the NBA and ABA merged. The first time since the NBA ABA merger that 3 guys got kicked out of a game before either team scored. How about that? So, you know what? Like, Draymond's going to get suspended. And I'm going to tell you why he's going to get suspended.
Well, they're going to go over the top because he'll appeal it, and then they'll meet in the middle.
Yeah, they'll probably get a 3-game suspension. And right now, you can't afford to have him suspended for 3 games.
The part
because now you're 0-3 on his homestand. You've lost 4 in a row. All the good juju from the road trip is now gone. You're 6-6, and now we got.
No, it's not gone. No, it's not gone. You know why? Because young players stepped up in their absence, and that's the part that pisses me off. They robbed Podziemski and Saric, and look, CP3 didn't execute down the stretch.
No, he did. He should have took the minute.
I wanted that win.
Yeah,
I wanted that win.
We all
How many times did I text a thread? I want this win, and I'm watching Moody hustle his ass off, and I'm watching guys make plays.
4 times.
What?
Love this said 4 times.
Because I wanted that game.
No, I think we all wanted that game.
And the part that killed me was that, Dre, with Steph out, you need to step up and you need to be on your P's and Q's.
We saw Steiny yesterday.
And I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
I saw Steiny yesterday right after halftime. And I was like, Steiny, come here. So we're talking Steiny, Mully, and I, and Steiny said, I almost made a joke today that Draymond will be a game time decision based off everything. My boy David Teller had a tweet. Some random dude on Twitter. I don't even know his Twitter account. 5:47 p.m. Steph's not playing tonight. 75% chance Draymond Green gets kicked out of his basketball game. Just some random dude on Twitter bobbing through the hood knowing this. And that is ridiculous. And look, here's where hold on. Let me get this out.
Dumb behavior.
Let me get this out.
I'm sorry.
3 of the last 4 games now, Draymond hasn't played. Now, he was out due to personal reasons Wednesday against Denver, and you can't do anything about that. Although some people will point at Mr. Fad's Instagram and say, well, Draymond was there. I don't know what happened. He didn't play.
I didn't even go that deep.
I didn't either until people just tagged me and stuff, and I was like, gosh. So then Saturday night happens, and you get into it with Donovan Mitchell, all right? You get into it with Donovan Mitchell. Your team needs you against the Cleveland Cavaliers. You get kicked out of that basketball game. Not only that,
Tristan Thompson,
the whole team. But what made it worse was his Instagram story the next morning saying, I'm going to be me. People keep trying to change me. Listen, that's all fine and dandy. I know the fans are going to eat that up. But the league office is watching your every move. Joe Dubars, Adam Silver are watching your every move. You got to play it cool. And then hold on.
Sacramento, you don't think that they're mad about that?
So not only that. So you send the IG Live out, and then later on that day you play the T-Wolves. And you wake up the Bear and Anthony Edwards, who, by the way, Anthony Edwards told everybody this summer, I'm coming at Draymond Green.
Yeah, I don't like
And you know what? This is what I was talking about yesterday, the fear factor. Teams they're not afraid of the Warriors no more.
And part of it, so motivated.
So they're not afraid of the Warriors no more, and people are making it a point to come at this team hard. So then Anthony Edwards goes and starts cooking, and it's like, yo, you poked the Bear. You were talking to him, and you said you ain't going to do nothing about it. All Anthony Edwards did was end up with 38 points and a monster dunk over Dario Saric, and they won that game going away. And then last night. So that's 2 of the last 3 games. Actually, the last 3 games. The first 3 games on the Homestead, Day-Day's had his fingerprints all over the basketball game. And the sad part is that all this stuff, Shasky, that is going on with Draymond Green is overshadowing his play on the court. He's actually had a great start on the court. Offensively, he's been more aggressive. He's shooting 45% from the three-point line. I think he's playing solid defense. He's actually had a good start to the season. When it comes to on-court performance, he's the least of my worries outside of Steph Curry. But then it's the other stuff that happens and it overshadows everything. So, we're going to take a lot of calls, 888-957-9570. Your thoughts on what happened last night.
And you know what? Look, of all the players to have the thing happen, Gobert's no saint. Gobert probably shouldn't have gotten involved at all. I'm not here to justify any of that. I probably would have teched up Gobert simultaneously. The whole thing was just on everyone. Clay grabbing, McDaniels grabbing. It was all dumb. But Draymond's got to be smarter.
And you know what? Gobert got the last laugh on the basketball court because in the fourth quarter, he blocked Wiggins twice early in that fourth quarter as the Warriors started.
And in the corner on Saric.
I was going to get there.
Sorry.
1 for 8, 5 turnovers. And then later on in the game, he blocked Saric in the corner. So he had his fingerprints all over the game. Gobert can't play offense to save a lick. He has terrible hands. But defensively, he's a problem. And now Minnesota has won 7 in a row. And they got the game in the in-season tournament, and now the Warriors have an uphill battle to get to to the knockout stage in the in-season tournament. So, look, man, things were wild yesterday. Things were wild at Chase Center. It's unfortunate. Now, we'll get to the Clay side of things because Chris Finch mentioned it after the game. Minnesota goes, look, I could tell they're a little handsy. Chris Paul had a great quote last night saying, you know what, Kerr kind of told Clay to be handsy, maybe not that handsy. He pulled the jersey first. McDaniels pulled it back. They get into it. Hey, just call double text.
Exactly.
But it escalated because my man Day-Day, look, he rides for everybody. I got no problem with Day-Day riding for Klay Thompson.
Yeah, but if you're got a 15-game cushion and you're going to make the playoffs, and everything's good.
12.
That's what I'm saying. And Steph's out. Again, it's not just the action. It's the fallout from all the action. He's going to miss time. Steph's already out right now. The team is scuffling. They need him on the floor. It's just... So, let's get to a call. Let's go to Matt Napa. Get this party started, baby. I just frustrated.
Matt Napa, what's happening?
Hey, guys.
What's going on?
NHL's got... Well, I kind of don't agree. And the NHL's got a rule for a third man in a fight. It's automatic ejection. Gobert should have just been ejected on that basis. If you can't get in between guys, don't grab the guy from behind.
They were all wrong. Let's establish they're all wrong. Clearly, Draymond is not the only person who was wrong.
Well, most people have said Gobert shouldn't have been thrown out of the game that I've heard so far.
Well, I haven't even said anything. I haven't even got there yet.
Gobert should have never touched.
Let Matt finish. Let Matt finish.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Matt.
And so Gobert is holding him, and the forearm of McDaniel comes up towards Clay's face. So if you're seeing that and you're Draymond Green, this guy's holding your man and the other guy's hitting him. So, Draymond should have let him out of the headlock. I think just putting him in a headlock real quick, no suspension. But, he held it probably too long.
Yeah, and just look at where he started to choke to where it ended. And Steve Kerr is literally yelling.
In a headlock. Casually, just put him in a headlock, but then let go.
Steve Kerr was saying, if you look at it in slow-mo, Steve Kerr goes, let him go, let him go, let him go, let him go, let him go. So, anyway, Chris in San Jose. Chris, what's happening, man? You're on the morning roast here on 95.7 The Game. 888-957-9570. We're going to be talking about this all day. We'll get to the game. We'll get to pods.
Oh, CP3
we'll get to
taken
Sarge.
that mid-range shot. He threw it to the corner. I'm
Let's
like,
go, Chris.
What are you doing? He had another turnover. I'm like, And Podziemski was brilliant. You might not get another Podziemski game the rest of his career.
Chris, San Jose, do me a favor. Chris is San Jose.
Sorry.
I want to give you your time. I want to give you your time to talk. You mind staying on hold? We'll get you on the other side.
Go ahead.
Yep. All right. We'll get you on the other side. We're going to get you, Chris, Richie Rich, 888-957-9570. What's your thoughts on what happened yesterday at minute 43 into the game? Because it actually turned into a damn good game. Brandin Podziemski, career high, 23 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists. We got Dario Sarge, 21 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists. Chris Paul probably should have took the mid-range, but I thought he played well. Andrew Wiggins was fighting it. Look, he's 4-15, but I could live with his aggressiveness. I could live with it. He's got to make some shots, but I could live with the aggressiveness. Anyway, Warriors lose their 4th in a row. That's the bottom line. No moral victories around here. They just lost 4 in a row. They're now 6-6. They're 0-3 in a 6-game homestand. And we're going to talk how they could fix this stuff. But obviously, the big talking point is what happened with Draymond Green. Got to talk about it here on the Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Freedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. Also, shout out to YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. What's coming up on the game is your phone calls all day long, plus Anthony Slater at 7:30. He was part of the pool report with the referees. You got to hear about that. Talk to Anthony Slater after the game. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Consumer Cellular and Freedom Calls.
I want to pick a fight. Absolutely.
thrown out of the game. I mean, he's running up the floor, and the guy grabs his jersey, and he's pulling on him, and so Clay pulls back, and no way Clay should have been ejected. That was ridiculous. So I was upset about that. And then the Draymond piece of it, if you watch the replay, Rudy had his hands on Clay's neck, and that's why Draymond went after Rudy. And I saw one replay right after it happened. Guys on the back of the bench were telling us Rudy had Draymond or had Clay, and that's why Draymond went at Rudy. So that's all I know. But it was a bizarre way to start the game a minute and a half in.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Steve? Look, I hate to do it, but I have to disagree with Steve Kerr in this sense. Jaden McDaniels did not initiate that. Klay Thompson initiated the jersey pulling. It was Klay Thompson who initiated that. Jaden McDaniels reacted to it, and then they started tussling. Now, should either one of them been kicked out, I thought you give them some double text, you play on. But Klay, let's be real. If you go back and watch the play, Klay initiated it. He was getting a little handsy with Jaden McDaniels. It is what it is. Like, I can't sit here and lie and say Klay didn't do this. Go watch the film.
He grabbed him.
He grabbed him first.
Yeah, and wouldn't let go. And then Jaden grabbed him, and then they were, like, tussling. And then Gobert, like, put both arms underneath Klay,
and
which he should never have done.
Look at the hand placement. It was a weird hand placement with the jersey. So it's all good. It's all good. Klay, they got handsy. It should have been a double tech. I agree with Steve Kerr with half of it. He shouldn't have been kicked out. But Klay initiated everything that started it. Jaden McDaniels was doing it. So whatever.
Well,
here's that's what happened. So if you go back and watch the play, Klay initiated it. Should they have been kicked out? I agree with Kerr. They shouldn't have been kicked out. But Klay initiated it, Shasky.
No, I think we're in unison there. Do we both believe Gobert should have been out of the game too, right? I do. I believe that Gobert should have been out of there. It's one thing to, like, separate guys. When you go underneath them, whether you get around the neck, whether you get underneath the armpits, like that, you can't do that unless it's your own teammate and you're holding him back. To me, like, because then that triggers the opponent to do something. Hey, my guy is in a vulnerable spot here. Like, him and Gobert and Draymond should have both been ejected from that game. And my bigger takeaway is, like, guys, what are we doing? What are we doing? Steph's out. We need to win this game desperately.
Yeah, well,
and you're supposed to be one of the leaders of the team. It was just so unnecessary across the board. And it's a bad look. And what is going to end up happening is Draymond's going to serve some sort of a suspension. And if you're looking at it from the league's perspective, you lost your absolute mind in a playoff game where you stomped Sabonis, and then as you were getting ejected, you didn't leave the court. You went crazy and made the crowd go wild.
Did the same thing Saturday night against the Cleveland Cavaliers. The same thing.
And so, like, to me, the body of work for Draymond is part of what he needs to acknowledge in any altercation, any situation, anything that happens with him. He needs to be acutely aware that, dude, they're going to be looking at you with a fine-tooth comb. Anything you do.
Let's go to the lines here. Chris in San Jose. Chris, been patient on hold. We'll get to everybody here. Calls all day long. It's going to be 888-957-9570. Pound the number. Discuss what happened last night. We will get to the game at some point because the T-Wolves went on a game-clinching 8-0 run, capped off by a Mike Conley Jr. 3 from the corner. Saw it coming the entire time. I saw it coming. Me and Willie were talking about it right before the show. I was like, watch Conley weak side. Boom, he hits it. T-Wolves wins 8-0 run to win that game.
Cat looked like he had like an edge to him that I hadn't seen in a long time.
He still makes some boneheaded plays.
No, I know, but he's an excellent player.
Good player when he wants to be. But there's sometimes where he's just like, what are you doing?
He hits the turbo button in the open court. Oh, my God. He's a special player.
Let's go to Chris in San Jose. Chris, what's happening?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Chris.
Let's face the facts. Gobert is France. He is French. He doesn't have a mean bone in his body. Draymond is a bully. We know it. We're going to pay for his attitude. He choked him from behind. If he was a man, he'd go toe-to-toe, face-to-face. But Draymond don't mess with no brothers from the hood. He picks on guys who are smaller than him, guys who are foreign. He knows who to pick on and who not to pick on. They didn't want to play. Clay didn't want to play. His first shot was an air ball. You can put your hands on someone, but when you close that fist, He closed his hand. He didn't want to play. He don't like the pressure. He can't handle the pressure. So it's kind of a sissy basketball. Slap, slap, slap. And that's what the Warriors do. They play like girls. Men go toe-to-toe, face-to-face. Draymond don't do that. You mess with a brother from the hood like that, you'll get turned out. Face facts.
All right, Chris. But you know what?
This is
I may not. Yeah, this is not the NBA. This is not the hood. There's a lot of Warrior fans last night who were disappointed in Draymond Green. Exactly. There's a lot of Warrior fans who were saying, yeah, Day-Day, that's our guy. You don't touch Klay Thompson. A lot of people are going to be on both sides of the coin here. Let's go to Richie Rich. Richie Rich in Livermore. What's happening? You're on the roast.
Yo, MB, what's up, baby? Good morning, my
guys.
What's
up, Rich? What's up, Richie Rich?
I took 2 points of it, right? I got a positive out of it, too. Just give me a second.
Yep.
One, growing up, right, you know how we grew up. Your brothers get into a scuffle in the heat of the moment. You're going to just jump in and do your thing. Yeah, he did a bit much. I mean, he dragged dude about 3/4 across that court by the back of the neck, which was wrong, you know what I'm saying? But he jumped in, and for me, I looked at it like, hey, them boys are brothers no matter what, right? You tell my little brother, whatever, I'm going to get on your head. And that's kind of how I looked at it, right? But this is the positive, what I took from this is it gave Kerr no option but to run them rooks and change that lineup to have them out there fighting like a dog. And the positive I took from that was I think Devon got to come off the bench now, and you got to put Dario in there. Like, one thing that bugged me yesterday, Looney's soft. I've seen at least about 6 or 7 give and goes where he got it down low and could have went up, but he's scared. He ain't got that athleticism, and he ditched it back out. It's like, man, you're already down low, man. Go up for a layup, try to get an and one, and he did not do that, and that's killing us. And if Dario's going to get them points for us down low and get it at least 12 to 14 and a 3 here and there, man, run him at that center spot. Let Loondog come off the bench. You know what I'm saying? What do you guys think about that?
Well, I thought Sarge was excellent yesterday. I just don't know if he can be a prominent player night in, night out the way he has been early on this year because you've been forced to play him more. Like, he's very matchup dependent, and I think also Looney doesn't fit next to CP3 as well as Sarge fits next to CP3. So there's like 3 or 4 things going on here. The unintended consequence of Draymond and Klay getting ejected of that game was you did get a look at some of the other guys, right? Unfortunately, Kuminga played terrible last night. Absolutely terrible.
And he may lose his rotation spot to Brandin Podziemski. That may just happen. Somebody's got to step up.
It's hard to defend.
It's year 3 now.
Really bad.
It's year 3 now. He's floating. He's throwing. There's some things he's got to clean up here. Moody probably should have saw more playing time. Moody's playing some good basketball.
Corey Joseph hit a couple shots, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, yank him. Like, you squeeze the lemon, and Kerr went back to it, which I understand. It's not the end of the world. I thought he went back to Corey Joseph for too long. I would have went right to Moody earlier for more defense, a little rebounding. And then Wiggins, early in the game, you could feel the crowd trying to will Wiggins' energy up. And he played inspired ball for about a 5-minute stretch. You could feel it.
What? I thought he played hard all game long.
No, he did, but I'm saying you could feel that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Like maybe I'm wrong, but it felt like the energy of the crowd was like willing him to lift up his energy, and I could feel him playing hard. And then you look up, and he was trying hard in the fourth quarter.
But it was 4 of 15.
I mean, it was a bad game.
And Gobert blocked 2 shots early in the fourth quarter against him, and he was done. He was battling in foul trouble. Tough spot for him. He was trying to guard. I thought he tried to guard. He guarded Anthony Edwards as well as you can.
I thought
he's battling. It feels like he's getting closer and closer and closer, and they need him. No doubt about that. All right, let's go to let's go to Gene in Oakland. Got to see Gene and the grandkids last night. He was running material, and I told Gene, you can't be calling with the same takes. You come on our show, you can't call Willard with the same damn call. All right, Uncle Gene? Can't do that today.
No, they won't let me anyway. All right, they're already letting me call too many times. But all right, so yeah, it was great last night. By the way, thanks for introducing Festus. They couldn't get over that. They just said, "Wow, he's so nice and he's so big." Anyway, yeah. So I wanted to keep it a little positive here. Talk about Podziemski. I saw this kid early in the summer league, and I said, geez, I'm wondering if this is a bust, He looked terrible.
Yep.
He looked lost, didn't know what he was doing out there. And now, this kid may be the answer for the long-term answer for a point guard, in the future. And so, as Kerr said, he's got to find time for this kid. And maybe you hit on it, Bonting. Maybe he has to take Kuminga's minutes away, or maybe even some of Chris Paul's, or I don't know. But he's got to play. This kid can do everything.
Well, I don't know if he could replicate exactly what he did last night, because that's like he got a lot of opportunities and he got a lot of shots. But he had juice. He was finishing around the rim. He was setting up. He was rebounding. His activity was awesome.
Well, I thought his pace was really good to the game. He had a really good pace to the game, and that was important. Playing fast but controlled. You know, our poll question of the day, should Warrior fans ride or die with Draymond Green no matter what?
Hasn't that been the question for 5 years?
Well, right now it's 50-50 with 70 votes. So what's coming up in the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Tim in San Jose, RJ in Fairfield, Can Open the Cow, 888-957-9570. We're going to talk about the basketball game, but obviously we're going to discuss what happened in the first minute, 43 seconds. What is appropriate for Draymond Green? Is a suspension warranted? Feels like one is coming down from Joe Dumars in the league office. We shall talk about that all day long here at 95.7 The Game. Morning roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Brandin, Podziemski. Ejected for the game for the altercation. Additionally, Draymond Green has been assessed a flagrant 2 on Rudy Gobert. Green has been ejected. Gobert will shoot 2 free throws. Minnesota will retain possession at the free throw line extended.
Bay Area is Draymond Green. The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
Draymond Green started a show yesterday, unfortunately, for the wrong things. Locked up. You may be locked up for 3 games. We'll see. NBA will.
Donnie, that was brilliant. Can I just say that was brilliant?
By Golden State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. And minute 43 to the game. A minute 43 to the game, we got 3 guys ejected without each team scoring a point. It's the first time since the NBA-ABA merger where 3 players have been kicked out before a team has scored. It was unbelievable. So we're going to get into it all day long here. And I was just, oh, man, it's just so many different angles.
The fact that this team right now is
they need to win.
They're free falling.
Yeah,
like they're free falling. You know, so we could laugh a little and people could be like, yeah, he's got his back. And I understand on some level, like having your teammates back. I do, believe me, I do. I played many sports. I understand. We are not in the middle of a war zone. Like it's a basketball game. This is a $6 billion team and a guy on a $100 million contract. They're not fighting over crumbs in the streets, all right? Or fighting over the right to vote or something like that, like or some of the overseas real world issues that we have. It's a basketball game.
Yeah.
It's a basketball game.
And
we need Draymond Green to play basketball so that the team can stop their 3-game losing streak with their superstar. Well, now it's 4. But I'm saying at the time with Steph Curry out, like. I kind of get a headache hearing how many people do mental gymnastics to try to justify silly behavior.
Well, you know what? People are going to ride with the Warriors, and I'm not mad at that. And there may be something to Rudy Gobert having
Rudy Gobert
having Klay Thompson's neck and Draymond Green. Now, if Draymond Green would have just grabbed him initially, the problem was
or shoved him.
The problem was that Draymond, when he did put him in the headlock, they went from the 3-point line to damn near the Warriors' bench. And it escalated. And when Steve Kerr's sitting there in slow motion, let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. And your Draymond Green, unfortunately, that may not be warranted. If he had no priors, he probably doesn't kicked out. But unfortunately, he does have a lot of priors. Hell, he has 2 priors in the last 3 games alone. He got kicked out Saturday night, but I keep hearing this, and I kept hearing it yesterday. I kept seeing it on Twitter. I kept getting DMs about it. Hey, Bonte, man, we may have lost the game, but the Warriors ain't no punks, bro. The Warriors ain't no punks. Well, you know what? We ain't no punks right now. We're losers right now. We lost 4 in a row in the first 3 games on the 6-game homestand. So hey, it's all good to not be punks. I'm cool with that. I know. All right, Draymond Green's got my guys back. We ain't no punks, but we're also 6-6 after a 6-2 start. That's what it is.
Does anyone talk about how the Denver Nuggets will fight you in the parking lot? No, they're the champions. On the court. On the court. Nobody cares about who's beating up who. This is basketball. Look, I'm wired differently. I had major, legitimate anger management issues my entire life that I've had to manage and I've been working on. I have had problems where I have physically assaulted certain people and I was wrong and I have learned from it. And I'm not saying I'm perfect, but it takes one to know one. And I see Draymond a mile away and I've had people in my life do the same thing. Here we go again, Joe. Here we go again. You're going to do something stupid. And that's the way, when I'm watching Draymond, I see a vision of myself, and I go, oh, God.
Actually, last night, I didn't see it coming because Clay and McDaniels are into it. I didn't know what was happening. I didn't know what was going on. Now, Draymond Green did what he did, and I just knew. I was like, no matter what you think, once he got involved, I said, oh, boy, he's getting kicked out too.
Right?
No matter what. So, look, man, I read into Tyler Miller yesterday.
But it doesn't make it right.
I read into Tyler Miller yesterday, and I already knew his answer. Because Bonte, man, that was legendary. And I say, yeah, now he's going to be popped for 3 games. It is legendary, but it's a bad look. And you know what?
And it's also
here's the other thing. Here's the other thing. These youngsters in the league, the Donovan Mitchells, the Darius Garlands, the Anthony Edwards, a lot of guys in the league ain't afraid of Draymond Green no more. They're tired of it. So that, again, I was speaking about that fear factor yesterday, and I don't know if a lot of people understood me. And the first thing I did when I walked out of the postgame show, somebody else hit me. I was like, Bonte, man, I don't know if the people fear the Warriors no more. I was like, yeah, that fear factor's gone.
Yeah, I think you're on to something.
Because we're a lot older, we're a lot slower, and they're just tired of the nonsense. They're tired of it. So, you know what, man?
The other part of this, B, is like everyone can laugh or whatever. Like they're all dummies for this one. Like McDaniels and Clay, that was just silly, stupid. You get tangled up. That does happen. Guys do get tangled up, and there's like whatever. Like that happens. It's sports. I totally understand it. Gobert's wrong. Draymond's wrong. 2 wrongs don't make a right.
No, it doesn't. Let's go to Nick in San Jose. Nick in San Jose, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, fellas, I love you, and it's obvious that we're proud of the Santa Clara kid and proud of Dario, but I'm so disgusted with last night. And please let me get this off my chest so I don't take it out on my kid. Draymond Green cost us the 2016 ring. During the first COVID year when Curry got hurt, he admitted he didn't play hard. Okay, that's 2 upsetting things. He says, I don't get up till March to play. His podcasts have been distracting, and he has not been there for us 3 of the last 4 games, and 2 of them he gets ejected. You can defend Clay and not have the optics of choking someone with a misdemeanor felony charge. I hope the NBA hammers him for at least 5 games. He has no self-awareness. He's going to Springfield because of the gravity of Steph Curry. If he was drafted by another team, he'd be an average player at best. What is wrong, Bonte, with this guy? He has no self-awareness. That's number 1. Number 2, I know, Bonte, you say, let's give Wiggins time. The anomaly was Wiggins in 2022 NBA Finals. This guy floats. He doesn't want the ball. He can't make a foul shot. This is unacceptable for his athleticism. And Corey Joseph, get him off the roster. There's no point for him. And the last 2 points. I keep waiting for Kuminga. The guy just does not consistently show up, and Kerr does not trust him. He doesn't trust him. Why don't you play Moody more? Why don't you play Peyton more? Ride with the Santa Clara kid. And the last thing is, Chris Paul is an additive, but you take open shots. He had a layup and an inside the foul shot. And
the midi was there.
Nick in San Jose. Nick in San Jose, how old is your kid?
7.
Please don't take it out on the kid.
No, I don't mean it like that.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? I don't
I know. I had a yellow flag.
Look,
that might have been one of the best calls we've had in a long time.
I don't agree with everything.
The Shasky of San Jose. They call me the Shasky of San Jose in my household.
I love that.
And look, we're a 43-win team, dude. There's no way we can handle a Milwaukee, a Minnesota, a Denver in 7 games. I'm so upset. Talk to me. Help me.
I love this guy.
I will try to be your therapist, Nick in San Jose. Just bear with us here. Let's get to Andrew Wiggins. He didn't attempt a free throw yesterday. He is floating. But I thought yesterday he played his ass off. I really did. 4-15, 1-7 from the three-point line. He's shooting less than 15% from 3. After 1-7, it's probably down to 13%. Who knows? I don't even want to look at the numbers right now. I just looked at the effort. I wanted to see the effort. And the effort was there. Now, obviously, effort's, it's kind of a fruit snack and Capri Sun type of deal, right? Oh, man, he's got great effort. Here you go. Here's a gold medal.
Like paying your taxes. You're supposed to pay your taxes.
You got to play hard, especially when you get paid $100 million. But he is trying to fight it. I could, at least last night, I'm going to stick to the script. We're 12 games in. I said 14 games. I'm going to stick to that script. We got 2 against OKC coming up, and on Monday, we will reevaluate the situation with Andrew Wiggins. It was 1 of 7 from 3.
I've watched this fan base boo every dribble of Mike Dunleavy for months on end. Anytime he touched the ball, I know it's been a long time since then. Remember how we were ruthless to Mike Dunleavy? I was the reverse last night. I was watching an entire arena of people try to channel the Holy Spirit to get Andrew Wiggins to make a bucket. Did you not feel that?
Oh, of course I did.
I felt it. I on behalf of literally every single person in the Bay Area was on the same wavelength as everyone inside the Chase. I'm going, please, Andrew, this is the game. We need you. If we ever need you, tonight's the night. And he was just saddled with foul trouble. He couldn't hit the right side of a barn. He was trying, and I felt so bad. And the guy cannot catch a break right now. Well, he got his 5th foul, and I could just see he was demoralized.
David Hernandez, if Wiggins is still on his team in 2 weeks, I'm booing Wiggins at the next game. We'll do what you do.
And then
Go ahead and waste your money. Go ahead and waste your money and boo Andrew Wiggins.
Whatever. I'm not booing him. I'm rooting for the guy to get better. Kuminga. You know, I'm starting to come around to his point. I'm waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting and being optimistic and trying to take the tiniest little bit of glimmer of hope. The guy crashes into everyone.
Well, when Podziemski, by the way, when Podziemski hit the 3 before the end of the third quarter buzzer, right? He banks it off the backboard. Great shot. Warriors go up 7 going into the fourth quarter. Then they start the fourth quarter 1 of 8, 5 turnovers, and they couldn't get a basket.
They didn't score.
They were 6 and 20. They were 6 and 21 in the fourth quarter. You got to get buckets.
And CP3,
28%, 28% from the field in the fourth quarter to go to State Warriors. But on that play, when Podziemski got the offensive rebound, go watch Kuminga. He crashed the glass, and I don't know how the referees missed a loose ball foul on him. I mean, watch it. You watch Spinoni when it pops up on the screen, Lovin. I swear to God, I was like, how did he not get called for a loose ball foul? Right now, you know what? You're going to be waiting for Kuminga, and guess what? JK may be waiting to play for a while. Seriously, once Steph gets back and Draymond gets back, Kuminga may be out of the rotation.
If I have to watch him take one hard dribble, look around, and go, oh, it's my possession, and then cross over recklessly to his left hand where he can't dribble very well, and then fly into someone, lose the ball. It's either a turnover the other way, or he looks over at the referee, and the referee's like, blocker charge.
Yeah.
It's killing my vibe.
So far,
killing
12
my
games,
vibe.
I trust TJD.
TJD needs to play more.
And Brandin Podziemski more than I trust Jonathan Kuminga right now. I just can't help it.
And then the last thing is Podziemski. Look, he's not going to play like he did last night. There's something there.
There's something there.
There's something there. He's a backup, but there's something there.
Once the league gets tape on him, we'll see how he adjusts to it. But you know what?
He's got more juice than Corey Joseph.
With better players, I like his pace. I like the way he dribbles. I like how he gets the ball movement. And he rebounds very well for his size.
He was active.
He rebounds very well. He's got confidence. So I'm not mad at Podziemski right now as you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HG1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app, your favorite 95.7 The Game, for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch stream, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log out and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. This is a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit Friedman'sAppliance.com today. What up, the Matt up there, Friedman's Appliance? I miss you. You need to come to the studio. Come check us out. Shout out to the Comcast business text line as well. Let's get back to the lines here. RJ Fairfield. Then we get the Can Opener Cow. Tim in San Jose. We got Duke in San Bruno. We got Murder's Row right now. RJ Fairfield, talk to me, my man. Talk to me, RJ.
Hey, I just want to respond to the clip. I know you guys know I ain't no Warriors fan, so it looked like Gobert just tried to hold Clay back, and Draymond just went in there very aggressively and choked him out. Now, I don't know. For some reason, Draymond always puts himself before the team. That's how I look at it. If he was on my team, I don't know, I would want him out, man. Anytime somebody, a teammate, is so selfish like that puts his actions before the team, you're only hurting the team, and he's hurting himself, man. So if he was on my team, guys, I would want him off. I don't know how people, like if you're going to be a dog, like Draymond's known to be a dog on the court, do that on the court, man. All that stuff, like, I'm not a Warriors fan, but from the outside looking in, like, Like, I'm sick of it. And I ain't no Warriors fan, so that just
we know you're a Kings fan, and you're testifying on the stand to have that man removed from the NBA.
Hey, hold on, wait, hey. I'm talking about the Warriors, Shaq. If you want to go into, the King, we'll see you on the 28th, man.
Oh, stop it. All right, next.
888-957-9570.
I'm going to break somebody.
Xavier McDaniel would be proud of what happened last. Maybe, you know what? Call Xavier McDaniel. See what he's doing today.
Yeah, call him.
Honest to God. See what Xavier McDaniel's doing today.
By the way,
ask what he's doing.
Whoever took the photo, the still
Draymond.
photo of Draymond, his bicep is flexed perfectly.
I know.
And Gobert's face.
The baby boy man taking the cake. Big Reeves against Tyrese. And baby boy. I mean, so my question is this. 888-957-9570.
By the way, Snoop was so weak in that movie.
He was weak. 888-957-9570. It's a simple question.
That photo is just legendary.
Was Draymond Green selfish last night? Was it a selfish act from Draymond Green?
I would just say
I'm not going to judge anybody's opinion. I'm here to talk to Warrior fans at Dub Nation. This is your show. I want to hear from you. What is your takeaway? Was Draymond Green being selfish last night? Kate over to Cal, St. Louis.
Selfish. I don't think he thinks. B, that's the thing. Here, real quick. That when you're dealing with people who have anger management, rage issues, because believe me, I'm one of them. All right, you're not thinking. You do not think. You do not breathe. You do not process in real time what you're doing. You just do. You just do, and you live with the repercussions afterwards, or you're in denial. Like that's sociopaths do that. That's what narcissists do. Again, takes one to know one. I am talking from experience.
I just want to know. I'm not judging Draymond. He had his teammates.
I'm not judging. I'm diagnosing what I know when I see something. The man does not process and think. He just does.
Ken Opener Cal, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey guys, good morning, and everything. I agree with the guy who didn't want to abuse his child, but the only thing that I don't agree with, is about Kuminga, but I'll get to that. Let's go ahead and get to the Draymond Green thing first, man. First of all, I haven't forgotten him costing us that championship. I haven't forgotten. And I usually don't condone none of that. But being that the league is coming from the Warriors, they're trying to get Steph Curry hurt. Klay Thompson could get hurt because they're treating the Warriors like the 49ers.
Wait, Cal, real quick, Cal. You believe the league is trying to get Steph Curry hurt?
I'm not really just trying to say that, but what I'm saying, look how the teams are playing him. Steph Curry gets no foul calls, guys. The Warriors get no foul calls. Most of the time, one player on the opposing team gets more free throws than the Warriors do. And I'm sick and tired of that mess, man, because those are free throws costing us games because we're only losing by a couple of points a game on that point.
I hear you.
Let me make two more points, guys. They're going to be good. I told y'all guys about Brandin, and I told y'all about TDJ. Just give me my credit, man. You feel me? Give me my credit.
You get all the credit in the world.
Cal? You get credit.
You get all the credit in the world out there, St. Louis. I got no problem. You know your basketball, Ken Opener Cal. That's why we take your calls. You know what you're talking about when
you
it
have
comes
a
to
high
basketball.
FICO score with us.
Right on. Thank you so much. But one thing that I do want to say is Brandin needs to be, when they were doing good and then Chris Paul and Looney got back in the game, guys, come on. They were stagnant for about 7 minutes. Stagnant.
Yep.
Look, Trace Jackson Davis, to me, I'm not saying he's the catch-all, be-all, end-all. He needs to play more, period. That's my big takeaway through 12 games. I need to see him more.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Let's go to Tim in San Jose. He's been on hold the longest here. Tim in San Jose, what's happening, man? Good morning. You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. 3 points real quick. Just want to say you guys have become a part of my morning ritual.
Thank you.
I thank you so much, and everyone listening should be thankful for your guys' commitment. Point 2, what a game last night. My wife even put down her phone to watch it next to me. I was on my couch on edge the whole time. I was so engaged. It was a great game. And 3, to the last topic, Draymond and everything. I'm listening to a few of these callers, right? And some guy talking about his son. Like, that proves of who you are as a person. You're going to take it out on your own teammate. The other guy called about Draymond doesn't pick on anyone big. Sabonis, Steven Adams, Gobert. That guy's not afraid of anyone. This guy, I will admit, when he gets emotional, he sees red, right? Like, he could have made a fingernail on Gobert. He could have laid a fingernail and probably got kicked out.
Agreed on that. We agree on that.
With Clay, he's family at this point. Is it 10 plus years that they've been playing? If I'm playing with my brother, or if I'm playing with a family member and someone's messing with him, I'm going to be there. I'm not a player that's just going to walk away. And anyone that's played ball understands that, right? You will be there for your brother. The last thing that I want to see in a player is just walk away and let Clay and McDaniels handle it out. I want to see the brotherhood be there. And so, although he went over the top, Draymond has provided a lot for this team in terms of defense, and people say he cost us a ring, but I think he's also earned us quite a bit as well. So, I just want to say thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, I'll stay on.
No, it's a great call. Look, that's the give and take, right? You love and hate the guy simultaneously. You love all the things he brings to the table. You even love some of the antics. And then he does all these wild shenanigans. I mean, when you look back, when like Bleacher Report posts all the things that Draymond's done over the years, it's like punching Michael Beasley as they're on the ground.
It wasn't a punch. It was DDT. He kind of body slammed him. It wasn't a punch. We just got to be accurate. That's all. It wasn't a punch. If it was a punch, he would have suspended for the playoffs.
A DDT.
Okay. A punch is what happened last year in training camp.
He kicked Steven Adams in the midsection. He did whatever the heck he did with LeBron James stepping over him. When Sabonis is on the ground, he stomps on him. He punched Jordan Poole. Like, when you look back at his resume, his Wikipedia, it's not going to have all of like first team defense. It's going to have a laundry list of issues. And it's part why people love him, and it's also why he drives me crazy.
Jay Williams, ESPN, get up. Here's what he had to say about last night. What happened between the Warriors and the T-Wolves.
What do you believe should happen with Draymond Green? I think he's going to get a 10-game suspension. His reputation precedes him. 2 ejections in the past 4 games. But I got to tell you, that's my kind of teammate. If I'm scrapping with somebody, Greeny, and somebody puts their hands on me, I want my teammate to come out of nowhere to put somebody in a chokehold.
I got no problem with him having Clay's back. I've said that to open the show. I've said it all show long. I have no problem with Draymond Green having Clay's back. So then you're living with the suspension. But when you do what you did and you see the still images and you came from the back to choke him. You know what I'm saying? I don't think Rudy Gobert, he would bust a grape. All right? I'm not exonerating Rudy Gobert, but I don't think Rudy Gobert had the intention of choking out Klay Thompson.
But Rudy should have been, given what was going down, maybe equal ejection should have been.
All right, you could do that. Issued. That's fine. But Draymond Green, once he put him in a chokehold, it escalated the situation. And think about where the chokehold started and where it ended. He dragged Rudy Gobert about 15 feet. So I don't know how much.
2 carries, 8 yards?
It was a Derrick Henry run. Actually, it was an Elijah Mitchell run. It was Elijah Mitchell's stat line: 3 carries, 7 yards. Listen,
Eagles push,
but you can see Steve Kerr. Let him go. 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 Let him go.
It was my mom in the living room yelling at me and my brother.
And the security guard, he shouted out Yusuf, Steph Curry's personal security guard, and John Murray, the white guy. Those guys are in there. It was wild, man. So I want to get everybody's reaction to Jay Williams and what he said. 10 games? Yeah, I don't think it's going to be that much.
If it is 10 games, he'll appeal it and it'll drop down.
It'll be about 3 games at the most. At the most, I can't see it being more than 3 games. Yeah, there's no doubt about that. I don't know how many. And he's missing a game against Oklahoma City, which is a problem. They just shot 60% against you 2 Fridays ago in the first in-season tournament game. So things don't get easier for the Golden State Warriors. Oh, man, SGA is back, and they blew out San Antonio. Wemby, 8 points last night. Chet shut that ass down. All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS estate tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT and 888-TAX-EXIT.
We're a 43-win team, dude.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight.
break somebody's jaw.
I'm so upset. We're a 43-win team, dude.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Brandin Podziemski, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, my God.
Dude, wrestling music was in my mind all night long.
I didn't know.
I swear to God.
You're in your bag.
Hey, I swear to God, Spinoni, that's a great rejoin. You're doing a hell of a job, Spinoni.
DJ Doney.
Hey, who's the guy who said, Steiner, you're doing a hell of a job? I'm going to say, Spinoni, you're doing a hell of a job.
Warrior.
Renegade. I was Renegade.
Steiny,
God.
I just have to tell you, you're doing a hell of a job.
You're doing a hell of a job.
This is the Warrior and parts
what's going on, Guru, today?
Dude. Steiny was there last night. He stopped by the gatehouse. I did not see Guru, though. Listen. I swear to God.
Did Guru ghost Steiny when they were sitting next to each other?
No, they were at the game together. They're at the game together.
Really?
They were sitting there, yeah.
They
Guru posted a photo.
Guru tweeted it. Follow him on Twitter.
Yeah. But I couldn't focus on the game the entire first quarter because I was like, what just happened?
Were they showing replays in the?
Yeah, well, we had the Gatehouse live feed.
I in the arena.
Oh, yeah. So, you know what?
I always wonder, because I didn't see many replays on the arena when I was there Saturday night. So I pulled up my phone, and of course, Twitter had all the videos.
Right.
So I saw all the videos, and I was showing everyone in the section.
I don't know about the in-arena because it's better for us now when we have our stats to do the pregame show and just sit right there and watch the game.
Yeah.
We have our audio. We have our stats. It's just better like that. It's kind of weird for me not going into a game and watching the game.
And being literally outside.
But it's better for the show.
Yeah, cool.
And it's actually, I could lock in a little bit more. I had music. I had wrestling music. I was like, God, the show's already written tomorrow. And I told Belief, as I said, I kind of want to call it sick. Because the show might get ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous.
There's a screenshot of Draymond's face.
Oh, my God.
He's got the biceps
and
flexing.
It's popping.
And
it's popping.
It reminds me of like the Bret the Hitman Hart Stone Cold match where Stone Cold passed out and refused to tap out and blood's all over his face. I mean, it's just insane. Somebody captioned that with so many different, like, hey, caption this photo. I saw some great ones.
Dude.
Mark defending Brock's honor. I mean, I saw some great ones.
It was some awesome ones, man. I'm just
absolutely incredible.
It is absolutely.
Do you think
incredible.
he podcasts about it?
He hasn't podcasted for a while.
Unlimited possibilities.
Is the podcast suspended?
Yeah, I talked to B Code. They're trying to get it off the ground, but right now he needs to focus on basketball. It is what it is. It is what it is.
Not jiu-jitsu?
I mean,
whatever the hell he's
doing.
He
wouldn't podcast in a year, so I mean, he could take a lap here. By the way, breaking news in the NFL: Deshaun Watson is out for the season with a fracture in his shoulder that requires season-ending surgery. So it's going to be the PJ Walker show. Wasn't Josh Dobbs just there? Oh, man, it could have had Josh Dobbs play
before the season. They traded him to the Arizona Cardinals.
Wow.
I'm telling you, man, we got to get Draymond to do his Karl Malone, Dennis Rodman thing. Get him at Halloween Havoc, Bash at the Beach, WrestleMania. My guy needs to be in there.
Well, he might be in there. He might have some time on his heads over the next week. We shall see. Duke and San Bruno. Duke, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Guys, thanks for taking my call. You're breathing fire, and I love it. Okay, so I have a different take on this because I actually missed the brawl. I missed the first couple minutes, right? So I turn it on. I'm going, wow, look at this lineup. This is crazy, right? And so I'm looking at Moody and BP and Sarge and CP3 controlling the floor. I'm like, man, Kerr, what are you doing? You're a magician, right? So Warrior fans got to step back and realize that we're not an elite team, and you have to pick. And I'm not bagging on Clay here. Do you want to watch Clay throw up three-pointers? Do you want to watch Draymond barking at the ref all day long? Or do you want to see guys like BP bombing threes at the buzzer and Saric hitting threes and driving the lane and getting fouled? I stayed up for that whole game. I get up early like you guys. I watched that whole game. I was completely entertained. I don't care that we lost by a couple of points because they played good, and that's what I want. That's what I want. That
they play with fight.
I want to see games like that.
No doubt. And you know what? The bottom line is maybe they're not elite now. 58 seconds left in the third quarter. If you guys turn it to NBC Sports Bay Area, you'll see the Kuminga loose ball foul at the end of the third quarter. Listen, they didn't call it, so it's all good. Every referee's going to miss calls. They miss calls all the time. I think the referees are terrible. That's just my opinion. I think all officials all across sports are terrible. And I got a lot of friends who are referees. Mr. Harrington, down there who Terranova High School, Sam Mattel. He's a great ref. He was down there at the Warriors practice facility during training camp officiating the games. But me personally, I'm not a big referee guy. I'm just not. This may not be a championship team. Right now, they don't look like it. They look older. They look slower at the point of attack. They can't stay in front of anybody. So there are some difficult choices Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob may have to make at some point this season. They may. But last night was fun to watch Podziemski get some run and see who he is. It was fun to see Sarge play his ass off. Chris Paul trying to run the show. But we're in the bottom line business, folks.
Yeah, they're not paying all this money.
Last week, we went all crazy over a moral victory against the Denver Nuggets because they kept it close.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you know what? That was the start of a 4-game losing streak. So, I know people were saying, oh, we're so encouraged about the loss, and, oh, man, we're so encouraged. Well, how encouraged are you now, 4 games later? Because I'm not encouraged. Well, they're 6-6 and 0-3 in the 6-game homestand, and OKC's coming in tomorrow night to take your lunch money. That's what's happening.
Quick joke and then the serious stuff. They may not be a heavyweight champion contender, but they might be intercontinental champs. I don't know. They could be in the running for that with the way that they've been brawling. But no, on the serious note, I don't know if last night is a sustainable thing. Is it a one-night, pump? You're not better without Steph Curry, number one. And number two, come on, Klay Thompson is still got a little something left. I don't know how much. We can argue about that. I don't know about some of these other guys. Saric is a veteran. He's been in the league a long time. He's going to have up and down nights. There's a reason he's a bench guy. He's a role guy. CP3's 38. 38. So if he's using that guy, he can't go 38 minutes a night, which is what he did last night. Podziemski, 34 minutes? That's probably not sustainable. But are there little things that I was really encouraged with? Yeah, the effort level was through the roof.
Yep.
I don't know if that's sustainable. I would hope that it is. If Wiggins plays that hard the rest of the year, yeah, he's going to be all right. Even if he goes 4 for 15, he's going to be all right because that energy level was good. Moody had a couple of really nice plays. He put the ball on the floor, hit the bank shot as he was falling down. Want to see more of that. Kuminga's got to play better. That is something right now, Kuminga feels lost.
Well, he may be lost in the system. And then, like I said last year, when it came to James Wiseman, when it comes to January, you may have to reevaluate this situation. Now, it's November, and we're not going to make sweeping trades here like the Chicago Bulls. The Chicago Bulls are a mess. They had a players-only meeting after the first game of the season. Now they're saying that Zach LaVine is on the block. You know what?
Interested in Zach LaVine.
Yeah, well, you know what? It's going to cost a lot. And he has 4 years. He's in the second year of a $215 million contract.
That's a lot of money.
A lot of money for Zach LaVine. So anyway,
making 40 per.
Yeah, making 40 per. So anyway, Kuminga,
that's a lot to bite.
He's got some runway here. And Kuminga, if he just focused on defense and rebounding, the offense will come. Now, if he doesn't focus on defense, he's not going to play. And therefore, Dunleavy, Lacob, Kerr, they're all going to have to make a decision on him at some point. Because right now, I don't know if he can play ahead of Podziemski. I like Moody right now more than Kuminga. And Moody's just steady, knows where to be. He's in the right spot. He stays in front of his man. Kuminga just gets wild at sometimes.
But wouldn't you also agree, if we're going to critique Kuminga, which is totally fair, he gets very difficult defensive assignments. And I think it's easy to nitpick him.
I don't think the defense is the problem. It's his offense.
But you just said that you think that he needs to play better.
He needs to focus on defense. Focus on defense.
I thought you meant as in improve his defense.
No. Just focus on that.
Okay.
Go all in on that. Be a defensive stopper. The offense, he's forcing it too much.
Well, the crashing
and
into people.
That affects his defense.
Yes. No, but I think in general, him and Wiggins have been getting very difficult assignments the last couple of weeks. Some really good players they're going up against.
Yeah, well, that's part of the job.
No,
that's part.
I understand that.
You're the most athletic guy on the team.
Yeah, but great offense is going to beat even elite defense. There was a couple of plays. And Edwards cooked Podziemski. Podziemski was trying his butt off. It's just Anthony Edwards is that guy.
All right, don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Hotel in Santa Clara. What up, Michelle? Hope you're doing well. For delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay Area presented by Havis Law. You've been wronged. Havis Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit HavisLaw.com. Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock. Appointment Radio. Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock. That'll be a fun conversation we have here on the Morning Roast. In the meantime, let's go to David in El Cerrito. David, what is happening? Good morning, my man.
Good morning, guys. I just want to say I love you guys' show. You guys are all doing a hell of a show. I wanted to talk about what happened last night in the beginning. I think taking out Clay and taking out McDaniels might have been a little bit pushing it. I wanted to more elaborate too on Draymond Green, why he dragged Gobert. I think what it was is he seen him grab him, so he grabbed him and he wanted to show him that, like, this is it, one and done. You're not going to run up on any of my team, like, because he probably felt that he was already going to get ejected. So then he walked with him and told him, calm down, you know.
You really, can I ask you, you really think Draymond was thinking?
He lost it. He saw red. Like he saw red. Okay. He took it a little bit far, but I give him 10 points for sticking up for Clay and doing what he did. Like, I'm 100% besides that. Maybe he shouldn't have dragged him all the way away from the court. That was a little excessive. Yeah, like you said, that was more in a WCW, WWF type of region. But I'm glad that he got involved. Like, that had to be done. Now, I think he took it excessive, but I think as he noticed when he came from seeing red, he noticed that he already walked with him. So he's like, all right, I'm going to just take this to as far as I can go. I'm probably getting ejected. Let me tell him, like, this ain't happening. So next time we meet, you're not going to run up on Clay or Curry or anybody because this will happen.
Well,
and I think he thought that they both were going to.
I understand that. But, like, LeBron has had like a 25-year career, 20-year career. No one's fighting. He doesn't have fights on his resume of, thank God Tristan Thompson was there to protect LeBron. Like, I don't know why we do this thing where, like, we think that you need an armored tank to get to the championship. You need to play good basketball. You need to play great defense. The game is executed on the floor. Denver didn't win it all last year because Aaron Gordon fought for the right to protect Jokic. Like, I think we do these mental gymnastics of delusion to try to excuse bad behavior. It was a dumb play. Clay and the guy were tangled up. It was stupid. It should have been a double tap. And Gobert and Draymond just totally escalated it.
And I'm going to be real. Clay initially grabbed the jersey.
Agreed.
He grabbed the jersey. They were getting handsy. Chris Finch mentioned it after the game, Minnesota head coach. He said, look, I noticed they were a lot more handsier 90 seconds into the game. Well, Klay Thompson initiated the situation with Jaden McDaniels. He initiated it. I'm not saying he should have been kicked out for it, but he grabbed the jersey first. Jaden McDaniels grabbed it back. Then they started grabbing each other, and things escalated. Now, should they have both been kicked out? I would have been cool with them being in the game. Just give a double tech, let's play on. Now, the jersey getting ripped, the optics didn't look good. Now, Draymond Green, look,
I agree with
Gobert, after looking at the images, he did have Clay not really in the headlock. It felt like Gobert was just trying to get Clay off of his teammate.
But he shouldn't have grabbed Clay the way he did because once you do that, you open up the entire Pandora's box. He was wrong. Gobert was wrong too. I want to make that very clear.
So, but Draymond Green, I respect him for protecting his teammate. But when you have him in a chokehold like that and you go from basically the three-point line to down in the paint when you're choking him, and Steve Kerr, you see it in slow motion. Secaucus, New Jersey, has all the visuals that we have. They have more replays. They have every single angle. They're back there in the control room. And you can see Steve Kerr, let him go, let him go, let him go, let him go. Well, you didn't let him go, and now we got ejected. And that's twice in the last 3 games Draymond Green has been ejected. And by the way, the game Sunday against Minnesota, he's a guy who woke up, Anthony Edwards said, you ain't going to do nothing about it. You ain't going to do nothing about it. And as you know, Anthony Edwards is dunking all over Darius Saric saying, yeah, I ain't going to do nothing about it. Said I'm going to cook everybody. So I love Draymond Green. I love the fact that he had Clay's back. And he's actually played some good basketball this season. That's what's the whole frustrating part about this entire situation is that Draymond has actually played good basketball. But the things that happen Saturday against Cleveland, what happens Sunday against Minnesota, and then after the game, you're talking about taking accountability. We all have to take accountability. We all have to be better. We have to be leaders. We have to control things. And then yesterday happens, and it overshadows everything. Everything. Enough's enough. We need this guy on the court, not in the locker room during the game.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem, especially when Steph Curry's out. And it coinciding with Steph Curry being out for, who knows, day-to-day, game, week, 2 weeks. Who knows how long it'll last. It's just bad, man. They needed a win last night so bad. And credit the guys that were out there, because that's the part that really frustrates me. That was a really fun game that I wanted really bad. And I want to sit here and talk about the last 4 minutes of execution and how Chris Paul, you brought him in to execute late in games. And he didn't execute late in that game and had multiple turnovers and just poor decisions, and I'm sure he'd be the first to admit that. It's frustrating to lose the game that way. But again, like, you need Draymond to be on the floor to help you. You're not paying the guy $100 million to be an enforcer. Like that Adonis Haslam was on the Miami Heat for the last 6 years making the league minimum because he was an enforcer. I pay you $25 million a year to play basketball, to play elite defense, to
play at an
pass.
all-star level. To play at an all-star level. What's Joe Lacob thinking in his courtside seat? When Saturday night, it's not only that he got ejected, but again, he ran around the court WWE style, charging up the crowd.
Again.
Like it's just, Chris Paul's looking around like, what the hell is going on here?
Did you see Chris Paul's face? Chris Paul is sitting there going like, That's literally what he did. I saw the face. And I'm saying, of course Chris Paul's frustrated because Chris Paul wants to play basketball.
Right. Now listen to the two coaches here before we get back out to the lines. Jose in Oakland, you're on deck. Hang tight there, Jose. Let's play Chris Finch first from the Minnesota Timberwolves. Here's what he had to say after the game about everything that happened in the first minute, 43 seconds of the basketball game. Go ahead, Spinoza.
I mean, I didn't see a ton of it, to be honest with you. I looked down. I saw Rudy in a chokehold. I saw both Clay and Jaden wrapped up with each other. I didn't see how any of it started until I looked at the film. But it was right from the jump. They were putting their hands on us, and it got physical right away. And I thought the referees did a really good job of cleaning it up. I thought, the suspensions or the ejections rather were the right ones. Thought they were warranted. I thought they did a good job of getting control of the game from that point of view. I mean, it became very physical, but it wasn't a dangerous and out of control game from their point of view. So,
before you play the Kerr sound, that coach last night coached that game brilliantly in the fourth quarter. He challenged a play on the Anthony Edwards. I don't know if it was Pods. Somebody was moving to the side, challenged it. He gets the free throw. He called multiple timeouts that were timely to set up their offense or to sub out a defensive player.
They were up 99-98 when he called a timeout just to settle things down.
He was really good.
Yeah, no, Finch is a very good coach.
He's a really good coach.
He's a very good coach.
I'm very impressed with him.
No, he called a timeout. It was 99-98.
So you
stopped the time. Yeah, no, Millie and I were talking about it in real time. It's like, that's a smart timeout just to settle things down.
He has good feel for the game.
No doubt about it. No doubt.
And
he called a good
He did
game.
a good job because there was at one point where they had Cat and Anthony Edwards out, and then boom, he put Cat back in, and Cat started cooking, and he was chirping, hitting threes. That big offensive rebound that they couldn't land, and then they swung it around, and Cat hit the big three. That ultimately was the game.
They went on an 8-0 run. Warriors are up, and Minnesota goes up 104-98 after the Conley three. It was just a timely three, knocked it down. Actually, made it 102-98, excuse me. A nice little 8-0 run for the T-Wolves there to end that basketball game. But the Conley play sitting there right in the weak side. You saw it coming a mile away. Anthony Edwards made the defense, forced the defense to collapse. You had to honor Karl Anthony Towns. Conley's wide open. See, I would have doubled off of Kyle Anderson. I would have made slow-mo the guy. Hey, make him make a play in that situation. Anybody but Anthony Edwards, Karl Anthony Towns, or try to make it a two-man game with Kyle Anderson and Rudy Gobert because he was on the floor as well.
I want to get right back into the Draymond thing.
We got the Steve Kerr sound. Let's play Steve Kerr real quick. After hearing from Chris Finch, let's get to Steve Kerr after the game.
There's no way Klay Thompson should have been thrown out of the game.
Brain, he is day-to-day. Steve Kerr mentioned that last night, so that's good news. Good news is Podziemski balled out, Sarge balled out. You saw some good minutes from Moody. You saw some positive minutes from Chris Paul and Curry's day-to-day. So there's not a long-term D. Actually, that's not good news. It's great news.
Considering what the alternatives are, I would agree. Curry looked like he was wearing a 1970s bowling outfit last night. I didn't understand the outfit. I don't understand styles.
He had that Uncle Jerome at the barbecue fit on. You know what I'm saying?
I like that.
He had that Uncle outfit.
I thought it was a bowling shirt. I
didn't know. Not his best fits, but you know what? Steph Curry, he can do whatever he wants.
Like one thing that to me is very clear over 12 games is that they have one superstar and then no other star. Now we could say like, Clay and Dre are stars. They're currently not stars. Like there's levels to this. We could talk about like they have stardom, they have fame, but they aren't playing like quote unquote stars. I look over at Minnesota. I don't know if Anthony Edwards is currently a superstar. I put him in the star category, rising one day to become a superstar. And Cat, although not a superstar, is also a star. They have two. And I look at the Warriors, and you don't have your superstar last night. Everyone needs to be ready to go to play. And so like you can ill afford to lose either of those guys, given the circumstances. You lost both of them, and then everybody else elevates their play and tries as hard as they possibly can to win that game, and you still fall short. And I was so dissatisfied at the way that one ended.
And you know what? quicker, longer, athletic teams are giving the Warriors issues. Let's go to
Minnesota
Jose in Oakland.
is legit.
Jose in Oakland. They've won 7 in a row, 8-2 on the season. Minnesota is legit. Jose in Oakland. Jose in Oakland, what's happening?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Look, Draymond was in a lose-lose situation, okay? Granted, we all know the aftermath of the scuffle and him getting involved, but had he stayed on the bench and just watched the whole scene, ESPN would be, talking nonstop about Draymond Green being a fake tough guy, okay? One that is tough enough to take on Jordan Poole, but he would, a guy that would chicken out if he had to go against Rudy Gobert. And after all the stuff that he said about Rudy, he had to back it up. So we all understand. I mean, we know that at the end of the day, he did damage the team's chances of winning the game, but he had to get in there. And I don't think he even thought about it. That's just who he is, and unfortunately, we have to live with it.
Jose, are we supposed to? We got to live with it. So I want to. Hey, thanks for the call, Jose. That's what I want to know. Warrior fans, are you willing to live with this? Not only this season. Just 3 more years on the contract. All right? Are you willing to live with this? If you know, right now, this is not a championship team. This is just not. If we're going to talk final, let's just talk playoffs. Let's get to the playoffs first.
But that's
before we
my
start talking
point.
about championships.
They are a superstar team with no second star.
Right, no second star. You need, kind of need 2 stars in the league.
We're a 43-win team, dude.
Well, you know what? Nick in San Jose might not be wrong about that.
No,
sorry, Nick. So, are we willing to live with this? You could say Draymond Green was in the right. All I'm saying is the bottom line, he's been kicked out of 2 of the last 3 games. Come on. All right? 2 of the last 3 games. And he started barking at Anthony Edwards on Sunday. These young fellas ain't scared of Draymond Green no more. That day is gone. It's over. In terms of that, the fear factor the Warriors used to have, it's gone. We got to somehow recapture it. And I don't know if we have the personnel to do that. Well, not right now. They've lost 4 in a row, 3 straight at home. And so, look, I got no problem with Draymond Green having Clay's back. But just look at the situation, folks. Just open up your mind just a little bit. All right? The optics and the reputation of Draymond Green. Of course he was going to get kicked out. And look how far.
Does anyone think he should be kicked out?
Yes, there's a lot of people who didn't think he should be kicked out. So,
what
you know what?
sport are they watching?
So, you know what? 3 more years of Draymond Green plus this season. I just, that's who he is. He's never going to change. And so I guess we do have to live with it.
Here's the concession. And you and I we talked about it all last year, and now we're here again. And I think last year people were in denial, and we'll see where people are at. You can't have it both ways. You can't have Dre and Clay and Steph ride it out together, all together, making a lot of money till the very end, and still win championships. It's either or. Either you're willing to break it up to try to continue to win championship because this isn't good enough.
Yep.
And people aren't willing to accept that.
So I got no problem with Draymond Green having Clay's back. But I needed Draymond Green in that basketball
That's
game.
what I'm saying.
Karl-Anthony Towns was cooking. Draymond Green does a good job on Karl-Anthony Towns. I needed him in that basketball game. Just cannot get kicked out of there. And you had to know, you're Draymond Green. You have a bullseye on your back now. You do. The league is looking at you. Referees know before the game, the scouting report, okay, we're refereeing a Warriors game. Okay, number 23. We know what's happening. The referees let Draymond Green get away with a lot of stuff. They do. You're at the game. You saw the game Saturday night. Draymond Green be barking.
It was bad.
Draymond Green be punking refs.
And at some point, we got to stop and say, it's Jordan Poole's fault. It's Gobert's fault.
What? Let me say something.
It's Steven Adams' fault. I mean, there's a common denominator. Look, Gobert is not the victim. I want to make that clear. He's not the victim. It goes both ways in every one of these situations. But there is a common denominator every time the Warriors have some issue.
There's some people so jaded in this market. We cannot stop talking about Jordan Poole to say, Jordan Poole's in D.C. He's gone now. All right? He's no longer our issue, no longer our worry. But let's not get it twisted. Somebody punches you in the jaw, and Jordan Poole's reputation is shot now because of the punch. Whether we like it or not, he has to live with that every day of his life. People are trash talking him. Oh, man, don't let me. I do you like Draymond. You don't think he hears that in the basketball game? He is shook because of that punch. So I'm tired of Warrior fans and media members here in this market talking about Jordan Poole.
Well, they're taking a dump on a young man. And let's stop. Can we just stop taking dumps on young players, young people?
Well, especially when people aren't informed about what happened in that situation.
Well, I'm not informed, but
about what happened to Trady Kidd.
I feel like we go over the top. I look at Draymond, I'm like, dude, you're 33. You bring your son to the games, and it's awesome. We all love seeing you be a father and bring your sons to the game. You're supposed to get a little more mature and a little more wise and pay and be a little more thoughtful when you're getting paid for leadership qualities. Because part of what you pay Draymond for isn't just X's and O's and statistics. There's leadership intangibles that go along with it. It's like, dude, what are you doing? Your team needs you. There's no Steph Curry. We're in the midst, before the game ended, of a 3-game losing streak. I get it. You want to defend Klay Thompson. No one is going to murph out Klay Thompson at half court.
Yeah.
We act like it's life and death.
It's Rudy Gobert. Rudy Gobert is a teddy bear.
Well, Gobert's wrong too. Gobert's
he's wrong, but he wasn't going to do. He wasn't going to do anything.
You know, and this thing, like he shouldn't have put his hands on Klay. But 2 wrongs don't make a right, and both guys were wrong in this situation. I'm just kind of I get exhausted hearing all of the justifications for what most people would say. If that was another player on another team, that guy's a bonehead. That's what you'd say. That's what you'd say about Draymond Green. He does a lot of antics, and he's a bonehead. He does do some good, but, man, he does a lot of bonehead things that actually
I'm not going to call him boneheaded. I think he's a smart player, but he does has some questionable acts. But I don't want to call him a dummy here. That's not fair, man. The guy's an intelligent human being. I'm not going to go that far.
But you can say the decision-making is boneheadish.
Right. It's a bonehead.
It has repercussions.
I don't want to call him a bonehead, though. But listen, there was something. I need to find a Rudy Gobert quote because Rudy Gobert talked last night after the game. Oh, here's what he said. Rudy Gobert, via John Krasinski. John Krasinski of The Athletic covers the Minnesota Timberwolves. Rudy Gobert after the game. Every time Steph doesn't play, he doesn't want to play without his guy, Steph. So he does anything he can to get ejected. He does anything he can to get ejected. That's Rudy Gobert. Said his chokehold was clown behavior. It was a clown choke. So that's Rudy Gobert clapping back at Draymond Green. Let's get some calls here. Let's clear the deck before we get to Anthony Slater at 8 o'clock. I'm going to rat-a-tat-tat everybody, starting off with Brenda in San Jose. Then we'll get to Tim and Raleigh. Brenda in San Jose, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hi. Can you hear me?
I got you loud and clear, Brenda.
Okay. I just wanted to tell you guys, thank you for taking my call. I just want you guys to know that Draymond and Captain Klay and Steph are brothers. They are truly brothers and warriors. I know that, Draymond gets crazy, but you know what? That's who he is. We've been dealing with it for a while now. But I'm going to tell you something. We might have lost that game last night, but we won the war. Because we got some ballers on the team. And I believe that we still have a shot at the championship.
All right. So what war did we exactly win last night? Brenda, what war did we exactly? I don't even like using the term war right now.
We found out we got some ballers. And you know, say some positive things about the Warriors sometime. Y'all I know that's your job.
No, Brenda, wrong show. We out here, we wear pom-poms half the time for all of these damn teams. But every time, and thanks for the call, Brenda, but this is my problem. I've been getting into it with the boss man because of this. Every time we throw a little slight or a little criticism at our home team, God, it's slander.
You mean analyze reasonably?
Dude, I am petrified to say anything about Brock Purdy. I'm petrified to say, hey, man, that was a bad incompletion. Oh, my God, you hate Brock Purdy. I swear to God.
Even if you state a fact, he's not 6'1.5". What?
So look.
Somebody has to say it.
So last night, how many times do we need to say this? Brandin Podziemski, you may have a player into him. Now, it's one game with 23 points, 7 rebounds, 5 assists. You may have a player in this young man, all right? Saric plays his ass off. He's been a perfect fit for the Golden State Warriors, a perfect fit. Chris Paul, damn, he can run some damn point guard. Yeah, but he can run an offense. But even he has some mishaps at the end of the game.
He had 3 or 4 bad decisions.
How many times I got to say Wiggins? It's the greatest 4-15 game I've ever seen. The guy was trying. The guy was playing his ass off yesterday. You see him fighting it.
Say that again.
That was the greatest 4-15 game ever. I'm getting my Brian Windhorse on. All right?
He was trying.
Trying.
I swear to God, it felt like the entire congregation of Chase was trying to uplift my man and get him like Lazarus to walk from the dead. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious. I felt the energy. The crowd was trying to get him to feel the Holy Spirit. I'm getting all religious here, but that's what I felt like.
But I don't come. Just, Don't say that we're all negative. That's not. It's selective hearing when you say that, Brenda. Come on, I love you, Brenda.
How can I be a simultaneous homer and a hater?
Yeah,
I don't get it.
I don't get it. That's why I wanted to call in sick today. Tim and Raleigh, what's happening? Tim, you're on the roast.
I wish somebody would bring some food.
What's up, guys? Y'all know I got nothing but love for y'all. But, I do got to come to make a defense a little bit. The kid was 2 for 3, wasn't out there rushing and doing crazy shots. But, guys, we won the OKC game for this guy. You're going to get some recklessness when you're trying to put pressure on the rim. Guy just had 11 free throws. Then he had 8 free throws after that. I mean, it was completely different lineups out there. The guy trying to feel his way out. I mean, he can't win. I mean, in my opinion, we already know Kuminga was like a Laker than Bob Myers pick. You can already see the writing on the wall. I mean, Podziemski is a Dunleavy Kerr pick. I mean, you can see the writing on the wall. At this point, the kid can't win. Like, we might as well get his kid a shot somewhere else. I mean, literally, to get pressure on the rim, you're going to get some crashing into people. But at the end of the day, he had 1 turnover yesterday.
Yeah.
But Chris Paul, with the game on the line, is leaving his feet, throwing the ball all over the place.
No doubt.
So we going to Kuminga?
No, Tim. We're not scapegoating Kuminga. It's just at times I look at him. Yeah. I just look at him. Even when he does play well, he has spurts of being a little lost. And I'm watching a game with Mully here, and I'm watching a game with Festus. And there's sometimes when it's an emotion offense and he's picking up his dribble or he's dribbling too much. It's just little things that you expect him to pick up in his 3rd year. That's all. That's all, Tim.
I got y'all, fellas. I got y'all. Well, y'all, I got love for y'all. Y'all take care.
No doubt. Nobody gets a scapegoat, man. Kuminga's trying. I'm one of the biggest Jonathan Kuminga fans in this market.
The two of us, if you had to make us choose, probably would have let Draymond walk and allowed Kuminga to have more freedom. But they chose to keep Draymond. I'm not mad at it, but there's consequences, and one of the consequences is JK's role has changed.
Right, no doubt. Let's go to Omar in 880. Omar, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, guys. Hey, I love your show, guys.
Thank you.
You know what, Draymond? I'm a Draymond guy. I love Draymond, man. I love everything he does. I love what he's all about. We won championship because of Draymond. A lot of these titles we won, Draymond has to do with it. Although there's a couple that we would have won, but he had something to do with it with that losing. But anyway, last night, I love the fact that he stands up for his teammates. That's what he's all about. But last night he took it way too far. This guy's dragging him 15 yards down the court. Draymond, the game is played on the court, not on the boxing ring. Draymond, this is too much. Two ejections in the last 2 games. We just can't have that. And I will not be surprised if the league step in and drop the hammer for a game or 2. I just can't have it. The dude's got a history. He needs to stop. We need to win games, especially right now, Draymond. You're not as young as you used to be. You need to stay on the court and make that up playing ball. That's it.
Yeah.
He's getting more than a game.
Yeah, I think he's getting 3. Well,
he'll appeal it.
Jay Williams. Here's Jay Williams on Get Up. Oh, wait, my bad, Spinoni. I'm losing it. I'm so locked in. All right, here we go. Here's Jay Williams right here on Get Up.
What do you believe should happen with Draymond Green? I think he's going to get a 10-game suspension. His reputation precedes him. 2 ejections in the past 4 games. But I got to tell you, that's my kind of teammate. If I'm scrapping with somebody, Greeny, and somebody puts their hands on me, I want my teammate to come out of nowhere to put somebody in the choke.
All right, he literally did come out of nowhere like a dummy.
Yeah, he did.
Because I'm watching Clay McDaniels. And all of a sudden, I see 23 flash, and I'm like, oh, gosh.
AB.
Oh, gosh, what is happening?
I hate to make fun of quote-unquote violence, even though this isn't a violent thing. It's just really dumb. If I'm Gobert, I go to practice today wearing the Chris Moltisanti neck brace, coming in with the neck brace and the choke marks.
Oh
Tell me you don't do that. You lay it on thick. No?
Yeah, you may have to.
I broke my back. With the sunglasses?
Real quick, before the injury report, I want to squeeze 2 more calls in. Two more calls in before the break. Dan in San Carlos. Dan, what's happening? You're on the roast.
With the sleeper, dog.
Said night-night.
Hey, fellas.
Night-night.
Hey, I just want to say, I think Draymond Green obviously is an indispensable component in our entire operation. But I'm not a Draymond Green apologist. I think some of the things he does on the court to the opposition is just not acceptable, and it's costing us games. And he's done this in big venues, in big moments, in playoff moments. He's kicking guys in the groin area. I've seen enough, and I'm a big Warriors fan. I think Draymond's he's a hyper intelligent player, a great facilitator, and he's a crucial component to the team. And I'm sure all Warriors can attest to that. But, the antics that are costing us games, it's got to stop. He's got to keep his emotions together a little bit.
Yeah, I'm with you.
That's reasonable.
Yeah, no, Dan, good call. Real quick. We got about 4 minutes. Nick and Berkeley, real quick. Nick and Berkeley, Spinoni, let's get them on.
Hey, what's up, you guys? Hey, man, I remember when you guys mentioned about how Draymond went down to Lakeham's house to talk about his contract. I wonder about if they talked about ejections and all that. Because, Draymond, you're getting paid plenty of money, man, to stay on the court and not get kicked out of games. And I'm just wondering if Steph was in the game, usually they're not getting kicked out, right? Because Steph is a real person that's running that team.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. I'm not sure I understood what Nick and Berkeley was trying to say there. But here's the point. Warriors lose their fourth in a row. They're 0-3 in a 6-game homestand. They need a win desperately. So again, Draymond Green has played good basketball. That's the worst part about it. I'm in here watching Draymond Green every single game saying, boy, he came back from the ankle injury and he's balling. He's running the show. He's shooting 45% from three. Willie told me, Willie was on the court to start the pregame show yesterday, and he said, yo, Draymond was really getting after it in his pregame warmup. Watch him nail 23s out of like 25 attempts. He was really getting after it. Dude, well, no, he was working on a three-point shot. So dude, Draymond is balling on the court. That's the worst part about it. I got to talk about things that are not basketball related.
You know what Michelle said? We're watching the game, and we rewound it. We're playing it back. We're watching it all. And then the first commercial break, what do you think happens?
What?
It's the in-season tournament commercial featuring Draymond about how it just hits different and how unique and how cool it is.
Absolutely incredible.
You've got to be kidding me. I mean, chef's kiss to the NBA. Gosh. Not only does the guy get thrown out of an in-season tournament game, before a basket is made, he's in the commercial. And he's one of the prominently featured players talking about how different it is and how focused he is to win it. I mean, it was like chef's kiss.
Rudy Gobert is not
hilarious.
putting Klay Thompson in the chokehold, people. You gotta wisen up a little bit here, man. Rudy Gobert's not a fighter. He's not. Let's get to the injury report.
He had him in the chokehold. So I had to get him in the chokehold.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Hit him with the crossface crippler.
No, Jay LaFrey said it. That was Draymond's version of night-night.
Did you see Gobert's falling back? And everyone said he was tapping his own shoulder like he was tapping out in the UFC match.
Dude, it was UFC 365 at Chase Center, man. That's what it was. We just didn't have an octagon. That's all. Look, I see the injury report. It says it gets worse for Warriors fans. No, it actually gets better. Because Steve Kerr yesterday mentioned that Steph Curry is now day-to-day. And he doesn't expect his absence to be long. Anthony Slater will join us in a moment, and he'll elaborate on that. Steph Curry, day-to-day, according to Steve Kerr. So that's great news on the injury report. Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Garza, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping good your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Roger, Daryl, Charlie, Manny, stay on hold. I want you guys to be patient here. Or if not, you guys can call back. You guys will be first in line here. Anthony Slater is going to join us for about 15 minutes. Elaborate on what happened last night. We'll get his thoughts on the game. We'll get his thoughts on the scrum. A minute 43 seconds into the basketball game. Again, first time in NBA history since the merger where we had 3 ejections before a team scored. That is unbelievable. What a night at Chase Center. What a day on the roast. We're going to get to all the calls. We'll get to Anthony Slater. That's all coming up. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Minnesota!
Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. I want to get right into it, man. Good morning, YouTube, Twitch.
Monte, I just woke up. What happened today?
First NorCal Credit Union, Twitch and YouTube, Graveyard Shift Workers, Comcast Business Text Line, Dub Nation, you know what time it is. I'm just reading through a Rudy Gobert story from John Krasinski and Sam Amick of The Athletic. It is some interesting quotes. Rudy Gobert on the choke. He goes, I could feel that it was him. He's grabbing me. He's grabbing me. He's grabbing me.
No way.
But the choke wasn't.
No
so
way.
Rudy no, seriously. He's grabbing me. He's grabbing me. He's grabbing me. Gobert recalled. But the choke wasn't good enough. Yeah, it wasn't enough for me to really have to go to sleep. But he tried. He tried really hard. But it wasn't good enough to where I felt like I was really in danger of falling asleep or something like that. This is a real quote. Gobert also said it was a long time, and if he knew how to choke, it could have been way worse. He tried to. His intention was to really take me out, and I kept my hands up the whole time just to show the officials that I wasn't trying to escalate the situation. These are real quotes. Again, more quotes from Rudy Gobert.
This is incredible.
It's kind of funny because before the game, he said, it's kind of funny because before the game, I was telling myself that Steph is not playing, so I know Draymond is going to try to get ejected. Because every time Steph doesn't play, he doesn't want to play. It's his guy, Steph. He'll do anything he can to get ejected. These are real quotes.
Oh, Bonte. Wait, go to the beginning. I could feel it was. Read that one again.
Well, he just goes, here's a beginning as we have Anthony Slater old. The chase of the crowd was roaring. This is just a great lead by Sam Amick and John Krasinski. And I saw Amick last night in the media room. He was working hard. The chase of the crowd was roaring. Jaden McDaniels and Klay Thompson were scrapping, and Rudy Gobert was right in the middle of the chaos when he felt a burly right arm wrap around his throat. He couldn't see who was on his back, but he didn't have to. He knew exactly who the arm belonged to. His longtime nemesis, Draymond Green. And here's the quote.
This is like a Marvel comic strip.
And here's the quote.
Incredible.
I could feel that it was him. Gobert told the Athletic.
I knew it was you, Joker. I knew it was you.
Man. So, our 95-70 game.
Tom, you got to be kidding. Long-time nemesis. Dude, these guys got to start writing for Hollywood. That is incredible.
Sam Amick, John Krasinski.
Oh, my God.
And the guy who's part of the squad, Anthony Slater.
I'm crying.
95-70 game, NBA Insider, Anthony Slater. We love him. We have him on every single week.
Me to sleep.
I had to tell the boss man. I know Anthony Slater is... You know, he's basically made this company bankrupt, Anthony Slater, because we pay him so much money. But I got to have him on every week. I'm sorry. He's worth every damn penny. So we have Anthony Slater on right now. Anthony, I saw him sipping red wine out of a can. That's how long his night was.
I knew you'd get free.
Anthony Slater's been on hold for 6 minutes. We got to get him a word in. We got to get our bang for our buck here. Anthony, what's happening? Good morning.
I'm dying.
Y'all having a good time this
morning? Hey, I'm having a great time. Hey, I saw Anthony Slater yesterday. What is is it the Bill King Media Center? Is that, which one is that?
Yes.
The Bill King Media Center. Anthony Slater sipping red wine out of a can. I was like, man, it's a long night for my guy. He's sipping red wine out of a can. So I just read that lead. I guess what's to start there. Anthony, your thoughts on what happened a minute 43 seconds into the basketball game?
It was different. I've covered a lot of games. I have definitely never seen a scuffle at 0-0. It almost, I think it is the benefit of the, double game, the baseball series. Like, do you think that happens if they hadn't played the Wolves 2 nights before and there was a little bit built up frustration?
Probably not.
Yeah. And I mentioned built up frustration. You guys were just referring to it. But yeah, the Draymond Green, Rudy Gobert history, I think right when you saw it go down, it was like, where do you think Draymond Green is heading right now?
Oh my God.
And I'm sure, the NBA is going to review this incident over the next 48 hours or so. I'm sure that's all going to be wrapped into it.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right, let's just, how many games?
I don't know. This is a complete guess, speculation. Again, the league has to talk to a lot of people involved. My guess is because of his history and how it went down, probably like 1-3, right? Does that seem like the ballpark we're probably talking? Right. But maybe 0. I don't know. He's going to talk to the league today. A lot of people are going to talk to the league. I know the Warriors who, a lot of people on their side of things were upset last night that Rudy Gobert was deemed a peacemaker. And all of it, they were saying, hey, look, he's on Klay Thompson when Draymond Green comes in, and that's Draymond Green's rationale for coming in. So that's going to be some of their side of the argument, like he's trying to pull Rudy Gobert off. But again, as the referee said postgame, they deemed that it was a long chokehold and that continued all the way to the ground.
Yeah, well, he had him. It was like 15 feet. I don't mean to laugh, but it should have been WWE. I couldn't focus on the game for like the next 15 minutes. Like, what just happened? So, Anthony, I saw you last night. You told me to ask you this on the air. You told me to ask you this on the air. You were the reporter for the pool reporters for the referees, right? So how does that work? Do they randomly select a media member? How does that work? How do you become a pool reporter?
They ask you pregame, and I would say, look, if I cover 82 games over the course of a regular season, I'd say like 30 of them I'm the pool reporter. But to be honest with you, like maybe once or twice a year, I'm actually needed. It's more common in the playoffs, and I'm often the pool reporter for home games in San Francisco in the playoffs. Just because, controversial calls feel more important, so you want to get an answer from the referee. But, among the things that was very rare last night, I knew, I was like, I'm going to need a pool report. I knew that after 2 minutes of the game. So it gave me plenty of time. I have to email them. You have to, go through the questions you're going to ask. They have to talk to the ref post-game. Then you get a Zoom link, and then you ask the questions that are kind of like pre-selected. It's a little bit of a strange process.
So it's Zoom. So you're looking at a referee through Zoom.
Yeah, even though he's like in the same arena I'm in.
So explain to me, like, why wasn't Gobert teched up or ejected from this game?
Well, he's like the one thing I will say about the referees is like they give a pretty succinct, obviously pre-planned response. And they said he was a peacemaker. They thought he was trying to, pull apart Klay Thompson and Jaden McDaniels. Again, the Warriors were cackling about this explanation, and there was definitely a bunch of screenshots being sent around internally last night of, I'm sure you guys have all seen it, right? Gobert's got, I wouldn't call it a chokehold on Klay, but he's definitely got his arm wrapped around Klay.
Right.
And, saying, oh, this is the peacemaker. Shouldn't you go to your own teammate to pull him apart? But, to answer your question, the officials didn't give him anything because they said he was peacemaker.
So what is your take on Draymond's actions? Because I thought, look, this ejection was warranted. In 2 of the last 3 games, we see what's happened. We see the IG post. Draymond's going to be Draymond. That's who he is. He's not going to change for anybody. But he gets kicked out of the Cleveland Cavaliers game, all right? He starts chirping at Anthony Edwards Sunday. Anthony Edwards goes off, and they win a game going away. And then yesterday happens. So where are you at with Draymond's actions overall over the last 3 games, Anthony?
Yeah, I don't mind that ejection last night as much because, I usually judge it on, like, how it's viewed internally, right? There are times where he gets ejected, when he's going at the refs or he's, preoccupied with something over there. And it's like, man, that really, like, impacted the team and it was unnecessary. You felt the locker room last night, like, they were kind of happy that he came to Klay Thompson's defense. Right. They felt, they were like, look, he just kind of got in the mix of that's kind of his role on the team, right? Klay Thompson's getting tugged down by the jersey, like, go in there and, like, thump around a little bit. He may have taken it overboard, but, I did not sense any internal frustration about Draymond last night, where obviously on past ejections you do.
Right. So what do you make of the Klay Thompson, Jay McDaniels situation? Because Steve Kerr said, "Hey, look, he was mad that Klay did get ejected, and hey, look, I thought maybe a double technical there, but I also thought Klay initiated it by pulling the jersey first. Now they were getting handsy there. What did you make of that situation, which obviously started the whole Draymond Green, Rudy Gobert situation?"
Yeah, I think that was an example of what I was talking about earlier. Like, they'd played the Timberwolves 2 nights earlier. I know they talked plenty, going into it, be physical, right? Come out, bump them around. No Steph Curry. This needs to be kind of a physical game. And I thought Klay was just getting physical on a box out, trying to insert his presence. And then it turned into this weird, tug of war that I think both, by the end of it, we're that went a little overboard. I would have been fine with a double technical, and allow both those guys to keep playing. Certainly, from Klay's side, like you said, he kind of initiated the contact. I don't think he wanted it to get to shoving. But once the Gobert, Draymond stuff happened, I think the referees just decided, this went so over the top that everyone involved needs to go.
All right. The hard part is that everything that happened overshadows the big picture of the team free falling right now in terms of a 4-game losing streak. And then certain guys are playing themselves into more time and out of more time. It feels like CP3 and Saric, that's a great combination. It's working. Maybe they're using it too much out of necessity right now because you don't want to run those guys into the ground. Trace Jackson-Davis needs to play more. Podziemski looks like he's not going to replicate what he did last night. He could play more. Kuminga, bad game, really bad game. Moody, I feel like never gets enough run. So, where are we at with this team and the rest of the players on them that have to go forth and try to win games right now?
39 minutes for Brandin Podziemski last night.
Yep.
Which was I know they're shorthanded, but when he's getting 39 and Moody's getting 12, Kuminga's getting 14. It's got to be, difficult I'm sure for Moody and Kuminga to see something like that, right? Because they've been told the last couple of years, you're young, your time will come. Well, they're getting leaped now by a younger guy. Brandin Podziemski's 19 years old, and he's playing, double, triple their minutes last night. But, I don't know, Kerr's being pretty transparent about it. He just loves the way Podziemski plays. So I don't know what that translates to, but he basically guaranteed him a rotation role last night.
Good.
I don't know what.
Well, doesn't it make sense, Anthony? As we're talking to Anthony Slater here on 95.7 The Game on a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. Anthony, it makes sense though because the one thing they're lacking, even when they did start 6-2, is more creators, more guys who could do some things off the dribble. They don't have a lot of guys who could create their own shot. Podziemski's one of those guys. So to me, it makes sense that he's going to get a rotation spot. Don't you agree?
Yeah, and the thing is, this isn't a last night thing. He didn't just win it last night. He's won it for the last month. Really going back to day one of training camp. I remember Steve Kerr comes in the press conference and he's like, "Yeah, we scrimmaged today and the red team won, the third team, Podziemski, Trace Jackson-Davis, they were awesome." They had Rodney McGruder on their team. I was like, that's kind of interesting. He's kind of hyping up the rookies. And then as camp goes on, I remember he'd be like, he's leading our team in deflections. They're tracking all the deflections. And then he comes in his first NBA game in New Orleans and Kerr was glowing because he got 8 rebounds in whatever it was, 18 minutes. And then you see it last night. He's calling him a good defender, connects the game, good passer. I'm not sure I would go as far as good defender, but he is kind of physical out there. Obviously, he does get rebounds. The passing, the ball moves quick. You could tell, and again, you've got to credit the front office for shifting their focus a little bit. They went analytics driven on this draft. Podziemski popped in their analytics model, and they went Kerr system heavy, right? These are guys that they know, hey, this guy can play for Steve Kerr. And they were right. You can see it right away. And it lengthens their rotation, but it does, create some question marks about who gets bumped down.
Also overshadowed yesterday was the news about Stephen Curry, right? Steve Kerr mentioned that it's day-to-day with his right knee sprain.
Yeah, very minor. They said good news post-game. Maybe he misses the first Thunder game. Maybe he misses both Thunder games, but he'll be back within the week.
Boy, he misses both Thunder games. It's good that he's okay and he won't miss a long period of time, but they're 0-3 in the 6-game homestand. They got to get a win here.
Suspension comes down this morning, you think?
Probably tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I would say like end of the day New York time today or tomorrow, because that's just like that's how the league office operates. But they're going to talk to a lot of people today, and including they're going to try to talk to Draymond, I'm sure.
Before we let you go, Anthony, because we do appreciate the time you waking up early with us. I know you had a long drive from Chase Center last night. Where's this team at as a whole? They're 6-6 right now, and they got off to a great start, 6-2, 7 of the first 9 on the road. They go 5-2 on the road, and now they're 1-4 at home. What is this basketball team? 12 games in. Who are they?
Yeah, I think they're forming the identity. I think they're okay as far as like standings wise. Right, the West is there's not some crazy separation. I don't think they're going to necessarily catch the Nuggets and chase down the 1 seed, but they're not falling behind. They need Andrew Wiggins to wake up from a shooting perspective. I thought he was more active last night, rebounded better. I think he had 3 steals last night. He only had 2 steals all season coming into the game. Klay Thompson, you want to see him shoot better. Maybe he would have last night. We don't know. And then, figure out this rotation. Figure out if you can, poke Moody and Kuminga in there more. But I think they're trying to solve themselves, and they're going through a little bit of a rough patch. But, going 5-2 on the road to start the season gave them a little bit of leeway.
No doubt. Anthony Slater, you're the best, man. Thanks so much for spending time with us. We'll talk to you next week, brother. Keep up the good work at The Athletic.
All right, fellas.
Anytime. Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider here on the Rose, breaking down what happened last night. We got a question from the 415, Shasky. Fellas, question for you. We played a team from Minnesota last night, so how come all the beat writers in Sacramento were so active on Twitter? Read Dre last night. I don't know why Sacramento, they had the day off. They like basketball. They got nothing else going on up in Sacramento.
Well, and Draymond has history with them.
Right. No doubt. My boy who wrote the Light the Beam song. Denzel Joyce. I love Denzel. He's got some hitters out there up in Sacramento. He's going to stay up there in Sacktown. Tweeted me, I think Draymond should be suspended for every inch he dragged Gobert. He pulled that man from Sacramento to the Bay.
Oh.
There you go.
He did get about 2 fantasy points on that carry.
Dude, it was unbelievable.
Right?
Somebody just sent me something from Ball Sack Sports. Said Draymond's career highlights won't include a single basketball play, and it's 10 minutes of just Draymond.
So you have you go online and there's like Larry Bird montages of just one-handed passes. Right? You're gonna go online and there's just montages of Draymond's theatrics.
There's absolutely incredible. And we can laugh about it. I love Day-Day, man. Trust me, I love Day-Day. He's playing some really good. The cool part is he's playing some really good basketball this year.
You know what they said? It reminded it when he was carrying and pulling back. It reminded of like when Superman's in a standstill in a hostage situation, and the bad guy is using the hostage.
Oh yeah,
so that they don't get. Yes. I've seen the memes, and Superman is thinking about whether he wants to use his eyes as laser beams.
It's like, back up.
I'm going to do it. Dude, I swear to God, Draymond and Gobert, I need you. We're going to get to the lines. I need you to read me the Marvel strip comic book. That was written.
The Athletic. All right.
Please read it.
Well,
this is the story from The Athletic.
I was going to say
so
something.
Good.
About Draymond.
Close your eyes and think of like Wolverine.
No, I'm thinking about all the plays now with this 10-minute highlight of Draymond Green, just some of the things that he's done on the court. And the play against the Boston Celtics, when they're at Oracle Arena, and he sets 2 screens, and it's like he's chop blocking somebody on the basketball court. You know what play I'm talking about? And it's like, what? You know what I'm talking about? You know, he like chop blocked somebody.
Michael Beasley were wrestling.
Oh yeah, at the end of the game for no reason.
Michael Beasley were wrestling.
He DDT'd him.
It reminded me of the living room with me and my brother. When I look around, I go, "Yep," and then bang right into the couch.
Hardcore matches like with the Hardy Boys. Jeff Hardy jumping off the top rope.
Here's the lead story. If you go read it at The Athletic, John Krasinski and Sam.
God, Draymond.
John Krasinski and Sam Amick. No, we're not going to miss him. We got 3 more years to this. 4 more years. Really, we're only 12 games in. So he's not going anywhere. Can't miss him yet when he's still on the team. Chase Center crowd was roaring. Jaden McDaniels and Klay Thompson were scrapping. And Rudy Gobert was right in the middle of the chaos when he felt a burly right arm wrapped around his throat. He couldn't see who was on his back, but he didn't have to. He knew exactly who the arm belonged to. M. His longtime nemesis, Draymond Green. Quote from Rudy Gobert, I could feel that it was him. As Green applied the chokehold to Gobert to pull him off of Thompson, the Minnesota Timberwolves center tried to stay calm as everyone around him seemed to be losing their minds.
I knew it was the Riddler.
Gobert recalled, he's grabbing me. But the choke wasn't good enough. Yeah, it wasn't enough for me to really have to go to sleep. But he tried. He tried really hard, but it wasn't good enough to where I felt like I was really in danger of falling asleep or something like that. Later on, Gobert said it was a long time, and if he knew how to choke, it could have been way worse. He tried to. His intention was to really take me out, and I kept my heads up the whole time to show how the officials wasn't trying to escalate the situation. Let me tell you something.
This is the height of journalism.
The most underrated aspect of that whole situation is Karl-Anthony Towns trying to chokehold, put Draymond Green in the chokehold, but Draymond Green, while having Rudy Gobert in the sleeper hold, has a wherewithal to put his chin down to avoid the choke. I swear to God, Draymond Green has been in some scraps.
Somewhere Chuck Liddell is so happy.
Dude, Dana White right now is in Las Vegas saying.
He hit that R1 counter move.
Dana White is sitting there right now in Las Vegas saying, how can we get Draymond Green in the match in the octagon? The way Draymond Green avoided the choke from Karl-Anthony Towns.
It wasn't enough.
Nobody's even talked about it. But watch Draymond Green duck his chin to avoid the chokehold. I swear to God, it's a piece of art. USC fighters can learn from Draymond Green in that situation. Watch the play over.
Oh my God.
He ducked his chin while having Karl-Anthony Towns in a chokehold, sunning him like baby boy. Sunning him like baby boy. Karl-Anthony Towns.
If I wasn't sleeping with your mama, I'd have murked you out by now.
Dude, Karl-Anthony Towns tries to get Draymond in chokehold, and Draymond ducks the chin, avoiding it like, no, I'm built for this. Oh, Jody. Oh, my gosh. All right, we got to get back to the lines here. Let's get real quick to...
I knew it was him.
I knew it was him.
Tried to put me to sleep.
The burly right arm.
There's something real quick, and we'll get to the lines in a second. There's something hilarious about the fact that we're having this whole international relations thing this week in San Francisco. The APEC. We had the president of the United States in San Francisco yesterday, and we got simultaneously Draymond Green choking out an American, choking out a French guy.
The Stifle Tower.
The Stifle Tower. Who, by the way, we can laugh all we want.
He kicked the Warriors' ass.
The Gobert dominated the fourth quarter on defense. Let's get real quick. Let's get to Daryl in Oakland. Daryl, what's happening? Daryl, what's going on, man?
Thanks for taking my call.
Anytime.
Hey, what's up, you guys?
What's going on, Daryl?
So, yesterday, the one thing that we all saw was Brandin Podziemski can get his own shot, and we continue to see Andrew Wiggins 4 for 15. It seems like he goes 4 for 15 every single game. And if you look at Brandin Podziemski's line and you read it, 9 for 18, 3 for 8 from three-point land, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, 3 turnovers. That's what we want from Andrew Wiggins. And so can we just swap those guys out and play him with Steph Curry? Podziemski can get 5 assists. I mean, if those guys play off each other,
he's not going to get 35 minutes a night.
Shots we're going to get,
and he's not going to guard. We have to be reasonable. Like last night was a great jolt, and it was a really great performance. To think a 19-year-old is going to sustain that level of play offensively simultaneously. Who's he going to be guarding? At some point, the league will adjust him. He's very short. He's a hustle guy. Yeah. I like him as a backup point guard. But to say that he should play for Wiggins, come on, we have to be a little. We have to be a little more reasonable.
925. You guys are missing the most important part of the loss. Where does this put the Dubs in the in-season tournament standings? Group C. Well, right now they're in second place. Minnesota's in first. We're 1-1. Minnesota's 2-0. Maybe we can catch Minnesota.
Exaggerating that. There were punches thrown.
There were no punches thrown.
Do we have the Minnesota Timberwolves call? I haven't heard that call. I bet you. 650 Comcast Business Text Line. I took Draymond Green over 9.5 points last night. I should have took Dre over 1.5 headlocks. Well, you would have lost that because he only had 1 headlock. Now it was a great headlock, but it was only one.
The block of the chin.
What? Did you see that?
When you play video games and you do the block, it's a counter. What do they call it? Not a strafe. There's a certain counter. You hit the R1 button and it blocks it, and then you gain power. That's exactly what happened there.
What we got here? 1 minute to
His
break?
biceps have never looked bigger.
No, they were both.
They look
really good. Looks like Draymond Green hit the weight room this summer. Roger in San Lorenzo. What's happening? Roger.
Waiting for this moment.
Roger, what's happening?
Thank you for taking my call, man.
Anytime.
All right, so 2 things. Gobert, we've already broken his legs a couple times on the court, So that could go personal or not personal. It's okay. But as far as basketball, you got to love Draymond Green. He's part of our foundation that stands up loud and proud. That's all, man.
All right, Roger. You waited on hold to say all that. Great. Charlie in Providence, Rhode Island.
We'll get to you. Bye-bye.
Charlie, you're Providence, Rhode Island. You're first on deck on the other side. I know you've been waiting a long time. I appreciate your patience. Applaud your patience. Derek and SF, Georgia Los Altos, Max, Jason. We're going to get to everybody here on the roast. 888-957-9570. What do you make of the Draymond Green situation? I don't even have to ask the question. Just call the damn show and spill your thoughts about what happened last night as the Warriors lose their 4th game in a row. They're now 1-4 Chase Center, 0-3 on the 6-game homestand. They got to get a win. We can all laugh and stuff. We got to get some wins. That's the bottom line. They lost the game. More coming up on the roast. Your phone calls, and that'll be sponsored by the Inn at the Tides. Fall brings the best weather, breathtaking views, and amazing sunsets to Bodega Bay. I love Bodega Bay. Come enjoy it all at the Inn at the Tides with the fall midweek special now through November 26th. By the way, Clippers on 5 since James Harden joined up. Room started at just $279. Book your escape now. InnAtTheTides.com.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge.
I hate France. I'm going to come out and say it.
Olympics next year, by the way.
What?
Olympics next year. Draymond
French fries aren't even from France.
It's in Paris. Will Draymond be on the Olympic team?
Belgium.
Oh, you imagine Draymond Green on Team USA in Paris 2024?
Well, how many beefs
gold medal game?
Gold medal game against France? Draymond Green against Rudy Gobert? No, their French team's not going to make it.
Wemby, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Wemby, Gobert front line. They don't have any guards, though. Tony Parker going to come out of retirement?
I need Draymond the next time they play Minnesota to come out of the locker room doing the Reggie Miller.
Well,
right out
unfortunately for us, boy, we may not even have jobs by then. Well, I may not have a job by then, but March 24th, Sunday, March 24th is the next time the Warriors take on the Minnesota T-Wolves. So we got to wait, what is that, 1, 2, 3, 4 months for the rematch? And Minnesota has won the season series. So,
are you big on French culture?
I like Paris. I was just here, the European extravaganza.
Oh, so you
Paris was a vibe.
Never been there.
Paris was a vibe, man. I love Paris.
Just from the history books, I don't have a lot of respect for the French. Although the Napoleon movie is coming out soon.
Yeah.
They did help us, win the Revolutionary.
Oh, no doubt. They have their moments.
But other than that,
they also are known as surrenderers.
Yeah, but despite all that, being there, Paris, they were very friendly.
Oh, I bet.
Very respectful.
I bet.
The south of France, you're looking at the Black Sea. Nikki Beach, Saint-Tropez. I'm not mad at that. I'm going back. I'm going back to France. I had no problem with that. It was a vibe out there. Now, in terms of the history and the war stuff, I'm not going to get all that. It's happened. So I got my own issues when it comes to all that stuff. So a lot of bad things were happening in this world back in the day. But you know what? We got some great sound. We got sound from Patrick Beverly that you don't want to miss. We have the Minnesota T-Wolves call coming up here, but I want to get to Charlie out in Providence, Rhode Island. I like going across the country here, getting a perspective from the East Coast, although I can't stand Philadelphia, but I do got a lot of love for the East Coast. Charlie in Providence, Rhode Island. What's up, Charlie?
How y'all doing? Good morning.
Oh, I'm good, man. It's a great morning.
I've never laughed harder than reading that Marvel comic strip written by The Athletic regarding Gobert and Draymond. So go. What do you got on Draymond?
Well, you know what? Let me start from that. Isn't that funny, though? Because I was going to say the Warriors right now, because I'm going to touch on Dre, but let me start from Rudy's comments, because the Warriors right now, if you look at Clay and a couple of the Warriors, it's like we have a bunch of Warriors right now that feel like wounded lions, like old, disgruntled, just walking around the court thinking I used to be that. And now it's like the youngins around the league, they can sense that. And every night it's like, they're like, okay, you know what? I'm going to come at Clay. Because I know he's probably feeling like, okay, I used to be Klay Thompson. I used to be this. I used to be that. And it's easy prey right now. I don't know whatever happened to the chemistry. I see more joy when the second unit playing, the new kids, the Podziemskis and is it Trees or something? I see more joy when they're playing with Steph and all of that than I see when the first team members are playing. Wiggins, I don't know what's wrong with him. I don't know if he's still interested in basketball. But it's so funny when last night was the first time that we had some more Warriors who scored over 20 points.
Yeah.
On a team that has Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins. It's so crazy.
Are you,
and for
Charlie, real quick, are you French?
No, I'm Nigerian.
Nigerian. I was gonna say you're from Cameroon. That was my next name, but Nigerian. Okay, I love the accent. All right, keep going, Charlie. Just wanted to know.
And for Draymond, I'm gonna liken him to I watched a soccer game a lot of years ago between Manchester United and Manchester City. And Manchester City used to have a player named Mario Balotelli. He scored a goal at that point and pulled up his shirt, "Why always me?" And I think about Draymond, why always you, bro?
Yeah.
How many times are you going to cause this team? How many times, when are you going to realize that this team needs you more than you are causing them? I wish all this energy, you used it more in leadership. Last year, you did your thing with Jordan Poole. You came out at the beginning of this year there was a lot of bad blood. I lost my right to leadership. Are you going to come out again now and be like, yes, I lost my right to leadership? Why are we not focused on, Dre, why are you not trying to help these young boys develop? Why are you trying to do everything you want to do to hurt this team more than you're trying to win for this team?
All right, Charlie.
I think that's what I'm trying to...
Yeah, no, I understand exactly what you're saying, and you share the sentiment of a lot of people out there. They want Draymond to lead, and the worst part is, so if the melee, the scrum, whatever you want to call it.
There's only one melee.
What, Malice in the Palace?
Yeah, that's a melee.
Yeah, that's a melee, or whatever this was.
Just in my definition.
All right. A minute 43 into the game.
This was a tussle.
A minute 43. Well, you had a chokehold too. A minute 43 into the game. Literally 10 minutes prior to that, we're running a clip with Draymond Green after Sunday's loss to the T-Wolves about taking accountability and how they need to be accountable and this and that and this and that. And then that happens. And it's like, all right, Dre, I love you, man. I love you. But you were just talking about being accountable and being a leader and winning the leadership role back.
Do you really take anything he says at a podium serious?
I mean, I don't know, man.
He's the most inconsistent,
I know.
Do as I say, absolutely not as I do guy of all time.
I mean, he's gotten ejected from 2 of the last 3 games. All right? 2 of the last 3 games he's been ejected from. He got ejected in the game where they were down 10. And then he got ejected yesterday before the game even started, really.
Well, there's something to the young players. I don't know what it is. We've seen this consistent theme the last couple of years. But when the big guys, the quote-unquote made men, aren't playing, right? And by made men, I mean Steph, Dre, and Clay. When the made men aren't playing, the youngsters do feel liberated. They do. Because they're not sanctioned in the box of confinement of you're down here, we're up here, and there's something to that. Now, there's a reason why those guys are minted. I'm not saying that they are, but if they really want to go where they want to go, they need to be a unified front, and they're going to need some of these youngsters to take on more prominent roles. And I think the biggest problem that has happened with this team right now is that the implementation of some of the young players feels like it never happens because they're held to a certain standard that's not being carried across the board.
No doubt. There's a lot going on here. We got sound from the T-Wolves broadcast. We got sound from Pat Bev. I want to play this sound from Karl-Anthony Towns. We had a monster game, 33 points, 11 rebounds. Catman was prowling, dude. He was balling yesterday. Here's what Cat said about the
chirping.
Shout out to the Minnesota Wild. It was like a hockey game to start the game, but we just found a way to stay composed. It was a mature win. Try to rattle us, to try to get us off our game. We did a great job sticking to our game plan throughout the game and found a way to win.
Here's Chris Paul on what he thought about the fight.
It happens. I've been in one. You know what I mean? So it's competitive. It's funny because if you watch our games, hell, I used to play against them all the time. So you constantly hold Steph and Clay so they can't come off ball screens. So they can't come off down screens and stuff like that. So coach had told Clay before the game, like, get them off of you. You know what I mean? Probably not to that extent, but it was good to see that energy and that fire. Unfortunately, it was 2 ejections.
So that's Chris Paul thoughts about it. Here's the live broadcast from the Minnesota T-Wolves as Spadoni pulls it up here. Here's Jim Peterson. I forget the other guy's name, but Jim Peterson, who we had on the show yesterday. And, of course, he was on the pregame show on NBC Sports Bay Area. Here's what they thought in real time about the situation. All right. Sorry for the YouTube audience if you can't hear it. We'll try to get it up there on YouTube a little bit later. Hopefully we can. But that was Michael Grady, the play-by-play voice of the T-Wolves, and Jim Peterson. And here's Pat Bev, Shasky. Before we get back out to the line to get your thoughts on this, Derek at SF, you're on deck. Here's Patrick Beverly. This is on the Pat Bev podcast, correct? Pat Bev podcast. Here's Patrick Beverly's thoughts on what went down yesterday at Chase Center.
Dude, I seen Draymond choke Cat bogus as hell.
What?
No.
Cat's bogus?
Yeah, he's bogus, man. Cat bogus, man. Straight up. And Ant was back there, too. And Draymond knew, too. Don't nobody like Rudy anyway. That was a perfect moment to do it. Like, That be choke Rudy ass.
And he did not let go.
No, a person choke you like that, don't let go. That was built up. But then I see Cat make a mean mug face like, but then you ain't doing it. Choke Draymond back. So now, if I'm Draymond, I choke they center and they homies didn't do nothing. If we play y'all in the playoff, Cat, I ain't worried about you. You didn't even help your homie.
So how can he rectify this?
Can't. So what? And you can't even try to get your get back. So what? The whole world I'm saying.
Thanks, Cat.
He in the game.
Oh, he's still playing? He didn't do.
Fuck it, why would he get booed? He didn't do Cat, nah, that. I taught you better than that.
I mean, Patrick Beverly's an absolute clown. I can't even laugh at it. It's Patrick Beverly. He's one of the most delusional players this league has seen in the last 20 years. What are you talking about?
I think we
he's jumped the shark.
Yeah, exactly.
Patrick Beverly is out of his goddamn mind.
Before you go back out to
excuse my
no,
French
I'm
there.
with you on that. Can we just make a distinction? There's a difference between being in a real life situation where it is like someone is threatening you or your family or whatever, and playing sports. Now, in this particular instance, Klay Thompson, I don't know. You could interpret it a lot of different ways. I understand people saying, oh, he's getting, bear hugged, or maybe Gobert's holding him so someone get hit, whatever. You want to make that argument, fine. I would just ask this. How come Kevon Looney, who we all think is really tough, okay? He may not be the most athletic, and he's not as demonstrative as Draymond, but we all think that Looney's tough. Like, you think Looney's tough, right?
Yeah, no, Looney's no punk. He's from Milwaukee.
Right?
No Looney. The
right?
Loonies they didn't raise no punk.
Spadoni, we all think Looney's tough. We never see Looney do any of this stuff.
Right.
And we always file him under hard-nosed, blue-collar, no one's going to mess with him. He's tussling with the toughest guys in the league and never does any of this stuff. How come he doesn't do it? Why do we give Draymond a pass?
Karl-Anthony Towns was trying to pull Draymond off of Gobert. He actually tried to attempt to choke on Draymond Green. But Draymond Green is built from Saginaw and tucked his chin and was like, yeah, you're not going to get that arm through on my neck. I mean, it's a great move by Draymond Green. But Pat Bev, what is he talking about? Like, nobody liked Gobert and this and that. Now, the teammates may not like Gobert after what happened last year during the play-in tournament when he hit Kyle Anderson in the chest. There is some teammates that get annoyed by Rudy Gobert. They do think he's a little soft.
Not everyone's going to like everyone.
Right. But I just don't agree with Pat Bev.
You think that Draymond has unanimous praise in that locker room currently?
I wonder. I don't know. I'm not in that locker room. But I wonder if you know how it feels. And I wonder, no, let me.
The way that we look at Pat Bev is the way a lot of NBA fans look at Draymond.
They do.
And I know Warrior fans don't want to acknowledge that.
But that's how they look at Draymond.
You got to take a step back.
Right. I just don't want it. Who is Pat Bev? He's not even playing with the Sixers. Right? Pat Bev has been traded 50 million times. How's that act wore out for him? All it did for Pat Bev when he got into it with KD, you pissed off KD and he dropped 50 on you in the elimination game. So I don't want to hear it. I thought it was something funny. Pat Bev is sitting on the bench with the Sixers. They will trade him for an upgrade in a heartbeat. Trust me on that one. You think Pat Bev finishes the season with the Philadelphia 76ers? I'll take that bet.
Well, and back to the Warriors, it's like you lost the game. You lost your best player. Klay, who going into the game you would think was your best player. You lost your second best player going into that game in Draymond Green, and then you lost the game. And now you're going to lose Draymond for more. So all these people, defended Klay's right. All right. Well, if that's what you want, well, there's ramifications. And when the Warriors are in the play-in game or don't make the playoffs or aren't getting a favorable matchup, you're going to look back at this little stretch of games and you're going to say, woulda, coulda, shoulda.
And by the way, everybody's praising Podziemski, and he had a really good game. But the same people who are praising Podziemski are ripping Jordan Poole left and right. Well, Jordan Poole's the type of player we're missing right now. A guy who could blow by a defender and create and get to the rim and try to make the game easier. That's the exact player we need right now. Go figure. So you want to go ahead and rip on Jordan Poole? Go ahead. He's not here anymore. And the guy who kind of derailed last season is still on the team. Let's be real. Draymond Green admitted it. Draymond Green ruined the vibes of last year. And everybody knows it. So you could be in denial all you want to.
The old Warriors were better with Draymond on the floor. This version of the roster that you've seen right now, could you make an argument they actually might be better playing without Draymond Green?
No, they need Draymond Green. But it was something I touched on yesterday. It was interesting when they lost to Cleveland. They were down 10 when Draymond got ejected. They immediately went on a 17-7 run. Draymond Green didn't play against the Denver Nuggets, and you saw the offense flow a little bit better. It flowed a little bit better. But Draymond Green is needed. He's actually playing really good basketball right now. And we're not talking about it because of the other stuff. Let's go to Derek in the city. Derek, what's happening? You're on the roast.
How's it going? I'm a first-time caller but long-time listener.
Thank you, Derek. Appreciate that.
Yeah, so before I was 4 rows back from the bench of the Warriors last night at the game. So, you know, I saw it all, heard it all. And also before I get to that, I want to shout you guys out because I'm a first-time caller. But I was at Elmwood Correctional Center, and there's a lot of negative time. And you and Shasky used to have us rolling in the morning over there. We could have been all in this negative stuff, but y'all really had us together with the laughter. I just want to thank you guys for that.
Thank you very much. That really means a lot.
My opinion on the Frockus, Dre is Dre. We all know who he is. I feel like he came in, because I was right there. I feel like he came in, had Clay's back. Clay was, you know, Gobert a lot of people have some sort of feelings on Gobert, whatever. But I think Dre had his back. But at the same time, this is like ejection number 80 for Dre. Like, what are we doing? We need some wins. So I get it. But Day-Day is Day-Day. Joe Lacob signed him to another contract. They know who he is. They know he's going to get about 6 ejections a year, and sometimes in the playoffs, which is awful. So that's just my thoughts on Frockus. I thought Clay shouldn't have been ejected.
Yeah.
You know, he was just standing up for himself. Yeah. But Dre probably going to get a 1 to 3. He going to get a 1 to 3 suspension. But I'll take your thoughts off air. Thank you guys again.
Anytime, Derek. Yeah, I think it's going to be 1 to 3 games. 1 to 3 games. Should Clay have been ejected? I don't think so. Nor should Jaden McDaniels have been ejected. They were tussling back and forth, but let's not get it twisted. If you watch the play over, Clay initially grabbed the jersey. So as we're defending, it's pretty ironic because we're defending Draymond Green for jumping into Rudy Gobert, and I got no problem with Draymond Green having his teammates back. I really don't. I'm from the same neck of the woods. I got no problem. I don't know if I would have choked somebody, but I would have pushed him off my teammate for sure. No doubt about it. So I got no problem with that. But on the flip side, we can't say, well, Jaden McDaniels retaliated. He's cut from the same cloth probably. You know what I'm saying? Somebody's grabbing his jersey. He grabbed Clay's back. So we can't praise Draymond and then rip McDaniels for grabbing Clay's jersey back when Clay initiated it. You know, that's it. Like, Jay McDaniels, and they're no punks either. They're like, hold on, man. We just beat you on Sunday. You're not going to just grab my jersey and punk me a minute 43 into the game. So, you know what? You can't be mad at Jay McDaniels for grabbing the jersey back. Now, should he have ripped it? You know, they were tussling back and forth. Maybe we need better material on these jerseys.
Well, and Gobert can't grab Clay. If he's going to break up the fight, he grabs his guy, right? Yeah. Like, that's, to me, that is kind of like a known thing there. How many 30-point games in the career of Draymond Green?
Ooh.
Regular season.
Is it less than 10?
1.
Oh, my God.
How many ejections regular season?
Always. What, about 18, 20?
18.
Yeah, 18, yep.
So USA Today did a whole breakdown here. Right. Between 2013 and 2019, all of his ejections, the first 7, 2013 to 2019, Curry was active playing in the game. Since then, it's basically been he gets ejected every single time that Curry doesn't play.
It's like 7 times in 115 games when Curry doesn't play.
He has 4 in a row right now.
Right, when Curry doesn't play.
Yeah,
yep.
11 ejections occurred in games in which Curry didn't play.
Right.
And they're all post-2019. What do you make of that?
Well, I had a conversation with somebody around 1 o'clock yesterday. Steiny could come in, and we're discussing this in the gatehouse when Steiny stopped by. I said, boy, watch Draymond Green. I swear to God, Shasky, I'm not even, no cap. About 1:15. It's like, you know, Steph's not playing tonight. Watch Draymond Green. I'm very interested to see what happens with Draymond Green without Stephen Curry because I've covered this team for over 10 years now. I've seen this movie before. 2 quick texts, boom. Somebody at NBC yesterday, David Taylor will say, I remember the Lakers game during the 2019 season when they won 15 games. Draymond Green picked up 2 texts in like 10 minutes and got tossed. It's like, why? We need you. These young kids need leadership. They need a veteran.
Well, we file it under tough guy, but the outside perspective is front runner.
Yeah.
That's what people see.
Yeah.
when it comes to Draymond and the ejections.
Right. You know, I'm just saying some dumb comments right now. Let's go to Jason in San Francisco. Jason, what's happening?
What up, Bonte? And how y'all doing?
What up, Jason?
Now, the only thing I was going to say, man, is I feel like I wasn't mad at how Draymond handled the thing. Of course, yes, Draymond, there's times that Draymond definitely got to chill out sometimes, because Draymond definitely be doing too much sometimes. But I feel like, hey, when it came down to him and Clay, with Clay getting into it with Josh McDaniels, hey, Draymond jumped straight in. And, he already remembered what Gobert said about when he punched Poole, talking about insecurities are always loud. And then a little later that season, that's when you had Gobert punch Kyle Anderson, and then all of a sudden Draymond hit him with the same line. So he already had his number coming. So the minute he kind of touched Clay, we already knew that was coming. And I wasn't mad at it. Whisman got choked, and I was happy.
So you're okay with the repercussion of losing that game, losing Draymond, and probably losing him for a couple games?
But I look at some of the pros that came from it. Yes, that is definitely con losing Draymond, but one of the pros is I feel like if you look at the last game that we played the Timberwolves, you see Podziemski only got 1 minute of play. Same thing with with Davis Jackson.
Well, that was because they had played. That was because they had played back-to-back nights, Friday and Saturday.
The
Warriors wanted to preserve their legs. You don't want these kids playing 3 games in a row in 3 days. That's a lot.
Definitely. But I also look at it like this. Same thing when y'all talking about Wiggins and some of these other players. Hey, Curry be out there needing help. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like sometimes, hey, if you see how Podziemski came in with 1 minute, put up 8 points. I feel like sometimes we got to see what some of these fresh young legs can do, because
they were going to get that opportunity. Podziemski was going to get that opportunity whether Dre got ejected or not. Curry was out. Come on, we have to deal. Warrior fans, I get it. It's our guy. We love him. All right, but can we deal in reality? Why do we have to be delusional and jump over 8,000 hurdles to justify foolish behavior?
Look, I have no problem, once again, with Draymond Green having Clay's back. But when you think about the history of Draymond Green, and you think about the history between Draymond Green and Rudy Gobert, you don't think the league office is looking into that? They've gone back and forth for years. For years. They've made it known they don't like each other. They don't like each other. And Draymond had that opportunity. And look, man, the chokehold was a long way. You cannot deny it, man. As funny as we're laughing at it and stuff like that, we're seeing all the memes and stuff like that.
Hide the crying.
He went from basically the 3-point line, and he dragged his ass 15 feet. It is what it is. And you can see Steve Kerr in slow motion. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go, because Steve Kerr's trying to keep this guy in the game. So we all knew once Draymond once he got involved in it, he was gone. You knew that. Whether it's reputation or not, if he didn't have a long track record, maybe he gets the benefit of the doubt. But from the officials and from the league office, the NBA league office, Draymond Green, unfortunately, has lost the benefit of the doubt. He has. The last 3, just think about his weekend. You get kicked out in Cleveland. You wake up in the morning, you see an IG post from Draymond Green basically saying, I'm not changing. I've been doing this for 12 years. Draymond Green does what Draymond Green. Basically talked in third person saying, Draymond's going to be Draymond. Okay, fine. So then Sunday happens. You're playing the T-Wolves. It's back and forth, back and forth. You start talking smack to Anthony Edwards. Anthony Edwards this past summer said, yeah, I'm going at Draymond Green. He talked too much. These young Bulls ain't scared of him no more. That's the problem. That's my big takeaway. These teams don't fear the Warriors like they once used to. They used to walk into Chase Center or Oracle Arena, and that game was over before tip-off.
Because, Bonte, they had guys that played like stars.
Exactly.
They don't. Now they
Clay's not a star no more.
I know we're talking about the Draymond situation always. It always overshadows everything. Warrior fans, we love our guys.
Yep.
Clay is no longer a star in terms of impact on the floor. Draymond is no longer a star. Right. They're role players. The Warriors have a bunch of role players, and they have Steph Curry.
But again, I want to reiterate this. Draymond Green having Clay's back, that's great. I respect that. That's what I would do. I remember one of my Big Dog City, we were in a brawl, and I don't know how to fight. But, man, I see my guy in the fight, I'm jumping in. That's what we do. You have your teammates back. It is what it is. Now, do you choke on the basketball court? That's a different situation. But I don't mind Draymond Green having Clay's back. But you're going to have to accept the consequences here. There's consequences to everything, repercussions to everything. You get involved in that, and it looks, and the optics and the images, and the league office is looking at that, and they're trying to promote the in-season tournament. The in-season tournament they're trying to promote. And that happens. And now all of a sudden, ESPN, Fox Sports, every national headline, every news outlet, they're not talking about a great game in the second half. They're not talking about Podziemski. They're not talking about Karl-Anthony Towns. They're talking about Draymond Green and what happened with him and Rudy Gobert yesterday. We haven't even spent much time on Klay Thompson and Jaden McDaniels, which started the whole damn thing.
And he grabbed him to start
and Klay started it off by grabbing him.
And they both were ripping at each other. That was, you got two guys getting tangled. And, that wasn't great. That was foolish. There should have been a double tack. And we keep it moving. But then Gobert touched him, and then Draymond went over the top, and both Gobert and Draymond are completely in the wrong.
All right, let's get to these lines here. Max is San Jose. Thanks for holding, Max. We appreciate you holding and being patient. You're on the Morning Roast. The floor is yours, Max.
Hey, guys. Enjoying your show. I am on the side of the fact that I think Draymond has a major anger management problem. And I think the team's move should be he should be suspended until he completes anger management. And the biggest piece of thing that pops in my head was probably about 2 weeks after the Jordan fight, the Jordan punch. They asked him, did you talk to anyone? Talk to a therapist? Did you talk to anyone to get some help? And he said, I talked to myself. And that just, to me, said it all.
Can we have for 1 second? Okay, I want to talk with you about this. When we say go to a therapist and then you're done and we completed it. I have real family members that have real addictions. I myself have had real addictions and real anger management issues. Going for a 6-week course doesn't solve real deep-rooted problems. This is something that you need to hone day in, day out for the remainder of your life. People that are in AA, NA, or whatever, and everyone is different. But for the most part, they have to go weekly. They need that support group. They need that therapeutical weekly grind. This is not, he could go and do all X, Y, and Z, and I'm out in 5 weeks, and I'm good. It's the same thing we say with Ja Morant. It is something that you need to continue to hone in and monitor and work on for the rest of your life if you truly want change, right? So, what you say makes a lot of sense, but in reality, it's deeper than that, and I just don't see the Warriors making one of their employees do that, and I don't see him buying in on something like that. You're kind of spot on the back end of your comment.
So I'm a recovering alcoholic addict too, so I get it. I would just say this. You're right. Amen with everything that you said there. But here's the thing. It's got to start somewhere with the first level of suspension and acknowledging the problem and the team. What if, in another situation, what if he choked him and he almost killed him?
All right. Let's stop. Let's go. Now over to jump the shark here. I let that call go on for way too long. We're jumping the shark here. Hey, let's. You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app. Favorite 95.7 The Game.
What did I do
best and most up-to-date sports covers. Don't forget, you can also watch us on YouTube and Twitch every single day. Sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on to search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freeman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit freemansappliance.com today, and shout out to the Comcast business text line. Nobody's going to die on the basketball court, man. Just stop.
But this thing that the Warriors are going to mandate therapy, your employer, they might do those things to check some boxes for HR, but at the end of the day, they're not going to be with you when you go home, and they're not going to worry. It's just not realistic.
Let's not get into the therapeutic and psychology and everything like that.
No, but it's undeniable. The man has a control problem.
Well, you know what? He just, when he gets on the court, man, he's a different beast, man. But you know what? That edge is what's turned him to a Hall of Fame basketball player. So if you take away that edge, which we've discussed in the past, if you take away that edge, maybe you get 2019 Draymond Green. And 2019 Draymond Green was not good enough. So you know what? As much as we don't like Draymond Green and these acts, it's part of stuff that's turned him into a Hall of Fame basketball player.
What you just did right there, as we get a little, there, that's called enabling.
It's not enabling. It's just, it is what it is.
Sean's really good when he only has those two.
He got $100 million from Joe Lacob. You know what I'm saying? So they agree. We live and die with Draymond Green and some of these acts. It is what it is. They've lived with it for 12 years, and we're going to live with it for another 3.5.
I make a discernment. It's called, there's a difference between playing intense and then consistently going across the line.
Look, I am okay with him having Clay's back. I'm not okay with him putting Rudy Gobert in the chokehold and not letting go. I'm not okay with that.
So what do you mean by that? Like a push?
Yeah, just say, break it up.
Okay.
Break it up. Hey, back up, dude. Back up off my guy.
I think I would agree with that.
You know, Rudy Gobert is not 280, rocked up. Guy's skinny. Hey, back up off me with his burly left forearm.
Whenever these things happen, I just think we get over-the-top masculinity from the streets guy who wants to call in and talk about how it's done at the playground. It is a $6 billion corporation, the Warriors, in a $2 billion arena with hundreds of millions of dollars of players on the court, right? Like, this is not the streets. That's something we got to this is not the streets. Stop it. You're soft.
No, it's not the streets.
No, it's not the streets. I'm sorry. We got to deal in reality.
I want to pick a fight.
Come on.
Let's go to
Carl-Anthony
SF
Towns
Drummer.
is currently in a $250 million contract for crying out loud.
SF Drummer, what's happening?
Oh, yeah. That's how you snap into a Slim Jim. But in all seriousness, I like what the young kids are doing and the bench mob. They're the ones that's actually carrying the team besides Steph, this season. And Kerr, he's just going to have to lean into it. I still have faith that the Warriors can get to like a 5th seed or 6th seed at the end of it all. But Kerr's just going to have to lean into this young talent and cultivate them and let them grow. Because that's the only way that, we can try to get another championship. So that's all I got. Free Draymond.
Hey, free Draymond. 56-29 bench scoring yesterday for the Warriors. They outscored the Minnesota T-Wolves bench 56-29. Now, Tyler Bennett does make a great point. We're kind of being hypocritical here. It wasn't the streets when Buddy got slapped on the Giants.
No, that was funny.
Well, he got slapped.
Both could be true.
We condone that. We condone that. Tommy Pham.
Before game, by the way.
And before the game. And by the way, Tommy Pham has become a roast hero. The guy's career has ascended since the slap. And we mock Jock Peterson because he got the soul slapped out of him. And nobody, now, if anything, you know what? This is where the Giants did not have Jock Peterson's back. That's when I knew the Giants were soft. I said, damn, you couldn't even have his back? The guy got slapped. Y'all not going to do nothing about that?
The amount of people who talk, soft.
No, but
soft.
It is, though.
We just flip.
Your teammate got soft.
We're all soft.
No, Buster Posey.
Give me a break.
Bryce Harper gets hit with a pitch by Hunter Strickland. I know Hunter Strickland's a hothead. He's a hothead. But Buster Posey stood there at home plate and watched his team brawl. Who does that?
Back in my day, we walked 6 miles in the snow with no shoes.
All right, so we pick and choose.
I just feel like
we pick and choose when it's all good, though. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying is we're being hypocritical.
Guys come out of the closet.
We're hypocritical. We're saying Jock Peterson got slapped, and we all mock him for getting slapped and not doing nothing about it. So then we can't keep that same energy for Draymond Green when he goes in and has Clay's back. Now, again, I don't condone the chokehold. I don't condone the chokehold. I'm actually disappointed with Draymond Green getting ejected 2 of the last 3 games. I'm not happy about that. I need Draymond Green on the basketball court. Enough of the berating the referees. Enough of this stuff. I'm tired of talking about it. But at the same time, we can't mock Draymond Green for having Clay's back and then laugh at Jock Peterson and say, oh, the Giants didn't even have Jock Peterson back. He got slapped in front of everybody. Nobody did nothing about it. Now, that's a bunch of punks. Nobody could have stepped up to Tommy Pham and just push like, yo, dude, chill out.
I'm not doing comparative shopping on the checklist of things Draymond has done and whatever the hell happened with Tommy Pham and Jock on a grainy video
you know what?
From miles away.
You know what, though? I'd rather have a rider like Draymond Green having somebody. Now, I don't like the chokehold at all. I don't condone that at all whatsoever. All right. But I do appreciate him having Clay's back in that situation. That's all. That's all I'm saying. George in Los Altos, what's happening?
Hey, guys. I want to kind of flip the coin a little bit here and look at the glass half full aspect of it. Watching that game last night, I'm just proud of them. I'm proud of the way that when they lost Hall of Famers and ended up having to go against the number 1 team in the league, in my opinion. I think they're better than Denver. And the way they fought all the way to the end and actually almost won the game just gives me a lot of hope. And I haven't seen this much depth on the Warriors team since the days of Sean Livingston and David West. So look at it that way. I think we're looking good for the future. The only thing that's really concerning me is whether or not Clay can ever find his shot again. And I think Wiggins will, because Wiggins started to show signs last night of that old Wiggins grit.
I agree with you.
Look at the positives, guys. So I mean, we've got some real deep talent on this team. So we'll figure it out. And Steve, this year, before I go, one thing I'll say about Steve, he never played the kids. This year he's playing them, and he knows he can play them because they're going to produce. So they'll figure it out, you guys. You watch and see.
Yeah, no, listen. They're 6-6 right now. They lost 4 in a row.
We're a 43-win team, dude.
Thank God they won those 2 buzzer beater games.
Yeah, they could be.
I know. Like, no, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it cynically. I'm saying, like, sincerely, thank God they won those.
Nick Bosa, he just won NFC Defensive Player of the Week.
Did he?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Go figure, Nick Bosa. So, I'm disappointed in Draymond Green being ejected and doing what he's doing. It took away from a great basketball game. It took away from Podziemski's moment. It took away from Sarge balling as a starter. It took away from CP3. I thought George in Los Altos Hills is right. Andrew Wiggins played his ass off yesterday. He's fighting it. He's trying. He goes 4-15. But I appreciated the aggressiveness. Now I said, let's reevaluate him after 14 games. We're 2 games away from that. So Monday will be reevaluation day for Andrew Wiggins on top of the 49ers game against the Bucks, which I think Niners going to rout the Bucks. This offensive line is not good. Not good at all. Nick Bosa and Chase Young should eat a lot more.
I'm going to break somebody's jaw.
Well, where is Xavier McDaniels? We heard from him yet? Did he reply to a text?
Sent him a text. He hasn't gotten back to me yet.
Yeah, he's chilling. He's probably proud of Draymond Green.
I'm optimistic, Bonte.
Now, Xavier McDaniel.
That's a voice I haven't heard in 24 hours.
Yeah, let's make sure we don't hear that voice for another 72 hours. Klay Thompson does need to he's got to show some separation.
Well, and that's one of the stinky things about yesterday is I was hoping that would be a game that he can get out of his funk and get back to what he was earlier and, be a more efficient player and get up shots without repercussions because they needed a guy to space the floor.
Yeah, no doubt. Let's go to Mike in San Lorenzo. Mike, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, man, I'm just want to say Klay's been hurt with injuries for how many years, right? So Dre had his back the whole time. Let's go back to the beginning of the year. And what's been going on with the Warriors? They're getting knocked around completely all over the floor. Against Denver, Jokic goes and gets every time he gets touched, he gets a foul. Klay and all them get hit to the floor. Curry get hit to the floor, nothing. You get the goaltending call, clear goaltending call, they call nothing. Then you get the Cleveland game. They retroactively go back. They kick Draymond out of the game.
Well, he deserved it.
Let the other dude stay in the game, and then gives him 2 foul shots after he comes down court and obviously did something and nothing happens to him. So now they go Gobert does what he's going to do last night. So what does Draymond do? He goes to protect his player. That's his player. So I have no problem with that. I have a problem with the league and what they're doing now. Suspend us. So Gobert should have been out of the game too.
That I agree with.
Yeah, I do agree with that. Rudy Gobert there shouldn't be 4 guys ejected. 4 guys ejected in the basketball game.
I think everybody agrees with that.
Yeah, no doubt about that. No doubt. But it's unfortunate,
especially after you looked it over multiple times.
Yeah, he should have been out of there.
Yeah, and I guess they went to Secaucus to get that's where they need to be smarter.
Mm-hmm. No doubt. All right, last segment. We got a lot of calls here. We'll get to everybody. We're breaking down the Warriors lost to the T-Wolves. They lost 4 in a row. They lost 3 straight home games. They're 0-3 in a 6-game homestand after winning. If they're playing 7 of their first 9 on the road, you would think they come back home, stack some wins, get ready. Now we're going the opposite direction. Who are the Golden State Warriors this season? Who are the real Warriors?
It's a superstar and the others.
Oh, boy. Okay. All right, that's all coming up. Brought to you by Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Let's change this to that by picking up after our pets, reducing pesticide use, and regularly servicing vehicles. Learn how at cleanwaterca.com. That's cleanwaterca.com. From the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
is live on YouTube and Twitch right now. Time for you to like and subscribe.
And Edwards will take a dribble, take a three straight on, no good. Draymond defensive rebound. Leaves it for Paul down the right side, and now McDaniels and Klay Thompson get tangled up, and now Draymond gets in there to hug Gobert away in a headlock, and we've got a scramble. We have security people on the floor, coaches flying all over the place. Klay Thompson gets pulled aside by Chris Paul. Draymond and Gobert get separated. Well, Draymond went after Gobert as if he saw Gobert do something, and Gobert now pointing and gesturing in Draymond's direction. John Murray, Warriors security extraordinaire over there. Yeah, Klay's jersey is ripped. Jersey. And here we are, a minute and 43 in.
Let me know when you get Fitz's call, because I want to hear Fitz and Buki again. Oh, man. The chat, the calls. I knew this would be a banner day. Fezzy Phil told me last night, he goes, bro, I'm going to be up at 6 in the morning listening. I was like, dude, I may call in sick. As much as we laugh today, sometimes I just don't enjoy these shows.
Well, this is why I get frustrated. And I'm being honest here. Like I've done dumb things in my life and had real repercussions and have faced real severe punishment because of it. Real punishment, all right? And in most of those situations, when you get punished, people are scared to death, okay? When you're actually in prison or jail or whatever ends up happening, people are scared. So when things like this happen, what ends up happening is we get a wave of super tough guy from the streets dudes who want to tell you about what they would have done in these situations and want to justify stupid behavior and stuff. And I'm always like, all right, like that sounds great, and you sound like the tough guy. And when in reality, in the real world, when two people get in a fight, very rarely does the random public step in to break it up. Okay, when someone's stealing something from a department store and you're shopping, very rarely are you going to be like the hero in the story. Most people are afraid to get involved in anything. And so I'm always like, be reasonable, all right? When you watch something from afar, remove the emotion and be somewhat reasonable. These guys are super foolish. Gobert for touching Klay Thompson and Draymond Green for touching Gobert. Now, did he have his guys back? Yeah, he did. He had his guys back, and I get it. And they're tussling, and on some level, I understand it. But there's repercussions to it. And the consequences are he got himself out of that game, and they ended up losing that game. Klay was out for the game, and now he's going to be out for more games, all while Steph Curry's out right now. It's just like, man, you can't be doing that as a leader of the team. And so I'm frustrated.
Let's hear from Fitz and Buki.
And so we're scoreless. We'll stay 0-0 the first 2 minutes. And then look at Klay Thompson and McDaniels. What is going on with that? Wow. You've got a full-on fracas going on. Draymond came in to defend Klay. This got out of hand very quickly.
Look at Klay Thompson's jersey. It's ripped up. That's more than a scuffle.
We're going to have to go to replay and look at all of this, but Klay Thompson's never been involved in anything like that. What was Jaden McDaniels doing?
Well, he actually got involved with Roy Hibbert back in the day in Indianapolis.
Scarecrow? All-time nickname.
That is an all-time nickname.
So and also Klay breaking up the Bradley Beal and Draymond situation. Remember Kelly Oubre Jr. bombing on Klay Thompson from the back? Listen, man, can we just all laugh a little bit? We're getting way too deep.
That's what I'm saying.
We're getting way too deep. We're talking about jail time. We're talking about counseling.
But B, we
let's
get
just
these
talk
tough
basketball.
guys.
No.
Let's
Talk
like,
basketball.
He's defending his honor.
No, let's just talk basketball.
It's ridiculous.
I got no problem with Draymond having his back. You're Jay Williams. He played the game. I ride or die with Draymond. Again, I have no problem with him having Klay's back. But I understand the priors to Draymond Green. I understand you can't just jump on the dude's back and put him in a chokehold. Like, what do you think is going to happen?
That's what I'm saying.
You know, but let's laugh a little bit. We're here talking about jail time and counseling.
What I'm saying is that people act like Klay was going to be assaulted by every one of us.
No.
Stop. Just everyone stop. It's a basketball game. It's a bunch of hundreds of $1 million worth of players playing basketball.
No doubt.
Everybody take a deep breath. Defending the honor of Klay Thompson.
Let's go to Luke Man and Vallejo. Luke Man, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. How y'all doing today?
I'm doing great. I'm doing great.
I love it. Hey, everything that happened last night, I'm just looking. First, I'm going to look towards the future. I'm going to say this really gives our young guys an opportunity to really step up like they did last night. Let's just see who fills what position where. You know me, I'm the biggest Kuminga believer. I think he's going to have a bigger opportunity. Let's see if he seizes it. I think, we already know Pod's going to play, and let's just see what Kerr does with Klay's minutes. If he stretches them out and uses different rotations with them, including with Draymond being out. And last thing, Draymond is Rudy's dad.
Well, Rudy got the last laugh last night.
I mean, they won it. He had 3 blocks down the stretch?
In the fourth quarter. And that's where the basketball game, we talked so much about the Draymond because it's a hot button topic, and you know what time it was, and it overshadowed the basketball game. But when you look at the fourth quarter, Warriors had a 7-point lead going into the fourth quarter. And you're just thinking, boy, if they could get a couple baskets early, extend that lead to 11. But right away, Mike Conley, Jr., hits a 3. Boom! Or he hits a 2, a long 2. And it's like, uh-oh, they're down 5. And then the Warriors just couldn't. They started off 1 of 8 in the fourth quarter, 5 turnovers. Overall, they shot 6 of 21 in the fourth quarter, 28.6%. They were 3 of 11 from the three-point line. Nobody could buy a basket. Chris Paul was 2 of 4, but he passed up an open mid-range jumper. But it was the presence of Gobert that made him pass it to the corner. And Rudy was able to force Chris Paul into a pass, recover, and then block a shot in the corner of Dario Saric. Big-time play by Rudy Gobert. You have to tip your cap and give him credit.
And he got a defensive foul on a rebound play that was a very big one where he split the free throws. Gobert was awesome in the fight. So was Cat. And then that big offensive rebound that the Warriors couldn't snag on the defensive end that gets circled around, and Cat hits the 3.
No doubt. So the Warriors, they struggled in the fourth quarter. They turned the ball over 6 times in the final frame. 6 times. And they get outscored 28-18. Minnesota goes on the 8-0 run to win that game. So, look, man, at the end of the day, there's a lot of positives, right? Brandin Podziemski, you may have a player there.
I
Steve Kerr mentioned before the game that, hey, without Stephen Curry, I get to experiment with different combinations. That's what this is about. We're trying to build for the playoffs. We're not going to win a championship November 14th. We're going to win a championship in June. So we're far from a championship team, from being a championship team, but you got to build to that stuff. So Podziemski, you may have a player there, all right? Jonathan Kuminga, he's got to step it up. He's got to play better yesterday. Now, he had a good weekend getting to the free throw line, but he's got to become more consistent. And, by the way, he's shooting less than 20% from the three-point line. So he's got to work on that. Chris Paul can still run point guard.
The shot looks better than that,
It looks better, but he's just not hitting right now.
20%.
It's all good. He'll get it going. Hopefully he gets it going. I don't know if he will, but he will hopefully get it going. And if he can't, then we're going to have a different conversation in January and February around the trade deadline.
Well, to get into the weeds here, he rolled with Corey Joseph way longer than I wanted him to. He hit the bank 3, and everyone was like, all right, you squeezed the bank 3 out of Corey Joseph.
Right.
But I wanted to see Moody get in there a little earlier. Again, this is a very deep criticism, but he was too quick. He was, too long with Corey Joseph, and I would have went quicker to Moses Moody.
No doubt.
Especially in that fourth quarter.
Moses Moody was good. He had 1 shot attempt in the fourth quarter. He nailed that shot attempt. Moses Moody had 2 rebounds, 3 points. In that fourth quarter, only played 2 minutes and 44 seconds.
Not enough.
So I want to see a little bit more Moses.
Yeah.
Moody. And now you got to navigate the waters without Stephen Curry for a couple days. He's day-to-day with the right knee sprain, so you got to get back on track here. You do not want to fall below 500. You were just at 6-2, 6-3, rolling, coming back home. Now you lost 4 in a row.
Didn't you think that there's a certain unit, Trace Jackson-Davis, Podziemski, I believe CP3's out there, Moody, when they're all out there, the ball is hopping.
Yeah, that's
quick decisions, quick passes. It really feels like those guys all trust, hey, I'll make a pass to somebody who'll make a smart decision. I'll get it back in a better spot to score. It really... That's a very selfless unit. I don't know who the fifth guy is usually with them, but I really like that unit together.
Yeah, they're hopping. And you get Chris Paul surrounded by shooters, you can see what he can do.
Yes.
He's not blowing by guys off the dribble. However, he is putting the offense in the right spot. And he is getting – I thought Chris Paul played very well. The plus-minus has Chris Paul. What did it have Chris Paul at?
He had one
-9. Chris Paul played better than the -9.
I agree. He had one bad pass into traffic late that I didn't love. It was like a cutting to the hoop play by 2 guys, and there was 3 defenders. He's had a couple of more turnovers in the last few games than what he had. He was so prolific early on, but he's been really good. He had a couple big rebounds and a couple of steals too.
There's so many memes yesterday. The entertainment business. I am glad that basketball is back, folks. And Every day there's something in the NBA.
Is that the best rivalry right now, Gobert, Draymond?
Absolutely incredible.
Now it is, I guess. Or is it Draymond against Edwards? Is it Draymond against Minnesota? Is
Dylan
it Draymond
Brooks
against
versus
Boston? Is it Dylan Brooks against the Warriors? Dylan Brooks is coming to town on Monday. Dylan Brooks smells blood, and the Rockets are playing some good basketball.
Is it Tristan Thompson versus Draymond? Because they were barking the whole game at each other.
Well, they just did a podcast together.
And Tristan doesn't. Did they?
Yeah. They did a podcast. He was on the Draymond Green show a couple years ago. A couple years ago.
Oh, yeah. They were screaming at each other.
But the streets say that Draymond didn't do anything to Tristan Thompson in the club, not in L.A. That's what the streets say.
What happened? They were in a club together?
Yeah, apparently Tristan Thompson slapped him. That's what the streets say.
Is there video footage to accompany the streets talk, Jay-Z?
I don't think there was a leak this time.
Oh, dude, Spadoni, your work today has been phenomenal.
Joe at Concord, get this call, Spadoni. I'll be the judge whether or not you're doing a great job.
Podziemski-like performance today.
Joe, what's happening? Joe? Joe, you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you, Joe.
Can hear you now.
Yeah. So, I like my Warriors, but for me personally, it's becoming, the way they're acting. They're supposed to be the gold standard of basketball. And here they are acting, Draymond, I'll be honest, I've never been a big fan of because, we know why. How many games has he cost us? And earlier you're talking about rivalries to Draymond. I think Draymond's biggest rival are the referees.
That's actually not.
Good call, Joe. Bad. Joe, that's not bad. That's not bad. Go ahead, Joe. Finish strong.
Yeah, I could argue Draymond hurts us more than he helps us when we need him the most.
Yeah, he hurt us last night. That's for sure. He hurt us last night. Let's go to Tim in Sebastopol. Tim, what's happening? Joe Conquer's fine. Sometimes people get nervous. I got nervous last week at the All-Star ceremony. Tim, what's happening?
That's the most
Hey, guys.
No, I do. I get nervous, dude. Tim, what's happening?
I love you.
It's okay to be nervous. Tim, if you're nervous, it's okay because it means you care.
Yeah,
it means you care, Tim.
He's right.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Ask me one more time, and that's what happens.
Yeah, night.
He was nervous.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Who said that?
Dude.
Who said that?
I think that was from the ejection from the King series that Colorado came in.
There's so many of them.
Hey, you know what?
In the words of Joe Horn, there's so many of them.
I'm noticing a trend that I'll touch on. After Coach Hall of San Diego, I'm noticing something here. It's hard not to monitor it. It's hard not to notice it. Coach Hall of San Diego. Oh, I tell you, after Coach Hall of San Diego.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Hey, I'm a little concerned, man. It was a good game yesterday, but I'm looking at the schedule, and we got OKC twice. The Rockets are playing inspired. We got the Suns, the Spurs, the Kings, and then the Clippers twice. And I feel like the Clippers might turn it around by then. I don't know, man. How long do we wait until, we really make some changes? Are we going to wait till All-Star break? Because I'm like, man, we can't do this 500 stuff.
What do you mean by changes?
We need to go on the win streak.
He means trades. That's what you mean, right, Coach Hall? Changes means trades. Changes means lineup tweaks.
Yeah, it could be. Yes, it could be trades. I'd rather us do it within first. Let's switch up the lineup. I'm like Denny Green, man. You play to win the game, and the best players got to play. So
who does that? Who is that?
Some feelings might get hurt. Man, I hate to say this, but I really think Clay might need to move to the bench if he doesn't turn it around. Just because him and Wiggins together, I feel like it's unproductive right now. And I don't know, how do you have that conversation with Wiggs or Clay?
Why not Wiggs when Clay has actually been the better player this year, to be honest with you?
So I'm thinking of it from Clay can loosen up the second unit. When they go blank, and we need Wiggs on the best defenders out the gate.
I get that.
If we come out the hole, down 10 points, I don't know.
And you know what, Coach Hall? And Coach Hall, you know what? I mentioned this, and thanks for the call, Coach Hall. But I mentioned this the other night. Clay with CP3 might be better for CP3 and Clay with the second unit. And you know what? He could finish the game again. I'm not making a big deal about starting.
But
I think it's so overblown.
I
don't know. That's Steve Kerr's job. Maybe it's Moses Moody. Maybe it's Podziemski.
There was a couple of plays last night. Looney was trying so hard. He just doesn't have the athleticism to hang with some of these bigger guys. And I know he's a rookie, but Trace Jackson-Davis gives you just a little more juice.
Right.
Just a little more juice against some of those big, long teams. Like Naz Reid, they actually got a not great Naz Reid game last night. And that's the part that frustrated me. It's like Naz Reid didn't play that great, and you still lost.
No, he did.
What do you think? You think taking Looney out of the starting lineup?
Well, they did yesterday, but it's matchup dependent. It depends on who you're playing, right?
But didn't they start a lot better? I mean, I know it was a totally different lineup.
Well, the start.
I mean, you're not going to start Podziemski.
We didn't start the game for 20 minutes. I mean, literally, the game really didn't start for 20 minutes. It's 7 o'clock tip-off. We really didn't start till 7:30. That was the longest first quarter in the world. I like Klay with the second unit with CP3 because CP3 needs shooters around him. And Klay with CP3, we know CP3 could get on that ball in the pocket. But I don't know. I don't know what Steve Kerr is going to do here.
You think he's ready
forward.
to accept that?
I don't know. He's going to have to. CP3 did. You think CP3 is happy with coming off the bench? He's not thrilled.
I don't think he's
not thrilled, but he's accepted it. He's doing what he's got to do. But now, as Ramona Shelburne mentioned on NBA Today, 2 days ago, the magic pixie dust or the good vibes after this hot start, that's dissipating. It's dissipating with every single loss. So you got to shake something up. You could roll the Pat Bev sound one more time for me. Pat Bev on what
did you
yesterday.
say was happening, though? You said, I know what's happening.
Oh, it's more so to do with the last hour of the show. We might have to talk about going back to 3 hours because the last hour just gets haywire. The stupid pills kick in the last hour of the show, or the morning roast. I'm noticing the trend here.
Okay.
It's just a lot of things that are going on. Let me move on before I get a nice little one-on-one chat after the show. Sandino, San Francisco.
Okay.
Sandino, San Francisco. I shouldn't even have brought it up. Sandino, what's happening?
Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for taking my call. Just a couple things. I was at the game last night. I brought my family, including my 2-year-old son, and man, what a way to get him into being a Warriors fan and then seeing a crazy fight. He didn't know what to do, whether to cheer or he was pointed at the screen like, what's the call? Why did they kick out Draymond? So I don't know if he's traumatized or a Dubs fan for life, but that was interesting.
Yep.
But I think one thing that's evident to me, the more I see it, is, some of the antics with Dre. As much as I love the fire and he has to get his teammates back, it also just kind of shows something deeper, which is, right now we're struggling with the veterans. And if you think about it, we've had these guys together, the core of 3 for like 11 years. Like, we haven't had a core together that long since like the Spurs. And the league has changed, man. The league is faster, longer, quicker, better defensively. We need our young guys to produce. And we lost a year last year with our young guys. They were playing Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb when they should have been giving Kuminga and Moody those minutes. So it's time to give those guys those minutes, and including Podziemski and TJD. What do you guys think?
Well, they're going to get the young guys involved because they need more athleticism. Now, what we have to live with here is that the young guys are not going to play like this every single day. There's going to be ebbs and flows, pros and cons, ups and downs, whatever analogy you want to use.
Yeah.
They're not going to be great every single game. But to get better and become more consistent, guys have to play. And I always saw Harrison Barnes, when he got moved to the bench for Iguodala, I thought it was a terrible decision. Now, Harrison Barnes has turned out to be who he is, right? People in Sacramento can't stand Harrison Barnes right now. They're just like, get him off my team. And he never progressed. But I thought that year of development for him in year number 2, he was coming off a good playoff run. Remember, as a rookie, he was going at Manu Ginobili against the San Antonio Spurs. Then he goes to the bench, and you're just sitting there thinking, when am I going to play? When am I going to play? When you're a young player who's used to playing all throughout high school, all throughout your college years, or if you did go to college, and then all of a sudden you come into the NBA, and you're coming off the bench, and you're not knowing when you're playing. Kuminga's going through that right now. Moses Moody's battling that right now, where you just don't know when you're going to play. So let's see how it plays out with the youngsters and knows that, hey, they're not going to get consistent minutes every day with Steve Kerr. It is what it is. And when you're paying big money to the veterans on your team, like Klay Thompson, like Andrew Wiggins, do you really want to have $100 million on the bench? Do you really want to have Draymond Green coming off the bench?
But you can't have it both ways, right? Like you can't tell me on one end, like, oh, it doesn't matter how much money they've paid Klay, and then say to me, well, they're going to play him because they've allocated X amount of dollars to him. So, but in the other part, like on the youngsters, you're 100% correct. Like they don't know when they're going to play.
Right.
But it's been 3 years of that.
Right. Maybe they're just not ready.
No, that
maybe Kuminga's just not ready. Who knows? Who knows?
When you watch a game like last night from Kuminga, it could be a one-off, or it's just more of what you've seen the last 2 years, which is a guy forcing things.
Yep. Let's go to Simon in Santa Rosa. Simon, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Just calling to make 2 points. First on Chris Paul, the second's on Andrew Wiggins. But with Chris Paul in that pick and roll, we need him to be aggressive. Too many times I've been watching him all season. He's known to pull up for that mid-range Jimmy. And too many times I was watching last night, he's just continuing his dribble looking for an outlet when really, the game is real simple. So he needs to be aggressive in that pick and roll and pull up and for that mid-range jumper. And second, with Andrew Wiggins, I've noticed, man, his three-point shot is just hitting the back of the rim, So he needs to take a little off of that three-point shot. It's mental. So
yep.
That's all I got for y'all,
man. If he gives me that same energy level he did last night, I think he's going to turn it around.
Yeah, I agree. He played hard.
He played really hard.
But unfortunately, that's not enough.
He had some tough foul calls.
He went to the rack, and the Stifle Tower was right there to reject that shot in the fourth quarter. And it got off to a hairy start. The Warriors had that one.
The one in the corner, I couldn't believe he closed out on that.
No doubt.
Sarge, by the way, we haven't talked enough about him. He was brilliant yesterday.
Second 20-point game this season. Steph has nothing but 20-point games. Podziemski has a 20-point game. Sarge has the other 2 20-point games. Who would have thought that?
Fitz kept saying, it's a career high for Podziemski. It's like, we know. He hasn't even played.
His career high was 12 going into the game. So
no, he played great.
He did play great. I'm proud of him.
Kiss off the backboard honestly,
Brandin, Podziemski.
I didn't believe that Podziemski would be ready to play.
I didn't either.
Early in the season. I thought he'd see a lot of Santa Cruz.
Well, I did. Nico Mannion.
But you know what?
More Nico Mannion ready to go.
Well, you know what? He's not Nico Mannion.
No, he's better.
You know what I'm saying?
He was active. I couldn't get over how
7
active
rebounds,
he was.
5 assists, but it was the pace of play. Yeah. And the Warriors pushed it at times. I like the way they pushed it and sped up the game a little bit. They got to play faster.
Yeah, I agree.
They're too slow to play slow. You know what I mean? So they got to pick their chances to go play fast, play faster, and really take good shots. I thought yesterday they got good shots. Minnesota's defense had the best defensive rating in basketball right now. They've won 7 in a row. So I thought it was a step in the right direction. But at the end of the day, it's a bottom line business, right? Nobody down there at Chase Center, when they go meet for shoot-around, is going to be happy about the loss. Now, there's some positives. But they would have snapped this losing streak. It's a 4-game losing streak, and they haven't won a game on the 6-game homestand. That's un-Warrior-like. They dominate at home. They're 1-4 right now to start the season at Chase Center. That's got to flip.
I wanted that win so bad last night. God, I needed that win last night. They played so good, and you could just feel it going away. When Edwards got that little transition play, hit the turbo juice, and hit that layup, it's like, we're done.
All right, here you go. Let's end the show the way we started.
Okay.
1:43 left in the game. Or 1:43 into the game, I should say. Into the game. We had the situation with Draymond, Gobert, Klay, McDaniels. Here's Jay Williams on Get Up on ESPN about the situation.
What do you believe should happen with Draymond Green?
I think he's going to get a 10-game suspension. His reputation precedes him. 2 ejections in the past 4 games. But I got to tell you, that's my kind of teammate. If I'm scrapping with somebody, Greeny, and somebody puts their hands on me, I want my teammate to come out of nowhere to put somebody in the chokehold.
Well, I don't know if I want him to come out of nowhere and put somebody in the chokehold, but I have no problem with Draymond Green having Klay Thompson's back. I don't know about the chokehold, though. Not sure about that.
The way he says, I want my teammate to come out of nowhere like it's an RKO from Randy Orton. Like, come on.
Who was the wrestler that used to come out of the crowd? Was that Edge?
All of them. But yeah, Edge Sting used to from the Raptors.
Yeah, Sting definitely did. Is that Hogan's music?
That's got to be Kane.
What would Draymond's walk-in music be?
I don't know. Harlem Heat? Stone Cold? Kurt Angle?
It would 100% be Stone Cold. He's hitting the stunner on people. He likes to kick below the belt.
I don't know. Is he coming in with the soul code? Or is he coming in with this?
This is not
Is
him.
Draymond walking in like this?
No.
Come on.
No way.
Bum, 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 bum. Give me the 3 eyes, Spinoni. What are the 3 eyes?
Intensity, integrity, intelligence, and Rudy Gobert.
So let me ask you this. Does anyone like Rudy Gobert? Like, that was pretty unanimous. Draymond, most people don't like around the league. I'm talking about around the league. But clearly everyone dislikes Rudy Gobert, correct?
Absolutely.
It's like undeniable at this point. What were you going to say?
I'm thinking about Brenda down in, where's Brenda from? San Jose?
Uh-huh.
Who called earlier. It's like, what about some positivity? And we just gave 10 minutes of positivity. And I just see one chat. We need some positivity on the show. We just broke down what was good about yesterday. Wiggins, Sarge, Pods, Chris Paul playing well, played a lot of minutes. The heart that the team displayed, Moses Moody. There's a lot of takeaways. It was a step in the right direction. But the bottom line is they lost the game. So
I wanted Wiggs to get going so bad for him. Like, just it's like the perfect storm. Like, this is a Wiggins game. Everyone's thrown out. Like, there's no one there. Just take all the shots you want. And my guy was just saddled with frustration and foul trouble, but he tried really hard. And I actually thought Looney tried really hard. There were a couple of dive plays on the high pick and roll where he just smoked the layup or he couldn't finish around the rim. These big teams just, gosh, they're crushing us.
Do you have Patrick Beverly? His thoughts on the fight?
Dude, I seen Draymond choke. Cat bogus as hell.
What?
No.
Cat's bogus?
Yeah, he bogus, man. Cat bogus, man. Straight up. And Ant was back there, too. And Draymond knew, too. Don't nobody like Rudy anyway. That was the perfect moment to do it. Like, okay, that be choke Rudy ass.
And he did not let go.
No, a person choke you like that, don't let go. That was built up. But then I see Cat make a mean mug face like, but then you ain't doing it. Choke Draymond back. So now, if I'm Draymond, I choke they center and they homies didn't do nothing. And we pay y'all in the playoff. Oh, Cat, I ain't worried about you. You didn't even help your homie.
So how can he rectify this?
Can't. So what? And you can't even like try to get your get back. So what? The whole world I'm saying.
Thanks, Cat.
He in the game.
Oh, he's still playing? He didn't do
Fucking why would he get booed? He didn't do Cat, nah, that. I taught you better than that.
Well, Cat actually did try to put Draymond Green in the chokehold. But Draymond Green displayed how much he's been in, he tucked that chin and you were not getting that arm in. Look, like a UFC fighter, you went in grappling.
That was I missed it and then watched it back.
Did you see that?
It's incredible.
He tucked the chin.
That's just max awareness.
No, it was an R1 button.
Right, R1, he tucked the chin. You were not getting that arm under his chin while having Rudy Gobert sunning him with the bicep bulging. All right, so we got that. And then we got this great story. I can't even get past the first 3 paragraphs of this story. John Krasinski and Sam Amick, our buddy Sam Amick from The Athletic.
They need to double up and start writing for Marvel.
Dude, listen to this lead.
I'm dead serious.
Listen to these first 3 paragraghs. I'll just read.
Close your eyes and think
close
Batman
the eyes.
versus Riddler.
Do you have like a jingle so I can narrate this thing?
Play some sort of superhero music underneath this.
I'll find something.
Find something, and then let me know when you find something. I'll read the first 4 paragraphs. In the meantime, Spinoni, let's get Kurt Oakland on the show. He's got walk-up music for Draymond Green.
Let's hear it.
Kurt Oakland, what's
happening?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking the call. So there's 3 songs. The first one is Mark Henry's song that goes, "Somebody's going to get their A kicked." The second one is Randy Orton's Voices, which the opening theme is, "I hear voices in my head, they talk to me."
The legend killer, Randy Orton?
Yes, there you go.
I love the
third one is the third one is Chris Jericho's walk-up music that he actually did himself, which is called Judas by Fonzie.
Judas.
Oh, my God.
I mean, now we're going Bible. Oh, boy.
Oh,
my God.
You should listen to all 3 of them. Trust me, you guys will love them, and you guys might even use one of them for your walk-up music.
Oh, my gosh. I'll just see in the comment, Uncle Looney, playing Pat a fool. Calling him playing Pat Bev. Because of all the antics he pulled in the playing game.
The next 5 years are ours.
Oh, the next 5 years is what you remember.
The next 5 years are ours.
I was actually in the locker room that day.
Yeah.
So that night it was opening night at Chase Center. First ever game at Chase Center.
Was it the big guy with the dreads?
Montrezl Harrell. He had the chains on. So let me tell you.
He killed us in that series.
Before we get that game at Chase Center.
Montrezl
That game was the opening night at Chase Center.
That's a name I haven't heard.
Opening night at Chase Center, right? The first game, D-Lo's playing, they get blown out by 30. and I wanted to put my 401k on the Clippers. They're only 3-point favorites. I wanted to put my entire 401k on the Clippers that night. Couldn't do it. Nobody would take my bet. So that game, I go in the locker room when I used to go into visiting locker rooms all the time. Montrezl Harrell puts on like 7 chains on, fat chains. I mean, neck was sore. I was like, damn, look at all that ice. Some reporter goes, oh, man, so-and-so has that chain. Montrezl Harrell looked up and said, hey, nobody got this damn chain. What you talking about? Like, he took a person. I was like, damn, okay. So then Pat Bev has one of his Russian homies from when he used to play in Russia.
Okay.
Comes in the locker room in his sweatsuit, straight Adidas sweatsuit, looking like he's straight from KGB, right? And Pat Bev is sitting there, man, I ripped Curry twice. Cookies, twice. He ain't got no help now. And he's talking in front of the media. I'm like, oh, my God, this guy is wilding right now.
Do people have, like, their recorders out and recording this?
No, because it was kind of off the record. He just kind of did it out of nowhere. Yeah. He's like, I stripped him twice. That loose-ass dribble. Curry and that loose-ass dribble. He's like, chirping. I'm like, dear God, Pat Bev is one of,
when he was clapping in Kevin Durant's face.
Oh, well, the playoff series.
Kevin Durant had like 50 points in that game.
Well, when he got KD ejected, he goes, just be Pat Bev. Be Pat Bev. And I was just like, this guy's having his moment. Okay, whatever. So then we get the story.
Patterson,
so now we get the story from John Krasinski and Sam Amick from The Athletic. And do you have some music so I can narrate this bad boy? The chase in the crowd was roaring. Jaden McDaniels and Klay Thompson were scrapping, and Rudy Gobert was right in the middle of the chaos when he felt a burly right arm wrap around his throat. He couldn't see who was on his back, but he didn't have to. He knew exactly who the arm belonged to. His longtime nemesis, Draymond Green. Quote Rudy Gobert, I could feel that it was him. As Green applied the chokehold to Gobert to pull him off of Thompson, the Minnesota Timberwolves center tried to stay calm as everyone around him seemed to be losing their minds. He's grabbing me, Gobert recalled. But the choke wasn't good enough. Yeah, it wasn't enough for me to really have to go to sleep. But he tried. He tried really hard, but it wasn't good enough to where I felt like I was really in danger of falling asleep or something like that. Green held Gobert for about 9 seconds on Tuesday as assistant coaches, security staff, and players tried to pry everyone apart and get control of a situation that erupted as the game between the T-Wolves and Golden State Warriors wasn't even 2 minutes old.
Now I'm closing my eyes and I'm imagining Batman in like a chokehold of the Riddler, and they're just like, you're trying to choke me out, but you can't do it.
It was a long time, and if he knew how to choke, it could have been way worse, Gobert said. He tried to. His intention was to really take me out. And I kept my hands up the whole time just to show the officials that I wasn't trying to escalate the situation.
I'm not trying to escalate it. He's choking me. That sounds like little brother, big brother in the living room where the mom's like, he's choking me, Ma. He's choking me. Am I wrong?
Now, to fast forward here, Rudy Gobert said, it's kind of funny because before the game, I was telling myself that Steph is not playing. So I know Draymond is going to try and get ejected. Because every time Steph doesn't play, he doesn't want to play.
It's a little quiet out here.
It's
a little too
Steph.
Quiet. There's no Curry. Draymond's up to shenanigans again.
He'll do anything he can to get ejected. And there is that story for Sam Amick and John Krasinski.
That was brilliant, B.
I mean, what
story time with
No. Story time. So
good.
I mean, this guy said just the fact that he said, he's grabbing me, but the chokehold wasn't good enough.
It wasn't good enough.
He tried really hard, but it wasn't good enough to where I felt like I was really getting danger or falling asleep or something like that.
Bro, like, go to sleep. No, I will not, Batman.
Oh, my God.
And then I love that, like, his, like, little sidekick, Cat, tried to get in there and help him out, and Draymond was like, he had all the tool belt ready to go, and he clamped the jaw so that he could not be chokehold back.
415 on the Comcast Business text line. It's called turtling your neck in jiu-jitsu. This is unbelievable, man. So we can talk basketball. We can talk type out. We can talk chokeholds. We can talk ripping jerseys out. The fact is the Warriors are now 6-6 and they lost 4 in a row.
Chuck Liddell is somewhere laughing so hard, right?
What does Dana White think about that chokehold?
Well, Dana.
What is my boy Habib?
Oh, yeah.
He probably's proud of that. And then turtling the neck.
You know what? Fast 5 time.
Oh.
It's time for the...
I like my Warriors.
What was that?
Can we just replay Nick in San Jose's call? Hopefully Nick in San Jose's doing okay. Hopefully he's doing okay.
Hopefully his kid's doing okay.
We're a 43-win team, dude.
All right, my final thought is this. Downtown San Francisco is a hell of a lot nicer when there's police on every single block, and everyone's afraid to do anything erroneous or scandalous out there. Walking around Union Square right now is the best time to do it. And all this traffic hype.
You are so scary.
There was no traffic.
Nobody's bothering nobody. I was at Union Square with no cops.
No, there's no urine.
There's just a homeless guy yelling.
There was no urine.
Right. We just walked by him.
No poop.
Oh, man.
Very
I feel
clean.
safer when there's a crackhead on my corner.
They were power washing the street. It was very clean. I didn't have to do like hurdles.
My final thought is
Jackie Joyner Kersey.
My final thought is thank you to Jimmy Garoppolo. Thank you to Draymond Green for carrying the station for 7 damn years. You guys are the gift that keeps on giving.
Facts.
This show, I got to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. I stayed up till like 11:45. I was like, the show's done. This show's done. Final thought, Spinoni. Final thought.
I think I texted like right after it happened. I was like, well, I can go to sleep. That's all I'm talking about in the morning. Well, one franchise is fading right now. There's another down in Los Angeles, red hot. Those Los Angeles Lakers.
Oh, stop.
Oh my goodness. Anthony Davis. I'm calling it right now. I'm locking it in. It's DPOY.
Guys, it starts at the top. Whenever Draymond does something silly, I always think of this line that Joe Lacob delivered at Mike Dunleavy's presser. He's meant a lot to this franchise. He's a bit of a controversial player, perhaps in some corners around the league, and certain things have happened over the years. And he knows that. But the good overwhelms the bad. As long as you have an owner making excuses for this guy, why is Draymond going to change? This is who he is. The good, the bad, it's going to either drive the Warriors or it's going to sink them. That's just life for the Warriors.
Oh, man, that was Fast Five brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation TV network only from Xfinity. The future starts now with no show meeting and Steiny and Guru. Guess what they're going to be talking? Nick Bosa, Defensive Player of the Week. That's what Steiny and Guru are leading with. No, I'm kidding. You know, it's going to be all about the Warriors for 4 hours. And I love it. Yay!
My little brother's friends have been camped out.
Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
I don't know where I want to start this show. There's so much.
Tell them what we did after yesterday's show to lead into what we watched yesterday together.
We'll tease that.
Because I owe you.
You're fine. We'll tease that. It's funny. Yesterday we finished the show and we're looking ahead to today and we're saying, well, you know what? If Steph's not going to play, so if the Warriors get handled tonight, we're probably not going to do 4 hours of Warriors if they lose a game with that, unless something happens.
And we were there.
Unless something happens, and it happened. And here we are, talking about Draymond Green again.
And how many games he's going to miss, because he's going to miss. So now you put that on top of what I'm really still worried about, Steph Curry's injury. Hey,
listen.
Go ahead, man.
This is the issue with Draymond Green. We should be talking, and we could, and we will, but we should be talking about Podziemski.
No doubt about it. He was phenomenal.
We should be talking about Podziemski. But the problem is, now we got to figure out how many games we're playing without Draymond.
Again.
So,
again.
I was thinking this. And I'm not going to.
I'm going to slow down. Go ahead. We were there.
Well.
We saw. Okay.
We were in the vicinity.
Oh, my. All right, people, real quick.
So, Guru and I guess officially.
Let me do it, because I feel guilty.
All right.
So, we didn't know we were going to the game yesterday, Steiny and I. I got my bat phone rung, and our guy, I won't name him, we love him, he's family, had 2 tickets. And his tickets they're prime tickets, they're front row tickets. So I said, Steiny, looked him in the eye right out here on Kearney and said, can you stick around and be my date for the Warriors game? Looked me back in the eye, went and had a salad or 2, a beverage, and that was my date. We get to the game, I'm like, we'll probably be front row at the Warrior bench, maybe Minnesota. Steiny will see Finchy, his friend. And we were up with the Pigeons at a juncture of a part of the Chase Center I didn't even know that was there. And I apologize. And now, once did you complain?
Why would I?
Because we were high as Cheech and Chong, and it bothered me. And I almost threw up. I was so high. But I got tickets for tomorrow, quote unquote, floor seats.
Oh.
And I want you to be my date so I can pay you back, because you didn't complain. You rode in the caddy, and we saw the drama kick off.
Yeah.
I'm not mad at Draymond Green. People on here like D's going to go off. I'm from Union City, California. That is the same thing I would have done if I were Draymond. What's unfortunate is he's making the Warriors unlikable. He didn't play in Denver, personal reasons. He gets ran in home against Cleveland, and now he's not available when the chef's out yesterday, Steiny. So I get people are coming for him, but I would have did the same. Gobert is not Little Red Riding Hood. He's not innocent. He had Clay by the neck, just not as hard as Dre had him. So I'm going to give Day-Day a pass. I'm mad he wasn't available. But, Steiny, I understand that episode yesterday from Draymond Green. I got your back today, Dre. I really do.
I'll bet you by the end of the show.
No, I got his back. I went home, watched it again and again and again.
Right. And he gets more wrong and more wrong and more wrong. But
he got 4-4 hundo, too.
No, I mean, I thought, first of all, I don't think but this is the thing. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the incident and the specifics, and we're going to get into a debate between whether Gobert was choking Clay or not, and was Draymond's comparable to, and it's like, don't you get it? It doesn't matter. None of it matters. The only thing that matters is Draymond is at it again and affecting the team, and it's pretty clear it's in a negative way. I mean, come on.
Well, he had an episode the other Sunday night.
This is the way I feel. I'm just going to get it out there because it's just infuriating to me when people, Cool was the problem. And Draymond's cool. Okay, let's go through it. Last Wednesday, Denver. He didn't play.
Gotcha.
Personal reasons.
All right.
Whatever. That's nobody.
Right.
Nobody thinks twice about it at that moment. Saturday, Cleveland. He gets ejected. We lose.
I got you.
Sunday, Minnesota. He gets into it with Anthony Edwards.
What you gonna do about it?
Then gets schooled at the end.
Wow.
He winds up Anthony Edwards, and they lose. Fine, whatever. Then Minnesota again. He gets ejected.
After he breached accountability, if I could throw that in there.
So now we'll wait today to see how many games Draymond Green is going to miss. So let's say he gets 2. I'm just picking a number.
Yeah.
Okay, so when do they play now? Thursday?
And Saturday.
Thursday and Saturday.
Okay, see, they could be 6 and 8.
So by my way of thinking, that's a week and a half of Draymond Green.
PTO.
Essentially, has he helped you? Has Draymond Green helped you in the last 10 days? No, he hasn't. But you know what? I take good with the bad. Ride or die. Ride or die.
And that's what they signed up for.
Yes,
and
they
Steve
did.
Kerr, this is the Draymond Green experience. I want to throw this at your partner. It wasn't premeditated, but never go full. Jeff said we're not starting off the fracas the right way because Klay was irritated. The Warriors got to be irritated with how they're playing. So, Steiny, I'm going to shock a lot of people. I'm going to put the fight for now, for me, to the side and focus on the Warriors are 6-6. Kuminga, Wiggins, Moody, Chris Paul shooting are on the side back of a milk carton, and Steph Curry's hurt. We don't know how long. That is on my list higher than Draymond, but I do want to throw this at you. So now he's going to miss a couple games and Curry probably won't be available, huh?
Yeah.
Not that it was premeditated, but I understand.
Oh, well, that's the other
He went
thing.
to go get Clay's back. I'm sorry, Steiny, much as I'm, you know where I'm at with Dre, this one, I get it.
The jig is up.
But it's not, because you got 4 more years.
But his listen.
Talk to me.
Rudy Gobert said the quiet part out loud last night.
I'm going to let you tell it.
He said the quiet part out loud.
I'm going to let you tell it.
Do we have that one right off the bat? I'll just tell you.
Yeah.
Rudy Gobert said the quiet part out loud that when he found out that Steph Curry wasn't playing, he said, I wonder what Draymond's going to be up to tonight because I know he doesn't like playing, and maybe even said, he can't play without Steph. Can't play without Steph. And you know what? There's something to that. So put that into the equation. Like that to me, that's got to hurt Draymond, and it should.
Okay.
That now he's got a reputation of not wanting the smoke when the big boy doesn't play.
Right, but yesterday was a fight, man. You're right. Yesterday, I just feel like I'm not giving a pass. He was defending Klay Thompson, who Gobert had. He didn't know when stuff jumps off. Because when
stuff jumps off, he must be in the middle of it. He must. You're right. And again, I'm sure we're going to take a lot of calls today where some people are going to say, yeah, he's great, backing up a team. It's like, again, so what? Like, okay, he was in the right, but he's going to get screwed again, and it's going to affect the team.
Well, there you go. When you talk about that.
Fine. Okay, you know what? For the sake of the argument, Draymond was right last night. He didn't do anything wrong. Guess what? He's going to be out 2 games, and his absence.
Well, let's hope.
And his absence hurt last night.
No doubt.
Come on, Warrior fans. We know what's going on here, right? Right.
I mean, they got a lot to be worried about.
Is there any way to put a percentage on? You know how many fans are essentially done with Draymond?
Well, do it today. We got 4 hours. Let's do it.
How do we do it?
Call in, text, YouTube, type.
Yeah.
And we could put a poll up, Steiny and Guru. Your nose okay? I know it was bleeding last night. I will not. That is the theme for the show today.
What?
That you didn't get mad that we were sitting so high.
Of course not. Of course not. Those were the worst seats I've ever been in.
Oh, my, Evan.
I've never.
And Evan almost was my guest. He had to work. Thank God. Evan, I'm embarrassed. But tomorrow we're on the floor.
It's all right.
All right. You got a pass? I can make a call to anybody I need
Kids
to.
are grown.
All right.
I got.
I think you're being too hard on Dre Steiny.
Of course.
My fault. What if he could have? What if that fracas would have galvanized the team? They lost by 3. I know, Fracas.
Well, I mean, you don't even believe what you're saying.
No, I know what he was going to do. There was a fight, a scuffle.
What's new?
Saginaw.
Hey, but
I'll give him that one yesterday.
What do you mean you give it to him?
He went to Clay was being held.
Okay. Well, guess what? We're probably going to lose the next 2 games now.
Well, you're probably going to lose without number 30. Don't let this take away from when is Curry coming back. Because in my world, that's what I'm focused on. Podziemski, you had a great game. It was marred, but you had a great game. But Steiny, where's Wiggins? Where's Kuminga? This thing could get ugly fast.
This thing is ugly now.
I'm being so real.
I mean, 888-957-9570 is the number. I'll talk about Brandin Podziemski, but
Baby Ginobili.
Let's not kid ourselves. How many times a year do we do this? Where are you at with Draymond Green? And incident by incident, it feels like more people are just peeling off.
Wow.
And the idea that he's got 4 years right now. I mean,
you're not saying that don't mean he's going to be here.
No.
And I'm not lobbying nobody's untouchable. Elliot Ness, but Steph Curry.
Yeah.
We saw that with Jordan Poole. You got your contract and you got up out of here. I'm telling you, Draymond went to defend Klay Thompson.
Okay.
This team is frustrated, and he's preaching accountability, and you're not available. And this is what I don't like, and Bonte said it on the way out.
Well, I thought you were giving him a pass.
Well, that's changing.
Oh.
But listen, the Anthony Edwards, I went Kevin Durant. I went to look at the comments. That whole, you ain't what you gonna do about it, and Anthony and Edwards was barking to Steiny. The basketball world outside of the Bay Area and some in the Bay, some Warrior fans, they sided with Ant-Man. And what I'm saying to you, and nobody probably cares about this, the Warriors, or Draymond is making the Warriors unlikable. Now, you could be like, I don't care, but he's putting targets on guys' back and not backing it up because you ain't even out there to ball. And they almost won the game without him.
Yep.
Chris Paul, a couple turnovers late. Dude, wow, you're out.
On who?
Draymond.
I mean, it's
like you're deflated. I'm looking at you.
It's the same old thing. It's the same old thing. I went to the boss without you. And I'm like,
uh-oh.
Could this be 4 hours of Draymond did the right thing and Draymond's getting victimized, or Draymond's, it's like, what? It happens. It always happens.
But you understand this was different.
I don't know it wasn't.
Then when you say that, it's not, you're not prejudiced, but you sound like
888-957-9570.
No matter what they do, they could cure cancer, but you're still going to find fault.
Last night,
go ahead.
Daryl the Guru is saying,
yeah.
Okay, this is a guy who's been ejected 17 times, I think, in his career.
18.
18 times in his career. Well, he punched a teammate, da-da-da-da-da. But this one was different.
He was defending his guy.
This one was different. Okay. All right. Good luck with Oklahoma City the next 2 games without him.
Wow.
Then
that's the part that hurts.
That's the bottom line.
If this thing is ugly right now, so what was he to do? I'm asking the people to say, you know what? We're 6-6. We're without my guy, 6-5. We're without the I got to let Klay Thompson just handle that with McDaniel just on his own? Like, sometimes, Steiny, when you get put in a situation like that.
Sometimes.
You got to just go.
How about every time? Hey, look. Hey, was Draymond in the wrong? Nah, he was right. He did everything great last night. Okay, then why is he not playing in the next 2 games?
We don't know.
Probably.
You keep saying 2.
Well, I don't know how many.
And I'm going to put a rat on the table.
He's gonna get a couple.
I told you and Evan. because we don't do fake stuff 10-2. This is the worst start the Warriors could have got off to after 12 games. And if I'm wrong, please pick up the phone, 888-957-95. This, Steph is hurt. You got guys struggling, and Dre is not available, and we're waiting on the suspension. Yep. Joe Dumars told you the reason he got suspended for the Sabonis thing is his track record.
Yep. Yeah. So you're giving him a pass?
No, let's go to 11. And should they have got 2 technicals, him and McDaniel?
Let's go to 11. Oh,
Klay Thompson. Should that in the 90s, would that have just been two technical fouls? Let's keep balling.
Well, that doesn't matter anymore, what would happen in the 90s. I don't think Klay should have been ejected. And I don't know if even McDaniel should have been ejected.
I'm with you.
But, again, like, when you constantly find yourself in that position, they don't always go your way.
What do you think Bob Myers is thinking right now after watching that? Seriously, we can find out tomorrow.
Thank God.
No, Evan, you think so? Do you think so?
Bob Myers did cross my mind last night because if there was one person who could have gotten Draymond Green off of Rudy Gobert in the first 12 seconds of his chokehold, it might have been Bob Myers.
Steve Kerr was saying, let him go. My boy Reggie Basie, Silk Basie. I had to go rewatch it. And he's telling them, let him go, Steiny. Let him go. But that's who he is. He's your ride or die, Steiny. There was a tussle. And you don't judge your friends when you're scrapping. You talk to him after, but you got to have his back. And he had Klay's back.
Never go full Jeff. Guru, I've never wanted to call in more to rip Steiny.
Call in.
On the YouTube chat. He's acting like Dre started it, and Draymond didn't.
Now there's some truth to
Of course there is. But Draymond had to be in the middle of it.
So you're going what the league's going to do to him.
I don't care.
Past transgressions.
I don't care if he was wrong, right? Do an admirable thing or not. Here we are again. And you know what?
Wow.
Is it worth it? Is it still worth it? Because you know what? This guy who's making shots, he's averaging the same amount of points as he averaged last year.
Shooting better from 3.
I don't care.
I'm not laughing. I'm worried about the whole thing. The whole enchilada.
And I didn't at least the chemistry's great. Hey, but we got rid of Jordan Poole.
Hold on, Stoney. This wasn't Warrior versus Warrior.
Oh, well, so it's okay. Yeah.
It was Warrior versus...
Exactly. I don't care what it is. It ain't going well. And Wiggins is somewhere in outer space. And Draymond has just cost you with the last week because you're 0-4 since this stuff happened. And now Kerr's nicked up a little. Curry. Obviously, Curry is not a chemistry thing, but you play a couple games without Steph Curry, and
I wish it was more than injury.
Well, and you start losing 6-7 in a row. You got to be careful.
Before I left here, the boss yesterday, he asked Siri about a knee sprain, and Siri said, "You manage the pain. It could be day to day, or it could be weeks." I'm telling you, Matt Steiny, we'll be in the house front row tomorrow. This is danger time. And Draymond Green to put you know what a pit bull is, right? You know how they're not a Chihuahua. They're not a soft dog. They're not a Yorkie. A pit bull is ready to go at any time. And the reason I bring that animal up is that's what Draymond's inner animal is, a pit bull. He saw a scuffle. He saw Gobert with hands on Klay Thompson, and he went and lost it. But that could galvanize the team for tomorrow night. Like that's on the
it'll
chessboard.
Galvanize an undermanned team, which will mean nothing. And you know what? Sometimes you got to put a pit bull to sleep.
Or you can give them 400. And I keep bringing that up because I've been where you're at. I've graduated, and I can appreciate Dre. But once the Warriors told us they're okay with Dre being Dre, Steiny, don't lose any hair. Don't lose any sleep.
I'm not.
And don't be incredulous anymore.
Thank you. Thank you. People are like, Steiny, you're so mad. I'm like, I'm incredulous that, okay, you guys want to talk about how Draymond got hosed last night again, or how Draymond did the right thing but's getting penalized? Go ahead. Let's have at it. I'll give you 4 hours. And all I'm saying is, it doesn't matter. He's missing games again, and he's cost you games again.
But what does matter is the makeup of this team.
Period.
And the fact that Curry's hurt, Wiggins and Kuminga not exactly lighting it on fire. I don't know if this is a slump. I don't like the schedule tomorrow. I don't like the schedule Saturday. Steiny, let's break it down. Forget Draymond for 1 second. I know this is not the day. It's hard to. This team is going the wrong way fast. They were 5-1. We were talking about strength in numbers, this and that, pleasant surprises, and now give me a Curry update. I need a suspension update. And what's up with Wiggins? Last night was another opportunity. You, Willard, and Dibbs and I talked about it. Maybe he'll be aggressive and miss me when he's getting rebounds. And as bad as you talked about the Warrior perimeter D, they had it. The game was in balance again last night to win. Lack of execution cost them again.
A lack of talent. They lost that game because they supposedly didn't have their best three players. Hey, listen, again, this is what you get with Draymond.
What would you call this?
What would I call this with Draymond?
When you say you get it, what's it with him? The good and the bad.
Yeah, but you know what? He ain't as good anymore as a player. Did him getting ejected last night, did it, in fact, cost him the game? Because if it didn't, well, then he isn't that important. But if it did, then you need it.
Yeah. And well, Clay left too. But yeah, put some respect on his name.
On whose name?
No, Draymond. They lost because they didn't have his services.
It feels to me like and this is just from looking around the text lines, that most people are, again,
defending Dre or
ride or die with Dre.
What about Dario Saric?
Ride or die all the way to 39 wins with Draymond Green.
Dario Saric could be a starter, Stoney. If they decide maybe to have Looney come off the bench, insert Dario, give you some more scoring, stretch. 32 minutes last night, 21 points, 3 of 11 from deep.
Who are we talking about?
Dario Saric.
Yeah, he didn't make enough shots last night. He needed to make a few more.
Well, he went over 20.
Yeah.
And so did Brandin.
Who?
Brandin.
Oh, yeah.
Little Daryl's proud.
I
told you guys. You didn't say that part.
Yeah, the rookie who emerged last night and who Steve Kerr said is going to play in every single game.
39 minutes.
That should be the story.
Well, you're okay.
Anyway, let's make it the story.
I'll see where you're going.
Yeah, let's not talk about Draymond. Bet you can't do it.
I can.
Okay. We'll see.
Wiggins 4-15.
I don't need you to repeat the box score.
It's just a reminder.
If you look at the numbers across the board right now, they all stink. All right, Clay's numbers are a joke. Kuminga's numbers stink. Wiggins' numbers are atrocious. Saric's numbers aren't even that great. If you want to just look at the numbers.
No.
The numbers. 888-957-9570 is the number. Listen, I'm not mad at Draymond Green. This is who he is. There's no need to be incredulous about it. All I'm telling you is it doesn't help. It doesn't help a team reach its peak or its potential.
I ain't mad at that.
And this is the kind of crap that affects a season. But this is the same guy who talked about connectivity and we're together. And last year, and now everything's fine. Okay. All right.
Have you ever seen somebody get thrown out before the
you want me to tell you about Ed Boxcar Hospital?
I would on the other side.
All right. I can tell you about Ed Boxcar Hospital.
Was it NBA?
No, hockey. Hockey.
Yeah. Hockey.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. A reminder that with the APEC conference in town this week, it's a perfect time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Goo, plus other outstanding interviews like Odyssey NFL insider Brian Baldinger. He was on the Morning Roast yesterday, had some great things to say. You could also download an interview with Peter King. He was on with Willard and Dibbs or any guest on any show. It's all there to download for you to hear. You get it all with the Odyssey app.
Good. Towns with a rebound, falling out of bounds, stolen by Podziemski. Podziemski stole the pass, turns and shoots at the buzzer, and he banked it in! He banked it in! Spinning toward the right corner, off balance, but on target. Towns was falling out of bounds. Podziemski dribbled it outside, a banked-in three at the buzzer, and the Warriors take a 7-point lead to the fourth quarter, we think. They're going to check it on the Warriors Radio Network. This is Tim Roy, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Another great call by Tim Roy.
Yes, sir.
Because I was not listening to the radio last night. I was watching it in person, And
God, and myself.
And the call matched the play perfectly. But I didn't hear
they had a fourth quarter lead.
Yeah.
That would have been one you wanted to bring home.
Minnesota was toying with them. You got to understand, the Warriors aren't the Warriors anymore, in a way.
Say what you want about Karl Anthony Towns. He could play on my team any day.
Here's what I do want to say. I want to talk about the 2 Warrior rookies because I want to kind of get something on the record about Podziemski, something I really, really like about him. Because and I don't claim to know his game.
Right.
What he does well, what he doesn't. I like to figure it out as he becomes a pro. But it's clear that whatever his game is his game, and he plays it. And he played it. He clearly played that game last night like he played in college, which was the reason the Warriors drafted him. So I look at a player like Podziemski, and I'm like, I just love that he knows his game. He's aggressive. That's who he's going to be. That's who he's going to be with that baseline. So I love that he came into the league and he's playing his game. On the other hand, Jackson Davis, what I like about him is that he can't come in and play his game. He's not asked to do that. They don't want him to do that. So he's got to fit. He's got to pick some spots, or he's got to make time when he gets 10 or 15 minutes to try to make a positive impact. So he is starting to adjust to fit into a role. So one guy's being malleable in a way, and the other guy's doing exactly what he's always done. But I think it's working for both of them.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is what I would have come out of last night talking mostly about had we not had the unfortunate incident.
And when you talk about those 2 players, it's the big and the small, the guards, Donnie, because it's easier for Podziemski to, especially last night, because he knows he's getting extra minutes, but he has a ball in his hand. A big is always kind of dependent on other guys getting him the ball in the right spot. But, again, it's because he told me when I asked him who was, Podziemski, who was one of your favorite players growing up, he said Ginobili. Ever since then, I feel like that's who he's trying to be, or there's his version of it. He's a smart basketball player. He's in shape, Steiny, because he's 19. He played 39 phenomenal minutes last night. And for Coach Kerr to say he's going to play every day, basically, I'm paraphrasing, I mean, that's a big deal. They didn't win the game, but Brandin won, because moving forward, Steiny, he's going to be a piece. And you need that. He was Fred Astaire last night. I'm sitting there. You were enjoying watching him.
I like his energy. And the other thing is, I hate to admit it, but anybody who's athletic sticks out like a sore thumb on the Warriors.
Well, Kuminga was 16 minutes last night.
Well, what's going on? All right, let's get to some calls here. Oh, man. Thanks for holding on, everybody. Let's go to Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Mo. Let's go to Horace in Texas. Hey, Horace, how you doing, man?
Oh, great, guys. How's everybody doing today?
Talk to us.
Doing well.
Okay, well, since we're talking about Draymond, let's get that out the way, man. Listen,
all right.
I get the fact that Draymond was coming to the aid of Clay. I get it. But he used that as an excuse to just go totally ballistically out of control like he normally does. It's okay to grab Rudy to get him off of Clay, but you didn't have to drag him 15 feet and put a chokehold on him like a vice grip where nobody can get loose. You just use that as an excuse to get out of control like you've been doing since 2016. 2016, he's a big part of us losing the 3-1 loss. He ran KD off. For all we know, KD might still be a Warrior if he wouldn't have ran him off. He ran Jordan Poole. Sabonis was a
Horace, great call.
Yeah, wow.
And I couldn't agree more. And that's the other thing when I watch the video is some people may disagree, but what Gobert was doing to Clay to me was not a chokehold. He had his arm over him. But nevertheless.
And they got a history.
The one thing that I thought was, and of course you're going to say it's a fight.
Yeah.
But the intensity on Draymond's face, this is where I completely agree with Horace. He took it from 2 to 10 with what he did. Rudy Gobert was trying to pull Clay off him.
They deemed him a peacemaker, the refs.
And so they're saying he was a peacemaker, but Draymond wasn't. Yeah. And a lot of people are going to disagree with that.
But Dre's going to get suspended.
And what I'm going to say is it doesn't matter anymore. If Draymond was right or wrong, in the right or in the wrong, again, we're playing without him now probably the next few games.
And before you grab the next call, let me just say something. I tend to think I got another pair of eyes, the guru vision. I'm telling you, if you watch the last few games, Dre has been on edge. He's been looking to pick a fight, not get thrown out. And I don't know if it's about his play, if he feels that the team is lacking in certain areas. Clay was on edge because Clay is not performing. So I've noticed the Warriors kind of on edge, and yesterday it all came to a head, and it wasn't Dre that was that started it all. It was Clay and your boy. So does that make it any different, Stoney, that I think the Warriors are irritated and they're mad at a lot of things and they took it out on McDaniel, Clay did, and then Dre came to his rescue?
Well, I guess all I'm saying is okay, let's say he gets a game or two, whatever. And then he comes back, and a month from now,
go ahead.
Somebody bumps Curry, and protecting Curry, he does the same thing.
Right.
And he gets 4 games. Again, keep telling me you love his loyalty and that he has teammates' backs all you want. I'm focusing more on 4 more games without him now. Like and that is where
we got a super chat.
We can go. That is where he loses me because it's the same guy who talks about chemistry,
accountability,
but it's almost like he puts his ejections and his behavior to the side when he talks about team chemistry, and I'm like, no, this is team chemistry. What happened last night? Who came in and said, "Did you see Chris Paul?" And I was like, no, and he's like rolling his eyes.
I saw some of that.
Okay, exactly.
He wasn't vested.
Exactly. Give me the super chat, buddy.
From Sabo 999, we were talking about that the front office wasted Curry's prime years with the young guys last year. Are we really confident they are not wasting it with Clay and Draymond on this team? Sabo, I mean, I see where you're going, but they're not breaking up the big three. And they just had an opportunity to do so, and they brought Draymond back. And again, I know you're going to say, come on, Goo, nobody – was there one Warrior player or coach, even if they were side-eyeing Dre, that spoke out against him? See, it's never gotten to that point. And that's why he was able to come back, because his team has his back.
Great.
Defending Clay.
Again, that's the way they went. And I don't know that I would have gone that way, but they went that way because they're in a tough spot. They're in a bind right now. Man. And, yeah. They like him enough to re-sign him for $100 million over 4 years and know that this will happen a couple times a year.
They've lost 4 in a row.
Exactly. Well, it's all right. They're together. The chemistry's great this year. They got rid of the problem.
Chemistry don't get you buckets.
Let's go to Drunk McGill. Said he was at the game last night. What's up, buddy? Drunk? Oh, no. Okay, let's go to...
Too drunk.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Let's go to KT. KT's in Oakland.
KT.
Hey, KT, how you doing,
what's
buddy?
up, Steiny and Group?
Hey, man.
I've been able to talk to you in a while.
Yeah.
Steiny, I got to hear from you, man. You do a good job, man. I miss getting to talk to you guys because you guys are the realest ones on the network, I think.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Let's get the elephant out the room with Draymond. Draymond, he just needs to, I mean, I'm not want to get rid of him, but he just needs to calm down a little bit. I mean, you got to change. You're getting older, man. You're not the same thing. This is not 2015 anymore. I mean, if I was the owner and I'm paying you $100 million, I think it's time for them to stop taking that and sit down and talk to Draymond. Hey, we need you more than we need that, what you're doing. Because it's hurting the team now, and you got to put that to the side a little bit. I mean, I understand you protecting Clay. I'm with that. I'm good. But you went a little too far. You grabbed him in by the neck and drug him down the court. That's a little too much. But I think the problem is the main problem is the roster, man. I really didn't like the draft. I think Dunleavy did too much. I think he should have took the guy before the rookie that they have at guard. Would have made him a little bit more athletic. I like to pick up.
You talking about Whitmore?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not to say that I can't pronounce his
Podziemski,
name,
yeah.
but not to say that he's a bad player. I just would have took him, would have made us a little more athletic. And I don't know. You already had Chris Paul. You were talking about guarding another guard, and then you get Podziemski. And I'm like, you got all these guards. What you going to do? Stack them all up and get you a center or something? I mean, you need somebody down there big to be able to get a shot to complement Clay and Steph on the outside. Their roster is what's hurting them. I think that they need a big, and if they don't have that, it's going to be hard because you can't just shoot your way out of every game. You're not the guys you were back then, and you don't have the same type of athletic players that you had back then. So I think the roster is what's really killing them. Draymond going to be Draymond, but I would have a talk to him. If I'm paying you $100 million, it's time for me to have a sit down and see how we can improve this situation with you hurting us through what we let you get away with too long.
Appreciate it, KT. Good stuff. Good talking to you. Appreciate you listening like always. Hey, Evan. Evan has a little theory.
E-Dog. Please explain.
And KT referenced it. He said, Draymond, it's not 2015 anymore. And you've said twice to me you've made a reference about Kevin Garnett as he got older.
Oh, well, there are players that are considered, dogs and kind of bullies in their heyday, really good players, Hall of Fame players, that towards the end of their career, sometimes their actions or their voices just ring a little more hollow because they're not able to give you the basketball part as well as the leadership. Like Kevin Garnett in Minnesota used to get, and he was much older than Draymond.
Second round.
Second time around. He was much older than Draymond is currently, but I remember him, he would just get ejected from games early on, and people would just start to kind of think about him like he was the guy who was trying to push buttons instead of play basketball. And I don't think Draymond's there yet, but as these things continue to happen more frequently, say like 2 ejections in 3 games, it kind of popped into my head.
Wow. No. And I'll say this, Evan, that was a hell of a pool, but we talked about this road record and how great it was to start the season. But they're one Klay Thompson game winner away from being 0-5 at home. They're 1-4, and what bothers me is it's not about connectivity. The teams you have played at home, especially these last 3, are top-tier teams, what we deem top-tier teams that got talent. So the Warriors are at an impasse, Donnie, and let me tell you why. Are you going to go the loyalty route and bring Klay back if this is who Klay is? Or are you going to make a hard decision and say, you know what, we can see that maybe we can do better in this area and it will prolong Steph Curry and our window. So I know we're only 12 games, but those thoughts are already on my mind about maybe we're seeing why Klay didn't get that deal before the season started.
I mean, I just think
not blaming Klay, but Klay only can be who Mama said him Klay. I'm going to call him Klay. He only can be himself, but right now, you can't tell me this dude's an all-star.
Oh, my God.
Or remote, I'm just putting it out there. Or a guy you could give the ball to and dance get to the cup and get fouled.
He never got to the cup. Never took more than 2.5 free throws a game. He probably took 3 one year, but you get my point.
But the other guy that left up out of here got to the line.
Who?
I ain't going to mention his name.
Oh. I thought you actually meant Durant.
Dude, they're 6-6. 1-4 at home. Now, no Curry or Dre, and we don't know when. Till when? By the time our show is over, you think we know the amount of the suspension?
That's a good question.
And is there a chance he gets a voice
Actually,
suspension?
you know what? I think we will hear because I think the Timberwolves play tonight.
Oh, they do?
So they will probably wrap it up because McDaniels was involved in it. We'll see. Let's go to Tim. Tim's in Sebastopol. Hey, Tim, how are you?
Hello.
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Hey. All right, Roger. Hey, Guru, love your take. Love you guys. You guys are awesome. 2 things real quick. Hey, man, Draymond's a fierce beast. He's the heart of the team, and he's been playing his lights out, man. He's Doing great. He saw his brother get dragged, who's been having a hard time and is kind of worried about his future. He saw his brother get dragged by the collar. Then he saw the other guy come and wrap his arm around his neck in the first few minutes of the game where he is pumped to win. And, yeah, he overreacted, but that's Draymond. Okay. And Draymond needs to be Draymond. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, hey, man, that was a great game. I love that game. We lost, but it was a great game. If we only got to 500, but we played close and great games, I think the fans would be fired up. It's like
there's no way this. Hey, Timmy, do you really think this fan base would be fired up with a 500 record no matter how it got there?
I'll put it this way. If you're on the edge of your seat till the end as a fan,
I got you.
It's a whole lot different. You know what I mean? It's
sure.
Like instead of getting blown up night after night, it's depressing. But if you put it right to the last few minutes and are close, you're excited. Come on, man.
Okay.
But that works for the Jazz.
That's
or
what,
the
that's
Spurs.
Kind of
or Orlando or This is the Golden State effing Warriors.
And you know what? Everything he said to describe what happened,
yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So you get that part.
Yeah.
You ain't coming to get Dre at his back.
Draymond needs to be Draymond.
And he was worried about Clay, too.
All right, we're playing 2 or 3 games without him again.
Let's hope you're right. What if it's more?
I don't know. I don't know how many it's going to be.
And Curry. Nobody talking about that.
Well, it's because it's an injury, so that's just going to be what it is.
No, I'm talking about the time.
Yeah.
Morris Day.
It's going to be what it is. Okay, it's going to be a game, 2 games, 3. They said not long term.
So he could be coming back to a team that's under 500.
Yeah, I guess so.
Warriors would be in the play-in right now.
They'd be that good?
Yeah, they're
they'd be beat. Who would they play?
They'd play Phoenix.
Yeah, they'd lose to them.
And that's the wrong answer. I'll tell you they play in a minute.
Yeah, okay. It doesn't matter. Steve in Fairfield says Gobert's no saint.
Hey, guys.
What's up, buddy?
I'll preach.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Sure. I usually only call during the Warrior season. It's nice to be in another Warrior season to call. In regards to Rudy was definitely not trying to de-escalate the situation. When you're on the basketball court and you try to de-escalate the situation, you pull your teammate off. You don't go for another teammate. Rudy went at Clay. Rudy had him from behind. Rudy had his arm around his neck. And Draymond did what Draymond should do, is come to the protection of his teammate. Draymond's like that. He's the kind of player that I'd love to play with. He's the heart and soul of the team. He might have taken it a little too far, but that's the guy you want. And, Steiny, you said something that's true. I mean, we're probably going to lose Draymond for a couple games, period. But I still go with this, and I'm going to keep riding it until it doesn't ride anymore. I'm going to ride this horse into the ground. The fact of the matter is, we don't win championships without Draymond. None of the 4 that we've won without Draymond, and we won't win 4 without Draymond. And until that changes, I'm going to ride with this guy. I'm going to ride with him all the way.
Fair. No, and wow. I get that. But I no longer subscribe to this team can't be better with another player now.
It's a wrap.
5 years ago, Draymond was indispensable. They don't win 4 rings without him. I think we all agree on that.
But he's. What did you say yesterday?
He's not indispensable anymore, as far as I'm concerned.
But Stoney, as far as his team winning the title, you said they couldn't afford to let him go.
Well, that's what that was their thinking. Their thinking. I mean, I just remember back talking about it, and I can't remember what I said, but I was like, would you be willing to let Draymond walk and Kuminga is your power forward? Like they had that opportunity. They didn't do it, and I'm not saying it was necessarily wrong because I think they're in terrible positions. What do you?
I didn't, but I'm worried now.
The Clay situation is going to be a lose-lose.
Oh, man.
You're either going to lose your one of your big 3. He'll be the first to go, which will be painful, or he'll get an extension, but we all know that he'll never be the player he was.
Right, and he ain't playing like a big 3.
Get
no doubt, man.
A lot.
No doubt about it.
Anyway.
Well, let me give this to you.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Let's go to whoever wants me. Dave and Millbrae Spadoni's smiling.
Yeah.
Hey, Dave.
Spadoni.
Hey.
Hey.
Steve was right, man. You need Draymond, and you need guys like him in this world. You don't put up with the.
Hey, is this Tony Montana? You need the bad guy.
Uh-huh.
Say hello to the bad guy.
You'll be back.
Bad guy, man.
Even when I lie, I tell the truth.
Standing up. Hey, standing up for what's right ain't the bad guy, man. Gobert had his arm around Clay's neck. What are you supposed to do?
Yeah.
Every guy on that team should have thrown some hands.
Hey, I agree.
Anyway, and you know what? You don't win those titles without Draymond.
You don't. You're right.
All right,
You're
we
right,
get
Dave.
that. And
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah.
I thought Dave was going to be tougher. Did Dave want to tell it? I thought Dave wanted to say I was gutless.
No, Spadoni did.
Spumoni.
That's great.
But I think the Warriors now a half game behind the Lakers in the NBA standings.
We were just throwing.
RG is in San Leandro. What's up, RG? How are you?
I'm doing good, fellas. How about yourselves?
Hey.
Doing well.
Hey, so, Tiny, I always call in and I always change my name because the guys at the front office, they kind of butcher it. So from now on, I'm going to say my name is RG.
Okay.
But anyways, long story short, I watched the game last night and I was, not surprised as Draymond's actions, but I'm a diehard Warrior fan. I've been, going to the game since I was a kid. I'm 42 now, so do the math on that. Anyways, as a diehard fan, it's like I'm sick of Draymond. Like, I love the guy, but at the same time, my question is, like, I'm looking from the perspective of Steph Curry. When is enough from Steph's perspective? You know what I mean? So, I don't know what else to say. It's like the guy's got to stop his antics, but it's been so long. When is he going to stop? Well, that's all I got.
Thanks, RG. Appreciate it.
They're not asking him to stop, people. And last night was the one that I give him the pass because he didn't blow up on his teammate. He didn't blow up on a coach or a ref. It was a fight. It was a basketball version of a fight. He went and grabbed your boy. Okay, he's going to be suspended. But I got to check myself because I keep fast-forwarding to when he does come back, when Steph does come back, what is this team moving down the road? That's what scares me. That's what scares me, Stoney.
It didn't scare anybody a week ago. In fact, a week ago they played Denver, and everybody was saying,
I was one of them.
This team. A
moral victory.
This team. And that's the other thing. To me, last night's loss to the Timberwolves was better and more impressive than the loss at Denver. Because you lost at Denver, but you had your guys. Draymond didn't play, but the big boys played. Last night, you got to see a couple young players, and
you still had a couple that didn't show up, though, and that's more
I don't care.
concerning.
They're veterans. What I'm saying is, they lost in Denver. Clay lost in Denver. Steph lost in Denver. Wiggins lost in Denver. Okay, so it's that's why I was like, how's that a moral victory for a team that's won 4 titles? Well, last night, they don't have any of their big boys, or they're not playing well, and now here comes Brandin Podziemski playing a hell of a game. Now, that's encouraging to me. 888-957-9570 is the number. And don't miss the kickoff show this Sunday with Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal live 2 hours before the start of the game. Join us at the Hilton Santa Clara for delicious food, great drinks, and the best pregame show in the Bay. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged? Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. Also, that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Chris Paul. Edwards snaps out defensively on him. Paul behind the screen, backs up, feeds Looney, back to Paul. Relocation three, right side, and he ties the game. Chris Paul with a three on the right wing. 92 all.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Timmy Roy on the call.
Chris Paul with 4 turnovers.
Guru Johnson.
Sorry.
Yay!
4 turnovers.
Yeah. Hey, I was thinking about this. You know, we've had, obviously, talking about Draymond Green. Ejected. He had his guys back. He always does. We know that. But anyway, we'll find out if he gets suspended. And there has been a lot of people that they ride or die with Draymond Green. They need his energy. He's tough. This, that, and the other thing. I got a question for all you ride or die with Draymond guys. I'll give you tough player. But I got a question for you guys. Why is he so scared to play when Steph isn't on the floor? Why is this a theme? Why did Rudy Gobert, after the game, say, well, we knew once Steph was out that Draymond was probably gonna not want to play? What's that all about?
Again.
Hello?
Yeah. No, it's how he feels.
I want somebody to tell me.
I can't.
What that's about.
I can't.
Okay.
He's going on what he knows. He's going on the 15-win season where Dre said and then we heard Dre last year on his podcast, he don't get fired up for a game in November, blah, blah, blah. But last night wasn't about premeditation. It wasn't about no Steph Curry.
Let's go to Drunk McGill. He back. Maybe.
Hey, I'm back.
All right.
Ride or D-I-E.
With Draymond?
That's Money Green. That's the dog.
Hey, how come he's so tough, but he's afraid to play when Steph Curry doesn't play? Well, it's almost like he thinks he's going to be revealed.
Or it also makes sense. Like, that's probably when he's most effective. So, like, all right, I'm out. Let all the young guys just learn it. And because right now, all they're doing is getting chemistry, and they almost won. Like, do you think they're horrible? Like, the Timberwolves are pretty good.
No,
they
you're right.
Get smacked yesterday.
No, you're right. You're right.
I don't know. I'm just thinking. So how about this? Like, OKC, we got 2 games. Are we going to get blown out those 2 games? I don't really. Like, what do you guys think? I don't think you get blown out. That was pretty nice yesterday. I started the game from my couch, and I got fired up, and I went to the game.
But how do you not get blown out tomorrow? You got Shea coming in here with those trees length. You beat them and broke their heart last time with the Curry. Tomorrow might get ugly. And, Pod, I'm rooting for you. But I'm rooting for the whole team, man. So it ain't right. Something's foul. Something's off. And it's more than just their shots. Something is off.
510. He did the right thing. We ride together.
Ride with me?
Ride with that 6-8 Warrior team.
They're 6-6.
Yeah. Well, I got to play the next 2 games without Steph probably and maybe the other guy.
Yeah.
Let's see. Dre and Clay. Dre is a bad guy. Trade Dre. Draymond was in the right. Positives. Let's go to Matt in Oakland. He wants to talk about positives. I'll do that. What's up, Matt?
Hey, fellas.
Hey.
How we doing?
Good.
All right. I know y'all got a show to sell, and that's cool, but there is an intermediate perspective on Draymond between loving him and hating him.
Yeah, that's true.
But let's start with the good stuff.
Right.
It's game 12. So there are 70 more games. They got to win 40 of those games to get a decent spot. And my goal still remains, I think, still quite possible, losing to Denver in the Western Conference Finals. I say that at least at game 12, this is the best set of rookies we've had since HB and Festus and Draymond came on the scene. I'm just so impressed by these kids. Are they enough to turn the season around? I don't know. Then on to Clay. If this guy isn't uncoachable, I think his problems are pretty easy to solve. If you did a graph between the number of dribbles and his shooting percentage, when 0 is his best with 1, and then once he starts trying to be a playmaker, it just drops precipitously. I just wish somebody would tell him, crash the boards, yeah, but just for God's sake, stop dribbling. pass the ball and move. And then I think he's going to be fine. That's the good stuff.
All right, Matt.
Well, give him the bad stuff. I was about to say the bad stuff.
I thought he just positive.
Go ahead, baby.
Okay.
We
got an
Clay
hour.
Should have never gotten. Yeah, Clay should have never gotten tossed. That was baloney.
Yeah.
I think that Draymond absolutely deserved to get tossed. Is he over the top? Yes. The nonsense about him not wanting to play with Curry, that's just silly. And I think, is it McDaniels? He should have gotten tossed too. So they should have had double T's on Clay and Gobert and then throw out Draymond and the other guy. But they didn't do that. But guess what? As they say, chaos is a ladder. And looks like those rookies climbed up that ladder. And I'm very excited. I don't think things are dire. Or he can be out a couple games, so what? And, Wiggins, that's another story, but let's leave that for another time.
Good stuff, Matt. I appreciate it. And while you were talking, I wanted to try to summarize in my own way the positives that at least I've talked about through 12 games. And, Klay Thompson, before last night, he had 2 bad shooting games, 2 5-for-16s. But I thought before that, he had great intentions. I think he's been playing with a great approach this year. I've said that. I mean, I know he's not making as many shots as he usually does. I know he's lost a step, and I know he's struggling defensively against a lot of bigger players, but to my way of thinking, he's bought in, he's trying. So he's been a positive as far as I'm concerned. Obviously, Podziemski last night, maybe we got a player here. Steph's been great. I think at times we've seen how Chris Paul can work. I think there's times when we saw how Chris Paul, some of the challenges with Chris Paul. But for the most part, there's been, you can see how he can help this team if they can fit him into a nice role. So it's not like Wiggins has been terrible, but it's not like the season hasn't been without positives. But here we are again. That's all I'm saying, Goo. Talking about Dre.
Yeah. And I'm not talking about Dre. I'm worried about the infrastructure of this team and this roster. And it was good early on. I was all in, and now I'm scared as hell. And you're telling me we don't know how long Curry's going to be out, but it's already something in the file with an older, good player in his prime, hurt early for whatever reason. He's out. You got the Draymond debacle. He's going to be suspended. And if that caller is calling in to tell me you're excited about rookies, which I am, but it's too early for this. This was supposed to be about Wiggins. This was supposed to be Kuminga's jump year. This was supposed to be about Chris Paul. And now this team all of a sudden can't shoot and defend. And
well, not all of a sudden defend.
It's eroding.
Right, but they've never defended.
But Wiggins used to defend.
Well,
I'm watching
2
him
years
now.
ago, is what I'm saying. Obviously, they defended well during their championship year when the chips were down.
33% from deep last night. That's what this team is. They shoot.
You do realize
they don't post any. They don't do nothing but shoot. And now through 12 games,
but let me guess,
they're in the outhouse.
Let me guess, they're getting great looks, right? They're getting great looks. Like the looks aren't as good. They're a split second. More contested.
Chris Paul I'm just starting there. His looks have been fine.
Yeah, and he doesn't make them. You know why?
He's 38.
All right. How many shots has Clay? What's Clay's biggest miss? How does he miss most? Sure.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Regardless of where is he at now? When he has it going, all right. I'll tell you what. Jonathan Kuminga. He would not, if Draymond's out for a couple of days, I'm going to Saric or I'm going to Jackson Davis. They're going to start before Kuminga. How about that?
Okay.
Because last night was unacceptable. And you were 2 or 3 from the field. What are you doing to where your coach does not say you need to play more than 16 minutes?
He's not good enough.
Well, you got a problem if that's I'm yelling. I'm yelling at myself.
I know you are. But you're yelling at yourself because you thought things that may not have been true. Like Kuminga.
Did you see him in preseason?
I don't care. I don't dislike Kuminga at all. In fact,
Why is he not taking that next step? This is a big deal.
Dude, I've said this before, too. It's not easy to play with three legends. It's not. I want to get this one in.
Yeah, because I ain't celebrating 6 and 6.
Who cares what Rudy Gobert says or thinks? This from 650. Yeah. You have to be pretty naive to think there's any truth to Draymond not wanting to play when Steph's not there. I think there's something to it. Absolutely. Absolutely.
You think he
okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you something. No, and it's not necessarily a bad thing.
Yeah.
Draymond Green knows that without Steph Curry, he is not nearly the player that he is with Steph Curry. And maybe I'm wrong.
I hope you are,
Maybe I'm wrong. But one of the reasons I think Draymond took what he took and stayed here for 4 years is because, and again, not necessarily a bad thing, he was going to have to go into a whole new role with whole new team, and there's risk in that.
Wow, he said risk.
Let's go to John. John's in Michigan. What's up, John? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Hey, guys.
Hey.
So,
Right.
Listen, a couple things. Hey, how's it going? I think Draymond, I don't agree with the premise that we couldn't have won past championships without Draymond. If we would have had a serviceable power forward, first of all, in 2022, he got benched. I think Looney was better. And you're telling me that Curry and Kevin Durant couldn't have won a couple titles with a pretty good power forward like someone like Naz Reid? I mean, I disagree with that.
Okay.
So, and secondly, I think the big problem with Draymond has to do with Steve Kerr. They lack, he's never been disciplined. He punches Jordan Poole. He gets away with it. He kicks LeBron, you know where.
Yep.
He gets away with it, costs us the title. And so he just keeps doing what he keeps doing. And another thing is, how come Wiggins is the only one? I mean, Wiggins has been awful. He's something is up with him since whatever reason he left last year, in my opinion. I don't know what it is, but he's been horrible. But they punish him. He's only playing 15, 20 minutes. Why is Clay playing so much? Why is Kerr scared to say, hey, Moody gets to take some of these minutes? Because, Clay, you're just
it's
not
loyalty
right now.
It's loyalty. Clay's earned that, and I get it. Yeah.
But the Niners, they weren't loyal to Joe Montana, and what'd they do? They won a Super Bowl with Steve Young. So at some point, you got to move on, and these guys got to be tough enough to realize that they're Manu Ginobili now, and they got to be able to take on that role. And Draymond, he just wants to feel important, and he can't be important with his play anymore. So he's got to be important with his big mouth and his actions. And that's why he's buddy with LeBron James, because he's got to feel important. So that's just my take.
Appreciate the call, John.
I was interested in the part of that. But the Clay part's, Donnie, he's a Don. And they're going to watch him play this out. And
Steve Kerr said that. I don't know if it was last year or the year before. They said something about Clay. He's like, no shit, Clay's not coming off the bench.
No, and I get it. That's riding till the wheels fall off, Stoney. This is what we're in.
That's right. That's the deal. That's the deal you made with Steve Kerr. When you have Steve Kerr coach, he's going to play the big boys. He's going to lean veteran rather than youth.
No doubt.
He may lean small rather than big. Probably will. So, again, he's been a champion as a player. He's now been a champion as a coach. Yes, the veterans are all that matter. Well, not all that matter, but they're the most important thing to him. The veterans and being, because they've proven they can win with those guys, and that's all he knows. So,
because if you were to get him with some truth serum off the record, he would tell you he knows Clay has slipped.
Like in a way,
he knows his play has.
Of course.
He's there every day.
Does anybody really think Steve Kerr's not worried about Wiggins?
Okay.
I mean, how can you not be?
Right.
How can you not be? 888-957-9570 is the number. Let's go to Bobby. Bobby's in Los Altos.
Bobby.
Hey, Bobby. What's going on, man?
Hey, fellas. Thanks for taking my call. Look, I'd like to make a couple points about yesterday's game, but Goo, I just want to say something to you as a friend. Whatever valid points you make, whenever you finish it with, did you see Kuminga in preseason? It almost just, And Steinmetz is laughing. I know he's laughing.
That was material, Bobby, but go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, man.
All right. Come on.
All right. I just, as a friend, you got to
I appreciate it, but that was material. Come on.
All right. So listen, the last 46 minutes of that game were very entertaining. It felt honestly like a first round NCAA game to me, like North, I don't know, Grand Canyon State versus Kansas. They kept going, but you knew in the last minute it wasn't going to work out. But I really appreciated the effort. It was very entertaining to watch. Now, as it relates to the first 2 minutes, I think it was last week I called in, and I called Draymond a bad guy. You two seem to take exception to that. So your honors, I'd like to submit some more evidence to the court as to why the dude's a bad guy. Look, you guys have seen a lot of scuffles in the NBA, pushing, maybe even a little bit of punching. Have you ever seen a player get choked and dragged for 15 feet in the NBA? Have you ever seen that? Because I don't recall ever seeing that in a fight.
Wow.
Your honors. I got a question.
I let that sit.
Xavier McDaniel had Sedale Threed at the score table with both hands on his neck, Steiny, years ago, trying to choke him out.
Apparently, Sprewell might have had Carlissimo for over 10 seconds.
But don't make Gobert, he's not a victim. He had Clay. Dre didn't know.
Right, but he's not part of this.
A dog is coming to get into he's ready.
Like his
gladiator.
Right, but he's irrelevant to this. If it was not Gobert, it's somebody else.
But Bobby acts like Draymond, took somebody's cell phone. Come on.
Well, did he hurt anybody? Or did he just pickpocket him?
No, if Gobert was smart, he would have faked like he lost consciousness, and Dre would have been suspended 25 games. Oh, boy. So now we're waiting to see how many games.
How many times have we done this?
And then Curry. Everybody's like, oh, he's going to be back Saturday. I'm watching that because that's everything. And we've been down this road before, partner.
What are you talking about?
The Steph thing. Oh, they're just going to do a precautionary MRI.
Goo, it's like
I'm just saying.
Here's what's weird.
This bro's nothing to see here. Just MRI.
This is to me what's really unusual to me is one of my themes have been, look, this team's getting older. This team's getting older. Older teams get hurt. Older teams get hurt. Well, it's time to be older. And now,
oh my gosh,
like Steph Curry is hurt right now. He's nicked up. He's going to miss some games. Why are you incredulous? Why are you now like, oh my God, is he going to miss 2, 4? You know what, Goo? He's going to miss 2, 3, or 4, or it may be more than that. I
don't have confidence in everybody else. But you
didn't think it was enough of a problem to address it.
No doubt. And I'm going to tell you another thing.
Let's see what happens.
I'm going to help you. When he was here, through 12 games, 11 games, Matt, he's playing harder than I want him to play.
Maybe that's why he's hurt.
And that's what's not sitting well with me. True story, man. I've watched him. I'm like, oh, it's laboring. They're running him in the ground. I'm just saying, somebody please help wanted. Any Warrior player, give the chef some help.
Oh, God.
Might
stop
help.
doing this.
Go ahead.
I can't stand when people do this.
Draymond Green.
Stand it. What?
Wow.
Might help. Draymond Green.
Thank you.
But he's going to be out for however many games because he decided that sticking up for his guy 2 minutes into a basketball game was more important than trying to get his team wins. Like, Guru, last year they were a 44-win team. They were 2 games away from being a play-in team. They were also 2 wins away from being a top 4 seed and having a first-round home series.
All right, I'm feel you.
So if he misses 2 games that they lose, we might be staring at the end of the season and saying, oh, damn, well, they got to fight hard. Steph's got to play 40 minutes in this game. He's got to play 40 minutes in that game. Like, they're going to have to chase wins, potentially because Draymond got himself suspended.
Oh, man.
When he's right, he's right.
Evan for the win. Count the bucket.
I mean, it can't be a buzzer beater because we're in the second quarter, but he just went on a nice 11-0 run.
Yeah.
Put it that way. Let's go to that guy. That guy in Oakland was at the game. What's up, that guy?
Did we see him? Well, we were so far. What's up, baby? Yeah.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
What's up? It's been a while. I haven't called since last season.
All right.
Yeah, I was in 117. Where were you guys at?
1017.
Honestly, That was the worst. Those were the worst seats I've ever had for a game in my entire life.
God texted me and said you left your phone at God's house. That's how high up we were, man.
We said hello to Kobe.
Tomorrow night then.
Okay, we'll be front row tomorrow night. Yeah.
I don't know about front.
We're back. Yeah.
All right. Hey, I got a couple of rats and a couple of points.
Oh, go ahead. Brought to you by Atco.
There we go. Hey, we remember that Gobert, he's no saint, and you heard what he said after the game. And remember, him and Draymond, they got history. Remember, he made fun of him when he was crying when he didn't make the All-Star game. So, being as it may, what he said before the game, don't you think he was waiting for an opportunity to bait Draymond, knowing that if he gets kicked out, that they got a better chance? And he's got that past funk with him. So he was waiting for that, and that's why he said what he said after the game, because he was waiting to get him kicked out. Two, the reason the Warriors got Chris Paul were for the nights that Steph Curry or Klay Thompson could not play, so that should have been a plug-and-play. And I wasn't on the bandwagon where we were 6-2 thinking, we're on a roll here. I was the one saying we're 2 buzzer beaters away from being 4-4.
Oh, wow.
So,
wow.
And so, right? So that's out there. And then, if you remember back, and I'll let you go with this one, if you remember back when Myers was leaving, he said one of the number one questions he kept getting for the last 2 or 3 years was, why aren't the Warriors getting size? Why aren't they getting a big man? And it's not our jobs as radio hosts or fans to say who we're going to get. It's their job to get somebody. And if we're facing that again, in every national and local radio show you listen to, the Warriors say they're going to lose on nights when they go against big guys. So in 3 years since KD's left, or how long it's been, how come they haven't got size? Appreciate it. You guys keep rocking. I'll see you tomorrow night.
All right.
Thanks, that guy.
He will. Stoney, I love that you're going with me tomorrow night. But they tried to address the size issue. It didn't work out with James Wiseman. So I don't fault them. They tried. They know they need what Minnesota has a surplus of in Cleveland.
Well, but hold on.
Denver.
But hold on.
I'm getting tired of it.
Do they know, okay, I laugh all the time at Dwight Howard and Boogie Cousins. But because I think that's where they're at. But nevertheless, if they wanted a big man, they'd go get a big man. Like if they wanted a 7-footer on the roster, they would get a 7-footer on the roster. But they know that the best center, the best 7-footer, not in the NBA right now, whoever that player is, who's the best center, not on a team right now.
D-Cuh.
Okay, we can't help. They know that. Or that's the way they feel.
Okay, so, no. Hey, so then when you go get beat over the head with body punches against teams that go to the body, you have no defense.
Well, then how are they second chance points?
Because they're shooting like crap.
They attack the glass. They attack it.
Except when you need it.
888-957-9570. Podziemski.
He was balling.
He was good last night. He was real good.
39 minutes.
To me, Podziemski's, I'll take that loss. Draymond accepted over the Denver loss.
But but the Wiggins and Kuminga thing, are you done?
I can't help them. All right? I'm not talking about them right now. I can't help them. They stink.
Well, that's bigger than a rookie playing better.
No, it isn't.
To me, it ain't.
Not to me, it is. I'm trying to take a positive out of this game.
All right. No, when you say that, I'm not mad at you.
And I'm also, you know what? In a way, I am kind of done with Kuminga. I've seen them. I know who they are.
Go.
This is who they are. Kuminga can't get on the floor as much as he wants. Wiggins floats. It's who they are. I'm not expecting a miracle. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today.
Save the ball to Podziemski. Podziemski wearing a black headband. He's got that scar on his eye. Inside hand layup. Good on Conley, and he draws a foul. The blazing Bronco makes it 65-57. And he's got 16 points on 7 of 11 shooting.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Put that on something.
Whoa, Timmy
Put that
Roy.
on something.
Did Timmy don something? Hold on, I'm going to Basketball Reference right now.
You see Fabby? He was in the house, front row.
How the hell was I going to see him? We were in the second level.
I couldn't see
anything.
Evan, I knew he's been holding on to this.
Podziemski. I don't see the blazing Bronco.
That's it. He probably just came up. Jay-Z off the top.
Well, yeah, because he went to Santa Clara.
Yeah.
And they're the Broncos.
Well,
he didn't just do that.
He did.
Evan just didn't do that, did he?
Did, you knew.
Okay.
Yeah.
What did I do wrong?
Everything.
Talking about the Warriors.
Give us some solutions.
There are none. If you're relying on me, no, I'm just kidding.
No, Veggie Delight. Steiny's not ungrateful. He was told something that didn't happen.
Okay.
I sold you at dinner that we're going to get in that seat. And my guy didn't tell me we were up there with God.
You remember things differently than I do. The way I remember it is this. You asked me to go to the game.
Right.
I said, nah, I don't want to.
Yeah.
We had another beer.
Yeah.
And I said, you know what? Why
Let's
not?
go.
Why not?
Right.
And so you said this certain person,
yeah,
they're his seats.
Yeah.
And I go, oh, those are usually at the top. Yeah. Those are usually at the top of the lower bowl.
Yeah, 100 section.
Yeah.
Those are good seats.
Those are fine, right? Yeah. So then you reached out to the person and said, I'm taking Steiny.
Yeah.
And he knows me.
Yeah.
And
he knows you there.
And he said, do not take Steiny to the game.
It was something to that effect.
Because I'm embarrassed about the seats.
No doubt.
At that point, when you said second level or 250.
I was thinking something else.
No, I knew it was. When you said second level, I guess you were expecting me to say, well, I'm not going. And I was like, fine, second level.
Yeah.
Let's have fun.
But then
Just
there was another.
game.
They were like, sir, you're on another level.
It was a level higher than I thought it was going to be.
We had a good workout. God said you left his key, your keys. He's got them. But, man, tomorrow night we're up low.
Those steps up there are pretty steep.
Queasy. I didn't talk to the boss. Well, we talked, but I'm just not going to come in here after this team was 5-1 and say a guy that I've been excited about that my son knows, Podziemski, had a great game and they lost. I can't ignore beyond Draymond that this team is small, and now you're telling me, well, they've always been this way, and you got three guys that could be on the side of the back of a milk carton. Like, if you're telling me that's not going to improve, Steiny, I'm telling you this thing can get ugly. That's what I'm preaching on. And now I'm up here losing hair. I'm not, but I feel like I am worried about Steph Curry, and I feel like I'm the only one.
I mean,
this early, he's out.
Of course. He's 36. What's up, buddy? I didn't hear you. Oh, we got a super chat.
Oh.
Hold on.
Evan.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. We got one.
Atco Pest Control? You know what? We may have missed one, actually. Let me go up and see.
Well, we were up last night.
Super chat is
I don't see it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I see the one. Okay.
You got it?
It's from Atco Pet Control.
Billy!
He says, let me get the reading glasses on.
Dude, I ain't in the system yet.
Rats on the table. Atco Pest Control paid $10. If you want to pay for it, get right on. Rats on the table. Why is Golden State losing games at home without JP? Why did they have 22 turnovers the other night without JP? JP wasn't the problem. They win this game last night with JP and Pods. They were better with JP. Atco, you can't do that.
He did it. Pay $10, get it in.
You got to pay. You got to pay $50 if your text is going to mention Jordan Poole. He's too incendiary.
Nah, he's looking at the production.
Let's go to Dave in Oakland. Hey, Dave, how you doing, man?
I'm pretty good, fellas. So I got something for you. Let's see. I want you guys to pretend we're going to role play here. Let's pretend both of you at different times are Steph Curry, and I'm Mike Dunleavy or Bob Myers.
Okay.
So I pull you into a room and I say, hey, Steph, look, you've changed the game. You've changed the way everybody looks at the Warriors. We are now a successful franchise. You are at a point now where it's just continue your legacy or finish your career with your boys. You need to decide which one you want to do, because I believe you have 2 or 3 possible more rings in you. I believe you can play till you're 40, barring injury. What's your decision? Do you want to win rings, or do you want to play the rest of your career with your boys? That's my question to you guys. I want to hear your opinions. That's all I got.
Well, I think Steph, the first thing he would say was, can we do both?
And it's already happened, and Dre got that contract.
Yeah, he could be traded tomorrow.
Dre went to
December
Lakers'
15th.
house, remember? Why do you smirk?
Because it's smirk-worthy. That's why.
To go break bread
It's the
with your
last time
boss.
that's ever happened.
We watched Winning Time.
something's
Magic
fishy.
went to Buster's house.
Something's fishy there, too. Let's go to Rich in
People are
Fremont.
Incredible. Speaking of ATCO.
What's up, Rich?
What's up, fellas? Hey, that last guy that was trying to represent ATCO with the whole JP thing, no, we ain't doing that. At ATCO, we don't do that. Okay? That's right. The rat's on the table. Hey, you know what's interesting? Guru, we done went to 2 events that we were both at, and we would see each other. You were at the football game, was down the street from my house, and I was at the game last night.
Wait. Wow. Rich, we wouldn't have saw you.
Yeah, because I'll tell you something. Based on what you guys said, it's kind of hard to believe, but I actually had better seats than you guys.
Yeah, Rich, you did.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I was at Portal 18.
That's better.
We were in seats 9 and 10. We
that's better.
We were on Venus. Yeah, Mars or Venus.
Anytime I hear a teen number,
Rich, don't rub it in. But it's a couple people recognize this.
Nobody recognized it.
Dude, the dudes to our left, they were like Steiny Guru. I said, act like you didn't see this. Oh my God.
Oh man, come on, Goo. I wasn't trying to rub it in. It is what it is, man.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you something. That game was bad from the beginning. And it was bad at the end.
Wow, man.
That's it.
The 2 most important times, right?
Yeah, the beginning was bad and the end was bad because it was a winnable game, but I couldn't believe Chris Paul comes over the middle. He's like half a foot or maybe 2 feet from the basket, and he passed the ball. I'm like, dude, why did you take this shot?
Yeah. Steiny, we got to defend your guy there. That was.
Thanks,
I've seen
Rich.
a couple of turnovers to where Paul leaves his feet to. I think I'm a rock and shoot. Oh, I'm going to try to pass it. Oh, I can't do that. Come down, turnover. Like, that was just one play, and I'm not coming down Paul's road, but that was a bad turn. Just shoot it, man. Quit thinking. Maybe too many of these guys are thinking about the wrong stuff. Maybe Clay's thinking about his contract.
Maybe.
That ain't got nothing to do with defense.
He said he wouldn't, though. Lev Show said he heard Steiny was pounding beers at the game. That is absolutely, positively, unequivocally false.
We were dry.
I did not drink in the arena at all at the game. I had Diet Pepsi. That's a fact.
No, I had a cocktail.
Yeah, big deal. Was not
a Cadillac margarita.
Chase Center's the one place where I don't want to be like too loose.
Well, I had my shades. I went Kanye.
Yeah, I know you did. I
you
really
didn't say it, dude.
I was so tolerant last night.
That was not the Mia phone call. You were a real wingman. Like, would you have done that if I were Clay?
What?
If I had got into it, the people on the YouTube chat want to know if you would have came and done. They're saying you wouldn't have. Now, if you were Clay,
I would try to break
it
up. Yeah, probably. What?
Like Wiggins? I read that thing.
You have to.
Chris Paul was looking like this again.
You have to get the tape, and then you determine. But you can make it look like you're trying to break up a fight.
Steiny would be Chris Paul. He's rolling his eyes. Like, this
Chris
guy.
was so rolling.
It looked to me like Wiggins was like this too. Like, where should I
Wiggins looked at
go?
Looney on the sideline like, this is the 50th time it's happened.
Wiggins is Canadian.
Clay really thought he wasn't going to get thrown out. You see his reaction where he threw the towel.
Yeah, that's another game for throwing the towel.
Oh,
that's got to be a fine.
I hope. Well,
hey, I got to get to Marvin. Hey, Marvin, thanks for hanging in there. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah.
Well, my take on Draymond is you can take the player out of Flint, but you can't take the Flint out of the player. And what I saw, Draymond he's impulsive, he does all that kind of stuff. But I want to say this. I think there's a thing called Draymond derangement syndrome. And that is where people see what they want to see, not what actually happened. The guy comes on here earlier and he's talking about the 2016 thing, ejection from the finals. I defy anyone to look at that exact thing in slow motion and tell me where did Draymond do anything that warranted getting suspended from a finals game, because it started with LeBron walking over him. And he was not like last night. Rudy Gobert has Clay, And the only reason that he had his arm around him, but the other guy came up and was pulling Draymond back while he had Gobert. So in those kinds of situations, your reflexes take over. It's not something you're thinking about. And Rudy Gobert gets 2 foul shots, kind of like LeBron. You just ignore what he did and punish Draymond Green. So I say before he signed his contract, his extension, virtually every pundit on every NBA show said, without signing Draymond, the Warriors are not a contender for the NBA high in the playoffs. I stay by that. I think every year starts out with these weird things. We lose bad games. We look terrible against some teams. It was the Celtics 2 years ago. Everybody says, oh, they can't play against big teams. Well, the Celtics are just going to chop them up right in 2022. They have a way of adjusting once they know what they're up against over a period of time in the playoffs. So I'm really positive about this because they're finally giving rookies a chance to play. I keep thinking about what we would have done last year if we had Baldwin shooting a fadeaway from 15 feet that nobody can block. And they were talking about, we needed a mid-range shooter. They had one. They didn't play him. Kerr is not good with rookies. Those are all my takes. Thanks, guys. You guys do a great job. Guru, would you please calm down, man? Get into meditation or something. I feel, you worry me, man. You're going to have a heart attack on the air sometime getting all excited about these.
Well, I'd help him. If he had a heart attack, I'd help him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What do you think? I'd let him just lay there?
Well,
please. I would let that CPR from 7th grade take over.
This is sports worry.
I do not want to have to pinch Guru's nose, raise up his neck.
Oh, I would never. CPR?
Yeah. I would,
mouth
though.
to mouth? Yeah.
I would if I had to, buddy. If it was between that and you meeting your maker.
Some people coming down your road for the Kobe joke.
Yeah, I know. It's probably
just relax. It was, come on. Rest in peace to the Mamba.
Yeah, it's probably bad taste.
I'm not going to call in here. I'm just not going to come in here and be fake. I didn't know what this week had in store, but it's been awful. They've lost 4 in a row, and they're not going to have Dre and Clay for the next game. That we know.
Wait, there's something other than mouth to mouth when somebody's having or choking?
Well, there's sex. I mean, what do you mean, man?
I'm talking about somebody who's in peril.
You just said choking. Probably that's the Heimlich maneuver. That's different than having a heart attack.
Wait a minute. What you use
the Heimlich?
When do you use mouth to mouth? When somebody's not breathing?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
But maybe so. But
if you're having a heart attack, though, I think you can still breathe. But you're having a.
But so 888-95. There's got to be some distinction there.
No, they're two separate things, Donnie. When you're choking, you get the Heimlich. Okay.
Correct. I know what the Heimlich is. You come up behind a guy.
And if you're on...
Exactly like what Draymond did.
Except CPR, you do it to the tune of the Bee Gees, Staying Alive. Did you know that? No, seriously. That's what you do. The same Staying Alive. That's where you put the pressure on the chest.
But...
You're so
shout out The Office.
Like, I don't... When do you again administer... CPR, mouth to mouth.
When the person's not breathing, or you think they're
okay.
Yeah, so you check their vital. You're like, they need oxygen.
Okay.
What's going on here?
You need a lifeguard on here,
dude. Fitz is.
What about him? Is it his bag?
No, he's always in
Fitzy in his bag.
No, he's probably mad.
We didn't get to hear him because we were at the game.
Oh, I went and watched it again when I got home.
Gotcha.
Stopped and got a burger. We didn't eat. Move on, Joe.
I ate a fish sandwich without you.
Where? In the arena? Yeah. Oh, you sneaky.
I was so hungry.
Dude.
It's one of those things where we got to the game, Spinelli and Evan at like 7.
I think I owe you some money.
Yeah, you do.
Now, when would you bring it up? Well,
probably not. I wouldn't have brought it up.
Then I don't owe you. Hey, but I'm taking you tomorrow floor seats or close to the floor.
Okay, is it going to cost me another $200 tomorrow?
Now, why would you put that figure out there?
I just made it up.
I hope you.
I made
I got
up
it. If you. No, I drove.
You drove 3 blocks.
But I paid for parking.
No, that's.
Don't tell my secrets. Oh boy. Let's go, Dubs and OKC. Oh boy.
Let's go to Suge. Suge is in Fremont. Hey, Suge.
Hi. How are you both?
Hey, I miss you.
I know. I'm calling you, Guru, to tell you I'm on your side. Because I'll tell you one thing. I was so irritated with the way Draymond behaved yesterday. I know they'll say, people will say, Rudy went for Clay's neck and blah, blah, blah. But, I saw this on the news this morning. He was just waiting for a chance to get out of the game. He's done this before. When Stephen Curry is not playing, he doesn't want to play because he doesn't think he'll win. But let me tell you something. That game yesterday, yes, we didn't have Clay. We didn't have Draymond. And if we'd had them, we'd have still lost because guess what? They would have been throwing the ball to Clay all the time and he wouldn't make the shot. So we would have lost anyway. But these guys actually made the game very interesting yesterday. That I actually stayed on till the end.
You're
Thanks,
a trooper.
Suge. I was a little distracted because they're actually showing the play right now.
And then they're showing him knock Mitchell in the back of Cleveland Saturday
I never
night.
saw the angle of Draymond
going to get Rudy.
No, the Donovan Mitchell one from Saturday.
This is what
I
he got
never saw
ejected.
that angle.
But to what Suge? What?
I said Suge. I think it's Suge.
Okay. I'm not buying into that. Curry's not there. He don't want to play. He told us he don't want to play in a game in November. He told us on the podcast, no, I'm not. Come on, I'm kidding. I'm not buying that.
Well, that's fine, Goo. Because
he didn't know this was going to pop off.
The proof is in the pudding. You can say now. Quit on him. Look,
the year, I get you.
Thank you. He quit. He did not want to play the year without Steph. He didn't.
Well, that was to preserve him.
It was also to not expose him. By the way, she agreed with me.
No, that's what Evan got my ear goes. Yeah, Evan goes, I don't know if she agrees with you.
We're getting a lot of responses.
About the seats?
Yeah.
I was like, 200. I might go viral.
There's chest compression, only CPR, so you can avoid. Yeah, he didn't want. No, yeah, that's right. What did Draymond say? He didn't even want to get out of bed until March.
Yeah. Did he talk last night? No.
I don't think so.
Dude, he jumped and put your boy in the headline.
Yeah?
So Snoop Dogg was in a movie with the singer Tyrese. It was called Baby Boy.
Yeah.
So Baby Boy's mom was dating a guy, Vin Rames, who was in prison.
Yep.
So he came home and he's living in there, and he put her son in the headlocks now. So there's all kind of memes. You probably seen them. Like the movie Baby Boy, he got him in the kitchen and choked him and talked to him while he choked him. And they got Dre doing the Rudy. Because if you look at Rudy's face, he thought he's about to Fred Sanford. Elizabeth, I'm coming. Yeah, Taraji.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
That was a good movie.
That was a good movie. Steiny
what movie?
Baby Boy.
Yeah. Is that any relation to Da Baby, the rapper?
Nor Lil Baby.
I'm not a fan of the Baby.
No, you're thinking of Lil Wayne.
Nice Skip has him on every Friday.
Evan.
Skip got a little show going.
You got to Google it.
Hey, no, Skip he built a little dream team.
I don't care.
Rachel Nichols.
Okay, I don't care.
Paul Pierce.
I don't care.
He's throwing bones to everybody. I appreciate it. And Little Wayne on Fridays.
I think it's Lil Wayne.
What'd I say?
Little. I thought you had your ear to the streets. I think that's the way it's pronounced.
Yeah. Whatever day.
No, I mean, where are you with Draymond Green?
Where are you with this team? And where's Pod? There's one great game. He's shown flashes. Are you telling me he's the sixth man now? I'm telling you, if Dre's out, Jackson Davis, you're starting. Okay, Sarge, you're starting. Kuminga, I don't know what's going on there. We keep talking about Wiggins, but we got more cracks in the vase right now. And hopefully the Elmer glue.
I guess that's like, how
this
do I
is
want to
scary.
Yeah, but it's not. I guess I'm trying to, you're coming in here ripping them. Why are we ripping them?
I'm asking questions.
Well, we're just
they lost four in a row.
Wiggins can't make a shot, and Clay's this and that, and Draymond. It's like I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm surprised that Steph Curry got hurt. I'm not. I'm not going to be surprised that Draymond Green is in the middle of something again, and it's hurting the team, most likely. I'm not surprised that Wiggins has played 12 games with indifference. I'm just not. Let's go to Andre in Walnut Creek.
Dub C.
What's up, fellas?
Hey.
Talking to you again. Saw your Instagram post, Guru. I felt for you. But
what post?
Hey, your seats.
Oh, boy, wow. Hey, wow, thanks, man. Boy, when I saw the corner, I said, they're going to be able to tell we're up here. Oh, no. It was too late. I said, oh, my God, we killed the show. Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to say hi to my grandma for you, for me, but
yeah.
But hey, wanted to talk about our guy Draymond. Man, I'm from Detroit, he's from Saginaw, so I know the mentality there. He did what he was gonna do, and I don't have a problem with that. Like you, Guru, I understand that, but I'm with Steiny on this in another way. I think Draymond may be the reason why we can't get bigs. Because I was thinking, if I was a big, would I want to join that team where your big is not the focal point and you have to deal with Draymond in the locker room? Like, who would want to do that, and what agent would suggest that?
Interesting. I mean,
so I'm thinking.
Yeah, because, I mean, it's a good point, Andre, and thanks for the call. I mean, he's obviously entrenched here. So I do want to respond to Zwicky real quick. He said he didn't think Wiggins was indifferent last night. I'll give you that. But he's been indifferent. He's been consistently indifferent over the first 12 games at times. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Warriors are 6-6. Remember, they were 6-2 a week ago today, heading into the Denver game. What has happened in the last week? 888-957-9570. A reminder, with the APEC conference this week in downtown San Francisco, download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru plus other outstanding interviews like Warrior insider Anthony Slater or NBC Sports Peter King. You get it all on the Odyssey app.
The Warriors will be a boneyard.
That's really important.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru with you on 95.7 The Game. And it's interesting because
oh my goodness,
they've been playing
on loop
the choke and the Gobert Draymond Green thing. And I know people
he dragged
the
him.
problem Draymond's gonna have is the dragging him back for 15 feet.
It looks worse every time I see it.
It kind of does. I mean,
he might get 10 games.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Well,
He might get 10 games.
Jay Williams, ESPN. Check this out.
What do you believe should happen with Draymond Green?
I think he's going to get a 10-game suspension. His reputation precedes him. 2 ejections in the past 4 games. But I got to tell you, that's my kind of teammate. If I'm scrapping with somebody, Greeny, and somebody puts their hands on me, I want my teammate to come out of nowhere to put somebody in the choke.
All right.
Wow, Steiny.
Congratulations.
Yeah,
you're no longer
both.
6-2.
Right.
You're 8-16.
Wow, man.
After the 10 games.
He dragged him a good 5-6 feet with this power under his Adams under his neck. Yeah. Boy.
Sean's in Montera.
Where's that at?
Down near Half Moon Bay is where I'm going to guess.
Oh, you don't know.
Pacifica area, I believe. Maybe further south.
You got to Google it.
Hey, Sean. No, Sean.
You got that right. Just south of Pacifica. Best mountain biking in the Bay.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thanks for taking my call. I got a comp for you guys.
Okay.
Contrasts matter, and you two are great because you guys have contrast, and Goo brings the fire. I mean, that's really important. Draymond brings the fire. But here's how you can handle a situation like that and still contribute to your team for the next week or so. Do either of you recall Steven Adams last year?
Yeah.
There's a little scuffle, and Steven got he walked right in there and he picked somebody up.
Right.
It was a footer who he picked up, and he hauled him about 15 feet down the court, and that was the end of that, because when Steven Adams decides to handle it like that, it all goes away. Draymond could learn a thing or two from that.
Interesting.
I'm worried for Dre, Steiny. I seen it again.
I'm worried for the Warriors.
And you're stealing my thunder.
I'm worried for the Warriors.
Shout out Giddy. But come on, man. Doesn't get any easier. They got OKC back-to-back. But you don't.
But I don't want.
Podziemski scoring 20. That's what I'm hearing from Warrior fans. Don't even go away.
He had more than 20, didn't he?
Yeah. 39 minutes.
How many points did he end up with?
23.
Yeah. So you really...
Oh, I'm petrified. I thought this thing was... yeah.
But I've been telling you all along it's not.
But we thought you were hating.
Well, you always do. You always think I'm hating when I just telling you what I see.
You think Clay started it? I heard Bonte this morning.
I actually don't even know. But I mean,
it's
like
50-50.
Who knows?
And retire the San Francisco jerseys. They're 0-2. Curry got hurt. We got suspensions. Let's break out the whites.
Anybody ask Curry why he chose to sit out last night with the in-season tournament and the stakes so high?
He's hurt.
I'm kidding.
Oh, man. 4 in a row.
No doubt about it. They're in a little trouble, I think. I really do. What do you want to hear some Kerr or Podziemski or
they had Slater on with the morning too.
All right.
He said the locker room environment kind of had Dre's back, which I appreciate. I don't know if that's anything.
Yeah, I don't mind that ejection last night as much because, I usually judge it on, like, how it's viewed internally, right? There are times where he gets ejected, when he's going at the refs or he's, preoccupied with something over there, and it's like, man, that really, like, impacted the team and it was unnecessary. You felt the locker room last night, like, they were kind of happy that he came to Klay Thompson's defense. Right. They felt, they were like, look, he just kind of got in the mix of that's kind of his role on the team, right? Klay Thompson's getting tugged down by the jersey, like, go in there and, like, thump around a little bit. He may have taken it overboard, but, I did not sense any internal, like, frustration about Draymond last night where, obviously on past ejections you do.
I get that.
Yeah.
I get that.
That's the least of their worries. Why would any Warrior – well, Chris Paul didn't look like he was too enthused with the melee. And, again, guys are lovers, gals are lovers, not fighters. So everybody ain't programmed like Draymond. So I'm not going to judge Wiggins on what he did, but he looked like he was,
I don't know. 888-957. I've said I don't know a lot about this Warrior team. There it is. They're starting. The choke's starting at about the hash mark.
And
now he's walked him down to the foul line.
Oh, man. I think Jay might be right. I think it's 10.
I think it's 3.
Now, why would you say that?
Because I thought it was 2. I think these tend to be a touch lower than we think.
But above the neck, Spadoni, that's when you're getting the head area. Well, he's a Raider fan, so he hates you. He's tough
Just win,
guy.
Baby.
Wow.
You excited about the Lakers?
3 games in a row. They look good, Steiny.
They do. And it's no longer Scam Reddish. It's Cam.
He stinks.
Yeah, he's been playing good.
He stinks.
Hachimura.
Like, you do realize if you have 20 good games and 60 bad ones.
But if you play with LeBron,
yes,
you're probably going to get be the best version of yourself. And I think that's what's happening. He hit a couple big shots.
We really need to talk about the selflessness and unselfishness of a guy like Austin Reeves going to a bench role, sixth man,
he's right.
compared to Manu Ginobili.
He's right.
Yeah.
They said
Spadoni's right.
You want to be a superstar? He said no.
Spadoni's right. Do you think Draymond Green would ever do that?
He didn't get sacked.
No, you can't use that.
No, I know.
Reeves had a double-double yesterday, 16 points, 12 boards.
Shout out, in and out, animal style, double-double. You have no idea. You live in Oakland. You ain't been to In and Out?
Sure.
Well, you say animal style.
Okay. I didn't know. 925, go watch the whole clip. Goo play. Definitely started it as soon as the guy came in for a rebound. Klay extended his right arm into his chest and grabbed his jersey. The guy tried to get him to let go, and Klay never did. Then they started moving up the court, and both started to struggle. That's a great description. Or it's a description.
That was some fierce whatever they were doing. Those get off me. You get off me. And then Drake came with the baby boy. Good God.
888-957-9570 is the number. Matt Steinmetz and Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. We went to the game last night and watched the Warriors get beat by the Timberwolves 104-101. Brandin Podziemski, their rookie lefty out of Santa Clara.
I like him.
He had a nice ball game. There's absolutely no doubt about it. Kid's athletic. Kid
39 minutes, and he's in shape.
Yep. So
you said something. You said he played last night's game like he was back in Santa Clara.
Yeah. Because he knew he was going to play a lot because of the 3 guys that were out.
So what's his role when everybody's – like, if you were a coach, how big of that – you know what I'm – like –
his role will correspond to how well he continues to play and how poorly other players continue to play. If one of those things changes, then he'll get less time.
Could you see him getting into a game before Chris Paul?
Yeah, possibly. But, Paul's going to come in every game when he comes in.
Just showing all the former fights in the NBA.
Oh, I'm not looking at
that.
But,
man, oh, boy, you're working. I mean, man.
Draymond Green, Klay. Oh.
The crowd's reaction. What did you make? It was different.
888-957-9570 is the number. We've been talking Warriors because I really can't believe that we're going to spend most of the day, if not all of it, talking about the Warriors. Because when we left this office yesterday and we heard that Steph Curry wasn't playing, I'm saying to Guru, you know what? Maybe talk some football tomorrow because I could see the Warriors getting beat by 10 or 12 and no Steph and probably won't be a lot on the bone if that's what happens. And the next thing you know, Draymond Green, McDaniels, and Clay ejected less than 2 minutes into the game. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention Ed Boxcar Hospodar.
Oh, your guy.
You know who he is?
No.
Anybody? There's no chance these youngsters. Ed Boxcar Hospodar played for the Flyers way back in the day. He was part of the biggest brawl in NHL history. He's the only player who ever got ejected from a game before it started.
Was that the Reagan administration?
It was 67 before that.
Okay.
It's a long time ago. I don't know. It was too long ago. My point is that both teams started fighting on the ice before anybody was there, any official or anything like that. So Ed Hospodar.
Is he the only one that got ran?
He was ejected for the next series.
Oh, wow.
In fact. So anyway, because there was all this talk about early ejections. It was the first time 3 guys had ever been ejected in an NBA game before a point was scored.
Couldn't be worse than the water bottle incident between UND and Wisconsin. I think we all know that.
Oh, the water bottle incident.
Well, you're talking about hockey, so just Kerr Eads.
You played
1980.
Wait, what?
The entire North Dakota bench and Wisconsin bench emptied onto the rink, and that's when they changed the rules in hockey, just about guys being able to come onto the ice.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, okay.
And that, of course, was in the Beanpot Bowl or the Beanpot Tournament. I know that's Boston.
Yeah, that is Boston.
Yeah. Can you skate? I'm a great skater.
Not really.
Roller skater,
No, not very good at it. Not very good at it.
Move, man.
I could see you. You're probably fast on skates, but it's probably just because you run.
Yeah, but I can do the stuff, the turnaround stuff.
Nah.
I do it. I've did disco stuff. I could dance on skates.
You show me a sow cow.
I did a splits, and Evan was on vacation. Lucas blew it. Right. That would have went viral.
Let's listen to what Spinoni's talking about.
No, I was just going to say, how much does the fact that it was Rudy Gobert have to do with this incident? Do you think if it was anyone else that was doing this to Clay, but because it was Gobert,
no doubts, but don't.
That's the guy that everyone universally hates Gobert.
Right.
Like, he's got to be, like, outside of James Harden, I cannot think of a more unlikable athlete in the NBA. He's up there, right? Mount Rushmore currently.
But how come?
Well, the whole thing with the COVID.
I think.
And everybody sided with
but the COVID thing was just
Donovan Mitchell, but still.
Just dumb.
Yeah, but it turned
and
into.
he didn't know, but he didn't, like, nobody knew back then.
Yeah, but he's synonymous with the shutdown of the league, kind of.
Yeah, no
like
doubt
it was,
about it.
It was Gobert's got COVID, now the league's done. Then it was Tom Hanks in Australia.
Yeah. And Draymond had his neck like, you got 4 of my DPOIs I should have had. Because, he gets it every year, damn near.
Yeah, I think a lot of people just think he's overrated.
I know. I
probably.
Well,
they got your buddy Finchie. They got a damn good team, and they fit. Dude, Conley, he could be my PG. I know you don't.
You said they fit, but when they brought and they put 2 7-footers together, everyone said that was the most unique 4-5 in the league.
Oh, I'm one of them, and that was working. You got Ant and Cat. Boy, watch out for Minnesota.
Thank you. Steve-O in San Francisco. Let's talk about the poor shooting, which happens to teams getting up there. What's up, buddy?
I hate that.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. Back in basketball season, so glad to be tuning into you guys. I want to go back to the game before, the first game against the Timberwolves. The poor shooting, they had open shots. They were getting the shots, and the reason that Podziemski is going to get some playtime now is because he made the shots. You can't get playtime if you have an open shot and you brick it. And that's what's happening with Wiggins. That's what's happening with Kuminga.
Man.
And I'll tell you what, if Kuminga doesn't start making shots, he's looking like trade bait.
I mean, all indications from all the Warriors were that this was Kuminga's leap year.
No doubt about it.
Still could be, but we're 12 games in now.
Like, I don't know what he didn't do last night to warrant more than 16 minutes. He was 2 or 3 from the field. And
I barely remember him.
Wow.
Even when he was on the floor. So,
I remember him Sunday night when Gobert swatted his dunk attempt. Remember that? He went up high.
Yep. You know what? Hey, everybody hates Gobert, but there ain't one Warrior fan out there that wouldn't trade him for Draymond Green right now. Spadoni going,
I'd keep Draymond over Rudy Gobert. Yeah.
With how the Warriors
He's been
play.
shown time in and time out to get played off the floor in crunch time in the playoffs.
Wow. Well, cut off my legs and call me Stumpy.
Hello, Neil.
I would have thought that people would take Gobert over Draymond. Really?
I think if you poll most NBA fans, they would rather have Draymond Green on their team than Rudy Gobert.
Well, I meant specifically Warrior fans because they're really...
Yeah, they hate Gobert more than they hate Draymond Green, I think.
No, I know, but you really think Draymond's a better player than Rudy Gobert right now?
Yes.
I don't.
Yes.
I actually don't. Gobert can read.
We'll see 2024 Olympic Games, gold medal in France when France takes on Team USA. And Draymond and Steve Kerr will be going at it.
But like if you put Draymond on the Lakers or Boston or Milwaukee, he would enhance like hell.
I don't know.
He would give you that muscle.
Yeah,
I'm with Spadoni. I take Dre. I'm with you.
No, okay.
For a winner. For a winning team.
I think the Warriors, if you put Gobert in Draymond Green's place right now, you get
I just
better.
Pictured a lob. I just pictured block shots.
That's what I feel. You know what? I may be in the minority. I'm okay with that. I'm not a huge Gobert fan either. But
he's found a home.
There's a reason that it's hard to score inside on Gobert.
But he had the line of the night. When I found out Curry wasn't playing, you didn't say that. An NBA player said it. I knew he would do anything to get ran. Wow. Yeah. Like, man, nobody wrote that for him.
Maybe I'm wrong.
It might be closer than it's ever been, but I don't think, I would guess 80 to 90% of people, and myself included, would take Draymond over Gobert.
All right.
What's Gobert?
I'm not wrong about my choice. I'm wrong about
Is Gobert
the
getting
perception.
$40 million or no? Is he around there?
Probably.
Yeah, he makes a lot more money.
Yeah. Wow. All right. Well, Snotty, what are the solutions? Evan, Spadoni, what are the solutions?
Go get Gobert.
You can't. No, the team is.
Go get Zach LaVine. Yeah, but he'll help.
To think
Gobert,
I was thinking, I went to bed with that one.
Gobert won't help, but Zach LaVine will.
We probably won you that game last night. Clear out and watch me. Like LeBron, early Bron, D Wade.
Wait, who are you talking
Curry.
about?
Guys that can just stay on that side. We need a bucket. Let me work. Let me cook.
Well,
Jimmy Butler in the playoffs.
See, you're always about cooking for yourself. You're not the kind of guy who's a good host and cooks for others. Anthony Edwards last night, with the game on the line, made the play of the game. And it wasn't a shot. It was a pass to Mike Conley.
No, he did.
All right.
I was waiting for the shot, even if it was a bad one.
Yep.
What's going to happen tomorrow?
They're going to
go
lose.
to a game. There's a fight. No, I'm just saying. How
are they going to win tomorrow without Curry and
I would
Draymond?
bet my right arm they lose tomorrow. How can you beat OKC?
Almost beat Minnesota.
Yeah, I mean, look. Let's not act like these guys aren't pros.
What did he say to Evan?
What did he say?
They almost beat Minnesota.
They did. Like this idea that.
But Minnesota, their guards were like, no Curry, no Dre. We'll win it.
No, I'm more.
They went Jacksonville.
This is where you
like
bother
you said
me.
Jacksonville did.
This is where you bother me, Goo. It's like there's no way the Warriors can win tomorrow. Why not? Like
they're not better than young OKC.
Not the better team doesn't win every single night.
You're right.
I mean,
Minnesota tried to give them that game last night.
I mean, they were
Chris Paul
two possessions away, or a possession or two away from winning the game.
They were
last
up with
night.
101 left.
Why couldn't they win? Why couldn't they win tomorrow if they almost won last night against a better team without their three guys? Of course they can win tomorrow. Seriously,
other guys got to step up. That effort from others last night against OKC, boy.
Let's go to John in Pleasanton. Who the hell's John? What's up, Johnny? Hey.
Is this me?
It is you. Yes, sir.
Oh, hey, okay. All right. So I splurged. I sat courtside behind the bench, the Warriors bench last night. I was watching Kuminga,
Yes.
That dude, did he have a loss in the family? Did his dog die or something?
Man.
Because that dude is the most mopey. You had Davis Price consoling him because he was so mopey. Let's get rid of this guy, man. He's a cancer.
Oh. Thanks, John. Appreciate it.
I
don't know
believe
if
he was behind
he's not
the
good
bench.
enough to be a cancer.
But I believe he was behind the bench and saw something he didn't like.
Well, he does mope. You can see that from the TV
last night
screen.
would have been a moping night. 16 minutes, 2 rebounds.
Oh, you get that many? He got 2 rebounds last night.
No, the thing is, what was he not doing? I don't know how he was defensively, Stoney, but damn.
See, Kuminga to me has no longer earned the benefit of the doubt with me. And what I mean by that is if he only got 16 minutes, Steve Kerr has a reason for giving him only 16 minutes. And I don't do that for every player, but it's like I've seen Kuminga now for 2+ years. I get that he needs to be it's too bad he's not 3 years older for where the Warriors are right now. I just think he's at a place where he's still too young to really, really help them.
Man. But not young enough for us to say, and basketball aficionados, to say this was his leap year. And like you said, it still can be, but it's off to a right. Like, you kind of feel like he's blowing an opportunity.
Let's go to KC in Santa Rosa. Hey, KC, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Doing well, man.
So I'm just really confused about this whole situation last night, and I really don't understand why Rudy Gobert wasn't, given some sort of a penalty, or he got 2 free throws when he himself went up and was attacking Clay.
Well,
it makes no sense to me.
Well, I can just tell you what their rationale was. You're probably going to disagree with it, but the rationale is that Gobert came in as a peacekeeper, and then when Draymond came in, it escalated. That's their rationale. I'm sure you disagree with it.
Yeah, I mean, you see Clay getting into it with the other player, and it just felt like having somebody come outside that really wasn't involved. It wasn't like he was trying to be the peacekeeper in my eyes.
Yeah,
it felt like he was trying to get physical with Clay. And if you're getting physical with the other teammate, I mean, the referee should have gotten involved and been like, hey, both you guys are in the wrong.
Everything you're saying, KC, I think is absolutely positively fair. But how long is Draymond going to be? Like, all I care about is how many games he's going to miss now because of everything that happened.
It's like an injury.
So,
you lost 4 in a row. This thing could grow, or maybe not. You're right. Maybe they shock everybody and win tomorrow. It's the NBA. But damn, Stoney, they're 1-4 at home.
Yeah,
so now that negates the success on the road to me.
Well, of course it does. You know what? I never made it. Even last year they weren't winning on the road. I was like, how come they can't win on the road? It's just like, it just happens to be where they lose most of their games, but they lost a lot of games last year. Like, I know, like if the Warriors won 45 games this year and this year won 20 games on the road, obviously that would be better. But I don't know. They're old enough to win on the road. I mean, experienced enough to.
But last year was a role reversal, and I know it's early, but they were dominant at home, and for whatever reason couldn't close out a close game on the road. Now that's happening at home.
I know. What about this statement, Warrior fans? 888-957-9570. And we all know there were issues last year, and we all know the personnel changed. Chris Paul's in here. Jordan Poole's not. A couple guys aren't in here. A couple of new guys are. But isn't this essentially the style may be a little different, but isn't this essentially the same team as last year?
No.
In terms of what they're going to be. Come on. They're 6-6 now.
No, you're banking on so many wild cards. Last year, there was a pecking order to where you knew Jordan Poole was going to come off the bench. You knew who was coming after him. Right now, there's so many damn wild cards of, let's hope these guys show something.
So you agree with me. It's the same team as last year with the same kind of problems. You can think about it.
We got to go.
Then I'm going to put... Hey, yeah, thank you. That segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Also, with the APEC conference in town. Perfect time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to this app all day long. You can listen to all the shows. You can listen to all the interviews. Today we had Anthony Slater on with the morning show. You can check that out. Peter King was on with Willard and Dibbs yesterday. You get it all on the Odyssey app. When we come back, same problems as last year, essentially, or stop it.
Chris Paul on the baseline. 2 dribbles up top. Sharich run up the line. Back to Paul. In the corners. Got Gobert with 1. Rainbow 3 on the way. Got it right over the top of him. It's a 2. Make it a 2. Says Tyler Ford at 6-3.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
All righty. Thanks, Steph. Matt Steinmetz, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you. And, hey, it's time for the call of the game, sponsored by Xfinity. The Xfinity 10G network is made for streaming live sports, which means it's the network you can rely on in the biggest moments. The Xfinity 10G network, the best way to stream your Warriors.
And Edwards will take a dribble, take a 3 straight on, no good. Draymond defensive rebound. Leaves it for Paul down the right side, and now McDaniels and Klay Thompson get tangled up, and now Draymond gets in there to hug Gobert away in a headlock, and we've got a scramble. We have security people on the floor, coaches flying all over the place. Klay Thompson gets pulled aside by Chris Paul. Draymond and Gobert get separated. Well, Draymond went after Gobert as if he saw Gobert do something, and Gobert now pointing and gesturing in Draymond's direction. John Murray, Warriors security extraordinary over there. Yeah, Klay's jersey is ripped. Jersey. And here we are, a minute and 43 in.
Wow.
Yeah, so that was the call of the game, the Xfinity call of the game.
A hug.
Man, 143.
That happened less than 2 minutes into the game. Gobert started with obviously with McDaniels and Klay Thompson, then escalated with Gobert and Draymond Green.
You ever been at a game where there was a fight, NBA game? I can't say that I have.
Well, I was at a game where one of the players
choked the coach.
Tried to go out to the team bus.
Oh, yeah, Chris Mills.
Let's go to Anthony in Walnut Creek.
Chris.
Anthony, how are you, man?
I'm doing well, guys. Thanks for taking me today.
Sure.
I've got a couple of things here. Firstly, let's stop acting like Gobert and Draymond did the same thing. Gobert was trying to pull Klay off. He did not choke Klay. So I'm tired of that narrative. Draymond did the most. Next, to answer your question about are we in the same place as last year, we are absolutely in the same place as last year, maybe even worse. We are cooked. Shouldn't have got rid of Wiseman. Shouldn't have got rid of Poole. Bob Myers is gone. Didn't like the Chris Paul pickup. We're the old team at the YMCA that's going to win some fun games.
I don't like that.
It's gonna be a long season, guys.
I hope he's wrong, Steiny. Give me more Podziemski, Wiggins, and Kuminga. You got 9 lives. I do not, and I felt that way when I watched OKC. This Warrior team beat OKC, but I'm the old guy at the gym, and you know what it looks like, Steiny. Styles make fights, and it's just hard when you're watching a team labor to do the things that you take for granted, to get into the offense, defend. You know when don't say cooked.
Like Rice.
That's not even a 1. Anyway.
I'm not saying they're cooked. I'm saying
that they're old. That's why it was nice watching Brandin ball. Give me some more Jackson Davis.
Okay, that's fine.
Let Kuminga fail.
But I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm blown away by what's going on. Let me ask you a question. Okay, here's an opinion of mine. Just seeing I'm not sure Andrew Wiggins is ever going to be the player he was 2 years ago for that important stretch where he was the second best player on the Golden State Warriors.
Then you got a major issue here in Golden State as a team.
I kind of thought you had an issue that year too, but he did.
No doubt.
Step up.
And we recognized him for that.
For 1 year he did it. And then he got paid. He got paid. Kuminga?
That's number 2. That's 2 guys.
Why? Okay, I'm going to turn it on you. You tell me why Kuminga only plays 16 or 18 minutes a night for years now. Tell me why.
They didn't take a aptitude test, but I feel like what Steve Kerr is saying Brandin Podziemski does as far as the wit and IQ, I think that's what's holding Kuminga back in this offense, Steiny, and maybe he's thinking too much. I don't know, but I know Pods is already kind of picking up what he's supposed to do, when to cut, when to go, all that little stuff. Kuminga's not doing that, and maybe he's smarter at the Warrior system than Kuminga. I don't know, but it's a thought.
Pods has a game. Podziemski might have a game. And, I know what your answer is going to be. What's Kuminga's game?
Yeah.
He doesn't do one thing extremely well.
But jump.
He can guard the ball well at times. He's got that potential, but he doesn't consistently do it. He's making foul shots now. Let's see how long that lasts. He's, shooting the three. He shot it better, but now he's not shooting it well.
But the fact that we don't know what he does well is concerning in itself. At this point.
Yes.
This feels like year 6. It's not, but it feels that way. And people coming down JD's road for never giving him his flowers. He didn't earn no flowers, Donnie. He's always been the flower that was going to blossom. And now they need him. They need his youth. They need his physicality.
So play him.
I don't know why he got 16 minutes with no Draymond.
You know what? Because
Jackson Davis got 14 minutes, 2 behind him. But say it, Donnie. I cut you.
More to the game than dunking. And you know what? He is too peak and valley. Mope is a strong word, but he does look like he's having fun.
Man.
Let's go to Jimmy. Jimmy's in Dublin. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
To us.
Hey, man, I want to start off with this, man. What's your estimated guess on how many more times this season is Draymond going to be the topic in the negative light? Is the over-under, I'm going to go over-under 20. You guys going over-under? That's the first thing I want to know. You guys going over-under?
I'm going under. That's a big Barry Sanders. That's a lot.
I'll go under, too.
Okay, go ahead.
That is a lot.
Oh, okay. So I think Draymond, once Klay Thompson was out of the game, I think Draymond just didn't want to play. Not Klay, my bad. Once Curry was listed as not playing, I just think from then on, Draymond wanted any way that he could to get out of the game, bro. I honestly don't think he wanted to play last night. We're talking about a minute and 30 into the game. That doesn't have anything to do with you. All eyes are on. They were waiting for Draymond to breathe wrong. And you're going to go run and grab a guy that was trying to basically put the skirmish to an end and put him in a chokehold like the dude that, like he was getting ready to do something to you. That dude, man, I just can't wait. I'm not even a Warriors fan. I'm a Lakers fan, but I just can't wait till he's out of Golden State, and I pray you don't come to the Lakers. Because I might have to switch up the team, man. You guys have a good rest of your day.
Appreciate the call. Thanks, Jimmy.
That was heavy. He's out on Dre.
You think Jimmy would really stop being a Laker fan if Draymond got traded to the Lakers?
Nobody can do that to me. And it's like when a city moves or relocates, the players don't do it. But I'll say this to you about his point. Draymond Green, Steiny, is it getting to the point to where teams are going to try to, hey, just go mess with Steiny, see if he blows his lid, and we can get him out here early. Like bait. That's the word, bait.
You don't have to. You don't even have to do that. He'll find a way to do it on his own.
No, but he's been on edge these last 3 games. The whole gym heard him the other night. What you going to do to America's darling? That's who Anthony Edwards is. Played on the USA team.
I thought you were giving him a pass.
No, I'm just saying.
So you're not giving him a pass.
I know. I've lived this. I've seen this movie.
Yeah,
they re-upped him for $400.
But why are you so?
My guy Hawk. They're on. Why are you guys even perplexed anymore?
Well, why are you?
Because the Warriors are saying it ain't big like you think, Steiny.
Okay,
it ain't an eyesore.
And I'll just say they're 6-6, and now they're playing without him again.
You're right. And I don't want to give a State of the Union because I don't got to tell you about what life's about.
And their guy just got thrown out of a game.
And he's facing a suspension. We know he ain't playing tomorrow. You think next time I see you, they're 6-9?
Well, we're going to see each other.
Well, no, I'm saying after.
Let's go to Ricky. Ricky's in Santa Clara.
Ricky.
Hey, Ricky, how you doing, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm not really a Warrior fan. I don't have a team in general. But I'm from the Bay, But
sure.
I just couldn't pretend to be a fan when they got good. When they got good all of a sudden. But I hear everything about the Warrior guys when you guys talk about them. And I just want to say, from an objective standpoint, since I don't have a team, I just feel like it's kind of ridiculous how much bias there is, like towards Draymond. If we were in any other city, I think we'd be talking about how out of line his behavior is, and there's so much homerism when it comes to Draymond Green in the Bay Area. I understand because he helps the Warriors win, but I just think to say that he did what he did was people get it because he was defending his teammate, and the thing that he did the other night might be more might have gotten them more upset than what he did last night. I think that what he did was kind of extreme, and that just says something about our culture if that's really what people think. I just think we should call it for what it is.
Wow, I ain't mad at that. Hey Evan, any way you can give us the trivia music? I got one for you and Steiny. I got the answer. You're gonna love this.
Are you sure everything's gonna be right?
Oh, take this to the bank. How many times in Draymond Green's career has he been suspended? I'll let you go and then Evan.
Suspended?
Yeah. Goo
by
got
the league
one.
or by the team?
By whom?
By the league.
I'd say
that was a trick question.
Yeah,
he hasn't been suspended by the team.
I'd say 8.
Okay.
I'm going to go 4.
Damn, Evan gets the winner. It's 5. 5 times by the league. My guy said 20. That's a point.
Well, no. This is what the guy said. I think what he was saying was, okay, yeah, he wasn't just talking how many times he gets suspended, but this is my point with Draymond Green. Okay, you think, okay, he got suspended a couple games. That's not the way I look at it. The way I look at it as a week ago he doesn't play in Denver, I wouldn't have even given that a second thought, except in the wake for what happened. I'm going to go through it again. Wednesday, he doesn't play in Denver. Saturday, he gets ejected with the Donovan Mitchell thing. Sunday, he winds up Anthony Edwards. Tuesday, he gets ejected again, and now we've got to be on suspension alert. Man. How many games is it going to be? Is he going to miss Thursday's game tomorrow and Saturday's game Saturday, and then games after that? So what I'm saying is you can tell me all you want that Draymond – he may only get suspended for a game. But my point, and my bigger point, has always been stop telling me that Jordan Poole was the biggest part of the problem when the way I look at it, Draymond Green has infected the Warriors for the last week. And he's going to infect them for the next couple games, apparently, because he's not going to be able to play, which makes them worse most of the time. I can't say anything you said was wrong. Let's go to Zach. Zach's in Santa Rosa.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you doing?
Hey.
Yes, sir.
So, okay, I honestly think that everybody is kind of blowing this whole thing out of proportion. I'm not going to lie. I don't think that Draymond, what happened last night, it was a little excessive, but I think he was out there defending his guy. Gobert clearly had a grasp on Clay's neck. And, I mean, Draymond just went out there and defended Clay.
Right.
I have honestly no problem with it, really.
Right. And if that's the way you feel, I get it. All I care about is the practical side of it. And the practical side of it is that this is consistent. And let me ask you this. You think what Draymond did last night's good for the team or bad for the team?
Bad for the team.
Okay.
Because they're going to be without him.
So,
but do you think they would have won last night if he played?
I do.
Then it's bad for the team, right?
No doubt about it.
Yeah.
And you could find a positive and a negative. You were defending your teammate. But, man.
JD's in Redwood City. What's up, JD?
Guys, how you doing?
Doing well.
Hey, kind of agree with the last caller, man. This is getting blown out of proportion. Every guy in that team loves Draymond. He's standing up for Clay. That's what he does. He's your enforcer. They got him for another 4. We all knew what it was going to be. And I think this is going to fire the boys up. You know, you got somebody who's going to have your back when it comes to it.
Thank you.
Well, is it really going to fire you up when you lost the game that it happened in? You were in control of the game, and now you're going to be without Dre moving forward starting tomorrow night. We'll find out how long. That's not the avenue I would go down and think we're going to find the cherry of, oh, we're about to be some crazed dogs, Steiny. You're going to be lesser of what you've been because Dre will not be available. Steph Curry might not play.
Oh, do we know if he's out? What have the Warriors said officially about Curry? I know what Shams has said. I don't know if the Warriors said day to day or game to game,
man,
or not. But I don't know.
He had that look on his face, like what just happened, Curry.
Evan's not in the back.
Yeah, it was Lucas.
He ripped Curry.
For what? I don't know.
Evan ripped Curry.
There's no way.
Yes, he did.
For what?
It was about what he was wearing.
Oh, the fit. He didn't like the fit.
Well, didn't he say he looked like a suitcase?
I didn't hear that.
Or was that your line?
No, that
was Evan's?
Yeah. Mine are bags at the airport.
Let's go to
Curry he was in brown. He was fitted.
He always looks good.
Yeah.
Come on. Great. Clayton's in Union City. What's up, Clayton? How you doing, man?
I'm good. Thank you for taking my call. I mean, everybody wants a boy to have their back, but I mean, Draymond grabbed him by the throat and dragged him 15 feet. Like that's
right.
kind of malicious. That's not just having your teammates back. Like he could have gotten in the middle, put Gobert off of him, and been like, and gotten like chest to chest. Like, bro, what are you doing? Like, get out of here. But the grabbing by the throat and dragging him, and then you can see he tightens. It's like that's kind of where that's over the line.
He might get 10. I'm not advocating, but Steiny, he did press it.
Do you want to play the game?
Oh, give it to me.
Well, how many do you think he's going to get?
I just told you.
10?
Jay Williams. Yeah, I think 10. Watching it again and putting that pressure on him, Lucas, he could have passed out.
I'm saying
that's how tight he had him. You're laughing. No, he could have passed out.
I'm not laughing.
No, Lucas was.
Well,
that's my guy.
Lucas, how many games do you think Draymond's going to get, if any?
I've done some research on this, look into all of the past suspensions. It's going to be, in my opinion, 2 or 3, just because he's a repeat offender.
You want to bet? I hope I'm wrong.
When was the last time you saw someone get suspended for more than 3 games?
When was the last time you saw this happen? From behind
Ben Simmons
and take him 12 feet.
On Rudy Gobert. Didn't he do the same thing?
Not like, this.
I kind of agree.
Rudy was looking like he was in Central Park getting mugged. Like, look at the look, man. I'm just, Dre, I'm rooting for you. This ain't 2 games. You get that for a hard foul.
No, you don't. I'm with Lucas. Most of these tend to be not as many games as you think would be a high number.
Right. That's why I'm asking for comps. You guys can't give me one. I don't recall
exactly
from behind.
Because as far as events and fights and altercations, it was run of the mill. Something happened and now somebody's going to get suspended for a couple games. Maybe, you might be right. It's going to be 10. I don't think.
Let me just tell you why I think it's going to be more than a lot of people think. Normally you have an antagonist. There's a protagonist and antagonist. Steiny, Gobert didn't get thrown out, so he's got like a victim mentality. He's like the innocent. Even if you think he didn't get thrown out.
It's possible he gets suspended. It's not out of the realm of possibility Gobert could get suspended.
For what?
For maybe they'll deem it was a choke. Just like Draymond. And they'll say, Gobert, you
have Clay.
You get 1, and Draymond gets 2.
I think they're looking at this like he's a victim.
Well, I think he was too, but he also could be, many people are construing that.
Well, the poll report said he was an innocent by trying to be a peacemaker.
Yeah. Let's go to Leo. Leo's in San Francisco. Hey, Leo, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Doing well.
This is the same story, different day when it comes to Draymond.
Yes, sir.
And let me just say off the bat here, the guys earlier who said, it wasn't a big deal, that he's an enforcer. This is what he's supposed to do. I guess he's the enforcer, sticking up for his teammates, no problem with that. But he's crossed the line, and he's done this time and time again. He didn't need to choke Gobert out, to pull him away, keep dragging him across the floor. That was obviously excessive. It goes back to a bigger thing in terms of a lack of accountability for Draymond's actions, especially when it comes to Kerr, who I think is especially culpable for this. Last night making excuses that the reason he did it or trying to justify it was okay for Draymond to choke out Gobert because Gobert was somehow choking out Clay, which was totally irresponsible for him. And it goes back to last year, actually, the lack of institutional control, organizational holding him accountable for the pool incident. Again, he basically got away with it. He basically told everybody that, he wasn't getting suspended by the team and that he was just going to take a couple days off to think about what happened. Never really came out hard on apologizing for his behavior, not even to the pool, not even to the organization, not even to the fans. And basically, again, not being held accountable. I think the league at some point has to say, okay, enough is enough. It's obviously the Warriors can't control him or they don't want to control him. And this has been going on for 12 years. At this point, if you're going to send a message, the league can send a message and say, okay, he's out for 10 games, and they should consider fining the Warriors for lack of institutional control. They do it all the time. Now, I realize this is pro basketball, but at some point, somebody's got to start holding them accountable, and somebody's got to start holding the Warriors accountable for not cutting this off years ago. And I also, one last thing, want to blame Curry for this, and I've said this before. The lack of a real leader on that team, and that should fall on Curry's shoulders because he's the best player. The lack of real leadership coming from Curry, he could have cut Draymond off a long time ago if there needs some misbehavior, and he hasn't done it.
Well, thanks for the call. It's a tough thing to do.
Yeah, man. And maybe Curry don't want to do it.
Especially by a guy who leads mostly by action.
Yeah. Let me read this to you. Yep. Interested from the Comcast Business text line. Come on, Goo. Ja out here promoting violence and only got 10 games. Dre ain't getting no more than 3 games. Great point. And then also, too, Steiny, Deion Sanders says, if one fights, we all fight. He's promoting this mentality to our youth, so when Draymond does it, we can't get scared.
If Deion says it, it's take it to
No, I'm just saying, but that mentality, Steiny. So that went well in the Warrior locker room, but what I'm worried about and what Dub Nation's worried about is this record. The fact you've lost 3 of 4, 3 at home, and now Steph Curry through 11 games.
Which we should have assumed. We should assume that if you are a Warrior fan and you are assuming Curry's playing more than 70 games, that's on you.
But if I got a car with 200,000 miles and it's running,
that's on you.
I may not have never been in an accident, Steiny. So I'm just like young guys get hurt too.
Right.
He bumped knees. This was a fluke.
Okay, Goo. I mean, you're really like.
I don't like him out.
Well, then
we're driving cross country to Texas, and the Winnebago is already leaking oil. Like that ain't good, and we ain't got out of Cali. Like
right, because they're an older team. They're going to be hurt more. I'm going to run through a window and jump out the 6th floor.
When you say they, I'm fine with A. It's about my man.
It's about you.
It's about the chef.
Again, I'll say it again.
Of all the people.
If you actually came into this year saying, assuming health, shame on you. You can hope for it. I would assume they're going to get hurt. Not because I'm a pessimist, but because if I'm running a basketball team and I'm running out 4 guys that old, I must assume that they may get hurt.
All right.
I have to.
You traded scoring for ball security. Let's see how that works out.
They have bigger problems than the flip-flop of
traded scoring for ball security.
Right, and they still have – maybe they still have the problem in the locker room. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump in. It's a Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, a trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. And we're also sponsored by AC Transit. Somebody make up a joke about Wilkes Booth. Yeah, he's not in the booth anymore, but John Wilkes Booth killed Abraham Lincoln. There's got to be something there.
I can honestly say I'm sort of built for this.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
How dare you? About what? Turn on your mic.
About what?
That's my Steiny. I'm talking to Lucas, asking my teammate and friend and brother if he's going to the game tomorrow. And I might have did it twice.
You did.
And you flipped out. You hadn't that already. Mister, we forget together.
Hey, Lucas. Hey, Lucas, are you going to the game tomorrow? No, I don't think I'm going to go. Hey, Lucas, real quick, you going to the game?
Hey,
I just said no, he's not.
The boss told me a Lenny Dykstra story, a random Lenny Dykstra story that I brought up Lenny, and my head's spinning. I'll tell you after, but that's why I didn't hear his first answer. But we'll be in the house.
By the way, the luckiest team in professional football continues to be the luckiest team in professional football.
What are you
the
talking
Pittsburgh Steelers.
What happened?
Pittsburgh Steelers.
They stink, first of all. I don't care what their record is. I don't care. I'm pulling one. I'm going to be like you when I say the Warriors, in my mind, won 5 titles.
Right.
I don't care about the Steelers' record. They stink. But, of course, they get to play the Browns without Deshaun Watson.
Man, Dorian Thompson getting the nod, not your boy P.J. Walker.
Yeah, I may have to put him in.
Same record as the Niners.
You're in the playoffs right now, you and Evan.
And you know what? That's a credit to my GMing because I've lost 3 quarterbacks, and I'm still in the thick of things.
So you're Kyle Shanahan.
But you ain't clinched yet.
Of course, I'm in trouble. I got I think people are getting mad at you.
Over?
Criticizing Dre.
I'm defending him. I said I would have did what he did. Help me. Dude,
Let Nelson in Fremont. Okay, that maybe he means me.
No, it is you. Get him, Nelson, not me. I've been defending Dre.
I don't even criticize Draymond anymore.
Oh, boy. What up, Nelly?
I just say this is who he is. What's going on, man?
Hey, I just want to say that Draymond is always getting a bad rap.
Yeah.
I think what he did was okay.
Sure.
I don't feel like he should get any suspension at all.
Okay.
I think you should let it go. I think Rudy faked a little bit on that whole, making it seem like Draymond was really choking him out. I don't really think he was that much, but I just don't understand why they kicked.
I think the connection's bad. We got you, Nelson. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Yeah, okay, you know what? If this is this is where, again, we're
not being biased.
I'm not saying anybody's wrong.
Yeah.
Draymond did the right thing. He came to the defense of his teammate. Rudy kind of had Clay. I don't think he deserves a suspension. That's a random Warrior fan. And I'm here to tell you, I understand that. I get how that's your point of view. I'm just telling he's going to get suspended.
Okay.
That's all I'm telling you.
There's no doubt about it.
And we must expect him to get suspended, and we must assume that there are going to be these kind of incidents because we have a 12-year track record. We must understand that some of these incidents will be detrimental, and that's the bed they made. You're right, and they're lying in it. But I'm just telling you that, to me, my days of being incredulous.
That was our word
over
yesterday.
Anything
or today.
Draymond related about what happens to him when he does something or after. It's like, this is what it is.
And you know what the maddening thing about it is he's helping his team in an instance where I give him the pass, I would help you in that situation. But the street and sports is different. But my point being, but then on the back end, you're about to be gone for a couple games. Jay Williams, I agree. I could see 10 games. And with all my flaws, Evan, and imperfections, Steiny, the one thing I have mastered is keeping it real. And when you watch this video, let's just say we're in Alaska, and you look at another component of the video, which are the eyes of Rudy Gobert, who looked like he thought he might be choking or gonna faint. I'm telling you, the league is looking at that, and every minute that goes by that we do not have an announcement, I think is another game.
So the thing I'm thinking about with Draymond Green is, and I wanted to read this text.
Because if you get 2 games out of this, the Warriors, we're lucky. If he only gets 2 or 3, we dodged the bullet.
Not true. Evan,
this could be 10.
When Nick Van Exel shoved an official over the scorer's table, an official,
I don't remember this.
He got 7 games. Yeah, we've been looking at some of the.
Well, give us another one.
Ron Artest elbowing James Harden in the postseason. What do you get? 5? Most of them, the most egregious are like 5 or 7. And
but this is a choke from behind.
Well, then we'll see.
And the guy was grasping. Let me go, Dre.
So I know this is going to come out wrong, but hopefully you'll be able to follow me. If Draymond did the right thing, okay, he was trying to get Gobert off Clay, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you know what? You know what he's going to get suspended for? Being stupid. He's going to get suspended for being stupid because he could have gotten Gobert away from him by grabbing him around the waist.
All right, okay. All right.
He could have.
No, who would argue what you just said?
But it's the heat of the moment. I get all that.
But he don't like him, too. This was a moment to get the guy he hates.
Right, at the expense of hurting your team.
Ah, man.
Wow. Rod's in Vallejo. Hey, Rod. How are you, buddy?
Hi, guys.
Hey.
Great show.
Hey,
thanks.
Appreciate it.
Yes, what I wanted to say is what Rudy Gobert did by grabbing Klay Thompson leaves Klay Thompson vulnerable from a blindside punch from an opposing player. And that's what happens when you get into a skirmish like that. You can't be grabbing you grab one of your own players, not the opposing player, because if he'd have grabbed Clay and then another Timberwolf came and blindsided Clay with a punch, and then you got a real mess on your hands.
You got it. It can't be that.
Thank you. Appreciate the call. Radio on the background.
Yeah.
Again, I understand that point of view.
And like my boy Hawk said, this is a bigger thing, Stoney. I'm being real because we didn't like it. We saw it last year with Jordan Poole's dad and Draymond. I mean, and again, I mean this. Nicole Diaz, I'm not dramatic, but this stuff can spill over. And that's what I don't like about it. And that's why I don't like the fights in sports because, you know, people have friends, the Jokic brothers, you know, that stuff. Nobody wants that, especially in today's world. So I hate that the game was marred, but in a crazy way it adds excitement because you want to see the guys not get ran and battle it out like the old days. But, yeah, Steiny, he did not like Gobert. And Spadoni's right. Had that been we know if it was LeBron, he would have gave him a bouquet of flowers. But if it were anybody else, he wouldn't have grabbed him like that. It was the bad blood between the two. And you've lost 4 in a row. The chef is out. I'm going to make a song. The chef is out. You lost 4 in a row.
We should have expected.
And now Dre is about to be out.
This is just one of the games that.
Give it to me.
So, like, here's the difference between you and me. You're alarmed that Steph Curry got hurt. And I am saying he's going to play, I don't know how many games. Yeah. Let's hope he can play 66 games.
Yeah,
so he's got to miss 16. So start chalking him up. That was one. He's going to miss 15 games. Well, I don't understand why anybody wouldn't.
I don't disagree with you. Mine is about timing. If you miss early and we don't know how long
Willard said it was great timing.
Willard said great timing. I'm Daryl. If you get, you see where I'm going? If you get hurt early, Steiny, and you don't know how long you're going to be on your first one,
doesn't matter.
16 could be 26.
That's no kidding.
But you gave me 16.
Why are you saying everything that I've been warning
it's
against?
Not prolonged. It's happening right off the gate.
I'm not going to do this all year with you being in shock when Warrior guys get nicked up. I can't do it.
No, it ain't Warrior guys. It's 30.
Well, it's going to be all of them, Goo.
Yeah.
It's already Draymond. Draymond, by the end of the week, will have missed 4 of 14 games, probably. Maybe 5.
And you know when you and Bonte did what you did, he missed the personal. We were like, nothing to see here. Then you come back and your ass gets thrown out early. You are right. You are repetitively leaving your team without your services. So, but you wanted him to say,
Spaz. Yeah. Spaz has had enough of the Draymond slander. Hey, turn that down, Spaz. Turn it down. Turn it down. What's up, buddy? Oh, I didn't hang up on you, Spaz. That wasn't me.
No, that was Spaz.
Oh, Spaz hung up.
And I'm not spazzing
so
out.
Sick of you.
Is he? Is that what he said?
I don't know.
There's no slander.
Of course there is.
The dude got ran.
This will help the Warrior.
Hey, give me a wrestler. You know how I'm big into the wrestler. Whose move did Dre, who uses that?
Kind of like a Stan the Lariat Hansen, but he would do it from the front.
What is the lariat?
Well, he had Stan the Lariat Hansen had an elbow pad, and on the inside of the elbow pad, he had silver dollars. And so the lariat was what he would, that's what he called his move when he would, he did it mostly from the front or side. But it's also,
that's the Otis Sistrunk move. It's kind of also the old dudes with the forearm.
It also is kind of close to the old sleeper hold, quite frankly. That I know Chief Jay Strongbow that was his specialty.
Almost had him in the camel clutch.
Oh, I love it.
Who's that?
That might be Bob Backlund.
What? The Iron Sheik.
Now I do
usually know most of the moves.
Junkyard Dog, the brother.
Yeah, he wasn't good enough to have a move.
Oh, please, that dude was bad.
Like Haystacks Calhoun, of course, had the horseshoe.
I'm looking at pictures now. Crossface chicken wing, ring a bell?
No.
Crossface chicken wing.
I kind of like that.
Is that like?
I mean,
Ross Perot.
Ivan Putski would drop the Polish hammer on you, and it was night-night.
Oh, he got $1 million from Curry.
Dream. See, this is somebody saying Ric Flair had the sleeper hold?
Dude, Draymond had him.
All sleeper holds.
It walked him about 5, 6. Dude, I'm laughing. I expect by the night before I lay my head on the pillow, he get about 5 games.
Well, it was just 10 a minute ago.
Well, 5 is my floor.
Phil in Oakland. Hey,
Philly.
Phil. How you doing, Phil? What's going on, man?
I'm doing great and love your show.
Well, thank you.
I just am calling to defend Draymond because I've been a longtime Warrior fan, and they get I was so tired before the year Draymond joined the team, the years before Draymond joined the team. They got pushed around by every team in the league, and when Draymond arrived, they started to fight back. And if I'm on a team, I want a Draymond Green behind me when stuff like that happens. I want somebody who stands up and fights the other guy, and I think this is a product of having back-to-back games against the same team. I think, there's bad blood, just like in training camp in the NFL when teams practice together. Stuff like this happens. You just, can't tell me when it happens that quickly after the game starts that it didn't have something to do with what happened, the way they got knocked around in the previous game.
Thanks, Phil. You're starting to break up, but again.
Clay was upset probably at his game right now. He had a quick fuse. But
Clay was mad because he didn't think he should have gotten ejected, and he probably knew that he was going to
I'm saying coming into the game, though. Yeah, he wasn't worried about settling score. In Minnesota, they had to be, remember you said they're probably out and about in San Francisco because they had won Sunday night. But come on, Steiny, why would Minnesota have funk? Why would they got no problem with where we just beat you. Steph's out. Clay, I understand where Clay, he had a short fuse. Probably mad they didn't lost 3 in a row. Everybody wondering where his shot is at. But my contract, what's going on?
This is different.
I'd probably flash.
But why? You're going to get 40 shots that night.
Well,
and I'm sorry. This is where it's fair to question. You're missing Steph Curry. You're struggling a little bit. You need to get a win. You're playing a good team. And then your 2 other best players your 2 other best players weren't smart enough to figure out a way to stay on the floor, which is doubly a killer when Steph doesn't play.
Yeah. And I'll tell you this, we know Clay didn't think he was going to get ran. He didn't even probably think it was going to get off me, and then technical, whatever. Like you said, those were 40 shots, 30 waiting for him, and Brandin took over the night.
Antonino Rocca, of course, famous for the drop kick.
Hey, there was one guy, Brutus the Barber Beefcake, used to put you to sleep, then cut your hair. Yeah, right.
That's actually true.
Cut your hair?
Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. I forgot about
How ruthless can you be?
I forgot about that.
That's prison stuff. Put you to sleep and cut
Let's go to
your
Gus.
hair.
Gus is in Tracy. Hey, Gus, what's up?
Hey, what's up, Stein? What's up, Guru?
Hey.
A couple things. I think Clay grabbed him by the neck because that's about the only part that he could grab him because there were so many people around him. That's number one. Number two, if Draymond's going to get suspended, so should Gobert too, because he's the one that grabbed Clay by the head, and I think that should be a suspension for him also. What do you guys think? You guys have a great show. Thank you.
Appreciate it. You might be right.
You think Gobert might get one?
I mean, if he did, it wouldn't surprise me. But again, I'm not.
Full report deemed him a peacemaker.
I'll give. I'm not being.
That means
I'm not being a jerk. I get it. I get that. That maybe what he did, you got to have somebody do all that stuff. I get it. I'm just. All I care about is the fact that they lost the game and he didn't play.
Yep.
And Clay didn't play. Obviously, Clay to a lesser extent. And now here we are again. That's all.
Rest that there. What about the caller 2 callers ago that said, and the Warriors are telling you, the brass is telling you this. That's why they re-upped them, Steiny. Okay, they lost. They didn't want to lose the game. But the fact that man just called us 2 calls ago and said, I want a guy like Draymond on my team. So behind closed doors.
You have him. No, you do
you're
have
right.
it. And this is what happened.
This is another episode of training, but behind closed doors.
And you know what? Maybe
I don't think there's a divide.
Okay. Did you ever think, though, that the decisions they've made are wrong?
Oh, no doubt.
Okay. Well,
I've said maybe they sold their soul a couple times.
Okay.
But I'm talking about the feeling of, you know what? The boss knows I did right for the betterment of the team. I didn't say that you're going to win 114-98 tomorrow.
Well, here we go. Bob says this is going to help the Warriors. Let's get Bob in here from Mountain View.
Talk to us, Bobby.
Well, that's what you said. There's no divide. Everybody loves Draymond.
No, I didn't mean you're going to win.
So they must love Draymond for what he did last night. What's up, Bob?
I do agree it's going to help the Warriors. You had asked, will this help the team? My answer is, if it doesn't help the team, they're not the type of team that can win the net at the end of the season. And maybe Draymond set a boundary and set a standard so the next time something like that happens to a player, whether it's Clay or someone else, maybe the whole bench will empty. And they'll let them know we're not the Pelicans, we're called the Warriors, and we're going to act like it.
Thanks, Bob.
Well, there's a new rule now, Stan. You come off the bench, you get suspended, right?
True.
All right.
I don't see it, Bob.
And what about Bob Myers? Bob,
he's not here anymore.
No, I said.
Why do you think?
No,
it's almost like Bob Myers. I mean, I don't know this. I haven't talked.
No, he mastered this.
It almost feels. Nah, never mind. No.
I'll tell you who this is on to me. Not in a bad way. Who's got to fix everything? Golden State Warriors.
Don't say a name that I'm going to disagree with, please.
No, and it's no shade or anything. It's Steve Kerr. This is all, you got to press the right buttons.
Yeah, he can.
And when I say that, what scares me,
he can get Draymond.
And I told Evan this, is that means there's a wrong button.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you're hitting Kuminga's wrong button. I don't even know if you want to even hit that button anymore, but guys got to step up. And if I'm Steve Kerr, Jackson Davis or Saric is starting tomorrow for Draymond. And if it's multiple games, we could switch off.
Why not Kuminga?
You've had your I don't know. I'm down on him.
It's almost as though Bob Myers said, you know what? Even though Draymond says everything's fine, I know and I knew that we've still got issues on this team and that there are disconnects and that certain people believe in certain players and wanted them re-signed, and maybe some other people in that organization, let me tell you what they do have. They have a very, very big decision group. All right? It's a half dozen guys. All right? So you split that down the middle. This is what I mean. You split that down the middle at 3-3 on a big decision. Hey, let's let Draymond go. It's time. Hey, let's keep Draymond here for 4 years.
Oh, man.
If that thing's not unanimous, but you end up doing it, or even if you don't
I'll tell you what.
that doesn't mean the problem's over.
Okay, and I'll tell you what. If I'm the GM of a team, those are too many hands in the pot. It should be my opinion, your opinion, and another one.
You can't do that, though. They won 4 titles with the way they make decisions. So do you want them just to stop doing what they've done?
No, I do wonder if maybe, if he wanted something to happen, it couldn't come to fruition because he got tired of it's dependent on so many other people, and it should be me and maybe just Evan and you. I'm just saying that's human nature of I got to convince all these mofos and,
Yeah. Let's go to Lamar's got a silver lining from last night. Lamar's in San Francisco. Hey, Lamar, how you doing, man?
Hey.
What's up?
I'm doing terrific. How are you?
Hey.
I'm thinking
we need
Podziemski.
answers. We need answers.
All right. You can answer a few questions for me. Is this not the team that set the best record ever in NBA history regular season?
No.
Draymond was a part of that. Yeah,
he's a part of it, but this isn't no. This is not even close to the same team.
Okay.
But go ahead.
I'm talking about experience. About experience here.
Okay.
His experience, he has 4 titles, correct?
Yep.
Correct. And so with doing that and saying that, how many games in the season are we? Not many.
12.
He's gone through we've gone through it. We're pressing the panic button and all of this too fast, too soon. Okay. I don't even know if I mean, Clay went out, Curry was out. We had the core three not in the game whatsoever. This was CP3's team last night, correct?
Yep.
For him to push the young guys, the whole deal. The silver lining in this, we've seen the young guy emerge. With Podziemski, he's going to be getting run from time to time. The young guy, the big man that we got, he's going to be getting some run. You can only have growth in these uncomfortable conditions. Whether they are self-brought on or not, this is going to bring growth for the team. Whether they're talking about this in the locker room, days on, days out, the controversy they have to deal with us, the public, the media, all of it. No one's just going to get to take this on the chin. They have to talk about this, and that's going to bring growth for this team. My big thing with this, and I find the silver lining to be just that the young guys have to grow up. The core three didn't play last night, and I will say that Kerr is not the best. He doesn't feel like he has. I feel like he doesn't have the time to develop these young guys. They got games last year that the young guys could have finished last year. They should have finished them. This was nobody scored a point. The young guys stepped up. The young guys' confidence is up. The team spirit should be up. There is nothing bad about this that the Warriors inside that locker room shouldn't feel about this. And that should bring a certain.
Thank you, Lamar. We got to go, but we're up against it. But, somebody said something earlier, and I think that the last caller just is like, everybody in that locker room. We don't know that. We don't know everybody in that locker room was backs Draymond Green. Yeah. Come on. We have no idea. They might. All right. It is, let me remind you, the APEC conference is here. It's a zoo downtown. So now's the perfect time to download the Odyssey app. You can listen to all 4 hours of Steiny and Guru plus all the other great interviews on 95.7 The Game. We had Warriors insider Anthony Slater on the morning show, and Willard and Dibbs yesterday had Peter King on, so you can go back and get all those terrific interviews. You get it all on the Odyssey app. Let me go, Dre.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty.
Boy, these memes are incredible.
All right, the Warriors have announced Steph Curry is out tomorrow night against the Oklahoma City Thunder, and he'll be reevaluated later in the week. That would probably obviously be Friday or Saturday. After Thursday, the Warriors play OKC again on Saturday. So Steph Curry out tomorrow, and he'll be reevaluated Friday or Saturday. Okay? That's really important.
And we're real fans. We went last night without Steph.
Oh, that's right.
And we're going tomorrow to see Podziemski.
You know what? That just hit me. God.
What happened?
Well, that sucks.
It's OKC.
I know.
That's the old Warriors. Who they playing? I'll go.
Yeah. Great timeout. Hey, it's a great timeout tomorrow against Chet Holmgren, Lou Dort,
and
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
First time the Warriors played OKC, Shai didn't play.
Yep.
So
wow.
Now this time Steph won.
Return the favor.
So I was talking obviously about Draymond Green. Here's how I'll just start it. This is my my reset is, whether it's Draymond himself or whether it's the Warriors. Where I think the Warriors are right now is I just don't think they're good enough anymore to withstand this stuff that they're withstanding. And I don't think Draymond anymore is good enough to kind of get away with it like he used to, because he had a team around him that was absolutely, positively incredible. But they're not this incredible team anymore. They're good. They can be good, but they're not good enough to overcome a Steph Curry missed game. They're not good enough to overcome Draymond. They're, for all intent and purpose, they're probably going to lose tomorrow. Part of the reason is because Draymond's not going to play, maybe. And that's just maybe goes down as a loss. But
you got a game against them again Saturday night.
Exactly.
Young Houston in here Monday.
Let's go to Jim in Richmond. Hey, Jim. How are you, man?
Jim Richmond, former coworker.
Yeah, doing good. Just a couple of quick things.
Sure.
I think Draymond personally has been every time there's like a big Warrior problem, he's the common denominator one way or the other, right? So there goes that. But the big thing, you talked about earlier, this guy says, well, I want Draymond covering my back, and I want to tell him, how could he cover your back if he's not playing?
All right.
And the last thing I want to say is, at one point, is Chris Paul going to say something?
Ooh,
what would he say?
That would be interesting.
About when yesterday there was a skirmish, there was a fight.
Chris Paul's the kind of guy that doesn't like taking any kind of from his own teammates.
Right, I'm with you, but I guess I'm looking at last night like that gal. Not everybody, but that was one of those where Dre gets a pass because he was defending his teammate. It wasn't like infighting, so I don't think Chris Paul looks at this or any other Warrior like.
I hear you, but give it time.
Okay,
watch what's
all right,
gonna happen.
okay.
Appreciate it, Jim.
Because Chris was looking, Steiny, when it was all, like, here we go again. Yeah. And I'm just new in town, but I felt that it wasn't, get off the way, where you at, fool? It was that, oh, God.
The one time you say, like, the one thing you say is, you got a contract, so they don't care in there, and if they're fine with it, we should. God, you really think there's nobody in that organization that isn't sickened?
Be a fool. No.
Thank you. So,
right.
But
the most important one brought you back, the guy that signs the check.
Yeah, but you know what? Maybe that's divided the organization.
Yeah.
And now that's totally extreme. Yeah. I get it. But I don't believe for 1 second that this organization is unified behind Draymond Green. I do not believe that. I believe there's some that got to go along with him. I'm sure there's some that support him, some, and others support him a lot. But I don't believe for 1 second that nobody in that organization isn't tired of him. And it might be more people than we think.
He's acting the same. You know what I'm saying? Like, he don't let the chips fall where they may. I'm Dre. I beat to my own drum. And Steiny, he may know those guys or gals in the organization that don't give a damn because you didn't stop me from getting my chicken.
Let's go to Joe in Seattle. And he's listed as the biggest Draymond apologist out there.
Wow.
All right, bring it on, Joe. How you doing, buddy?
Joey.
Hey, guys. I've called before saying I'm unapologetically the greatest Draymond apologist.
Yes.
Again, an apologist is not
you.
a fanboy, but he's apologizing. For all of you, for all of you who are down on Draymond and are sick and tired of him and say, you cannot say, as Matt says, you can't have it both ways. You cannot then say, he's not playing, he's hurting the team. If he's so bad, if he's so useless, if he's not been one of the reasons why they win, the team is benefiting if he gets suspended and he's not there. But here's the bigger point. When I was a kid, 7th, 8th grade, Magic Johnson walked into the office and said, me or Paul Westhead or Westfall. He said, me or him.
Winning time.
Steph could have stopped this a half a decade ago. That's just the exact situation. As he said, it's either me or him. But clearly that has never happened. So you can blame Draymond, you can blame Kerr, you can blame Lakeup, you can blame all these guys. But the point is, better or worse, you like it or don't, Steph could have put an end to this years ago.
Real quick.
But he hasn't.
Yeah, no, but listen, he had the power to do it. Bob Myers just said it a month ago where he called Steph and asked him what he wanted to do. And to me, you're saying Steph hasn't done it, and I'm saying, yes, he chose. He chose that he can live through this Draymond. You're right, he could have put it into it. He didn't want to. So that's what blows me away is if Curry's okay with it, how bad can it really be?
Bad enough to be 6 and 6.
So as everyone stop chirping.
Okay.
Because if you love Steph,
all right, I hear you.
Then he's accepted it.
Okay.
He's accepted it.
Thank you.
He signed off.
Thank you, Joe in Seattle. And it can be very possible that their accepting it is making them a worse basketball team.
I'm not fighting.
Certainly at times.
Especially with what jumped off last year and who's not here, if you want to go down that road. Think we know tonight how many games he had?
We have to, I think, because, like I said, I think it's not like they're not just looking at it and saying, let's get Draymond. They're looking at it and now reassessing Gobert's role, McDaniel's role, Klay Thompson's role, anybody, Draymond's role.
I'll save it for the other side.
Right.
What if I told you, I'm a Brandin Podziemski fan. I saw him in Santa Clara, Little Daryl.
Mm-hmm.
What if I told you I think it's bad for the team that he's able to get these minutes? Like, things have gone wrong everywhere where you thought they were going to go well, that he wasn't supposed to get this part of the pie early. And it's nothing at him. He answered the bell. My point is, we're going to go to the game tomorrow. I keep hammering that. I'm looking forward to seeing Podziemski. But I think that's a bad thing that's on the table for me for fulfillment when we got Wiggins, we got Klay, we got Kuminga's leap year, Chris Paul can't hit the side. This is not good. That's what worries me.
The reason he's playing is because your point guard is hurt. Your 35-year-old point guard is hurt, which you should have built in 20 missed games for him. You just should, because that's what history tells you. So while I hear what you're saying about Podziemski not playing or playing is kind of a bad thing. Well, you have a starting five that is going to miss a lot of games. 888. Well, no. We got the crossover on the other side with Willard and Dibbs.
This will be
It is a Warriors. It's a Warriors Wednesday, brought to you by Friedman's Appliance, trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com and BMW.
Let me go, Dre. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, we're joined by Mark Willard and Dan Dibley. I'll say this to you guys real quick.
Take your time. We got 30 minutes.
Do we?
40.
Relax, Goo.
I hope we do.
Yeah.
Man.
You know, leaving the show yesterday, we knew Steph wasn't going to play.
Yeah.
So I start talking to Goo and Evan, the producer, and say, tomorrow, if Steph doesn't play, what if they lose, 10, 12? It might not be 4 hours worth of content.
Yeah.
So let's start thinking it. You go to the game, and 1 minute into it, you're like, I guess tomorrow's show's going to be all hoops.
All taken care of.
And you were there, right?
I was. Guru and I went.
Is that the first time you've ever gone to a game together and actually sat together?
Yeah, we rode in the caddy, broke bread before we went to the game.
Okay.
This man was somebody else, Willard, because I thought I had floor seat. Our guy that hooked me up, I thought we had floor. So
what you don't know is I never thought you had floor.
Well, okay.
Do you mean like the
not
lake
the Bob
of seats?
Myers are right behind that. I'm taking my guy because I know he got standards. We get in there and the lady's like, sir, that tongue to me, that's number 2. You need to go up and then up. I know. How high does this thing go? And when I got to the top, Dibs, I said, we're up here with the pigeons. So the guy knew I was taking Steiny because I texted him, and he goes, "Oh boy, I wish it would have brought anybody but my guy."
Man.
But we had a good time.
I wish you wouldn't have lost touch with your roots, because that's where you and I grew up. You and I and Mark.
What were we sipping?
Steiny wasn't here when he was a kid, but when we were Coliseum kids,
yeah, right.
Every time that I went back in the old one, there was one level.
Don't forget where you come from.
Were you here when there was just one level at the Coliseum Arena? Because I know that they they redid it in 19. But Guru, you and I we were in the 70s, and so I was a little disappointed at your lack of
Willard, my picture revealed I was trying to hide where we were at.
Yeah.
But it was the
He lost his way.
And people go, "What did y'all do to piss off the Warriors?"
yeah,
You're up there with the lore.
Well, and I worried about what are you? Are you 6'5"?
Yeah, 6'4".
I mean, I've been up there at Chase. It gets steep fast.
It does. He was like,
and I was like, are your knees and ears touching one another right now? Like, what? How was that?
Yeah, he didn't complain.
You have to watch the game from the second level in a catcher's crouch.
He's like, "Goo, I'm cool."
He's in the squat. This is Goo.
I
do need to say something, because there's some text that says we appear ungrateful. Where Steve's sitting where
we completely sound like snobs.
I know.
We do. No, the fact that this conversation's even happening totally means we're seat snobs, but we can but we can explain.
Okay.
This is just life.
Right.
Like, I didn't grow up, getting to go to a lot of Dubs games at all. And if we did, we were up high, save for maybe once every year or two when Greg would come to town to officiate the game.
Your cousin, right?
Yes. Rest in peace, Greg Willard, who was an NBA ref. And if he came, and we would get that call at like 2 PM. It was like, what are you doing in 3 hours?
Yeah.
And if it worked, we would go and sit in the second row. Man. And outside of that, I would never be on the floor at a Warrior game. But it's like anything else in life. Once you've been exposed to 500 games of sitting in whether it's media seats or whatever. I mean, like, I cut my teeth in this business watching Kobe and Shaq from 10 feet away. Go ahead and hit it. But anyway, it's just reality.
Stop whopping me.
No, but it's just reality. So it changes. Yeah. It changes your perspective.
And I didn't realize it because I wanted to shake him. Tell me how disappointed you are. Tell me. And I guess
that's what hurts most.
Exactly. Thank you, Steiny.
And it's just hitting me.
Speak on it.
You actually thought, okay, I knew before I ever walked into the arena that we had nosebleeds.
Oh, I did.
I still went.
All right.
If I didn't want to go, I would have been like,
I didn't know. A joke on me. I wouldn't have asked you to go if I knew.
Once I saw the 2.
Well, I didn't see the 2. Yeah, we had a pop or 2. I didn't see the 2, Dibs. I had the shades inside. You'd have been proud of me.
Always proud of you. But, Steiny is son of a couple of teachers, and Mark's son of a teacher. And, we all talk about where we're from. And, when I was a kid living in Marin, and everyone, you grew up in Marin. We were in old school Marin before everybody had a silver spoon. In Marin, where I lived, we didn't have a lot of money. And so my brother Mikey 1.0, we would get in Scott Elliott's Mustang, and we would speed over there, and they would sneak the Bacardi in my puffy coat.
This is great.
And we would go in the parking lot, and we wouldn't have tickets. We would get tickets in the lot.
Stuff.
And little Danny Dibley, with his orange hair, would be out there. Oh, excuse me, sir. You gotta go.
I love it.
And then, $5 a ticket or $7. You wait till after tip, and the price goes down. And
Look at this guy.
I was born and raised in the bleeds. And so last year, when I went to the playoff game by myself, because my son couldn't make it, he had a tummy ache. And so I went solo, and I was in the bleeds. And I was like, you know what?
I remember that.
I'm happy up here. This reminds me, Guru. It reminds me of where I'm from, Daryl. And you're from the Yune, and I'm from Fairfax, which is like, it's like the Marin County version of the Yune. It's a mixed bag of people, and so,
I'm driving in today. Last thing about this, an unknown person that likes me, said, I got something for you. So I'm going to pay Steiny back tomorrow, not the Bob Meyer floor seats, but damn good seats. I said, I'll call your better half and say, I need him tomorrow. So we're going to go tomorrow so I can pay him back of being low.
Pay him back for taking him to a game.
That was up high.
So now you owe him.
No,
in your mind,
I feel
you owe him because you got him a free ticket to the game.
He did some other
but
good
that
stuff.
ticket was not on the floor. Is that how your brain is working right now?
No, not at all.
Oh, my
I said,
gosh.
who in my life deserves to go? I said, you know what? I took my man up to God's house. Now we're gonna get a little
Now
lower.
you go meet the devil tomorrow.
Halfway to heaven.
Yeah.
Well, forget all that. Where are you guys at on this? Because Dibs hurt my feelings saying I turned on Draymond. I didn't turn on Draymond. I gave him. I understand that one yesterday.
You gave him 10 games.
No, I'm saying if you look at Gobert and the eyes going in The Exorcist, I'm like, this dude, it might get to 10 games.
And I'm going to say this as a guy who has never defended Draymond Green. No one's been harder on Draymond Green on this station than me. And these are facts. I've come at him time and time again, but he was in the right yesterday. And you know what? Rudy, Monsieur Gobert, Draymond did?
He got thrown out, I mean.
He got ejected.
So
he didn't get
wasn't in the
suspended.
right. Yeah.
He's going to.
Gobert should have been
there's no
suspended.
doubt.
Gobert put his hands on Klay Thompson's neck, and Draymond came in, and you know what he did? He cleaned up. And yeah, he might have held it a little bit long.
Yeah, you think?
He might have held it. He might have held it for a beat or two too long. But you know what? Gobert should have been ejected. Draymond ejected. Klay and what's his face? None of us have ever heard of. Who even knows who that guy is? You're all.
He just got paid.
Jaden
McDaniels.
Get your hands off Klay Thompson. That's a tech and a tech, and we move on. Draymond does not need to get 10 games for that.
Willard, the league knows the Jordan Poole thing fiasco Draymond got away with, and this is why I'm saying 10.
That was in-house.
No, but still, they're going to penalize Dre for getting away with the Poole thing, and the league didn't step in, Willard. You watch him get Dre with this one.
Of course they're going to.
Okay.
And they should.
Okay.
Of course he should be suspended.
That was heinous like that. Come on, man.
One of the fascinating things about this, there's a fascinating thing about this, and I knew this. I hadn't talked to Dibs yet this morning.
You knew.
Well, I knew this. I knew that, and it's the same reason I've heard it with all of your callers today. This is one of those events that 100 people can watch, and you can literally immediately get together for a meeting with those 100 people, and you'll get at least 7 different things in terms of how people saw it. I didn't really see Rudy Gobert purposefully going after Klay Thompson's neck. I know that his hands ended up there.
Yeah.
My question for Rudy is, why did you go to Klay?
Okay.
If you're a quote-unquote peacemaker, as the refs called you, you go to your teammate and you hold them back. Now, that can put you in a little bit of a vulnerable position, but I also don't think Klay Thompson was the type to put his dukes up, take a shot at McDaniels. So normally, if you are quote-unquote peacemaker, you go get your guy. Rudy went and got the other team's guy. That, in my opinion, is the mistake he made. But to compare his arm on Klay's neck to the way that Draymond did his neck, to me, is a little disingenuous. It's definitely not the same thing. And yes, their history in these situations, says the NBA, matters. And so whether we think it's 10 games, 1 game, should be no games, he is going to get suspended for this.
Man.
He is absolutely going to get suspended.
It should happen during our show today.
It should happen during our show. I do also believe he should have been the only person ejected from the game.
Okay, all right.
Klay Thompson and McDaniels should have gotten double technicals, and let's move on with our lives. But everybody's going to have a different thing. I've reached this point where I have the hardest time getting emotionally triggered by things Draymond does on a basketball court.
That's my partner all day.
The bottom line is the organization has told us now for a decade, this is who he is and we're cool with it. His teammates have said, this is who he is and we're cool with it. And he has said, this is who I am and I refuse to change. So there's zero surprise. There's zero reaction. There's just zero. I sort of watched this stuff.
But you got games without him and you've lost 4 in a row.
I'm not here to tell you it's okay.
All right.
And I'm not here to tell you that I agree with it. I'm just like, I can't react anymore. This is who he is.
Well, you got 4 hours to react to it.
No,
so.
but you know what I mean? But he's going to do it again.
Right.
And don't call in January, but I can't believe that they're like, he's going to do it again.
All I'm saying is if you want to list all of his misdeeds in his career,
I said it.
this one ranks about number 8.
I gave him I said he did the right thing.
When he stomped on Sabonis, intentionally, he puts his foot on the man, and he looks at him, and he goes, that to me was way worse than taking Gobert and escorting him. And yes, but he had a firm grasp around the man's neck, but he had his hand. I've seen the video. Gobert put his hands on Clay's neck. And you know what? You drew first blood, and just because Draymond came in, think about back in the day in the Yoon, or if you're on the mean streets of Reading, or on the wrong cul-de-sac in Foster City, and somebody, that was meant for humor. If somebody comes at your boy, you're going to match force with 100X. So have I. And so Draymond, shout out Saginaw, sees Gobert with his hands on Clay's neck, and he comes in and he cleans it up.
He dragged him 8 feet. He didn't just put the...
Gobert's lucky he survived it.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
You over there quiet.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Twitch and YouTube powered by First NorCal Credit Union. There you go.
The comparison about Sabonis, the one thing I think the league will look at in that particular case is that happens within the framework of playing basketball.
Kind of.
And that's why, and I get where you're coming from, but they're going to look at this and they're flatly going to say that the situation was one thing, and then Draymond escalated it to something else. That's how they're going to look at it. I think there's plenty of debate that's totally fair over what was Gobert's intent. Why did he go to Clay? To be called a peacemaker, I think the Warriors are pretty upset by that label, and I get why. But the whole thing had one tone, and then it got Draymond.
Right.
Because they don't like each other. You got 5 from my DP.
Nobody likes either of them. Nobody likes either of those guys.
Okay, well.
Gobert's teammates don't like him. But he got into a thing last year with Slow-Mo. Slow-Mo on the bench just to get out of here.
Who does he get in trouble?
Yeah, Kyle Anderson and Rudy Gobert are fighting on the bench. Rudy and Donovan Mitchell don't like each other.
There is something that we haven't mentioned. I'm going to run this by you guys. So when Draymond's done this in the past, a lot of times he's done it on a great team. All right? Mm-hmm. So it was always, he's a 4-time champion, and he does more good than bad. Yeah. Worth it. He's worth it. He's worth it. I think 2 things are going on right now. We're having legitimate questions about whether this is worth it. Because we ain't 20-5. We're 6-6, and now we're looking at playing without you. You're going to be 6-8, maybe. I'm not saying they are going to do it. The other thing about this is it does come right after he got a contract extension. Now we know he's going to be here for 4 years, and so it's the start of it, and it does make you think, like, we got to either accept this or figure out a different way to cope.
You already accepted it.
No doubt.
When you offered him that deal, you signed on saying, we signed
more like the fans.
No, or the fans will either accept it or never accept it, and I've never been a guy to, quote, accept it, but I look at last night and see the way that all transpired, and I don't take him as that much of the villain in the situation.
No, me neither.
There were no punches thrown. He didn't throw him to the ground and stomp on him or kick him in the nards as he's done to like 4 different players.
Suspension is coming, though.
But we'll see.
Right.
Yeah.
For me,
we
see.
know a suspension's coming.
Well, we don't know that. We are assuming it. You said 10 games. I think 1, because he already sat out a full game. So if you think he deserves 2, well, he already sat out 1 because that was a minute and a half in. So if he gets 2, you don't give him 2 more, that'd be 3.
But here's the other thing. It's like, okay, Draymond did the right thing. You got to have a teammate's back. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, he's going to do it again. He's going to have a teammate's back again.
Of course.
And there'll be fallout.
The one thing I appreciate about Draymond, and it's not that I like this, it's not that I support every move he makes, but there's somewhere in there you have to respect. There's one Draymond. We all know thousands of people in our lives, and I bet almost everybody we know, you're like, whoa, they got kind of like, right, multiple personalities. Where did that come from? I didn't see, right? Boy, he snapped at me. Where'd that come from? There's one Draymond. there's one Draymond.
There's
He
only
does
one
the
Draymond.
Same thing
in a world.
Every time, every day.
And they've signed up
every
for it,
scenario
Mark. Yep.
completely.
Yep.
And by the way, the contract this last year was not when they signed up for it. They signed up for it way before that. There's also been one Warriors as far as the way they talk about Draymond. They're a better team with him. And in sports, this isn't even just about Draymond. We've watched this example a million times in our lives. We don't have to love it, but look at Deshaun Watson's contract in Cleveland. Why would you do that? Because they thought they'd be a better team. And for sports teams, when we want them to have some sort of morality clause in the way they go about it, just keep dreaming. They're not going to. Like, yes, they'll stop short of like, oh, I know, you're right, he's a child molester, but we think, long-term deal. They're not going to do that, right? You do see Trevor Bowers and things like that where an organization will say enough is enough. But when it's on the margins like this, where Draymond's not breaking any laws, it's all within the framework of the way he plays basketball, and a team is not going to even blink about stuff like this if they think that player makes them better.
Right, and I think we're getting to a point where it's starting to become more and more debatable whether... Maybe. And here's the other thing. You say, and I agree with you, Draymond makes the Warriors better. Okay, fair. But he doesn't make them a championship team. Like, if the championship days are over, so what if he makes you better if better's 44-38, but you're in a window where all that matters is titles? So, I'm not, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
That's a little Wizard of Oz of like, pay no attention to what's going on behind the curtain. Like, they're not going to tell you that even if they agreed with you, and I know some of our listeners do and some don't, this idea that the championship window is over,
right?
Well, the Warriors are not going to have an announcement on that.
That's fair. That is fair. What all I'm getting at is we saw last year what this team was, and it's looking like we still have issues with stuff. And Draymond's always in the middle of it, and
I'll say.
I mean,
what if we all bought that premise? What if we all go ahead?
He's 12 games into 4 more years.
More years. Yeah.
But you're tired.
That's wild.
But we've already talked about how this is going to end.
But I'm talking,
we know it's going to end.
more about his decline in play also.
He's playing great. Like Draymond Green to start this year.
I'm mad at
if
you.
you want to.
He makes no impact.
And he's shooting better than he ever has.
Fine.
He's making his
offensively, he's their third best player. He's better than Clay, and he's better than Wiggins.
He's not better
He's
than
averaging
Podziemski.
0.1 point more than last year.
Yeah.
He's played offensively.
Last year he
with
averaged
more
8.7. I'm surprised he didn't pick this up yet.
He's averaging
8.8.
Oh, you're counting last night.
Oh, I'm counting them all. He got ejected early.
That's such cowardice right there.
It actually sounds like something you would say.
And you know
something you would say at about 4:45.
Completely. And we've already talked about how we all in our business we weaponize stats. And I'm going to weaponize a country right now with this next take because Rudy Gobert.
Don't do this. You better not.
He is so French. He is so French.
Oh, boy.
He's been, somebody's arm is on my neck. I have to throw my head back.
How you do that?
Drama.
Have you ever been to France?
Yeah, have you ever
many
been?
times. I've been to France.
How many? What's many?
5 times. I was
Is
in
that a
France
fact?
before you were even out of middle school, dog.
Probably true.
Yes, I've been to France.
Mark, I don't know, actually.
2 of my closest friends in the world, actually, I'd say 3 of my 10 closest friends are French.
Oh, wait, Henri?
Do they know that you hate
Jean-Marc? There is Philippe, and there's our friend Luc Staffanegia, who we all know, and he will call in. He's on the YouTube feed, being French, and there's a certain je ne sais quoi about being French.
That
and
did not
Rudy
sound
Gobert.
like je ne sais quoi. That sounded like you were calling them all wimps.
No, I'm not calling them wimps.
That's what
he got paid.
That's you using words.
So what were you? So use words.
I'm saying the embellishment of the French, and you watch Rudy, and Draymond has him around the neck. And he throws his head back this may be my last gasp.
He's a soccer player.
I want to say
he's a soccer player.
I want to say farewell to my mom and my mother, my father, and all of the French people.
What about
Just
this?
give me a break,
Steiny,
dude. Rudy Gobert.
What if we bought your premise?
Outta here.
What if we bought your premise that Draymond it doesn't really resonate and make them better? Wouldn't most Warrior fans still
That's a great question.
Just for the show.
Don't say that.
Just for the loyalty, whatever you've called it. Like, if you're not going to win a ring, do you want young people developing, or do you just want Steph, Clay, and Dre to finish in Warrior jerseys?
Well, that's the question that we may
already
look at head on with
no
Clay.
doubt about it. And it happened last night.
Like, they made a decision on Draymond. Doesn't mean they might not trade him down the line, but Clay's going to be tricky, as you said. And
well, he's in the last year of his deal.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you may not have to worry about Klay Thompson and his decline.
I'll say this, Dre. This is why he's masterful. Steiny, I'm tired. Dibbs has ripped him. We've ripped him. And some love him. He's divided the fan base. But what kills me and why I shut my trap is the guy that signs the check thinks that you're okay. And we re-upped. And then I've heard the coach say, Dre's being Dre. Yeah, you guys don't know Mark Willard. We do. So he's got a license to do this. So how can I be more upset when the organization is saying, hey, 4-4 hundo, you're okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I try to tell Steiny that, but he's like, who everybody behind closed doors, they might be mad.
They can be wrong.
But they don't matter in a sense if they're not affecting his pay.
But what you're saying, and I think this is a fair position if people want to take it, if you don't like this, don't be mad at Draymond. Be mad at the Warriors.
That's exactly where I'm at.
That's it. If you don't like it, be mad at the Warriors.
Nothing to see here.
Not Draymond.
It's a good spot.
Hey, Chris Paul needs to send him a big bouquet of flowers.
4 turnovers last night.
Chris Paul needs to pull up from 10 feet.
Thank you, Willard.
What the hell? He ruined the damn game.
Dibbs. Shoot it.
Great acquisition, Dibbs.
I couldn't believe that. 4 turnovers. Look at Dibbs taking it hard.
4 hours of not being able to get my takes out.
There
it is.
You'll be fine.
No, there's only three.
You've been in this business longer than any of us.
Whatever.
All right, gents.
Don't get paid by the word. Hey,
I was born in Fairfax.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibbs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I'm not mad at anybody, but I do think that if you are mad today, like if you, and I've heard everybody have them, and look, Ramona Shelburne's going to join us in 15 minutes, and I say that right out of the gate so that if you do want to get in on the Draymond thing, rock and roll right now, and then we'll talk to Ramona, Momo, for about 10 or 15 minutes, and then we'll go right back to your calls. So 888-957-9570, but I do think that if you're mad today, if this Draymond thing, if it gets you going, I get it. I totally get it. But you're mad at the Warriors. You're not mad at Draymond. Draymond just doing exactly what he always does. So, like, if that whole definition of insanity thing, like if you're like, it's time to release Draymond, well, you're mad at the Warriors.
That day's already passed.
Yeah, you're mad at the Warriors. You're not mad at Draymond. The Warriors have had one take on this their entire lives. Okay with us.
Yeah, and I'm not mad at Draymond. Yeah. And I'm surprised that so many people are, quote, mad at Draymond. I'm happy with Draymond, and I'm lightweight proud of Draymond because what Rudy Gobert did as a, quote, unquote, peacemaker is bull chips, is what it is. And I won't be careful, Mark, because
be careful.
I'm a lightweight furious at the notion that he was a peacemaker. And so we go to the video and we look at it and we see him come in and try to make peace by grabbing a Warrior player, and he doesn't give him in the chokehold like Draymond put Rudy in the chokehold, but he puts his hands on Klay Thompson, and he didn't need to put his hands on Klay Thompson. That whole thing was about 0.2 seconds away from being over. They got tangled. Klay pulled his jersey. He got pulled back. They twirled each other around. They came together. People rushed in, and Rudy Gobert, to me, was the one who accelerated that by putting his hands on Klay. And then Draymond Green came in, and he did what Draymond does, which is kick it up about 1,000 notches.
Totally.
And he put that whole thing to bed. When he takes Rudy Gobert away on a short walk around his neck, that whole thing ended. Steve Kerr comes in with a whoa, whoa, whoa. and other Warrior coaches and security. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
But do you notice who Steve is looking at with the whoa, whoa, whoa?
He's looking at the guy who is holding the other player by the neck.
Thank you.
He's not telling Rudy Gobert, whoa, whoa, whoa.
Well,
and the whole idea of Rudy, and we've all looked at the video and the still frame of Rudy with his bulging eyes. Rudy's life was never in danger. Rudy was never short of breath.
No one's
Rudy was. I've seen the phrase choked out and submitted and all these other things.
Come on.
No.
Yeah,
and
I'm
that's
with you.
where
I'm
it's
with you.
nonsense.
No,
Rudy got what he deserved.
He didn't get anything. He did not get what he deserved.
He got taken away by the neck by Draymond Green.
He got called a peacemaker, Dibs. Like,
he's
actually,
a peace.
The only
maker.
thing, if you want to look at what was wrong last night, it's funny that, and not surprising that we're fixated on Draymond. Draymond was the only one of the four who was handled correctly by the league. He was ejected. It's the only one who was handled correctly. Rudy Gobert got called a peacemaker. Give me a break. And Clay and McDaniels both got thrown out of the game. Give me a break.
Right.
Why? Like, two guys got tangled. Their hands are in each other's jerseys. I love how many Warrior fans, I'm like, McDaniels started it. No, whatever. They both were in each other's bag.
Right.
And they shoved and they threw and they did what two dudes do when they get frustrated with each other. It was hilarious that it happened 1 minute into the game. And we talked about this, by the way.
We did.
We asked Steve Kerr last week. This is like a mini playoff series. Do you have any concerns with regard to the fact that you're playing a team back-to-back? Because feelings get held over for 48 hours. And lo and behold, we've got to fight 1 minute into the game.
Yeah.
We'll talk to Steve again on Friday.
I love it.
Because guess what? About to go do it again.
Another stay in hate.
And he will stay. He will talk to us right in between the two games against Shea and his pals with Oklahoma City. So
I called it a stay in play.
Yes,
but I'm going to change
that.
it to stay in hate.
Doesn't rhyme. Let's see what else we can
Maybe
work
a
on.
stay in Shea, because that's what it's going to be.
That's
this
funnier.
week.
Anyway,
Something.
I like Rudy. Rudy was not a peacemaker. Clay and Jaden should not have been thrown out of the game. Draymond should have been. And I do think a suspension is actually in order and fair, and I'm not mad at him for doing it. Like, somewhere in there, we have to, I think, be open to that, where you're like, Dre stood up for his guy, and I like that. And oh, by the way, in the NBA, you can't do that, so you get thrown out and suspended, especially when you're Draymond. I think all of that is fair.
I think Rudy Gobert should be suspended for a game. Rudy Gobert his action is what prompted Draymond Green's action. If Rudy Gobert just did the old push away, my guy, your guy, hey you guys, get away from each other, instead of grabbing Klay Thompson about the shoulders and the neck, Draymond Green would not have come in and gotten Rudy Gobert around the throat.
Maybe not.
I don't think
Maybe not. Draymond, he is opportunistic with things like this.
Yes,
Agreed?
he is.
He likes to go.
Agree.
You give an invitation to go after someone.
He punched a teammate 13 months ago.
Well,
I'm not going to defend Draymond Green to the point of saying, well, the only reason why Draymond acted was because of that. Draymond Green is prone to actions that go outside the lines, but I believe that his action was prompted by Rudy Gobert. So if you're going to throw out the two guys involved in the initial incident and Draymond, you got to throw out Gobert as well. Because Gobert, his action of grabbing Klay Thompson for no reason. Klay was not about to punch the Timberwolves player.
My biggest issue here with Rudy, because I do think that, it's about intent, and we always say that we can tell what intent was going on, and we don't really know. But I do think Draymond, if this matters to anybody, was going after Rudy's neck more than Rudy was going after Klay's neck. He grabbed, his hand slip up to Klay's neck, not excusing it by any stretch. My question, though, is not why'd you go after Klay's neck. My question is why'd you go to Klay at all? Go to your teammate. That's how you handle a scuffle in pro sports. You go, if you are, quote unquote, a peacemaker,
right.
You go to your teammate, not the other team. And what Draymond did is precisely why. Because if you do go to the other team, that's going to be viewed by the other team as you're attacking my guy. Get your hands off my guy. So I love that Draymond went and stood up for Klay. Did he overdo it? Of course. That's what he does. It's what he does every single time. So I reject the idea of calling Rudy a peacemaker. However, do I think that he went with as much malicious intent as Draymond did? No, I don't. If it were me looking at the video, Clay and Jaden, here's a couple of technical fouls and move on.
Agreed.
Rudy, you've got a technical foul as well. Draymond, locker room's that way, and we'll talk to you tomorrow. That's how I would have done it.
For me, Rudy goes. If Draymond goes, Rudy goes.
I get it.
Rudy had no business putting his hands on Clay in that fashion. And again, this is from me, and you know me, Mark. I've never been a Draymond apologist. I've actually been on the other side almost 9 times out of 10. I don't suffer through his ref berating, his ejections, his technical fouls. When he stomped on Sabonis and said, well, where was I supposed to put my foot? I wasn't buying it, and I ripped him for 2 days over that. But in this case, I totally defend Draymond Green. Yes, he should have been ejected. I don't think he deserves 10 games. I think he should get maybe 1 game. You get 1 more. You already missed a whole game. You get 1 more game,
You're right,
and Rudy Gobert gets a game.
I don't think they look at it. You're right, but I don't think they'll look at it that way.
Of
Just
course
my
not.
guess.
It's Draymond.
Yeah.
If it was Andrew Wiggins who did that, let's just say it was Andrew Wiggins comes in.
We would be thrilled.
Stunned.
We would be like,
First of all, stunned.
By the way, he did. I don't even know how to say this, and I heard it.
Say it
with Bonte and Joe this morning. It was one of the most phenomenal conversations because Wiggins came up and one of them goes, "Look, he tried," and I was like,
"Right."
And Spadone jumped in and he's like, "Will you listen to this conversation?"
It's hilarious.
Well, they're not wrong. You watched last night's game and you're like, the aggressiveness that you want was there.
Sure.
The production was still not.
Well, and I
you're like,
tweeted
is
at Grandy.
that what we're doing now with $1 billion sports?
Grandy had a
He
tweet,
tried.
and I responded. I'm like, what about Wiggins? And Grandy responded saying, hey, Wiggins at least tried.
He tried.
And I was like, I saw that response. I was like, you know what, Grandy? 4 of 15. You got a point.
Yep.
I can't say that he didn't try.
Billy's mom's brought donuts, so congratulations.
Oh my
Great
God.
job
That's
out there today.
Number 1 overall pick.
Yay!
He tried.
Good effort.
The bar for Wiggins right now is, did he try?
I mean, no, but he did. You know, what did he have? 5 or 6 rebounds? Like, the aggressiveness was there. His shot just doesn't go in when he shoots it. I don't know what to do with that. What are we supposed to do with that? Are we supposed to just be like, but? I don't know. I don't think we can do that in pro sports. We're soft enough here on the West Coast. We're nice enough to our players.
Yeah.
Okay? And I like that. That's a good thing. It's a good thing.
Keep trying, Andrew.
But
You'll get him. It's just.
He tried.
He tried.
Hey, let's get a couple in before Momo jumps on here in a few minutes. Mike and Hayward with Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Mike. What's up?
Doing? You know, I think that Draymond should get suspended, but but I'm for him defending Clay. But Rudy Gobert, he's just as worse, right? You don't grab the other guy, the same other guy's team. You don't be doing that, right? He's kind of like, not too bright, okay? And so I never thought he was too bright anyway, right? And then as far as Clay, they got it wrong. Clay and the other guy shouldn't have got tossed. It should have been the other 2 guys. Right? And Rudy Gobert if Draymond should get suspended, so should Rudy Gobert. Now, maybe not as many days, but Gobert got a suspension because Gobert know he got away with something. And because I looked at the Timberwolves coach, he pretended like he didn't know what was going on. I didn't really see what happened. He was right there on the side when it started, right? So, and by the way, so all that talk about, but I still think the Warriors bench looked pretty good. I like to talk about how the team looked. They looked pretty good without 3 players that they needed.
Mike, I'm glad you brought that up there at the end. Thank you, Mike. It was a very entertaining watch.
It was a fun game.
It was very frustrating the way it ended because it looked the whole night like it was like you kind of have it. You had it. And it was like surprising because you're getting efforts from people that you hadn't even seen play before. The Podziemski thing, incredibly encouraging. Like, he was a really entertaining watch. And then you get to the end and you're like, you can feel this slipping away. And Chris Paul made 3 or 4 really, I don't know, questionable decisions.
Right. Right.
Especially the last one.
He
where I'm
owned
like,
up to it.
I'm like, dude, you've got an 8-footer.
It was the previous one where he jumped and then he kind of softly passed it to no one.
So he got stuck in no man's land there, and people wanted him to shoot it. And
Yeah.
I do just want to let everyone know, if he shoots it, Rudy Gobert puts it in the 8th row.
Rudy Gobert was way on the other side of the rim. I disagree.
He's 8 feet tall, and he would have gotten there, in my opinion.
Yeah,
but the one at the end, when he hucks it out for the corner 3 that Gobert blocks,
right?
That's the one, man, because I forget, were they down 1 at that point, I think? It's like, dude, you were inside the free throw line with no one around you, and you're Chris Paul. You can just pull up from 8 feet.
It's what you do.
Felt like that was a 75% shot if he just stops, jump, stop, take it.
Well, not this year, but even if it's a 50% shot, it felt better than a kick to the corner and a Saric 3. And Gobert, like you said, he closes out like Inspector Gadget.
Oh, my God.
And he just, I was walking up her and she's like, air ball. And I said, I think he blocked it. And then, because she
threw out an air
she's
ball?
only half watching. We're doing a lot of things.
Sharks put up a 23-footer that went 16 feet. She's like, oh, he was off on that one.
No. She goes, air ball. I told you they weren't going to be that good this year. I said, sweetie, I think it was blocked.
You're like, that was one of the 2 guys who played well tonight.
I mean, yeah, let's give Saric a pass.
On Dario.
The one comment she had all game was, air ball.
That's hilarious.
It's so funny.
I'll tell you what.
And I was like, honey, I think you got a piece of it.
I was watching with lovely Christy, the top of the arc one that Dario put in. She was like, I go, man, that was a shot. I'm like, I love that guy this year. She's like, it looked like a line drive. I didn't like it. Like, all right, well, it went in.
A 5.
Like, okay, so Rod Higgins shot it. Whatever, it went in. Totally. We're sponsored by AC Transit. Lots of your calls today. And Ramona Shelburne of ESPN is next on Willard and Dibs.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Under your belt, AC Transit wants you to join the crew. Help us drive the East Bay.
Find what you love and love what you find only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly. B21.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're trying to connect with Ramona Shelburne, and we will shortly, I have no doubt, but gives us an opportunity to keep talking to a lot of you at 888-957-9570, and I'll pass this along as well. I was just listening to a Woj report. Not a Woj bomb.
Okay.
Just a report.
A Woj report.
Yep.
It's a Woj report.
I was like, Woj. And he says a couple things. Come on, man. This is an extemporaneous piece.
And I like it.
Okay.
And I keep it real.
You did. This is what he said. First of all, Draymond's history, according to Woj, will play a, quote, huge part in any decision coming from the league. And you might find this interesting and unexpected. He opens the door to the possibility that we're not going to hear this today. I think we've all sort of been working under the impression it's 5:34 on the East Coast right now, sort of expecting something here over the next hour to come from the NBA offices. But he says because the Warriors don't play until tomorrow night, if they really want to have a bunch of conversations and connect directly with Draymond and Rudy and officials and Steiny and Goo, all of the people who were on the scene, if they have not completed all of their conversations, then this might not be until tomorrow that we get a decision on Draymond.
Okay. I mean, that's fine. They don't play till tomorrow, so I guess there's no great rush in terms of, trying to make it happen today for our own edification and our own content purposes. But the more you look at it, the more I look at it. And yes, Draymond's history has to be added into it, I guess. But to me, this is not as serious as many of his other transgressions.
I agree with that.
Yeah, on.
On is better. I agree with that. I don't think it matters. And there's also, like when we go, there's all these other things that happened previous that are worse. That hurts him in this case. You may go, well, this isn't that bad. Well, it's worse because of all of the other worse things that he's done before. It's just like anything else. Any parent, any principal at school, if you bring someone in and everybody's on a first name basis, it's like, oh, you again, then yeah, your suspension's going to be longer if you keep showing up. So I do think there's going to be a little bit of that here, but we'll find out. Let's hop in. We got her. We're good to go. All right, here it is. Momo time. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Ramona, thanks for doing it. What do you think's going to happen from the league here?
I thought when I saw it, like, he held on to that chokehold pretty long time. Like, when I saw it, I thought, 2-3 games. Felt like it's not a one-gamer, Usually everybody gets one game, but I felt like because he held on so long, and, you're literally going at a guy's neck. Like, it's kind of, I don't know. I think, and he's the repeat offender and all that. I'd be surprised if it was more than that. Like, I know people are like, he's good, out for the year. No, like, it's a couple games.
Wow.
Right?
Yeah, we have John Morant getting 10 games for repeated off-court offenses, including multiple gun incidents, and yet we're going to call for Draymond to get a similar ban for basically a neck massage. And don't you think that Rudy Gobert should also receive some punishment for his role in starting the neck grabbing in this incident, Ramona?
I don't know. I saw that. I don't see that really from the video. Like, I know he looks to me like when I watched it again. I was watching on TNT. They said that because Steve Kerr played the sound, and they played the Steve Kerr sound, right? And he was like, "Yeah, it looked like Rudy had Draymond by the neck," and I was like, "Did he? Like a little bit, kind of grabbing him off." Like, I definitely think Klay should not have been ejected. I agree there. I don't know what Klay did except get his jersey ripped off. Like, he didn't do anything. And then Draymond's coming in to protect his guy. Okay. But I think a chokehold's pretty dangerous. And I understand that, like, Rudy's taller than him. And so, like, by definition, that's what it's going to be. Like when you're trying to pull somebody off, I guess. But he held on to that for a while, and he's repeat offender. So I would say over under 2 games.
Ramona Shelburne, ESPN, is with us. This may sound like an obvious question, but I want to know it in terms of like how it affects things like this. He's an entertainer, but he's an instigator, and he's a repeat offender. How does the league view Draymond Green?
I mean, I think that the repeat offender thing really matters. That it's like, you know, you and I, like, if we get in trouble for the same thing over and over, like, Mark, when you and I used to host together in LA, right? I was like always cutting it close, always a little late, like always, like, you know, and that was like a thing, right? Coming down in LA, and I was like, Ramona, you got to work on this. You got to like stop this, you know? And I don't do that anymore because it was a problem, right? Like if something is like a thing that you're always getting in trouble for, like you have like less patience. Like you can't just be like, oh, really bad traffic today. You're like, no, dude, you're just always late. You know, like you can't. Right?
It works in LA though. It's kind of the LA culture. It's like you could just
say that every time. Like you can't.
Man, that's true. If it's every day.
The 405 or the 10.
That's right. You put a the in front of the freeway. And you're like,
the 170 was awful today, Mark. I mean, I'm telling you.
Oh man, hitting all the lights today. It only works once or twice, you know.
Right, man. There was this accident on, the 110 or whatever, the Harbor Freeway.
One of these days, you're planned for that.
Had to go back and get it running behind.
Oh my God!
Come on, how many times can you say that, right?
Yeah, and I get that in terms of LA traffic, but for Draymond, I mean, and yes, he held it for an extended period of time, but Rudy Gobert with a little bit of embellishment. Don't you think in playing the victim role?
I don't know. I don't know how it feels to get choked out. I don't know that feeling. Like Draymond's a big dude, you know, and he had him up by the chin. Like you're talking about his eyes bugging out a little bit.
Yes, all that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, probably, but like your teammate does that all the time. You know, Chris Paul's really good at that, right? Know that.
And now we have to defend it because now we love Chris Paul.
Now he's wearing a orange.
Not my CP3, Ramona. No, not my guy.
Come on.
Ramona, what?
He got choked. Like it's kind of bad. It's like it had to hurt a little bit.
What about what Rudy said after the game, insinuating that Draymond wanted out because Steph wasn't playing? What'd you make of that?
Buy that at all. Draymond is not the kind of guy who wants out. What I do buy is that the history of beef between these two guys is long, and it goes all the way back to Defensive Player of the Year awards. Draymond has never had the highest respect for Rudy, like the voting members of the media for this award, right? He sort of let that be known. He said things, right? And there's also the playoff history. I think when they would play the Jazz, like. The Warriors' small ball lineouts would just scheme him off the floor. Like you couldn't even play him. And I think Gobert, and I think that like that competitiveness between those two guys, that's a long, deep one. And I think Rudy felt disrespected by Draymond for a number of years. Draymond doesn't, has a lack of respect for Rudy, I think. I mean, you're just hearing them talk and play and all the things they said. And then obviously Rudy with the answer yesterday. That's a heck of a thing to say about a competitor, though. To say he didn't want to be out there because Steph's not there. I thought that was crossing the line. I think there's no way a competitor like Draymond would ever do that.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear you say that because I've seen stats about how many times he's been ejected when Steph hasn't been on the court, and people are trying to connect dots. But Draymond Green gets ejected no matter who else is out there. He runs hot. And I want to ask you about what Mark said about Draymond as an entertainer, quote unquote. And the league, they clearly enjoy the Draymond brand to the extent that we talk about him. People want to watch him for whatever reason. Does that help to maybe reduce the suspension, the fact that people actually kind of want to see the Draymond act?
I don't think it helps to reduce it. I think it puts him in the crosshairs even more. Look, I've covered a lot of these guys. He's not the first guy that kind of runs afoul of the league office. It's like, there's Ron Artest, or the artist formerly known as, right? And there's Dennis Rodman, and there's guys who've always kind of Matt Barnes, he gets technicals for being Matt Barnes, right? But I think it's like, Draymond, has he done a podcast yet? Has he gone live?
Don't think so.
I haven't seen it.
Don't think so. No.
I mean, I've been waiting for it. You know. Right? That's like I feel like it's like his reality TV confessional. It's like after every game. It's amazing. I think Draymond is overall very good for the league. The league appreciates his entertainment. So do the Warriors. If the Warriors were worried about it, would they have given him a 4-year, $100 million contract? No. Like, those guys ride with Draymond Green, and sometimes that means riding with him when he goes a little too far. That's just kind of life in that world now. Like, he just, crosses the line. I mean, when you, like, that definition is like, where's the line? Like, I'll know it when I see it. I mean, I think the line was probably not, it was not just that he got him by a chokehold. Like, if you get a chokehold and then you let go, I don't think you get suspended. Because a chokehold to a 7-footer when you're 6'8" or whatever Draymond is, like, that's just kind of physics, right? Like, that's where his hand is, and you're trying to get leverage, like that's. But like that, and then you realize, like, oh man, I got him up under the neck. Like, I would probably let go, but Draymond did not let go. He held on for a really long time, which is where the line was crossed. And like, I don't know, when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's gonna be a couple games, right? So,
Yep.
Like there it went. So I'd be surprised if it was longer than 2 or 3. It'd be really surprising to me, but 2 feels right.
Yep. I'm with you. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN. Ramona, saw your comments on ESPN yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, with regard to Chris Paul maybe being in the starting lineup more. Expand on that.
Well, remember when they moved him to the bench, or it was even in training camp, and they were like, well, we're not, it's not about who's starting, who's coming off the bench. We have 6 starters. Okay, that's nice. But then moved to the bench, and it's sort of like, I mean, up until yesterday, he'd been just on the bench. So this idea that, like, if somebody was hurt or whatever, like, no, part of what's happened to the Warriors this last week and a half is that they've played teams that are horrible matchups for them. They have a lot of size in the front line. Their small ball lineups don't work against teams like that, or they don't have a scheme to get around it, and they're not shooting well enough to get around that. Like, I mean, you can play with taller teams if you're shooting 40% from 3, but not in the way that they're shooting right now. But I think with Chris Paul, he's not a shooter per se. Like, he can make an open shot, but he is an offensive organizer, and that is when you're playing with a sort of different type of lineup, and you're complaining about the shots that people are getting or not getting. Like, cause, I mean, Steph's quote was basically like, I'm not getting over when we got to get better quality of shots. Like, that's kind of what you got Chris Paul to do. Now, whether he can do that with the starters by starting or by just staggering minutes, I just think they got to find a way to utilize him better, because he's not going to organize the second unit the same way that he organizes the Hall of Famers, right? Like, he's not, you know what I mean? He elevates people around him, of course, but not in the way that he did 10 years ago, 15 years ago, or whatever it is. To me, he's a guy that is going to play great with the starters. Like, he's going to play great with Clay and Draymond and Steph and those guys. Like, he's going to elevate that group and organize that offense. But they have to make shots. Like, that, to me, it's like, you have Clay who's not shooting well. Wiggins is not having a good year at all so far. Draymond's not really a shooter at this point. So now there's just not enough spacing there, and I understand why they moved Chris Paul to the bench. It makes sense. He's not he's not your typical microwave off the bench 6-man, right? Does that make sense? Like usually when you have a 6-man, it's like Jamal Crawford, okay, who's going to come in, or Ginobili, who's going to come in and just he can create his own offense. He can create. He's not wired like that anymore. He's a game manager.
Yeah, an organizer, like a human trapper keeper or a 3-ring binder.
I mean, I don't know football well enough to make a Brock Purdy comparison, but you guys probably do.
Yeah.
Is that the right?
Oh, be careful. You call Brock Purdy a game manager, we're going to get on one of the freeways with a the in front of it, come down there and see you. Okay?
Listen, you got the best team in the NFC, so
yeah,
whatever that guy's doing, he's doing it all right.
Yeah, he's doing great. And one guy who's maybe not doing so great is a guy who is kind of the invisible man for the Warriors, Andrew Wiggins. Even though he was more assertive last night, and we all want to applaud how he tried real hard, but Ramona, what's wrong with Andrew Wiggins, Momo?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if this is just your garden variety slow start. I don't know if this is roll, spacing, whatever. I mean, I look at Klay Thompson. I think Klay's pressing. I think, he wants to do well so bad that he's pressing, and, his contract situation has to be hovering over everything. Not everybody plays all that well with that, hanging over you. Wiggins is taken care of. But he was a made man. I mean, they paid him last year. They stood by him last year. He played with the broken sternum last year, whatever he had in the playoffs, remember? And they all were, it was such a heroic thing for him to play like that. I mean, I don't understand what's going on. Like, he's just not playing very well right now. And it's, between him and Klay and to some extent Draymond, and then, Chris Paul, you can talk about him as a scorer or shooter or whatever it is. Like, it's just, they don't have the right mix. And yet I'm going to completely hedge. Okay. You ready? There comes the complete hedge.
Let's hear it.
Let's wait till they stop playing teams that have 3 7-footers, right?
That'll help.
I mean, between Cleveland and then a couple games against Minnesota, and I mean, kind of a tough run there.
No doubt about it. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN. Another individual we want to ask you about. He's the young lottery pick that's left. He was supposed to have a bigger role this year. Draymond Green gets tossed out of a game. It ends up being whoever's left, let's go play. And still, Jonathan Kuminga only gets 16 minutes while a rookie gets 39. What's going on there?
I don't know. I mean, JK had such a good preseason, led the NBA in scoring during the preseason. Seemed so much more mature to me. Like, when you talk to him, he seemed like he'd grown up. He was a grown up now, and that's what I thought the Warriors were wanting and needing for him. And he did it. And so, I mean, look, Podziemski. Am I butchering his name? I don't know. It's a hard name to say.
No, you nailed it.
Nailed it. Okay. He's a good scorer. He's exactly what they needed in a game like that. It's kind of staggering that he's the first guy to score 20 points other than Steph, right? That was like a unbelievable thing. I think they're that stat the other day when I first saw it, I was like, oh my God. And then he's that kind of role player in that spot. Kuminga is going to be a guy who, I'll back up. There was a game early on. I want to say it was the first game of the year. Was it the Phoenix game? He was in there at the end. They put Kuminga in there at the end.
It was Phoenix, yes.
Yeah. And I remember he missed a couple free throws.
Did.
They kept him in at the end of the game, and he missed a couple free throws. And I remember thinking to myself, I wonder if they put him back in there again. Can't miss free throws in that spot. And that was a close game, and they lost it. And it was like the guys that Steve Kerr trusts at the end of games don't miss those usually, And I thought, was that his moment that he got a chance to be there at the end, and it'll be a month before he gets another one? I don't know. But I do remember that as being a big moment.
Ramona, thank you so much. Great to have you today.
Thanks, guys.
All right, there it is. Ramona Shelburne, ESPN.
2 to 3 games, she's saying.
Sounded like she's starting to move toward 2.
Yeah, and I feel like 2 is 1 has already been served to me. You played 1 minute and 43, and you had to sit the entire game. That, to me, is already a game.
You're not wrong. I just don't know that the league will take that into account.
And I wonder what role Andre Iguodala plays in all this as the new president of the Players Association.
I would imagine minimal. I think it's all.
Well, he can lobby.
I know, but I mean, they're going to see him not as his current role. They're going to see him as Draymond's ex-teammate coming in 3 days into the job, going, "All right, here's what I think we should do." You know what I mean? If Woj is going to say this, and he did.
Play is a huge part, and you saw it last year in the playoffs against Sacramento in April when Draymond Green stepped on Domantas Sabonis's chest. And, after that suspension, I talked to Joe Dumars, the league's executive VP of basketball operations, and, he reminded everybody of, the 3 factors, excessive and over-the-top actions, contract detrimental, and then the big one with Draymond Green, repeat offender. And certainly Green's history, his involvement in a number of these skirmishes, it does play a part, and you can certainly expect that is going to factor into the league's decision on a possible suspension for him.
That's from ESPN, and that's Adrian Wojnarowski. And if he's going to say that, then I don't know. Whatever number I think you and I are thinking or anyone's thinking, add one more. Maybe just because of that.
Yeah. Well, I think that it should be 0. So, he already sat out a game. So, yes, and Ramona's right in terms of Draymond gets him around the neck and, he didn't throw him to the ground.
He dragged him for a while, and then he started yelling in his face.
That's fine. Whatever.
I don't think they think it's fine.
I know.
You think it's fine.
I look at it, and I say, you know what? These are two players with bad blood and a history.
Yep.
And Gobert was the one who started it. Gobert grabbed Draymond's teammate. And yes, Draymond got him better and dragged him further away and held on to him a little bit longer. I totally understand that. So I think one game. He already sat a game. You give him one more, and we move on. This was a big, giant nothing burger. This was not him flail kicking Steven Adams in the groin.
I just don't think they think that.
Punching LeBron in the groin, body slamming Michael Beasley at the end of a game. These, to me, are all worse than last night.
I don't disagree with you, but I think that those do not help this situation because they've all happened. And I also wonder this. I wonder if this just glazes over with us because we cover the Warriors and we've watched every single one. I don't think nationally they're like, this is a big nothing burger. I think they look at this and they're like, good Lord, dude, he's dragging a 7-foot man across the court by his neck. And he did. And then when he got across the court, he yelled in his face. So, we can go.
And Gobert didn't yell back because the poor guy could barely breathe. Yeah. I'm surprised he was able to continue playing.
I get your sarcasm.
Oh, my God.
But we are the Warriors media and fan base, and we're used to this. And I don't think with every city they are.
Of course.
So that's who's making the decision.
In every other city, they look at Draymond Green as the villain more than we do.
He is. He is the villain of the NBA. Who's the bigger one? Dylan Brooks, maybe?
He wishes.
Yeah, he's not good enough to be a bigger villain than Draymond. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. All right, Sister Agnes, Max, Zach, we got some good people on the line, and we'd love to hear from you, too. 888-957-9570. We're coming to your phone calls on all of this next on Willard and Dibs.
technical fouls and ejected for the game for the altercation. Additionally, Draymond Green has been assessed a flagrant 2 on Rudy Gobert. Green has been ejected. Gobert will shoot 2 free throws. Minnesota will retain possession at the free throw line extended.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
How's your night going? How's your ticket going? I hope that you had made it to your seats on the night when you bought tickets, didn't realize that Steph would be hurt, and by the time you got to your seat, Clay and Draymond would be in the locker room. Wow.
Yeah.
Game changer.
Yeah, minute 43 in. That's it.
0-0.
You probably walk in with your nachos and your diet soda, and you're getting ready to settle in, and you look, and it's like, wait, what's going on? Why is the referee with a headset on at the table? And then, ejections.
By the way, how about those who didn't make it to their seat with their nachos and their beer? I wonder what that sounded like. It'd be funny, actually. Anybody out there at Chase Center last night and you were still at the concession stand when this all went down, or you were in the bathroom, and what it sounded like when you know you're a minute and a half into the game and you hear the crowd start buzzing like, yo, something different is happening right now. What was that experience like?
Yeah. When you're heading up the escalator and all of a sudden,
it's the worst.
And then Grandy actually, our technical director, Mark Grandy, posted a video of the crowd reaction when the announcements were made, and the crowd was not happy with the decision.
You mean that the home crowd was displeased with their own favorite players being thrown out of the game? No way.
Well, their favorite player wasn't playing, and then their second favorite player got ejected, and then maybe
the third favorite player.
Perhaps.
Come on.
Well, and you heard it when we did the Buonvino Warriors Summit about 8 months ago. The crowd was not necessarily head over heels for Draymond Green.
Yeah, not in that moment and at that time, but he's still, for me, is going to be the third most popular Warrior right now. I don't know. Shout out Kevon Looney, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
This is the big three here. We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. Tim Kawakami's going to join us in a couple of hours. But there's lots to get to on this game, and we have only scratched the surface, okay? Sister Agnes in Charlotte. Hello, Sister Agnes. Thank you for calling. What's up?
Hey, Willard and Dibs. I'm glad to connect with you tonight because there were some aftershocks trying to get the game last night. I was searching for a podcast, and I found one, but the language was so bad I had to check out of it, and I didn't know what had happened. So I went to another one. The language was really bad. So I just watched the NBA ticker and, watched the score. And then I like to go and look at the box score myself and look at the highlights. But I listened to, so I have a couple ideas here, and then I want to ask you a question about Kuminga.
Okay.
But, the postgame by Steve Kerr was the most impassioned postgame I have ever heard from him. But he made a statement about he doesn't want any wallflowers. I mean, there was a big build-up to, BP, how he's kind of the person that he wants on the floor.
Brandin Podziemski, for those who don't speak Steve Kerr code. Yeah, but keep going, Sister Agnes.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering if Wiggins or Kuminga are the wallflower. I look at the box score. Kuminga is not filling the role that Steve wants him to fill, which is a rebounder. And I look at the box score, and every time I look, he's like 0 rebounds for a long, long time. He wants to score. And Wiggins, who knows what in the world with him something's not healed. So I'm just wondering whether you think, did you hear the Steve Kerr postgame?
Yeah, of course. Yes. I know what you're referring to. And I think you've got a really interesting question here, Sister Agnes, that we're going to dive into a little bit.
Sister Agnes,
Thank you
you're
so
locked
much.
in.
Yeah, that's a fan
3
right
time
there.
zones away.
That's somebody who's not just watching the game. She's peeling some layers back there.
Yeah, Warriors are more than her only habit.
Here's something I'd like to say about Jonathan.
None's wear habits.
Yeah,
no,
I
you didn't quite get that.
No, I got it.
I'll try to slow
I got
it
it.
down
No,
for you.
what's the short segment?
Training wheels. Reactive genius.
Nuns. Yeah. You know my religious background is very, very deep. But anyway, the Jonathan Kuminga questions to me is a very interesting one right now. And here's what I would say, because I know where this conversation goes with young players. We've done this a lot recently. Trey Lance, James Wiseman, and in my opinion, to a degree, here we go again. And that is to say that when a young player is not getting the opportunity that fans want him to get, we kind of start a little bit of a march. We get a little brigade together. Let the man play so we can see what he can do. Where I've arrived with regard to young players, you get to a game like last night, and Brandin Podziemski gets 39 minutes. Jonathan Kuminga gets 16. And let's be honest, when he was out there, he was invisible. Okay? The organization is telling you what they see, as opposed to going, we want to see. Well, you may not get to see. You don't always get to see, because they're telling you what they see on a daily basis in practice and even in limited minutes in games. And what I think about Jonathan Kuminga right now is this. If you're a big fan of the kid, if you're a big fan of his game, there's no way you can feel good right now about what you've seen so far this year. There's no way.
It's a small sample.
I'm not killing his career. We're not going there. I'm simply telling you that we had a lot of conversations about the guy in the offseason, and boy, he crushed social media. And remember when he grew 7 inches in 2 weeks? That was fun. I'd love to hear it, Kuminga fans. And I'm not saying I'm not one of them. I don't want to separate myself from him. I'm interested in the player for sure. I love how exciting he is. I have not seen anything that tells me what I've heard other people say, which is, yo, future star. No, I remember how much I got stuff thrown at me when I wanted to trade that guy for Drew Holiday. Well, okay. So here are 12 games, and you've got a game where the big three get thrown out or are not available, and he's still getting 16 minutes. He's scoring 5 points. He was invisible when he played. You cannot tell me you're comfortable with what you see from Jonathan Kuminga right now.
He's in a bad way right now, and you could see the body language when he's at the end of the bench and his head's down and his shoulders are slumped. He clearly is not playing as well as he would like to be playing. He's 21 years old, just turned 21 about a month and a half ago. And if you look at last night as an example, Steve Kerr only played 4 guys the majority of the game, and then the other 5 was a rotation.
It's true.
GP2 played fewer minutes than Kuminga played. And, Trace Jackson-Davis played fewer minutes, and Moody played fewer minutes, and Corey Joseph. Steve Kerr went with the guys who he felt most comfortable with, which was Saric and Paul and Looney and Podziemski and Andrew Wiggins. That was the 5 that played the majority of the game.
Yes, just to be technical, GP2 and Kuminga had the exact same number of minutes, but the rest of everything that you said.
GP2 played 18 seconds fewer.
Okay.
If you want to break it all the way out.
16 minutes based on, they both had 16 minutes. But anyway.
15:58, 15:40, but it's not even worth discussing. To me, the bigger point is Jonathan Kuminga is not progressing as fast as they would like him to, because yesterday was a great example of a game where no Draymond, no Clay, no Steph. You get 30 minutes or 32.
You would think.
You get the minutes. You go out there and you dominate. And Sister Agnes is right when she said what she said about his, what do they need him to do? They need him to rebound. Don't worry about shooting the 3. Get in there and get physical, get dirty, defend, rebound, get nasty. What did you see from Podziemski last night?
I mean,
he got a black eye. He took one charge and the other one got overturned.
You could see him every play. You could.
Yes, he was in the mix. He's on the floor.
God, we rip Wiggins for coasting. I think Kuminga's worse. He's worse right now.
Well, Kuminga does it in fewer minutes. But
Yes,
Kuminga,
but his body language, his effort
coasting
level.
and he's pouting.
Yes,
is the problem.
His effort level is way less than Andrews. It appears.
Yeah.
It appears. He disappears. And so, love to have this conversation today because it's really something I was thinking about, which is just the idea of young players and why we often get very frustrated when we don't get to see the guys we're excited about seeing. And I just think there's more to it than that. I think the organization is telling you. They're telling you. We don't see what we want to see. We're not going to show them to you until we feel comfortable putting them in there. We're sponsored by Lucky California. And, man, would we love some calls on this. So here we go, okay? Jeff and Derek and Daquan, we're coming. 888-957-9570. Are the Warriors being fair to their young players, or are the minutes reflective of where these guys are at? Podziemski almost tripled Kuminga's 2.5 times his minutes last night. This is Willard and Dibs.
Looking for the best.
Might have been deflected. Podziemski goes up the floor, wants 2 for 1. Changes the dribble, comes down the lane over Gobert. It's up and good. 30-19, and Chase is rocking.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I believe that talent shows up. I don't think you can hide it. And I think that evaluators and professional sports teams are so desperate for it that when they see it, they will actually force it onto the field of play or the court. So to be an early draft pick and not get run tells me that the organization is telling us something behind the scenes is not clicking. Now, I'm not telling you that organizations are right all the time. Obviously, mistakes get made by every single human being, including talent evaluators. But whether it's a system fit or what have you, look around, just spotlight the last 3 years in Bay Area sports. And we've heard this. We hear, why isn't Trey Lance getting a shot? Why isn't Wiseman allowed to go out there and fail? How the hell can't Kuminga get in there? Why won't the Giants call up Bart or Luciano? Like, it's a constant flow of as if the organization is trying to keep a secret from us or something. Don't tell anybody. We got this great player. Now, we don't want to play him. He's amazing. But we're going to make him pay his dues first. And then you've got the other examples, which are largely people you don't see coming nearly as much. Brock Purdy. Maybe it's Brandin Podziemski. Okay?
I love a small sample.
Well, I mean, that's why I said maybe,
right.
But that was fun. That was
great, yeah.
That was encouraging. That was interesting. And not just that he played the way he did, but that he was allowed to play for 39 minutes. That's telling you. And by the way,
they had no choice.
Well, but yes, they did.
You had no Steph. You had no Clay.
Right.
So what other guards do you have? You had, let me see, Chris Paul.
Corey Joseph.
Okay.
GP2.
Right. GP2's not a scorer, and Corey Joseph is not a scorer. So in terms of a guy who can actually maybe score, Podziemski was your only option. Let's see how much he plays tomorrow night.
Yeah, let's see.
You think he gets 39 minutes tomorrow night?
Why did he get 3 times as many minutes as Moody? Moody looks really good to me.
That to me is more interesting.
That's a head scratcher.
Moody to me is more in the GP2 mold.
Maybe he's more of a role guy. I get it. But what I'm saying is these teams, they're telling us what they see every day, and we rarely accept it. We go, you won't give them a chance. Oh, they're giving him a chance.
Steve Kerr hates the young players.
Not only are they giving him a chance, they are financially and professionally incentivized for these guys to go out and play well. So there is no holding them back. If they're awesome, they're out there. And Jonathan's not out there. Even on a night when you would be like, well, what the hell's getting in the way of him getting out there tonight? If you had told me before the game, Steph's out. Oh, by the way, Draymond and Clay are leaving too. I'd have told you Kuminga's getting at least 28 minutes. At least 28 minutes.
If this happened a week or 2 ago, absolutely. He gets 28 minutes. But if you look at the way he's played over the course of the last, 7 games, 2 weeks, he's been in a big funk. And I don't think that he knows exactly what they want him to do. Maybe they've told him how they want him to play, and he's not playing that way. And that's why he's not getting the minutes. But you look at his numbers, 5 of 14, 2 of 8, 4 of 12, 2 of 7, 2 of 11. Those are the games before last night where he got 16 minutes. And that's fine. He's trying to shoot. He's trying to score. He's trying to be involved. But you look at the rebounds in those games, 3-1-4-3-3. That, to me, is the reason why he's not playing.
That's a great observation.
If you want to go out there and shoot the ball between 9 and 13 times, go ahead, Jonathan Kuminga. We want you to be aggressive, rim run, attack the basket, shoot the 3 when you're open. But go out there and get me 7 or 8 rebounds. And he has gotten 7 rebounds 0 times this year. He opened up the season getting 6 boards in 20 minutes against Phoenix. Then he got 5. And since then, he's gotten 2, 1. One game he had 4 rebounds in 19 minutes. He is not doing what they want him to do. which is rebound, defend, and be aggressive.
You did say one thing, actually, that you said go ahead and shoot the three. I'd rather you didn't.
When you're open.
Nah.
A shot created must be taken.
Well, listen, if it ends up that way late in the shot clock, I guess fire away.
He's 0 for his last 9.
He's
1 for his last 15.
He's 4 for 23 for the year.
Yeah.
He's not a good three-point shooter. Like, one of the questions I have about Jonathan Kuminga is, what is it that he does really well? And I think I can answer the question. There's two things that have him actually, this might surprise people if you haven't been looking at all the Warriors' numbers, and it's crazy, quite frankly. He's their third leading scorer this year.
Wow.
Behind Steph and Clay at 11.5 points a game. That's their third leading scorer right now. It's Jonathan Kuminga. So what does he do well? Well, I think there are two things. He's able to finish lobs. He's a leaper, great athlete, right? And the second thing he can kind of do is get to the line because of that athleticism. Now, not necessarily great at converting those free throws. Not a disaster either, 68%.
For his career, 75 this year.
Correct. 74.5. That's passable, especially for a big guy.
For sure.
That's very, very passable. I do think that there is an inordinate number of those misses come in clutch spots. As Ramona pointed out in that game against Phoenix, it seems to be something he does better early in games than late. And okay, but you live with the free throw percentage for sure. Yeah. But those are the two things right now that he does really well. And that's not enough. That's not enough.
Well, what you really need him to do is defend and rebound.
Correct.
And, what he can do in terms of getting to the foul line, he does a very good job of that. Getting to the foul line, and you'll take 75%. And, yeah, you're going to have some misses late in games, and you live with that. He's 21. He's a third-year player. He has not yet completely developed his game. He's not a guy with a long history of high school and college basketball. He came in the league as a very raw talent, and you have to play him in order to get him to be better. But the things that he's not doing are things that shouldn't be able to be taught. And that's where you watch Podziemski yesterday, the aggressiveness, the willingness to stick his nose in there. And I know it's a very small sample, and I'm not ready to go head over heels for Pods and put him in the rotation and give him starts and all the rest of it. Although Steve Kerr had some great comments last night about Podziemski.
He did.
Pre-game comments.
Before the game,
then he backed him up.
And by the way,
he backed him up after basically saying, this dude's going to play.
That's relevant, don't you think? That's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, before you even knew that Draymond and Clay were going to miss the game.
Yeah.
Steve's over here going, Podziemski, he's cocky. I love him. He's a really good player. And then he put him out there, and he had the second highest point total of any player, the highest point total of anyone not named Steph this entire year.
He's the first one not named Steph to lead the team in scoring in the game.
So here he is talking about this before the game. Then he goes out there and makes a truth teller out of Steve with his play, and all of that is happening before Clay and Draymond are out. Then Clay and Draymond are out, and they're still not pointing at Kuminga. And I'm just like, I don't know how to make that not a message as a fan base. Forget what I see or you see or what we want.
Right.
They are telling you that they don't love it right now. And I'll echo this because, dude, on YouTube, that's literally his name. Dude, bunch of U's. He just wrote on YouTube something that went through my head while you were talking. You just described Kuminga, and he goes, Dibs just described James Wiseman. And Trey Lance, I'll add. It's the same thing that we said about those two players. Raw, young, got to let them play.
Yeah.
Then once you play, they're not going to do that. They're just not. They would do that if we were the Portland Blazers and we were all ticketed for the 13 seed, but they're not going to do it. And we know how those two situations ended. I'm not saying he's going to be gone by midseason.
Of course.
I'm just saying that if you are a big fan of this player, there's no way you can feel comfortable right now with what you're seeing. And the organization is not, quote unquote, holding him back.
No, they're not.
He's holding himself back. They don't like something that they see.
They're giving him opportunities, and he is not taking advantage of the opportunities. You mentioned the 3-point shooting percentage, and I'm looking right now at his game log, and he has missed 9 in a row over 5 games. You have to go back to November 5th, the last time he made a 3, 10 days. And, okay, he's not a three-point shooter. And when he's only shooting 1-3 a game for the most part, 1 or 2, occasionally he'll shoot 3. I don't mind that. If you're open and the ball comes to you, you got to shoot the 3. Now, hopefully his three-point percentage goes up. I would expect that it will. That's not the issue. I look at the rebounds. And when you are that athletic and you're playing that spot, especially on this team, where you might be on the floor with 6', 38-year-old Chris Paul, not a rebounder, 6'3" Steph Curry, good rebounder.
For his size, yes.
But, I mean, he puts his mind to it. Podziemski had 7 rebounds last night. You've got a team that is desperate for another rebounder, and you're a leaper, and you play small forward and you play power forward, and Andrew Wiggins, God love him, he doesn't rebound. So if you're Jonathan Kuminga, the one thing that you need to do, the one thing that you can do to earn your minutes is rebound. And that's where James Wiseman never was able to kind of figure it out. The one thing that he could have done to earn his keep would be protect the rim and rebound and, shot block and rebound.
And understand the defensive rotation.
Fine, he couldn't do any of it. And I think Kuminga is a good, solid on-ball defender. Off the ball, he's still learning the rotations and he's still figuring out where he should be. But rebounding and effort, that's where he's obviously not getting it done because you mentioned it, Mark. He played 16 minutes last night in a game where you didn't have your top 3 guys.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It's crazy.
957-957. Let's hear from you, okay? Daquan in Oakland. You're on with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Daquan, what's up?
Hey, how's it going, you guys? How's it going today?
Good.
Daquan?
Oh, yeah. On the way home from work, man. I just wanted to, this is just a quick situation for you guys to talk about. I was just thinking, I saw Zach LaVine, kind of not happy in Chicago. I think we should actually trade those 2 guys and try to get Zach LaVine some kind of help.
You talking about Kuminga and Wiggins?
Yeah.
I have this sort of like immediate. It's not that it's a crazy thought, Daquan. Thanks. It's just that we're 12 games in, and we're already talking about some sort of a high-priced acquisition, and now you're rebooting again. Now you're rebooting everything that you do again. And okay, who's in the starting lineup, and who's in the second unit, and who unlocks who? It's not a crazy thought, but by the same token, I don't know that that's what Chicago wants. Number one, and I don't know that it actually makes the Warriors immediately better. I know you're searching for a second scorer, so I understand the thought process, but that does not feel like something that's going to happen.
I can't see it, and I'll think about it from Chicago's standpoint. So you've got Zach LaVine, and maybe he's not a fit, and you are looking to maybe shop him, and you look at the Warriors, and it's Andrew Wiggins, who will then be on his, 4th team. And, you look at Wiggins and you think, well, why would they want to get rid of him? And you look at Jonathan Kuminga and you see a project who, if the Warriors gave up on Jordan Poole, and we've seen what he's done, and I don't know if you saw the viral video of his behavior during timeouts, where he's got his back to the huddle and coaches are like, dude, the play.
Jordan Poole's a problem. He's just a problem. I don't
want to get bogged down in the Jordan Poole conversation. I'm just using this as an example.
Nothing to do with
if I'm Chicago and they traded James Wiseman, who can't play in Detroit, and you trade Jordan Poole, who is devolving in Washington, and now a team's going to give up, quote unquote, on Jonathan Kuminga, and I'm going to think that he's some sort of an asset.
We also look at all these things like it's fantasy basketball, and we forget to look at the finances. So everybody, not everybody, but a lot of Warrior fans want Klay Thompson to stay. Draymond's already staying. You've already got Steph long-term. Now there's the Wiggins contract, which is smaller, and Kuminga, who's had an option picked up, but there's a ton of flexibility there. Want to know what you're doing if you acquire Zach LaVine?
I'm just looking right now, Mark.
Anybody want to know about the $40 million this year?
Yeah.
The $43 million next year. The $46 million the year after that.
Yeah, you rounded up.
And then the player option for $49.
48.967
in 26-27. So if you want that contract,
hey Joe.
Go ahead. Go ahead and get him. That Klay Thompson. That's the end of that.
Gone.
And quite frankly, that's the end of any potential flexibility that you might gather in the next 4 years as well.
And I don't even think that the Wiggins and Kuminga combo would would work in the trade machine. If he's making 40, Wiggins only makes like 24, and Kuminga's making like 6.
Right.
So I think you may have to throw. You may have to throw in a Guy Santos or something. Who knows?
Yeah, throw some more in.
That's going to be a no from me, dog.
It's going to be a no from everybody, dog.
And I'm thinking in terms of Joe Lacob, who wants to get below the second apron. And even if you do that, does that make you appreciably better? Offensively, yeah. But the highlights.
Yeah.
But defensively, you're no better.
No.
The only real fix to what ails this team, other than getting somebody to score other than Steph, is, hey, Wiggins, play better. And hey, Kuminga, this is what we need you to do. Kuminga's got to be better, and Wiggins has to be better. We talked about it in the summit. What are the big keys to this team maybe being a championship outfit? And all of us on the panel, it was either Wiggins or it was Kuminga.
Totally.
I think we were split. Half of us thought it was Wiggins, half thought Kuminga. I was team Kuminga, thinking that, Wiggins is going to Wiggins, and he hasn't even Wiggins.
He hasn't Wigginsed.
No, but if Kuminga can be, and I think I said 16-7 was the numbers that I threw out there.
Yeah,
right now he's like 11-2.
No matter who you pointed at, you're not getting what the Warriors wanted out of those players.
Either of the two.
You're not getting it. And here's the other thing. I know people will go, Mark, he's only 21. All right, that's true. Now look at it through this lens, because you just said something interesting. You said he's not being the player they want him to be. I know he's 21. He's also been there for 3 years of the Warriors telling him who they want him to be, and 3 years in, he hasn't been able to do it yet. That's a long time. I don't care how old he is. I get that he's raw and young. That's all fine. But there are plenty of 21 and 22-year-olds doing great things in professional sports and handling coaching and therefore evolving and becoming what that team needs them to be. It's year 3, and based on what they're telling us and doing with their actions, they're not seeing what they want to see. And that's why I say, if you're a fan of Kuminga, you cannot be happy right now with what you're seeing. Derek in Fairfield next on Willard and Dibbs. Hi, Derek. What's up?
Hey, how you guys doing? Thanks for having me. A couple things. That guy must have been a Zach LaVine fan, because Zach LaVine is about cancer. We need a big guy. We need a big guy. That's what we're missing, right? But on the other note, Kuminga is like, what do we expect? We expect he's going to give us 20 and 10 right now? Because he's not. And the way we're built right now without a big man, he's playing out of position. You seen it last night. He was just undersized playing against the Towns and the Nazi Reeds, right? And, he's in a slump. We need rebounds for sure. But who we need to hold accountable is Chris Paul. Like, he's the veteran leader out there when the big three are out, right? He's coming off screens open in the middle of the lane. What happened to the floater? Like, what happened to the high off the glass layup? Instead of kicking it out, we're down 1. Worst case scenario, you get to the free throw line. But you got to stop being so passive.
I think I can answer it, Derek. I really do. And I understand everything you're saying. You have some good basketball takes. But when you say, hey, Chris Paul, what happened to your this, that, or the other, it retired. He's 38. And this is one of the things that I said when they were talking about getting him. Like, if you thought you were acquiring the Chris Paul that you've watched for the last 20 years, you're not. He's an adult. He's an organizer. He cannot turn the ball over. He's a good passer. He's super smart. If you thought you were getting a scorer, he's not here anymore. That guy's retired. He's 38 years old. And if we're 12 games in going, Chris Paul, come save us in the box score, well, we're up a creek.
I think Chris Paul is playing exactly how I thought he would play.
Exactly. I agree with you.
I think Chris Paul he's been great based on my expectations. He's been, and I use the phrase, a trapper keeper. For those of us who remember when the Trapper Keeper came out, when you had that binder and it had the folders in there.
Oh, yeah.
You throw your peachy folders in there.
I knew I was going to get a peachy.
You had to get a peachy. That's what he is. He's an organizer. And Ramona Shelburne, who joined us last hour, was breaking that down, and she's exactly right. He's not going to get you 17. I mean, he might as a one-off, but in general, He's going to be a double single. He's going to be 8 or 9 and 8 or 9 with maybe 1 or 2 turnovers. And that's what you get. Now, last night, could he have gone to the teardrop? Yes. Could he have not kicked it out? I mean, he made a couple of late game decisions that didn't work out.
Totally.
That's a game, though, that would have been an absolute steal. If they would have beaten Minnesota without Draymond, Clay, and Steph, it would have been a steal. I want to go back to your earlier point about Kuminga at 21.
Yes.
Because I just did the quick math. Do you know how many players in the association are 21 years of age or younger? Players who have played this year.
I would imagine very few.
69.
Oh, wow. That's more than
you
guessed.
think.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, some of these guys are, barely playing. Gregory Jackson II's played 1 game in 1 minute. He's 19.
Right.
But when you look at some of the names, Wembanyama's 20, and Jabari Smith Jr. is 20. Shaedon Sharpe is 20. Keontae George is 20. Jalen Duran is 20. There are enough guys around the league that bolsters your point, Mark, about not using Kuminga's age in his 3rd year as the ultimate crutch. The Thompson twins, shout out Thompson twins, Asar and Amen, both rookies, they're 21. And I know they had more experience at the lower level, but they've hit the ground running. Point being, Kuminga in his 3rd year should be earning more minutes, and he should be doing more of the things that some of his younger compatriots are doing.
Well, and those compatriots may not have also been in the league as long as Jonathan has.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? That's like that. I get that he's
and in this system too.
Yes, he's 21 and he's raw, and that's totally fair. Like, yes, the Warriors knew they were taking on a little bit of a project when they got him. Yes, the Niners knew they were taking a little bit of a project with Trey Lance. That factors all into it. But once somebody has been in a system for 3 years, then the organization is going to start sending you, the fan, a message. And the message is he getting it behind the scenes or not? And the message I'm starting to get with Jonathan Kuminga, the same message that we were starting to get with Trey and James Wiseman, which is that he's not getting it. He's not doing what we want to see. So that doesn't mean his career is over. It doesn't mean he's in the right spot. That's like the whole Brock Purdy system quarterback conversation that we have. You also need to be in the right spot. I'm not here to crush a 21-year-old kid who has played a relatively short career in terms of minutes so far. I'm here to tell you that you cannot love what you're seeing. This is not what they envisioned for him, and they're sending you a message, which is right now. It's the same thing I used to say about Trey. You can say whatever you want, but right now he's not where they wanted him to be.
Right.
I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair.
And you're seeing it in his minutes allocation,
yes.
And you're seeing it especially on a night like last night where the guy who plays ahead of him in many ways, Draymond Green, was not on the floor. And Andrew Wiggins, another guy who plays in front of him as a small forward, hasn't been good. And yet he hasn't played well enough to where he's taking those minutes.
We got a lot of you to get to. We're coming to you next. You're also going to really want to hear this. So it was Sister Agnes who called in and referred to what Steve Kerr said last night, talking about wallflowers. We have the sound. You're really going to want to hear this. So we'll play that coming up for you next. We're also presented by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. And don't miss the kickoff show Sunday with Kruger and Loneal, 2 hours before the start of the Niner game. Hilton Santa Clara, place to be. Great food, great drinks, best pregame show, as you know, here in the Bay. Presented by Habas Law. You've been wronged. Habas Law will fight to make it right. Call 1-800-INJURED or visit habaslaw.com. This is Willard and Dibbs.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2...
12 points. He's the only Warrior in double figures.
He's rolling.
39-35.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Not the breaking news that I expected today.
No?
No, we have still not found out what's going to happen with Day. The league has not said anything, which I'm getting to the point where me thinks we're not going to hear until tomorrow because it is almost 7 o'clock in the East. But we
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Yeah, but we do have a development that we'd like to tell you about.
Okay. I love that drop, by the way.
It's a pretty good one.
Draymond, go bye-bye.
Yeah, but
caller, I don't know. I can't remember which caller, but it's just genius.
It's really good.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, but we also have a Warrior player who's going to say hi.
Who?
40 minutes from right now. You know who's going to call the show? Brandin Podziemski.
Okay.
Dub Nation. This is Brandin Podziemski.
You're damn right it is.
I like it.
Brandin Podziemski is going to call us in 40 minutes. Okay? Everybody good with that?
I mean,
All
first
right.
question.
Good.
Hey, Brandon, how was your night? What'd you do last night? I can't remember when he caught a spicy hot wing.
I already know exactly what my first question is going to be. Hey, Brandon, was that a moral victory?
Oh, God. Make me throw up in my mouth. I already threatened to block anybody who tries the moral victory. And so far, nobody on Twitter because, you asked that to Steve Kerr on Friday.
I did, but for Brandon, it's a little bit of a different question.
Yeah.
Hey, I know you lost, but night of your life, right?
And it's tough, and that'll be the tone because it's very rare in our business, and we can take people behind the curtain just a little bit, but it's rare in our business that you get a player the day after a game when their team lost.
Yeah, exactly right.
I mean, it's not it's not extremely rare, but it's pretty rare. And when you have a player like Brandin Podziemski, he did have the best game of his pro career. It's a young pro career. It's nascent, Mark, as we like to say, but it's pretty cool for him. And so it should be celebrated. Even though they lost, it should be celebrated. And I look forward to talking to him at 4:30.
You know what that is then, right?
It's a nice individual effort in the loss, Mark.
Okay. Or a celebration sensation.
Do you know when he got his black eye in that game? Because I'm trying to remember.
No, well, I must have missed.
I must have missed that. All of a sudden, he's rolling up with a Band-Aid and his eye was half closed.
I'll admit, Christy asked me last night, did that happen in this game? And I lied to her. I said no, because I missed it.
I lied to her.
The first time.
Wish you weren't a liar. Where were you last night?
Where was I last night?
It did not happen last night.
Okay,
it happened the one game that he and Trace Jackson Davis played in Santa Cruz.
There you go. So I'm not a liar.
You, Grandy.
I take it back, Christy. I've never lied to you.
Okay.
And the streak continues. Yeah, because but I did. I'll have to. The reason I wasn't sure, this was wild. I had to pick up the kids, and I'm listening to Tim for the first couple minutes of the game. Does anybody remember what happened in the first couple minutes of the game? So
a lot.
So here goes got the Clay is thrown. Here comes Draymond and Rudy, and I'm listening to the whole thing, and then I had to turn the volume down because here come the kids, and so they're all hopping in the car. Hey, okay, whatever. Everybody get on in, close the doors, and we drive around the corner to get home and pop the game on, and we pop the game on, and there's 5 minutes into the game, and they're running around and they're playing a basketball game, and Jude looks at me and goes, hey, where's Clay and Draymond? I said, don't worry, they're in. I heard them in earlier. They just must be on the bench for a second.
God.
And then another 5 go by and another 5. And he's like, Dad, where? And then here comes your guy. Here comes, hey, everybody. Here comes Napoleon Dynamite out of his room. Because all he does is stare at everything on social media.
Totally.
He goes, so did you guys know that Clay and Draymond got thrown out of the game? And I'm like, they did? So I had to go back and watch the whole thing.
Oh, my God.
Kind of from the front to back because I knew they got in a fight, but I did not know what the decision was until, 15 minutes into the game.
That is so funny.
So that's why I didn't know if maybe I missed something Pods related
right.
with regard to the black eye in there, too.
I'm in the exact same boat because, I'm driving home and talking to the wife and getting ready to see the baby. And when I get home, the first thing I don't do is turn on the TV. Even though it's tip-off time, I record the game, and I'll usually jump in a little bit late and catch up. So I'm catching up with the wife, and, it's gaga goo with the baby girl who's almost 15 months and doing the family thing. And I look at my phone and I get a text, not from my wife, from my ex-wife. And the text reads, "It's 0-0 and so much has happened, LOL. 7:17." And I'm like, what? Wait, what?
Right.
And so I know she's a Warrior fan. So I immediately am like, oh my God, what happened? So, I'm talking to the wife and gaga goo with the baby. And so I'm kind of secretly looking at my phone, and on Twitter I look and I'm like, oh my God. And, my wife's like, are you listening to me?
I do know.
And it's like, I'm actually not listening to you.
You're like,
There's been a fight.
I'm texting with my ex-wife. Just hold your thought, honey. I'm texting. Please, will you take the baby for a walk? I'm texting with my ex-wife right now. Will you please? Please stop interrupting.
So I look at the video, and then I text back. I said, well, that escalated quickly. And she goes, that's what Fitz said. And I go, you don't understand that it's an Anchorman reference, but it's an end of text thread.
That's what Fitz said.
Yeah, I'm like, oh boy.
That's what Ron said.
Thank you.
I got
Fitz.
it. I got it. All right.
Anyway,
so
that's how I found out.
Brandin Podziemski, and we'll ask him about his all new face bandage coming up here in 35 minutes.
It works for him. Maybe he'll go like Nelly and just wear a Band-Aid forever.
With his hair and the bandage and the 23 points, there was a whole thing going on last night. For sure. By the way, you know what else I want to ask him? Because the name, I think we've all got it, although even Momo was like, am I saying Podziemski right? You are. But it's one of those names, if you're going to come out and play like this, we're going to need to know what to call you. Because we're not going to be like, so Brandin Podziemski with another job. Are you BP? Are you Pods? Are you Podziemski? Like, what are you? I want to know how to
when
tighten it up.
When he dunks, he's Podziemski.
Yeah, like let's shorten it up, tighten it up. What do your boys call you when you were in high school? That's definitely good. I want to know that. I want to know that. We got to shorten this thing up. There's a lot going on. Brandin Podziemski.
Poe like a Teletubby?
B-Po. That's definitely.
Or just Poe?
Yeah. BP is tough for me because I told you BP was one of my nicknames in high school is because I was on the baseball team and I was serving up bombs.
Oh, nice.
Okay? So they called me BP. It wasn't a good thing. It's also a gas station. I just don't know
British
about
Petroleum.
Yeah, not sure about that as a nickname. But maybe he likes it. I don't know. But I've heard a lot of people calling him that here in the last 24 hours.
Okay.
So we'll figure it out. All right, before we go to the calls, we promised this from Steve Kerr. Sister Agnes said, remember when Steve Kerr, after the game, was talking about wallflowers? Here is that comment.
In order to win in the NBA, obviously you have to have talent, but you have to have energy. You have to bring something to the table life-wise, like joy-wise, energy-wise, competitiveness-wise. And that's what I watched tonight, from the whole group. Clearly, Brandin has that. That's pretty obvious. And our fans have watched this team win 4 championships. They weren't won by, a bunch of powders and wallflowers. They were won by gamers, competitors, guys who brought energy and joy and passion to everything. And that's what it takes. So that's what I'm looking for.
Woo!
Huh.
Powders and wallflowers.
Not just wallflowers.
Powders
and wallflowers. Quote, that's what I'm looking for.
Would you consider a wallflower a player who played 16 minutes and went 2 of 3 from the floor, had 2 rebounds, an assist, 2 fouls, no blocks, and he was a -1.
He looked like a wallflower to me.
And when he wasn't playing, did he look a little sad?
I know he was a powder in the playoffs. We know that for a fact.
Yeah.
So for those of you just joining us, we are talking about Jonathan Kuminga.
Correct.
But that is a very, very interesting clip with the way he ended that, because he started it out saying, that's what you saw tonight. You saw great effort. Joy. And then he tossed out Brandin Podziemski. He specifically called his name out. But then as he goes on, he says, that's what I'm looking for. As in, we're still in the audition stage, and I'm looking for people who aren't powders and wallflowers, which I don't think you say unless you feel like you are being exposed to that a little bit. In other words, are there people on the roster right now who you think are that? Would have been a great follow-up question. I don't think it got asked.
It was the last question.
I could say we'll ask it on Friday, but he'll be ready for it. You know what I mean? Like,
who you talking about, Steve?
Yeah. So, Steve, I got a question for you.
Seriously, Jonathan Kowalflower.
Steve, did we lose you?
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm here.
No, I'm right here.
Jonathan Kapowder and Andrew Wallflower.
No, he'll be ready for it, though, because they know, like the media cycle, he's going to be ready for that in a way where he's not going to throw players under the bus. So, but that is very, very interesting.
Yes.
I heard it last night. I don't know that I heard it quite as in depth as I heard it this time. Do you want to hear this again? Listen to this again from Steve Kerr.
In order to win in the NBA, obviously you have to have talent, but you have to have energy. You have to bring something to the table life-wise, like joy-wise, energy-wise, competitiveness-wise. And that's what I watched tonight, from the whole group. Clearly, Brandin has that. That's pretty obvious. And our fans have watched this team win 4 championships. They weren't won by, a bunch of powders and wallflowers. They were won by gamers, competitors, guys who brought energy and joy and passion to everything. And that's what it takes. So that's what I'm looking for.
That's what it takes.
That's what I'm looking for.
That's what I'm looking for.
I wonder if powders wasn't one guy and wallflowers was maybe indicating another. Because I look at Andrew Wiggins and, Mark Grandy, our technical director, pointed out on Twitter that he actually played with a little bit more force. And, we've all spent time today applauding him for actually trying.
He tried, Dibs.
Which is hilarious. But
he's a trier.
4 of 15, 7 rebounds, 1 of 7 from 3. He did exert a little bit more effort. He was less of a wallflower last night than he has been.
Yeah, but still not effective enough.
Right, 27 and a half minutes. And again, in a game where you don't have Steph, Clay, or Draymond, that would be a game where you would look for Wiggins to play 38 minutes and go for 28 points. But he had 9 points, Mark. He plays good defense. And a lot of times he defends against the other team's best player. And when you're on the Warriors and you're Andrew Wiggins, you're going to have to guard, especially against Minnesota, you're guarding a 7-footer, pretty much no matter what.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I apologize, I cannot see anymore who had this idea on YouTube. AirPods is probably the nickname we should go with, but we'll see if he likes it. And it's not like he's a dunker, but I bet he we'll see. We'll see. That's that caught my eye. That was funny. Let's go to Jeff in San Francisco. Hey, Jeff, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What's up?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Hey, I'm just calling on Kuminga. I don't disagree. It's super disappointing to see the energy, I think, last night. I don't think the season's been all bad. He's been getting to the line. He's been doing some things. He's still young. The bottom line for me, though, is if he or Wiggins aren't hitting by January, no matter how great of a pop Podziemski is, and last night was awesome to see that player explode. He's just a great, great guard. But without the size and athleticism, this team has no chance at a championship. So they got to make a move in January. That's how I see it. So, So Kuminga's got to get going. Wiggins has to get going, or they need to make a trade.
Yeah, Jeff, thanks. I totally get the thought process right now behind that. For me, I'm not there yet. Like there's 70 games to go. And I just want to caution everybody against the idea of thinking that the Warriors we've seen for the last 4 games are just the Warriors. That's it. That's the Warriors. Got to make a move. Because when they were 5-1 and 6-2, even 6-3 after the loss in Denver, we didn't feel that way. It didn't feel like a fait accompli. It didn't feel like, gosh, they're really missing something. And they won all of those games without a second scorer scoring 20 points. I still believe we're early enough in a season where Klay Thompson can show a different pitch. Andrew Wiggins maybe too. Like, I'm not saying they will, but for me, it's too early to simply go, they definitely have to make a large move. And even if you do get to that opinion, I don't know what's out there.
There's nothing out there
that's going to do it. Like, without giving up your financial flexibility, which they won't do.
And whatever big man you want to acquire, good quality big men are not usually traded at the deadline. And you had a big man in James Wiseman, and you traded him at the deadline, and now he's a third stringer in Detroit. And the big men that you would want to acquire are players who either make way too much money for you to acquire them, or they're too good for that team to give up on them. So I understand the age-old question about the Warriors needing a big man. And when you play Minnesota in back-to-back games, and they've got 3 7-footers, including one who can step out and shoot the three, and Naz Reid, who didn't even factor that much into the game last night.
Dario was using him.
Right, and Rudy Gobert, who is kind of a one-way player, a defensive stopper at the rim, they're going to be a problem. And when you play the Lakers and Anthony Davis, they're a problem. And you look around the West, there are a lot of big men who are going to pose a problem, but there's no one out there you're going to be able to acquire. So you're going to have to beat these teams with your small lineup, and the only way you're going to do that is if you make shots. And if you have a small team, which they do, and you rely on making shots, and you don't make shots,
it's going to be a bad team.
You're done.
Yeah.
And that's just the way this goes.
There's a piece of me that's slightly encouraged by this. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think they can shoot this poorly all year. I really don't think they will. If they do, you're right. They're not going to be a very good basketball team.
Yeah.
But when you look at this number of people, from Clay to Andrew to even Jonathan and Chris Paul shooting at this clip from three-point range, I got to think that that's going to get better. And if it does, then the Warriors will get better. Steve in the city. Hey, Steve, you're on with Willard and Dibbs. What's up?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
You're saying exactly what I'm thinking. And that is, the game before this one, right, the guys, they were getting open looks and missing the shots. And that's why Podziemski, AirPods, is getting the play time and the credit that Kerr has given him, is because he made the shots. And that's why Kuminga sat on the bench last night for a lot of that time, is because they don't want to take the risk of someone having an open shot that they work hard to get, and then they can't make it. And so I don't know if Kuminga needs to spend more time in the gym. He needs to show Kerr and the coaching staff that he's hitting shots. But that's part of the reason I think he's sitting on the bench.
Well, here's the thing, though, and I agree with you, Steve, but there's something that caught my ear yesterday. Steve Kerr was talking about Podziemski in minutes before the game.
Exactly.
So that's why I'm like, wait a minute here. Because at that point, you didn't know Draymond and Clay were going to miss the game. You didn't know that then. All you knew was that Steph was going to miss the game. And you didn't just talk about the minutes he was going to get. You talked about how good of a player he was, how cocky he was, and how much you loved it. That was all happening before the game. Then they lose a couple people, and the guy ends up running more minutes than any Warrior has played in any game so far this year. And Kuminga, with an absent Draymond and Clay, and you didn't know that was coming, still didn't get much run.
Yeah.
And so I don't know what you do with that. I don't know how you look at that and don't start to feel uneasy.
Well, he's sending messages.
Yeah, about where Jonathan is.
No doubt.
And that's I'm not even taking the whole wall powders and wallflowers.
Exactly.
I'm not going to firmly state that that's pointed at Jonathan. It might be.
Well, it's not up to us to determine where it's firmly pointed. All we can do is look at the evidence, which is last year, Jonathan Kuminga's minutes got quickly eroded and he became a DNP in the most important games in the playoffs. And all the talk in the offseason was about how great he looked and all the videos and all the work. He's in the lab and all this. And he's come out and he's largely been the same player that he was last year, which is a little bit inconsistent and a guy who offensively still has a long way to go to be an effective player. You mentioned the shooting. Last year, they were number 2 in the association from three-point range. They shot 38.5, second only to Philadelphia. they shot the most threes in the league 43 times a night. This year, they are 21st in three-point field goals, 34.8. So from 38.5 to 34.8. They're averaging 6 points a game fewer than last year, and they are shooting 4 fewer threes a game than they did last year.
Well, and there's a part of that is pace. They're having just fewer total shots.
But they have more possessions because they're not turning it over as much.
And if people are thinking that's because Poole's gone, like he had a poor percentage last year, so it's not him. And Dario has shown up and shot a good percentage, and Draymond's percentage from three has been up, and Steph's has been flat at minimum. So it just goes to show how far down basically Clay and Wiggins, and to a degree, fewer shots, Chris Paul and Kuminga are. And it can't last. By the way, I mean that two ways. They're either going to start making them or they're going to stop taking them. That's got to be the mantra. You can start making them or stop taking them. And if you can't take them, you probably can't be on the floor very much.
Yeah. Chris Paul up to 20%. So he's trending in the right direction.
It's a big three.
He did hit a big one last night on the little give and go, the little relocation.
It's like a fall away, too.
Yeah.
It's a pretty three.
And that tied the game. And so CP3, I think, is going to get closer to his career average. But Kuminga, 17.4. Wiggins, 15.2% from three.
Jeez.
15.2.
Let's hear from Terrence and Vallejo real quick. Hey, Terrence, what's going on? Yo, Willie and Dibby.
Hey, nothing much. Just doing a little shopping. And I want to say this for Kuminga, man. I feel like he caught a little Jordan Poole fever, shooting the ball, copping attitude when he's shooting the ball. There are, baddies in the crowd. I just think, I think Moody deserves his minutes because when he's in the game, he's producing. He's doing what Kuminga's not doing. He's going out to lose balls. He's going for the rebounds. He's doing the miscellaneous stuff that he's not doing, that we seen Kuminga do when he first got on the Warriors team, with pure out hustle. Moody's really out hustling him when he's getting his time. Moody's shooting over 50% every time he's in a game. And speaking on defense, he has 15 steals. Kuminga only have 4 or 5 steals so far. How many games are we in already?
Yeah, Terrence, I'm with you, and I realize that it's the thing that sort of busts the other thing that I've been saying, which is that when a young player's not playing, the organization is telling you what they see. The outlier for me is Moses Moody, and that is a question I can promise you I will ask Steve Kerr Friday. Why is he not playing more?
Yeah.
Because what I see, I'm a layperson, but what I see, it looks to me like more is deserved. And so I am curious as to why he's not getting more run. We'll see what happens tomorrow night.
17 minutes a game, and you got GP2 at 18, Kuminga's at 20, Šarić is at 21. So I do think that they're still kind of searching for what the rotation will be. And one thing I'll ask Steve Kerr on Friday is, what do you want to see from Jonathan Kuminga that he's not giving you? Because, we see Kuminga, we see flashes of Kuminga defensively, offensively, but it seems like he is slowly falling out of favor already.
I want you to ask it this way. Hey, Steve, is Jonathan a powder or a wallflower?
Steve, did we lose you?
Exactly. We're sponsored by Lucky California. Yes, we got time for your calls next, but at 4:30, Brandin Podziemski live on Willard and Dibs.
Looking for the best turkey prices?
drifting with 3, with 2. Drives on town, spins on him, left-hand floater, back rim, good!
Oh, my.
Oh, my goodness. What'd you say he has?
I don't know.
Edward
Stones.
Dub Nation, this is Brandin Podziemski, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, but they're about to be listening to you, Podziemski, in 12 minutes. Live on this show after what had to be, I don't want to call it the night of his life. Maybe it was. Maybe it was. Was there a better one? Might be a fun question to ask him.
Yeah.
Draft night? This? I don't know.
Prom night?
Yeah. Being born? Usually we don't remember that very well.
Might have been a morning birth.
Yeah.
You never know. When he hit that bank 3 to end the third quarter,
oh, man.
I actually thought in that moment, oh, my God. These plucky little mother fathers, they're going to win this game.
They're going to win this game.
They're going to win this game, Mark.
Yep.
Because he gets the steal, I guess. The ball just kind of went to him, and one dribble, step back, chuck it up, bank 3, and it's in. And he goes spilling to the ground. It's like, look at this guy.
Yeah.
Look at Pods.
Look at Pods.
They're going to win this game.
And then they didn't. But still,
yeah.
I think a very memorable night for him, not just because of the box score. If I were him, I would be less pumped about 23 points and more pumped about how pumped my coach is about me. Like, you're a rookie, and he's talking about you before the game. He's talking about you after the game. He's using you as an example of what we want our young players to act like and be. And my gosh, like the Warriors and Steve Kerr sound all in on Brandin Podziemski after last night.
Right. And it was before last night, which I think makes it even more, not that it was inauthentic after the game, but the fact that he came out in his pregame avail and said, yeah, that guy has earned minutes and he's going to start playing some minutes. And then, little do we know, he plays more than he probably would have because Clay gets ejected early in the ball game, and then he goes out there and shows you why Steve Kerr had put so much faith in him.
Yeah, exactly right. So very much looking forward to talking to him in 10 minutes. And then Tim Kawakami of The Athletic and his TK pod, which is joining the Odyssey family, is going to join us at 5 o'clock. And what I love about having TK on is you can absolutely go anywhere. So we will certainly talk Warriors. Draymond, potential suspension, his thoughts on last night, Podziemski, and beyond. But we can certainly talk, are the 49ers back? Are the Giants ever going to do anything? All of that stuff on the table with Kawakami. So also wanted to pass this along. I think there's some reading between the lines, if you will, always whenever it comes to injury. And so Steph Curry misses last night's game, and it has been announced, for those of you who missed this earlier, Steph is also out tomorrow night. So they had an MRI, and the news was largely good. Listen to Steve's tone on that one.
There was good news with the MRI. Nothing alarming. I would say he's day-to-day, and we'll see. We'll just have an update each day and let you know what's going on, but it won't be long. If he misses another game or two, whatever, it's not going to be anything long-term.
So they're never going to set any expectations, but then they kind of do. If he misses a game,
yeah.
The other thing that caught my ear, he goes, we're going to give you an update every day. Well, normally whenever an injury is something anybody's worried about, you know what teams do. He will be reevaluated in a week. And that's their way of signaling to the media, don't ask during that period. But Steve's telling you, we'll tell you every day. My expectation also, when it was announced that he's out, Anthony Slater said, it's not a big deal. It's not, and that's not a direct quote, but he wrote in his tweet, he's out tomorrow night. This is not expected to be a big thing. My expectation, based on everything I'm hearing, yet knowing nothing, is that you'll see Steph Curry on Saturday night against OKC.
Right, the second half of a stay and play, which hopefully Steph won't be involved in the fight that's inevitable, because the league has set this up to where you play the same team in back-to-back games in the same venue. You're asking for trouble, Adam Silver.
I've already had one emotional game against this team this year.
Exactly.
And it was an in-season tournament game.
Yeah. And so,
you know those.
Yeah, you saw it last night, and I shared it on the thread.
Yeah.
This doesn't happen if it's not an IST game.
Sure it does.
No chance.
Oh, yeah, Draymond Green.
The blood was boiling because of the in-season tournament.
He would never get thrown out of a regular basketball game, right?
Clay wouldn't have gotten tangled up if it wasn't an IST game, that's for sure.
Actually, I'd argue if they cared at all about this thing, they wouldn't have gotten themselves thrown out. But be that as it may. Whether you
just real quick on just one more on the incident.
Sure.
Do you think that Clay started it? Because he's running down court, and it looked like to me like Clay's getting his hand on the Timberwolves player before the Timberwolves player grabs his jersey.
The only thing I can say there's two things about this. First of all, I always think it's funny whenever we go there. It's the classic elementary schoolyard debate when the teacher finally comes over. He started it. And I'm like, it's kind of irrelevant who started it. I know for a lot of people it's not. For me, it is, because often in sports, you know this, who gets flagged in a football fight? It's not the instigator, it's the responder. Happens all the time. And you are asked as a professional and an adult to handle yourself even when you're frustrated with your response. So even if McDaniels hits him first, that doesn't mean, okay, well, now all is off. Like, Clay can do whatever the hell he wants because someone else started it. However, to answer your question in a more direct way, I've watched this thing 20 times, and I can't really tell because both of them during the play are clearly kind of getting tangled, annoyed with one another. Both have arms extended. Then they get in each other's jerseys, and then they play merry-go-round. I'm going to swing you. Well, I'm going to swing you. Well, now we're going to go around in a circle, and I'm going to be half naked because my jersey got torn. So I can't tell. They both got really tangled up, and neither one of them would let it go. So you do whatever you want with that. For me, neither one of them should have been ejected from the game.
Agreed.
It's a technical foul on both, and let's move on. But then Rudy came in, and my issue with him is not so much the way he hit Clay, but the fact that he went at Clay at all. If you are truly a peacemaker, you go get your teammate, not the opposition. So I don't want his hands on Clay because his hands on Clay are going to trigger all the Warriors.
Yeah.
And my gosh, it did. And then here comes Draymond with what I thought was a fair response. In other words, yes, go do something. But then when you get 20 feet away and you're still yelling in his face with your arms around his neck, now we're in Draymond territory, and yes, you should be ejected, and yes, you should be suspended.
And we'll keep an eye on the wire in case anything crosses between now and the end of the show, although you mentioned it earlier, it is feeling more likely that the decision on what to do about Draymond Green will come down tomorrow.
Well, how do you read the fact that they couldn't decide in a day?
I don't know if they couldn't decide. Maybe they're just holding it until, they actually have a game and you handle it in the morning. It's already 7:30 in the Eastern time zone to where, the close of business has already happened. And because the Warriors don't play today, you do have a little bit of time. I think that they're looking at the footage. They're looking at the film, as we like to say, and they're making a decision. I do think he's going to get some sort of a suspension, but I also think that they're, they want to talk to the parties involved and they want to talk to the officials and they want to look at it, and then they're going to weigh all of his past transgressions into it and try to come up with a fair, quote unquote, a fair number of games for him to sit.
I agree with you completely. I think that's what's happening in this moment. Maybe there are more people to talk to that they couldn't get a hold of today. I don't know. Maybe there's some Garoppolos out there who won't respond to texts.
Right.
I don't know what the hell's going on, but they want to take their time on this one. But the one thing that keeps resonating with me, and Adrian Wojnarowski was the one to say it on ESPN, is that Draymond's history of this stuff is definitely going to play a role in any decision.
Play is a huge part, and you saw it last year in the playoffs against Sacramento in April when Draymond Green stepped on Domantas Sabonis's chest. And, after that suspension, I talked to Joe Dumars, the league's executive VP of basketball operations, and, he reminded everybody of, the three factors: excessive and over-the-top actions, contract detrimental, and then the big one with Draymond Green, repeat offender. And certainly Green's history his involvement in a number of these skirmishes,
right.
It does play a part, and you can certainly expect that is going to factor into the league's decision on a possible suspension for him.
I'll tell you this. I know you're saying one game because he's already missed one, and in theory, of course you're right.
Yeah.
However, I don't think the league is going to take that into account. And the more voices I listen to who know more about this than I do, I just keep thinking this suspension is going to grow. I definitely think it's more than one game. I originally said 2. Now I'm starting to think that if somebody set the over-under at 2, I might take the over. Because you can just hear sort of the ferocity in people's voices when they go, repeat of
totally.
Like the league, they're all telling you, dude, the league is worn out with this guy. And so are some of you. So I'm not, but I get it.
Yeah.
I like that. Put it this way. Whatever the league says, look, if it's north of 5 games, that's stupid. But if the league comes out tomorrow and they say 2 or 3 or 4, I'll give you my take right now. I'm going to shrug my shoulders and go, yep. That's the cost of doing business.
4 to me is too many, and I'm looking at it again, and right now I've paused the video where Draymond enters the fray, and he's airborne. He's in the air. So
the way he
Gobert
rolls.
grabs Clay, and he is, whether or not you think he's trying to be peacemaker or not, Draymond comes in, and he is in the air.
Airborne.
He's airborne, and he catches Gobert perfectly around the neck.
When Draymond attacks.
Draymond sticks the, no, that's too dramatic.
It's not.
He didn't attack.
No,
he's taking up for his guy.
No, my point is that he's got, and this is what I'm trying to tell everyone. He got one speed. He's got one way to handle this, and he will do it every time. And he doesn't care what any of us say or think ever. He will be. How old is he now? 33?
32, I think.
Okay, when he's twice his age. When I'm 64, boom, boom, he's going to do the same thing. He'll be at Thanksgiving, and he won't like what one of his
33,
cousins.
I apologize.
Okay, so when he's 66, one of his cousins is going to be at Thanksgiving dinner. He's not going to like what that guy says, and he's going to fly across the table, and the cranberry sauce is going to fly everywhere. And he will not apologize. There you go. That's who he is.
He's airborne, Mark. And I love the YouTube feed from Chris A. Gobert is 7'2". Dre had to leave his
drum.
And I like it.
He's 6'7".
You're not mad. He's like 6'5".
Whatever.
Draymond is not 6'7".
All right. Is Rudy actually 7'2"?
The Stifle Tower,
He's
yes.
7.
So I'm looking at this still photo, and you've got CP3 is kind of on the periphery. Clay's in the mix. Dario Saric is coming in, hands up, kind of like, whoa, whoa, whoa. There's one other Warrior player who is on the floor, and I won't tell you who it is, but I'll describe what this player is doing.
I think I know who it was, but go ahead.
He's on the wing extended. He's on the weak side.
Is he rolling his eyes?
He's about 14 feet away from the fray, and he is slowly and casually making his way toward the fracas.
May I guess?
Go ahead.
Chris Paul.
Andrew Wiggins.
Oh.
I told you Chris Paul was right there.
Oh, okay.
Chris Paul is like, whoa.
Yeah.
This is normally me. Wow, Draymond.
Like, man, you really are crazy. Good Lord.
My first dose. But I think it's one game, but I have a feeling that I'm too low on what Draymond will get, and we'll all stay tuned. And God, I hope he's around because Draymond is good for business.
He's very good for business. I do think he's going to miss a few Warrior basketball games. We'll find out tomorrow. But let's go ahead and introduce Brandin Podziemski to the show. Very, very excited to have him, especially after such a memorable night. And I know it was a loss, Brandin, but thank you for coming on, first of all. Congratulations. And what did last night mean to you?
Yeah, thanks for having me, first and foremost. But in terms of last night, it's just, staying ready for your time. And, obviously what happened in the beginning of the game happened, and my number was called. So it was, my time to help the team win in any way I could. And, for the most part, I thought I did that. Obviously, it sucks that we didn't come away with the win. But, it's always good to be out there with the guys and being able to play extended minutes.
No doubt. It was your time to shine, and Mark and I were talking about what Coach Kerr said about you rather before the game, and then you went out and played the way you did, and then after the game he had even more glowing praise for your performance. Was that the greatest night? And I'll say this in terms of sports, but was that the greatest night of your life in terms of how you played, even though you came up with a loss?
I would say probably not. Anything that involves winning is what I'm about. So when a loss comes with it, it's kind of down on the totem pole per se. But it was good in the fact that I actually got some run, and it gave me the utmost confidence that I can compete and I belong out there with anybody. So I guess you could look at that in a positive light.
What was the greatest night of your life in terms of sports?
Probably winning a Big Ten championship at Illinois. And then, obviously getting drafted this past summer. Probably the two best moments. Just celebrating with my family, a win in life and a dream come true. But then, during my time at Illinois, winning a championship was something I always wanted to do in college.
Brandin Podziemski joining us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Brandin, we definitely want your perspective on how the night started. You knew you were going to play, but then the whole night takes a turn. What happened through your view, and sort of what's your take on how things got played out from the officials and the league and beyond?
Yeah, so in terms of the officials and anything like that, I don't know what kind of outcome is going to come from that, but from my perspective, I just saw Draymond stand up for his teammate, and I wouldn't want to have any other teammate in that situation besides Draymond. I think he saw Gobert kind of go after Clay after a little tussle with him and McDaniels, and he was just standing up for his teammate, as I think anybody would have done in that situation.
Yeah, it's kind of the way I saw it, and everybody sees it in their own way, and the league ultimately decides what happens from here on out. But you get in the game, and Clay's out. Do you have that sense once everything happens the way it happened that you're going to get even more minutes, or are you always prepared to have that kind of an impact no matter what?
Yeah, I'm always just prepared to, be out there for whether it's 39 minutes like it was last night, or whether it's 1 minute like it was the night before, or two nights before against Minnesota. Just kind of prepared for anything, because as a rookie, your role is really not solidified, especially on a championship level team. So you kind of got to be prepared for kind of whatever. And, it may kind of suck in somebody's eyes, but I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Brandin, we were going to ask you something that you may have already answered behind the scenes to our producer, but I figure you put up 23 points. You certainly had an entertaining game for all of us to watch, and your name, Brandin Podziemski, calls for something that people who know you, I'm sure, shorten up. So, what did your people when you were younger call you?
Call me Pods, call me BP. Those are probably the three that are most common.
Okay.
BP is what I'm called in the locker room, mostly by the guys. But yeah, probably those three.
Okay, and then the other question I know a lot of people had about last night is how'd you get that patch on over your eye there? What happened?
Yeah, Friday night I played down in Santa Cruz with Trace before the Cleveland game on Saturday, and went up for a rebound, got elbowed by one of their bigs, and kind of busted my eye open a little bit. They glued it together, put some butterfly stitches on it, and called it a day. So I just been wearing the patch above my eye and the headband to keep it on. But I feel good. It looks pretty bad, but I feel good. I can see clearly, and that's kind of all that matters at this point.
It seems like it kind of suits you, just watching you last night, stepping in and taking charges and hitting the deck. Do you kind of relish that grinder side of being in the association?
Yeah, 100%. I think that's kind of what's made me stick, and is what's kind of going to make me stick in the league. Obviously, I'm not the most athletic, nor the most skilled, but I think the game different than many people, especially rookies. But for me, when I just get in those four lines, I kind of just let my instincts take over, and that's kind of how I play.
Brandin Podziemski is joining us here on 95.7 The Game, Willard and Dibs. So, Brandin, you're playing in a G League game on a Friday. you're scoring 23 in an NBA game on a Tuesday. Can you take us through the experience of the last 4 days of your life?
Yeah, it's kind of been a little bit of a whirlwind. I remember we came back from Denver late on Wednesday night after the game, and me and Trey's had an early morning. We woke up, drove down to Santa Cruz, and practiced on Thursday, stayed down there Thursday, and had a game Friday. We played well. We got the dub for Coach Nick in his first game in the G League as a head coach. And then drove back up Friday night after the game and was there Saturday, Sunday. We got in both games on Saturday late and Sunday late. And then, whatever the situations call for, we're ready to go yesterday. So it's cool. I mean, you get to play basketball for a living and you get paid to do it. It may seem like a lot to some people, but, for me, this is the fun part.
Yeah, it was fun for us last night, even though it resulted in a loss. I think all Warrior fans enjoyed just the grit and the fight that you all showed. I'm fascinated by your mix of humility and swagger. And you're obviously humble playing with the greatest shooter in the history of the game, yet when you get out there, it seems like you play with an edge that you feel like you're the best player on the floor, which you should. How do you balance those two different parts, knowing that you're playing with the Splash Brothers for 4-time champs, but also going out there and playing with that swagger?
Yeah, I think, just from the outside looking in, you kind of learn to appreciate like what they've done for the game of basketball. And, in some way or shape or form, they've kind of shaped me into terms of how I look at the game. So you always have respect and appreciation for that. But at the same time, you can't get lost and be in awe at all times. You got to, have that confidence and that swag that's kind of got you to where you've got now. And I think for me to continue on and be the person and player I am, I think I've always got to have that with me while maintaining that respect and appreciation for guys like Steph, Clay, Draymond, and CP that have been in the league a long time and have really, changed the game of basketball.
Hey, Brandon, take a listen to this play call real quick.
Good. Towns with a rebound, falling out of bounds, stolen by Podziemski. Podziemski stole the pass, turns and shoots at the buzzer, and he banked it in! He banked it in! Spinning toward the right corner, off balance, but on target. Towns was falling out of bounds. Podziemski dribbled it outside, a banked-in three at the buzzer, and the Warriors take a 7-point lead to the fourth quarter, we think. They're going to check it on the Warriors Radio Network.
Well, and you can go ahead and count it.
Count it.
Yeah, take us through that play, through your eyes.
Yeah, I think I drove it on Troy Brown to start the play, like under 10 seconds left, and I used my pivots and kind of got stuck, and I think I threw that out to Moses, and he kind of just had to get a shot up on the rim, and he shot it. It hit the rim. I was already under there, and then, I didn't go for it because I saw a bunch of bodies, so I was kind of hoping it was just going to get deflected and I was going to have a chance to grab it. But Karl-Anthony Towns grabbed it, and he was kind of falling out of bounds, so I was just trying to read his eyes where he was going to throw it to, and he kind of threw it really right to me. And I dribbled it out. I was going to pass it out to, I think, maybe Jonathan or Dario, who's ever up top there, and I looked at the opposite end, and it said like 2 point something on the shot clock, or on the game clock, I should say, and I just turned around and just shot it.
And you meant to hit it off the backboard, right?
Nah, I didn't. I was trying to shoot it straight in. When I let it go, I'm like, this is probably off. But I think it was just kind of one of those nights where everything was kind of going in.
Yeah, and that one was pretty sweet. I don't know if you could, you probably could hit that again, but spinning opposite side, fading right, shooting left, high glass. It was at that moment I told my partner, I thought you guys were going to win the game, but Minnesota showed good resolve in coming back. How nice is it for you to be not joined at the hip, but to have kind of like a parallel track with Trace Jackson Davis, another guy who was drafted the same year as you? Is it somewhat comforting to have another rook around the team with you?
Yeah, it's really, as like a relief for me, just kind of knowing like every step of our journey together, even though I was the 19th pick and he's the 57th pick, I think it's been, quite similar. And just to have someone by your side that kind of understands like what you're going through daily life, because we're really living it together. It's been kind of cool just to hear his input and what he thinks. And when we're out there together, the positive effect that we have on the team, I think me and him I'm not mistaken, amongst rookies leading plus minus, or at least top 3, I think. So just to see our positive impact that when we get a chance to be out there, whether we're out there together or, individually, is super cool to see in our development.
I'll tell you what's super cool to see is when a night like that is developing, and when you come off the court at the end of a quarter or whatever, there's Steph Curry talking you up and talking to you. And I wonder what the nature of those conversations are. Like, what are some of the things he says to you? And by the way, as a rookie guard, we might as well throw Chris Paul into this as well. To have these two guards as mentors has got to be amazing. What are some of the things they say to you in those moments?
Yeah, I think in those moments, it's not really much to say besides, just kind of keep being me, and everything that's got me to that point, just keep doing that. And a lot of the learning and mentorship really comes off the floor, whether that be watching film or in practice. But during the game, they really don't want me to think about too much. And when I'm out there, just kind of play how I know how to play, because I impact winning it in a multitude of ways and at a high level.
Yeah, and it was a high-level performance from you yesterday, and we kind of joke around a little bit about the in-season tournament because it's a new thing, and we don't really know exactly what to think of it, but is it something that you guys are locked in on, and does it give you maybe a little bit of an extra lift in a regular season game knowing that it is an IST contest against Minnesota?
No, 100%. You can feel it with the fans, just the energy and passion they brought. I think the little incident that happened in the first 2 minutes even brought more life out of the crowd. And I think it's a testament to our bench. I think our bench does a great job of taking pride of, trying to be the best bench in the NBA. I think last year it was kind of, starters produced most of the production and the bench was kind of, okay. And I think this year we kind of wanted to change that narrative, especially with our starters getting a little bit older, so maybe they don't have to play as much and they're fresh for the playoffs. But yeah, we pride ourselves on being the best versions of ourselves that we can be. And, we almost had it last night. Obviously, it stinks that we couldn't win, but I think, we kind of showed everybody that, even with our 3 best players out, we can still compete with anybody.
Hey, Brandin, especially with another back-to-back coming up, I wanted your perspective on this. Do you think that fight off the top of the show, do you think the fact that you're playing the same team twice in a row had anything to do with it?
I don't think so. I think, just knowing the nature of our team and, if anybody goes at one of our best players like that, I think that's going to be no matter the team we play. And, Draymond will stick up for anybody on our team. And just because that was Clay doesn't mean anything. If it was anybody else, he would have done the same thing for us. And, that's the great part about being Dre's teammate, that he'll stick up for you no matter what. But in terms of playing the same team, I think it's cool. Just like we're playing OKC twice this upcoming weekend, and we'll see what kind of battle that presents, because they're a whole different team than Minnesota.
Brandin, and we're talking to Brandin Podziemski. I know at the end of your college career, you have a taste of Bay Area life, but we wonder how you're settling in. In fact, a lot of our listeners are already commenting on the fact that you just said you and Trace are rooming together. Like, how is this all going? Like living, I would presume, here in San Francisco.
Yeah, I live in San Francisco here, about a minute or 2 away from Chase Center. Just want to be as close as I can to where I'm going to be most. And then obviously in Santa Cruz, just living in a hotel. But it's been great. I've got a chance to go out and kind of explore what San Francisco's about, and really learn a little bit about the city. I didn't know what a cable car was before, and obviously it's on our city edition uniform, so I thought it was fitting that I kind of know what that is. And awesome. Seeing the Golden Gate Bridge for the first time, getting to walk across it, just little things like that, where when you have time off and kind of gets your mind away from basketball and out of the house, I think it's been super beneficial. And I know, I don't want to speak for Trace, but I know he's got to do some similar things, and it's kind of been good for both of us to, because there is so much that goes into being a rookie, because really not knowing, where you're going to be, when you're going to be there. So just taking advantage of your opportunities when you don't have games or practices and stuff to explore the city that you're going to live in for the next couple of years.
What's still available on your San Francisco tourism bingo card? You got your eye on Alcatraz, or maybe a a run to Coit Tower? Or are there other things out there that you're kind of looking forward to on the next off day?
Yeah, I mean, if you go on Golden State YouTube, me and Trace did our Rookies in the Bay event at Alcatraz.
Yep.
And through some sightseeing in San Francisco, which was really nice. That's something I always wanted to see. Got to do that with him. But in terms of my bucket list, I haven't really thought of anything in particular yet. When I just hear about stuff or see stuff, I just kind of say, yeah, I'm going to go do this.
I like it.
Yeah. Have you talked to any landlords about a good deal? And you know, how do you and Trace handle that? I hope he didn't be like, dude, you're a first rounder, so you got to handle more of this.
Nah, so me and Trace, we actually don't live together.
Okay.
He lives in a different building than I do. But in terms of like sharing the same experiences, I know the life of being a rookie isn't easy. So like any questions that we may have, we kind of just talk amongst each other because my answer and his answer might be different than if we asked the vet something because they've been through it. But we try to figure it out on our own, and then we help each other as much as we can.
It's got to be an interesting dynamic knowing you've got an almost 39-year-old Chris Paul and you got Draymond and Steph and Clay in their mid-30s, and then there's all the youngsters, yourself and, you know, Trace and Moses and Kuminga in your early 20s. Is it a little bit, not awkward, but is it a challenge to kind of mix and match with the old heads?
I don't think it's a challenge. I think it's cool, and I think it's something that's necessary. At first, for sure, it was a little bit weird that my teammates have kids, and you know, Chris's son is almost as old as me, so it's kind of like weird in that aspect. But I think it's cool. I've gotten to meet Chris's kids. I've gotten to meet Draymond's kids. You guys probably saw the video of me and his son DJ playing tic-tac-toe the other day.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just, you know, building relationships with people's family, I think that's a super, you know, critical piece to, you know, our relationship in terms of like me and Draymond and me and Chris, that, you know, I can get along with their family and they can feel comfortable with me around their kids.
21st birthday, only less than 3 months away. What are the plans?
I got to look at the schedule. I don't know where we're at in terms of where we play, who we play.
Well, what's your birthday? What's it, February 25th?
You can ask him his social security number next.
I was going to ask him his address when he said he was right by Chase. Do you want to share your address? No,
please.
Okay, you're home against Denver on your birthday.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully, you know, we can start the night off with a win. Obviously, we lost to them. We get a rematch Christmas Day. So hopefully we get a win against them at home, and then probably do some with my teammates or my family if they come out for my 21st.
Well, Brandin, you're a ton of fun, and let me just speak for a lot of people listening. That was a really great watch last night that obviously a lot of people didn't see coming. So thanks for a wonderful night of watching basketball. Congrats. I know people are hoping for more minutes going forward, and thank you for spending some time with us tonight.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it. Hopefully we can, you know, turn the ship around these next couple and finish the homestand off with 3 wins.
Okay, that's what we're looking forward to.
BP
there
in
he
the
is.
building.
Brandin Podziemski joining us right here on Willard and Dibs. That was a fun conversation.
Very fun.
That was almost as fun as watching him play basketball.
Last night was crazy.
Yeah,
and
it really was.
Well, and you see whatever happened, and Draymond's gone, and Clay's gone, and Steph is in his outfit looking good on the sidelines, and you're like, oh, God. And I thought about you, and we had the debate over, I thought Minnesota would win by 17, 118-101, and we went back and forth, and
I took the Warriors.
I'm like,
plus
you're
the
not taking the Warriors in the 3.
I bet them plus
you
the 3.
won't, and then you did.
Moses Moody hit a Vegas ball at the end of that game.
Total Vegas ball down 6.
I was like,
this guy, Captain Horseshoe.
You want to talk about a moral victory? I'm like, this night stunk, but at least Moses hit that 3 there at the end, so I didn't lose any money.
Yeah, and then I was watching that, and early on, the guys get ejected, and I was thinking about you and your bet, and you bet it single, and you bet a parlay, and I'm thinking, I can't wait to rub his nose in this one tomorrow when Minnesota wins 122-70 against. You tell me Podziemskis. he's going to come in and go for 20 plus, and Saric is going to hang 21. This game is over. Yeah.
It never works that way. I shouldn't say never. It doesn't work that way in the NBA.
It really doesn't.
We've watched it before with regard to load management night or
the baby Dubs last year, right?
Or whatever. Like, it's just, they're NBA players, so you still got to go attack them, and they attack you, and they've all still got the ability. It's just sort of a matter of whether or not they can be organized. And because Chris Paul was still on the floor a lot, I thought that the Warriors were largely organized. So then it just becomes a matter of, do you have anybody who can put the ball in the bucket? Well, it turns out you do. You do. Now, I don't know where this goes next. I'm not going to do this yet. I'm not pounding the pavement to make sure that Brandin Podziemski gets at least 22 minutes a night. Like, there are going to be more DNPs. I do believe. But the word that I would use for last night, interesting. That's interesting. It's interesting to know that he has that ability, and therefore it's exciting to see where this will go next. But it also is going to set up something where Steve Kerr will get criticized, I promise, because the more shots Andrew Wiggins misses, the more people are going to be yelling, just put Podziemski in. And I don't know if it's that simple. We've watched him now play basically one basketball game, and it was really good. So that's super encouraging. But I'm not putting him in the All-Star game yet.
No, and maybe you put him in the futures game, which I wish they would go back to rookies versus softs, which I always thought was fun.
That was fun.
And I think they're going back to East versus West this year in the All-Star game.
Are they?
Yeah, I'd seen a report of that.
Okay.
I'll try to get official confirmation, but I had thought they were going to go back to that, which I love that. Let's just go East versus West.
Yeah, it's much better.
Drop this cockamamie. Let's do a draft and all the rest of it.
It's not going to matter until somebody tries, though. I just to let you know. This is going to be boring in 2 years, too, because
I actually
it's going to be
think
180
they do
to 170.
try. They try for about 6 minutes, the final 6 minutes,
yeah, exactly.
which is all I really want. And that's why I love the NBA All-Star Game, because go out there and just, be good players and run up and down. Baseball's All-Star Game is boring because you get the best, freshest pitchers come in and they dominate.
And they throw for one inning and they know it.
Exactly.
So they absolutely torture.
Everybody's throwing them 101 and it's like, good luck. But it's interesting when you hear him talk about the dynamic. And that's why I wanted to ask him about, this team, because we all want connectivity. But off the court on a road trip, you've got 4 guys who are 21 years of age or younger. And then you've got the old heads. CP is 39 and Steph is 36. And you got the old guys. And it's funny, his answer. He's like, yeah, Chris Paul's kid's almost as old as I am.
TK is going to join us here in a few. That's Tim Kawakami. For those of you who don't speak Bay Area sports media, we're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. Also, it is a Warrior Wednesday brought to you by Friedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit friedmansappliance.com today. More of your phone calls and Tim Kawakami next, Willard and Dibs.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3. It's because of the Xfinity 10G network. Internet that can handle a house full of screens at once, with basically no interruptions. And it's only getting faster.
Shot clock at 5. Got to go. Dribbles on Conley. Slows down. Throws it up. High off the glass. It's good. And he got fouled. Unbelievable.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Timmy!
Gotta
love it.
B. I used to just stop at the and it would drive Spadoni crazy. It'd be like, I need you to finish that.
And?
Yeah. I would just hit him with an and he would have to say, believable.
Yeah. Well,
it's one of my favorite Tim Roys.
He's Italian, not Tim Roy, Joe Spadoni.
Spadone.
And so you finish your meals when you're Italian.
True.
Okay? Don't be leaving stuff sitting out there like that. That's not part of the culture.
My baby thinks she's Italian. I swear to God. So she's starting to say a lot of words.
What the hell does that mean?
Well, I show her this. I show her a picture of herself, and anytime she sees a picture of herself, she says, baby. Baby. It's one of the words that she says. Baby. It's a baby. So, yeah, it's hilarious because you show her a picture and she goes, baby. It's like, yeah,
perfect.
You're the baby.
I didn't know what you meant when you said that.
She thinks she's Italian.
I'm like, what? Is she making you offers that you can't refuse?
Totally.
Is she already running a crime ring? Is she?
These are terrible stereotypes.
Terrible stereotypes.
But it's hilarious.
But come on. I got Sopranos on the brain right now.
I'm going to do you a favor, Dad. I'm not going to poop my pants this morning. I'm going to save it for Mom this afternoon.
That's a lie. It's a lie.
Oh, she got me good this morning.
Yeah.
It's a 3-wiper, Grandy. I hate Mark Grandy.
That's too much, isn't it, Mark?
He hates when I talk diaper talk.
It's too much. It's one revolution.
Don't talk about that.
One revolution too much.
When you go to change the diaper and you can smell it, I say, you know what, Mila? This is going to be a 3-wiper.
What made you think we just wanted you to talk about it more just now?
Because I know it makes Mark uncomfortable.
Yes.
I hate Mark Grandy.
So why are you doing more of it?
Because I like it when people are uncomfortable.
Is that what it is?
It's totally it. Haven't I told you this?
Then why don't you like Draymond Green?
I love Draymond Green.
You don't love Draymond Green.
I like Draymond Green, but I also am not afraid to call him out, unlike many in this market, for his destructive behavior. For example, last night, he takes the opportunity to put Rudy Gobert in a chokehold. Loved it. That's what Rudy Gobert had coming to him. Gobert put hands on Klay Thompson. Now, Did he take it a little bit too far and endanger his own short-term playing career in the process? Yes, he did, Mark. And that's an unfortunate byproduct of what Draymond did. So Draymond Green will be suspended for 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 games.
4 games.
He could get 5 because he's a repeat offender.
Yep.
So now you don't have Steph tomorrow, and you're not going to have Draymond. Most likely, Draymond will be suspended at least for 1 game. So now you go into OKC in a, it's not that important of a game, but you've lost 4 in a row. So that part of it I don't love about Draymond Green.
Can we talk about something you said there? That a lot of people here in the Bay are afraid to call Draymond out for his destructive behavior.
Yeah.
Do you really believe that?
Oh, absolutely.
Who's afraid? Like tell me, who's the person who has just been like, Draymond doesn't do anything wrong. Everything's totally fine there. I don't I hear what you just said a lot.
Yeah.
I don't hear what many are pointing to as this issue. Like, for example, I'll explain again where I come from on this, and it's where many of, quite frankly, my opinions come from. I let the team tell me what's going on, and then I process that. I may agree with it. I may not agree with it. But with a Trey Lance or a James Wiseman or a Jonathan Kuminga, who we've talked a lot about today, or even a Draymond Green / Jordan Poole, I'm going to let the organization tell me what's going on, and then through their actions, and then I'm going to process how I feel about the organizational output, if you will. The organization last year, in the midst of the Draymond Jordan Poole thing, I thought their actions told us there's crap going on with Jordan that you don't know about, and we're not going to tell you what it is. Doesn't mean it's all his fault. It's definitely Draymond's fault too, but you can see that. There's also stuff going on that you can't see. That's how I processed it. I think that some people have processed what I'm then saying as I side with Draymond Green over Jordan Poole. Never been the case.
Or that you think that Jordan Poole had it coming to him, which you don't believe.
I think Jordan Poole is an incredibly long-term, unproductive basketball player. That has nothing to do with what happened during training camp last year. But who would look at Draymond, the things we see last year, and not at least shrug your shoulders and be like, I mean, what the hell was that? Draymond has said that himself. So who is really like looking at Draymond going, this is all wonderful. All you get is good from Draymond.
Well, that is a little bit of an over-dramatization.
So okay, tell me what you are saying there.
What I'm saying is that at times what Draymond does runs counter to their ability to win basketball games. And that part of Draymond, it is annoying, and that's what irks me about Draymond Green.
I hear that.
Getting ejected from games, getting suspended from games, and all the rest of it.
But who do you hear that doesn't agree with that?
Look at the YouTube feed right now. People talking about rings and...
But that's fans. That's
right.
That's you're going to find every opinion with fans. Any opinion, you can find it. There are still people, right? There are still people who think
the very team themselves has not... I don't know if they've taken a certain tack when it comes to Draymond Green. And the Jordan Poole situation is a good example.
That's interesting to
because,
me. Yes.
They chose to not suspend Draymond Green for what happened between he and Jordan Poole at that practice last October. And that was a decision that they probably came to it after much discussion, and they weighed the pros and cons as to what it would mean for the season had they suspended him for ring night, had they suspended him for multiple games, whatever the calculus was that they went through behind closed doors, the decision they reached was it was in their best interests to not suspend Draymond Green. I don't think that they thought, suspending Draymond would be better, but we don't want to do this because we're afraid of Draymond Green. They looked at the calculus of everything and thought not suspending Draymond Green is our best route to still have a successful season.
I agree with you, and I think that that's the way teams always conduct themselves, and we have every right to criticize that. However, I've sort of accepted it as the rule in sports. I think it's crazy, and you will only end up banging your head against the wall if you view sports through the lens of anything other than the team is going to try to win. They're going to try to win.
Of course.
They're going to try to make money. This is what teams do. Now, and I think that you can criticize that. There are times where you end up at a fork in the road, and you've got to decide. Often, the best example is when a player ends up in a legal situation. It's like, all right, so what are we doing about this? Are we going to back the player? Are we going to cut the player right away? I'm trying to think of maybe like the most recent Bay Area example. This may be not the most recent, but one that's popping to mind is where the life and career of Alden Smith ended up. Like, you've got a really productive player who just also keeps self-destructing. And so what do you do about it? And you end up in that spot. But if a person is not self-destructing, if they're not in the legal realm, if you will, the team is going to make the same decision every time. So I can't really argue against the point that people make of the Warriors are afraid of Draymond Green. Like, there's all kinds of evidence. I don't really think that's the right word.
Right.
But what the team is saying is Draymond helps us win. So we have his back. Because all the other stuff is sort of up to interpretation. And so that's something that I think as a sports fan, you either sort of have to accept or not.
95.7 The Game breaking news.
Well, and there it is. This is the news we've been waiting for, and it is courtesy of Adrian Wojnarowski. The NBA is suspending the Warriors' Draymond Green for 5 games. 5 games is the answer. Draymond is now out for a full 5. So I think this feeds right into some of what you were just saying.
Yeah.
Now this is definitely on the high side of what I heard a lot of people sort of guessing out there. He's going to miss 5 games. And so how does that, if at all, adjust or change the way you were thinking about his act? 888-957-9570, because when you talk about it preventing the Warriors from playing well, there you go. You can say he held up for a teammate, but now he's going to miss 5 games for a team that's on a 4-game losing streak.
At Sacramento, November 28th will be the next time you see him. So that's 2 weeks. We won't see Draymond for 2. 2 Oklahoma Cities at home, a Houston at home, at Phoenix, and then San Antonio in an IST game, in-season tournament.
Wembanyama.
Right, and that's the day after Thanksgiving. So Draymond out for 5 games until November 28th at Sacramento. I thought that it would just be 1 game. As we've gone through the show, from the crossover at 1:45 all the way up until about 10 minutes ago, and I just made the comment of, he's going to be out for maybe 1 or 2 or 3, and I'm looking at you, and you're giving me the keep going. It was like Price is Right, and I'm looking at you, and as I was saying it, I was kind of believing it more and more that it would be 2 or 3, and it might be 4. And the fact that it lands on 5, knowing that we know about all of the past transgressions and knowing that the league was looking at those past transgressions and also looking at the severity of the choke from the eyes of a neutral observer. And I see it differently because I think Rudy Gobert was at fault as well. And I'm not seeing anything from Woj about a Rudy Gobert suspension. So Draymond gets 5 games.
Rudy's not going to get suspended.
He didn't even get ejected.
Yeah.
He didn't even get, I don't even think he got a technical foul, did he?
Nope.
For being a quote unquote peacemaker?
No, he went to the free throw line.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, he like this.
And one thing that I didn't realize until I looked at the play-by-play is Draymond also gets charged with a turnover for an offensive foul on the play. So add insult to injury. But 5 games from Draymond feels too harsh to me. And I look forward to getting Steve Kerr's comments Friday when we interview him. I'm sure he's also going to think it's too harsh. But 5 games? That seems like too many, Mark, for me.
I'm not surprised because I think that when we look at this situation, we look at it through a lens that is different than the way the league looks at it. I think we're going to sit here tonight and we're going to go, but wait a minute. Rudy had his hands on Clay and Clay only had half a jersey, and we do all of that. And that's totally fair. How else would a fan do this? That's not what the league's doing. You want to know what the league just said? Dude, we are sick and tired of you getting into these situations. So go ahead and do it again in 2 weeks. And all you might do is flick someone in the ear at the free throw line. We'll do 7. Want to test us? You want to do it again? We're not choking people on national television. We're not doing this. So that is what the league is saying here. Adrian Wojnarowski this morning tried to warn all of us. He screamed repeat offender into the television set as loudly as he could. He stopped, he paused, he took a deep breath. Repeat offender. And he stated that's going to have a major effect on how this all plays out. And he was right. And so I really think that's what's going on here. Steve Kerr, once upon a time, we read his lips. I'm so bleeping sick of Draymond. Well, the NBA just said the exact same thing. And so this may feel too severe for the act that you watched last night. I don't think this was about the act that we saw last night.
Of course. If it was just the act, and I said it earlier, if it was Andrew Wiggins who happened, and you're going to have to allow me this leap to think of Andrew Wiggins jumping into a fray like that and putting Rudy Gobert into a chokehold. But if it was Andrew Wiggins, or even more ridiculous, Kevon Looney, if Kevon Looney up and did what Draymond did, it's probably an ejection and a 1-game suspension for any other player on the Golden State Warriors not named Draymond Green. So we're going to look at Draymond's past and allow that to be the reason to accelerate this to 5 games.
That's how this works in any court of law anywhere. You show up for a second time and a third time and an 8th time, the judge is going to look at you and say, getting kind of tired of this, Bob. I'm getting a little sick of you walking in here. We do it as parents. Of course we do. For the smallest thing. Right. It's like, you're going to challenge me again? Okay, fine. I'm going to step on your toe even harder. This is what we do. By the way, it's been said a couple times, and I don't even know where it sort of came from. I feel like it started on the crossover earlier today. It's been thrown out there that John Morant got a 10-game suspension. John Morant got a 25-game suspension. It was 25, yeah. 25. I just want to make, because I've seen it a couple of times on our chat also, and people are comparing it to like, Ja got 10 for guns and Draymond got 5 for this. Ja got 25. Ja got 25-game suspension. So just make sure if you want to comp stuff, comp it to that. Ja got 25.
You can go to the Wikipedia of NBA suspensions, and it goes all the way down to some players who got 6 games for violent acts and flagrant fouls of a much more violent nature. And then you look at Draymond's 5 games, and you realize that this is entirely, the majority of this is based on the fact that he's had multiple transgressions. And forget what happened with Jordan Poole at practice. I don't think that necessarily weighed in, but go back to last year's playoffs where he stomped on Sabonis and you got a game, and you flail kick Steven Adams, you body slam Michael Beasley, you Mitch Cup checked LeBron James, and you've had so many of these incidents. And there's even a post on X that is like a video montage of all Draymond's suspendable actions. Yeah. And so you can see it. And when you see them all collectively, I mean, and we know in this market all of the things that he's done.
Sure. Blake, by the way, I might be stepping out of my lane on this one. This is my personal opinion. I think we're crazy if you think that punching Jordan Poole wasn't a factor in tonight. It was in practice.
Yeah.
It was not something that the league considered under their umbrella, so they couldn't do anything about it. And then the Warriors didn't, but the league is keenly aware that it's on video for the whole world to consume.
Sure.
So the whole thing is, dude, your behavior is over the top. So
I wonder if they even had to use that as an additional piece.
They don't even have to say it, but I think it's emotionally in the heads of the people making the decision, don't you think?
Yeah, I don't. Maybe because it's so talked about and it went so viral, and it's a part of his backstory. I don't think that they used the incident between he and a Michigan State football player when he reportedly slapped him at a party some years ago.
Not in an official way,
right?
But in an unofficial way. I mean,
reputation.
Yeah,
sure.
the league. It's the same thing they would do. Like, why do you think that the league is so like they were so all over Ja Morant? This is a multi-billion-dollar industry that cares about its image, and this is not what they want to portray. So if you have somebody that wants to flash guns multiple times on the internet, they're going to be like, that's going to be a no from us, dog.
Yeah.
And if you have somebody who keeps punching and poking and stomping and choking people, they're going to say the same thing. Hey, Dre, we'd like to get your attention. We'd like these images to stop being on the internet. It has nothing to do with Rudy and fairness and last night's basketball game. It has to do with an image that the NBA is trying to promote or an image that they're not trying to promote. But let's get to your calls. We're going to move Tim Kawakami to tomorrow because of this breaking news. So we'll have TK on tomorrow, and we'd like to hear from you, your reaction to the breaking news that Draymond Green will be suspended for the next 5 games here on Willard and Dibs. Let's go to AJ in Redwood City. Hi, AJ. Thanks for calling.
Hey, guys. How you guys doing?
What's up?
Just reacting to this news. I expected 5 games, like, in that area. I felt like that was expected because exactly, like, as I was calling in, you guys started talking about it. It's the repeat offender thing. Joe Dumars, who's like the VP of whatever, last year for the Sabonis suspension, he said that exact thing where it's like it's a collective sort of behavior. Other factor he didn't mention is just like the previous beef between Green and Rudy Gobert around like him crying about the All-Star selection or something. You guys remember this? Like, am I crazy here? I wonder if that was a factor too. Just like, hey, this person's just like out to get this person. We got to nip that sort of personal beef in the bud. In terms of how it's going to affect the Warriors, Curry's out, right? So it's like, were we going to win these games, all of them anyway? Maybe it doesn't really affect, what the record would have ended up being. But anyways, my closing thought is, as a fan of the Warriors, I'm sick of Draymond's crap, dude. It's tough. It gets tough to cheer when it's like just a complete overreaction. People on Twitter are saying he does it for the content for his podcast. It's hard not to. He's just being overly provocative and not it feels out of body and out of character in a way that I don't appreciate anymore.
Yeah, AJ, look, there are a lot of thank you. There are a lot of people in your corner, AJ, but I would say this. Toward the end, it sort of sounded like you were pushing toward calling this for show or inauthentic. When I look at Draymond, you can hate his guts, but one thing I'll say, that's an authentic man. This is who he is. And I don't think he's not choking Rudy for clicks. That is what happens to that person in that moment.
Right.
Every time.
You can you can make a determination for yourself about how he processes adversity or how he chooses to control or not control his anger in moments. And I think that's a part of who he is. And you're right, Mark, in terms of the authenticity. And you watch the way he competes harder than almost any athlete I've ever seen, but at times he lets the adversity get the better of him. Usually it has to do with officials and calls that he doesn't necessarily agree with. Last night, I think, was a case where he was trying to help his teammate out who was being restrained by the opponent. And once he got to that opponent, whether or not the bad blood that he has with that individual then spilled over into a more prolonged choke than it would have been for another player. Let's just say that LeBron James happened to be the one who got tangled up with Klay Thompson. Does Draymond take LeBron 27 feet across the court in that same fashion? I don't think so.
I don't know. He kicked him in the once already.
That was a long time ago. And they have subsequently become very close and business associates. So
I don't know.
I'm not going to put myself in Draymond's head because that's a place that nobody could possibly be. I do know when you look at the history of suspensions in the league, this incident to me doesn't match up with other players who have gotten similar suspensions.
Right, because that's not how they're looking at it. I agree with you. Yeah, so I would just suggest to every fan, you can have every opinion, but don't take this at face value. Don't just look at last night's play and go, 5 games for that? That's not what happened. That's not what happened. And AJ just called in and goes, maybe it was this that he did, or maybe it was that he did. No, it was all of it. It was all of it. The NBA says there is a buildup here, repeat offender, got personal with another player, all of that stuff. It all adds into the sauce. And that's how you get 5 games. There's no question in my mind. There's no other player in the league that would have gotten 5 games for this. And the league will look at you and go, yeah, that's right. And in our minds, that's fair. And based on what they've said is the rules, they're right. That's the rules.
Yeah.
You are you're not just a repeat offender, you're a repeat offender.
Yeah.
So they're going to keep dropping the hammer, and the next time he gets suspended, it's going to be even longer.
For something of a similar
of this
nature.
variety.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just looking back at some of the history. In 1996, Dennis Rodman headbutting referee Ted Bernhardt after being ejected. He got 6 games. Now, that was 1996.
He'd get a half a season now.
He might get a whole season.
Yep.
And Latrell Sprewell got a whole season reduced when he choked PJ Carlesimo, his own coach, which, again, it was something more akin to what Draymond and Jordan Poole got into. But for some reason, the team didn't suspend Draymond for that.
Here's another way to look at the way the NBA is looking at it. What do you think the Warriors would do if Draymond punched a teammate again?
It depends which teammate.
Good answer.
Honestly. And I do think that
What if it was BP?
If BP was feeling himself a little too much in practice.
Yeah, he was cocky.
And he got clocked. I think this time there would be a different punishment. I do believe that it would be more of a harsh punishment this time around.
Of course, because he's a repeat offender.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, adding more breaking news to this situation, courtesy of Adrian Wojnarowski, the NBA is fining $25,000 apiece Klay Thompson, Jaden McDaniels, and Rudy Gobert. So much for being just a peacemaker.
Right.
Somebody looked at the video and saw something, because if the officials called him just a peacemaker, then he's not getting fined $25K.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So why doesn't he get a game? And this is where...
Because he didn't do the same thing that Draymond did.
But what he did was put his hands on the opponent in an aggressive fashion.
So did the other 2 players who just got fined.
They get fined because they were the ones who started it. You started it. No, you started it. Fine. They got ejected. They got $25K. I get it. I don't love them being ejected, but it happened, and now you get $25K on top. But if Rudy Gobert is a peacemaker, he gets no fine. And if he's not a peacemaker, then he's an agitator, and he gets suspended for a game.
Yeah, no, he wasn't just a peacemaker, but I don't know that an agitator automatically gets 1 game. And, again, he's Rudy. The other guy's Draymond. Sorry, that matters. I know people want to go, fairness. Right. No. The league is like, no, I'm sorry. We're not doing that. Yes, your history matters. Let's go to Jay in Oakland on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Jay. What's up?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? What's going on? I just want to take a couple seconds. There's a lot of emotions I got to get off my chest about this whole Draymond thing.
Okay.
As a Warriors fan, it was super frustrating, but I'm not going to lie, the whole incident was kind of funny. But the point I'm trying to make is I am super frustrating. Like the last caller said, I'm kind of fed up with Draymond. Dibs, I don't fully understand how you're surprised that he got this long of suspension. I think personally the suspension should have been a lot longer. I mean, nowhere in any type of workplace can you repeatedly assault, I won't say assault, but put your hands on someone and then think that the punishment isn't going to escalate more and more the more times that you do it. So that's my first point. My other point is this whole narrative that Draymond did it for Klay. Klay was not in any danger. This wasn't the streets. This wasn't Rutgers Park. Klay wasn't in danger of being harmed. So the fact that he came to Klay rescue, I think, is a lot of BS. And they were like, oh, yeah, he had Klay's back.
nobody else on that court choked Rudy Gobert. So by that logic, does nobody else on the court have Clay back because they didn't choke Rudy Gobert? I'm killing his name, but the point is I'm trying to make is that I'm really frustrated with this whole thing with Draymond. I think Draymond did it for Draymond's reason. It had nothing else to do with nobody else. It was all Draymond. Draymond did it for his own personal reasons. Steph didn't come off the court or off the bench because even though Clay's his guy, because he knows that if he came off the bench, it would have hurt the team. Draymond doesn't process things that way. He processed things for Draymond first. That's why Draymond did it.
Well, Jay, I think you've got a lot of points there. I really do. I don't agree with the part where we're saying that this is almost like, okay, I'm Draymond, and so now this is a premeditated opportunity for me to heighten my own brand. That's a lot of a thought process to go through all in a flash of a moment.
I don't think it's about the brand. I do think that he sees that it's Gobert, and that takes it from a 7 to a 10.
Agree completely. But I'd also say, like, okay, why did Steph not do it? Why did Chris Paul not do it? Because that's not the way that they're wired in those moments. And Draymond is.
Steph's got a hurt MCL. He's not coming running from. And I'm looking at it again.
He's wearing a button-down shirt, for crying out loud.
He looked good.
He looked like he was dressed up as a basketball for Halloween.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Chris Paul, first of all, he travels before he even comes near the fray, which they missed that one. They should have cracked him for traveling there. Andrew Wiggins is slowly trotting over, and Draymond does come flying out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I wish I could turn around the screen and show you the still. Rudy Gobert is behind Clay, and he has Clay wrapped around the neck. And so, yes, Draymond gets 5 games. I'm not surprised that he's getting 5. I totally understand the previous incidents and all the rest of it. I am just a little bit surprised that upon looking at this, Rudy Gobert doesn't at least get a flagrant 2 after the fact and get a couple of flagrant points on his record for what he did to Klay Thompson.
NBA's official statement is out. It does not talk about repeat offender. What it says is Golden State Warriors forward Draymond Green has been suspended 5 games without pay for escalating an on-court altercation and forcibly grabbing Minnesota Timberwolves center Rudy Gobert around the neck in an unsportsmanlike and dangerous manner. That is the Draymond Green portion of the statement. It also says the length of the suspension. I stand corrected.
Here it comes.
The length of the suspension is based in part on Green's history of unsportsmanlike acts.
And there you go.
So there you have it.
So he gets suspended because it was an escalation sensation.
The act is suspension worthy. The length is history.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's,
I think that's fair.
And somebody on Twitter yesterday was talking about suffocation sensation, and I had to correct him. It's a strangulation sensation.
Good job.
I thought, you can keep racking up the dollars.
Him out 3 times.
Seriously. And I'm looking at the still right now, and he absolutely did escalate it. So I could see him being suspended. But Rudy Gobert also escalated it because he didn't need to come in and grab Klay Thompson about the head and neck, and he's not doing it to pull Clay away, or he's not trying to separate. There's an official who has the 2 arms, and he's trying to do the breaststroke.
I know, but
and
you
separate.
I feel like
Rudy Gobert.
We're spending too much time with everybody's screenshot. I know you got Rudy with his arms around Clay. Stop acting like they're the same. They're not the same. It's nowhere near as forcible.
But he escalated it as well.
And that's why he got fined $25,000.
Ooh, $25K.
Well, look, that's the deal.
How much does Rudy make? 35 mil?
I'm not worried about any of their finances. The 4 of them are all fine. Okay? Yes. Did Rudy step out of line? Sure. Was it anywhere near what Draymond did? No. Does Rudy have any of the history that Draymond does? No. So
that's why he doesn't get 5 games.
Correct. That's why he doesn't get any games.
$41 million.
I think he's playing right now.
Gobert?
Isn't he? I think they got a game tonight.
I know Jordan Poole's playing right now.
How's it going?
Actually, pretty good for JP.
Okay,
he's 3 of 10.
They're down by 20.
He's a minus 14.
Stop. I'm sorry. The Timberwolves don't tip off for another 25 minutes. They're in Phoenix tonight, and Rudy Gobert will be starting. So
I guarantee you, KD's got Draymond's back.
Oh yeah,
he's going to Gobert.
By the way, just
$41 million. You got fined $25,000
but it's not about the money. It's about the message. So to answer the one other part about that our most recent caller said, like, stop saying that Draymond was picking up for Clay. I hear where you're coming from. I think this is just, in some respects, it's almost the culture of sport. The culture of sports suggests that when you are the lead emotional dog of a sports team, you show up for these moments with aggressiveness. And then we all go, he had his teammates back. Brandin Podziemski said it to us an hour ago. Draymond had Clay's back, and that's what I would want a teammate to do. He just said it to us. So it may not matter to us. It may not feel that way on TV, but that's what you do. When you're the lead emotional player, I'm not talking about his intent. That's what you do.
Yeah.
When somebody touches your guy, you go get him. And it is usually like it gets a positive response out of most sports fans.
Yes, and it gets a positive response from most Warriors fans, except for some Warriors fans, and it's not a small percentage, Warriors fans who are just, quote, tired of Draymond's act.
Oh, sure.
And you could be tired of Draymond's act, but you also have to, in the same breath, realize that act has been a key part of winning 4 championships. And that, to me, Mark, is what makes the Draymond Green conundrum the most complicated puzzle of any player I've ever rooted for in my life.
I agree with you, but I don't think the Warriors find it complicated.
No, of course not. But I'm talking about fans.
Yeah, they think 4 years, $100 million.
And they think, and I'm not going to speak for Mike Dunleavy or Steve Kerr, but what this means, him missing 5 games, it's water off a duck's back. If he, for what he did to stand up for his teammates, how much does that help the culture and the ethos of the team versus him missing 5 games?
I agree with you, but we might have a different view if they're 6-11 in 2 weeks. Let's go to Chris in San Leandro, and then we want to get as many of you as possible. A lot of people want to weigh in. Hey, Chris.
Phones.
What's going on?
What's up, fellas? I just got to say, it doesn't really matter what I think. I'm trying to think of it in probably the person that matters the most, which is Steph. I want to pose this question to you guys. If in Steph's mind, there has to be an inkling of, am I going to ride with my boys and am I cool with 4? Or you're looking at one of your brothers, his antics are getting old, his hysterics are getting old. You look at your other brother, he just looks old. And, are you cool with 4 with how the level of player that you're playing? Or do you got to blow it up at one time?
Yeah, what's his other option, Chris?
I mean, can't he be like every other superstar and be like, hey, man, this is not working, right? Can't he do that?
Yeah, he can, but thanks, Chris. And then the team might go, and what is it you'd like us to do?
Right.
There's no, you can't just go get Giannis.
No.
This isn't a super team thing. He's not a free agent. There's only so much the Warriors can do. They're in a financial flexibility sort of a spot. Steph's not young. None of them are young.
No.
And old habits die hard. Like these super competitive, successful people, they don't think they're done. Steph doesn't think Draymond and Clay are cooked.
No, and
he doesn't think that. You all think that. He doesn't think that.
Well, and I don't think the owner thinks that. And you can't possibly, quote, blow this up because, you let Clay go, you can't replace him. And if CP3 leaves in the offseason, if you don't re-sign him, you can't replace that salary spot. So there are only so many moves you can make. And if you're going to trade these players, who's going to really want to give you value back?
Yeah, right now.
You're riding with this to the end.
Ride or die.
Yep.
Absolutely. Warriors Wednesday brought to you by Freedman's Appliance. Trusted name since 1922. Visit freedmansappliance.com today. And we're sponsored by AC Transit. Draymond is suspended for 5 games. We're taking your calls on Willard and Dibs.
Get in where you fit in. AC Transit wants you to drive the East Bay. Take the wheel of your career and level up. No driving experience required. Paid training is provided. New bus operators are eligible for a $2,000 bonus. Secure the bag. Apply today at AC Transit.
just knowing the nature of our team. And, if anybody goes at one of our best players like that, I think that's going to be no matter the team we play. And, Draymond will stick up for anybody on our team. And just because that was Clay doesn't mean anything. If it was anybody else, he would have done the same thing for us. And, that's the great part about being Dre's teammate, that he'll stick up for you no matter what.
Bay Area is Draymond Green, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, Day-Day, we'll see you in a couple weeks, brother. That's when he'll be playing basketball next. If you're just joining us, Draymond Green has been suspended for 5 games by the NBA, and they straight up said it was for escalating a situation, and the length of the suspension was due to Draymond's history of unsportsmanlike acts. So, timing is interesting. Warriors Roundtable is 13 minutes away.
And his return game is against rival Sacramento in what likely will be a must-win game, Mark.
Well,
it's game 4 of the in-season tournament.
Oh, for crying out loud.
They got San Antonio the previous game, the day after Thanksgiving, IST in-season tournament. That's a must-win. And then you're going to have to beat Sacramento to maybe get a wild card.
Is that game here or there?
At Sacramento.
Oh, my gosh.
Golden one.
Will the beam actually have the words in-season tournament in it as it flies
if
up
they
to
light it,
the sky?
If they light the beam,
Wow.
which odds are they're not lighting that beam, not that night. But happens to be a nationally televised game as well. Adam Silver's in his bag.
Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean have Warriors Roundtable, which is coming up at 6, and they will be all over this situation. Also, want to remind everybody, and you hear a piece of Brandin Podziemski right there. If you haven't already, make sure we want to invite you to subscribe to Willard and Dibbs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, you can hear things like the Brandin Podziemski interview, or Anthony Slater with Warriors Perspective was on the morning roast today. Obviously, that was pre-suspension, so they were sort of guessing at the number at that time, but a lot of perspective. I listened to that this morning with regard to how the league thinks about this, and everybody knew that a suspension was coming. I do find it interesting, and I get their opinions on all sides of this, and then we'll go to the phones, but how many Warrior fans are like, I'm so sick of Draymond, but this suspension is too high? Well, hang on. So if you're so sick of Draymond, why can't you understand why someone else is too? The league is sick of this. And maybe they're actually not. I mean, it is good for business.
Right.
But they have got to do things the way that they feel they're supposed to do them. And if these images, they don't like them out on the internet, and you have the same person that keeps doing it. And Draymond will be back within the next couple of days to tell everybody that he needs to be better. And then he won't change. And so they're going to keep ruffling feathers and shaking trees and all of that until there's a change. And there won't be.
No, there won't be. And I don't think that he's going to show that level of contrition on this one.
Maybe not.
And I look forward to the podcast that comes out that'll give us more content and more ways to continue talking about this until he returns in a couple of weeks. I found it interesting on our YouTube page, youtube.com/957thegame. Early this morning, they put up a poll. Should Warriors fans ride or die with Draymond Green no matter what? Yes, 54%. No, 46%.
Yeah, it's a lot of 50-50 with Draymond opinions right now.
Fascinating to me that it would be that close, because the majority of our listeners are Warriors fans, and by proxy, you'd be a Draymond Green fan because you don't get 4 titles without Draymond Green. You might have 0 titles without Draymond Green. So there's that part of it. And then there's the other piece of the I'm so sick of Draymond Green part of it. And you can be a person to have both of those opinions. That's me in a nutshell.
Well, and I also think sometimes we go too far with, hey, this person won us a title, so we are forced to love him. Like, yes, it's 4 titles. It's Draymond. I don't think he's a bad human being.
No.
But, like, I don't really love watching Jordan Poole play basketball. He won us a title. Am I forced to love him?
Yeah.
How about Aubrey Huff?
Patrick McCaw.
Who's an Aubrey Huff fan? Won us a ring.
Well, he's a 95.7 The Game alum. So you watch your mouth, okay?
I will not.
Thank you.
Watch my mouth.
He is an alum, though.
You
better be careful.
Not invited to the reunions, though.
Shocking. Let's go to Big Smoothie in Hayward. Hey, Big Smoothie, what you doing?
Oh, man, listening to the 46% are definitely from Chase, I guarantee you. My God. I guarantee you 54% are from the Oracle. This guy's calling it a hack psychiatrist telling us what's in Draymond's head. Oh, my goodness. Draymond is doing it for this reason. I don't know why Draymond did it, but you know what I do know? Players don't look at it like fans look at it. I don't pay streaming because I care about what Chris in San Francisco thinks about Draymond. I do know this. Phil Jackson went out and got a volatile
Dennis Rodman,
he
yeah.
He knew he needed what Dennis Rodman has. Listen, trying to get punked by a soft Timberwolves team? Go ask Jimmy Butler about that team. Draymond Green, 5 games. The Warriors should pay for his fine. 5 games. And please, let me ask this. Rudy Gobert could, if he was a peacemaker, he goes to his teammate and pulls him off. He should have got 2 games for even putting a finger on Clay. No, it doesn't have to be the same chokehold. The fact is, he was not a peacemaker.
Well, Smoothie, I've been saying the same thing. Thank you very much. Want to get to as many as possible. I've been saying a lot of the same stuff the entire afternoon. If Rudy was a peacemaker, he would have gone to his teammate,
right.
Not to Klay Thompson, and that's absolutely a big piece of this.
And he avoids a suspension because he doesn't know how to execute the chokehold.
No, he avoids the suspension because he's not Draymond Green.
He still could have gotten a game for trying to go in there and put hands on Clay. I agree with Smoothie to that extent.
Yeah, Joey on the San Mateo Bridge. Hey, Joey, what's cooking?
Hey, all I got to say is, the best ability is availability, and he's gone for 5. That's all. Y'all have a good night.
Okay, Joey, great call. Thank you so much.
That guy.
Let's go to Mike in Mill Valley. Hey, Mike.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Well, I was just calling to say I'm a big fan of Draymond. I mean, ultimately, it's an entertainment business, but I enjoy his emotion and enthusiasm as opposed to Wiggins. But I just wanted to say I feel like the Warriors realize they're getting older and the rest of the league is passing them by, and maybe they were trying to make a statement that they're going to be physical and hang in there. But there's a couple of all-star players on the Clippers and the Warriors that must feel the same way. And that's my only thought there.
Yeah, Mike, thanks. I mean, sure, they're frustrated. And getting older is frustrating, no matter what you do in life. And so that is absolutely a piece of this. But there's no doubt. Smoothie said it. A lot of our callers are saying it. You and I have been saying it all night. We can look at this through the lens of fairness. The NBA is not looking at it through the lens of fairness. And NBA teams like the Warriors are not looking at it through the lens of public relations. They're like, and Steve said it to us last year, why do we ride with Draymond? Because we like to win.
Yeah.
That's what we're doing here.
And when you ride with Draymond, you ride with 5-game suspensions. You ride with a whole lot of technicals for him yelling at officials. Yep. You ride with a lot of things.
And a handful of rings.
You're not getting 82 games from Draymond. You're not getting 82 games from Steph either because of injury.
Sure.
And you're not getting 82 from Chris Paul. He's an older player, and you know that. So when you look at Draymond Green, and it's a 4-year deal, that's 328 regular season games. You're probably looking at 40 of those games where he'll be suspended over the course of a 4-year deal.
Probably.
Or ejected or, unavailable.
But still probably more wins at the end of the whole thing as opposed to if you didn't have him. We got time for one more. Let's go to Joe in Walnut Creek. Hey, Joe, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm fired up, first-time caller.
Thanks, Joe. Good to have you.
So are we, Joe.
Oh, my goodness. Have you guys seen the same video? Oh, my goodness. Rudy Gobert put his Dibbly, man. He put a chokehold on him. No, he barely had his arms around Clay. And then, he had it loose on the shoulders for like 2 seconds. And then here comes Draymond with a violent chokehold. And we were all taught in school for, hey, what's the most brutal chokehold we can do? Okay, you lock your arm around the wrist, and you make a fist, and, that's the way to really take someone out. And come on, man, and he held it for about 7 or 8 seconds. He was violent on that hold. Come on, man.
Joe, what school did you go to? I had English, I had math. You had chokehold class?
No, but I mean, the boys would be talking about how to, hey, look at this move, and look, and you go around and you lock the wrist with that. Oh, but I also want to add, Draymond's on his back, right? He comes up around a bigger dude, and it's like he didn't face off in front, stiff arm the dude and come around the front.
If Gobert didn't put his hands on Clay, then Draymond would have never jumped and choked out Gobert.
Yeah, I think anytime we end up in this guy's hand and then that guy's hand, this suspension happened because he's Draymond. The league.
The length of it, for sure.
There you go. The league literally said it to us already. Good stuff, my man.
Yeah.
Want to do it again tomorrow?
I want to keep doing it.
I know, but unfortunately, or fortunately for them and for the audience.
Rain dance.
That's right. Some new voices. Here comes Kevin Dana and Gary St. Jean. Good time for Warriors Roundtable. I wonder what they'll talk about. Maybe a feature piece on Jerome Robinson. I doubt it. It's a full hour of Warriors talk. Kevin Dana, Gary St. Jean, standing by. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It is all you got.
When you wake up well-rested on a great mattress, everything becomes clear.
My dog has more friends than I do.
Things you missed when you were tired finally reveal themselves.
I should really give my dad a call.
Find your perfect mattress at the Black Friday sale at Mattress Firm. You can save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic, plus get a $300 gift toward pillows and more, all with free and fast delivery. The right mattress matters. We'll find yours this Black Friday sale. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who specialize in saving the day and for the ones who've mastered the art of keeping business moving. We offer industrial-grade supplies for every industry with same-day pickup and next-day delivery on most orders, all backed